Welcome to day 3 of the Goodwood Festival of Speed. All weekend we've been marking 75 years of Formula One, and today the celebrations shift up a gear.
Yes, because right here on this very balcony, some of the sport's most iconic champions in F1 history will be gathering together for a once-in-a-lifetime moment to share their stories from across the decades of this incredible sport.
So many anniversaries are being celebrated at all corners of the Festival of Speed this weekend. So let's take a look at what's coming up on today's schedule. The first batch on the hill, we will see World Superbikes, rally cars, drift cars and ultimate touring cars, kicking us off at 8:30 a.m. The Goodwood Action Sports Arena sees another warm-up show at 10:30 before another Gordon Murray Automotive Central feature moment at 12:20.
Going into the afternoon, we're going to have 1:30 Batch 3, and that's the F1 cars, pioneers, innovators and underdogs. Then it's the big one, 2:45. Be sure not to miss the Champions Balcony moment here at the house. We've got the supercar run coming up at 3 o'clock, and then really one not to miss again, the time shootout starts at 3:55. At the end of the day, we've got the gas competition, motocross best trick at 5:30, and then the last batch of the day, first glance, new classics and bikes at 5:40.
Well, I'm sure you're all feeling it too, but I've certainly got the Foggy Mania vibe still from yesterday. The balcony moment was just incredible. We can see here him taking to the line, those famous steely blue eyes behind that dark visor. A quick wheelie to set us off. It got the crowd going. A burnout in front of the Goodwood house before he sprayed champagne across everyone. It was brilliant to speak to him. The Union Jack flags waving, and this was all came together nicely with that Oasis music blasting from the speakers. It was such a moment and has set us up nicely for today, Alice.
Oh, it certainly has. I mean, we've got some great things lined up in store. There's great things all weekend, but particularly me being a huge Formula One fan, ever since I was extremely small, having this balcony moment with loads of these champions, Mika Hakkinen in particular for me when I was growing up, watching him battle against Michael Schumacher, to see him up there later on today. I'm so excited.
Yeah, there really is something for everyone. As we see the bikes, the first batch taking to the line now. David, there's so much to look forward to today. What's on your agenda?
Well, absolutely, as you say, that Champions Banquet moment is going to be something to behold. I mean, you really can't miss that. I think it's one of the best collections of champions we've ever seen along with these cars. And then, of course, the time shoot, I'm really looking forward to that. It's going to get serious today. We saw some quick runs yesterday, Romain Durin in particular, but it's going to get very serious today.
Yeah, the timed shootout, Formula One cars and motorbikes. It's all here at the Festival of Speed. So let's get to our commentary team.
Action from the outset. It's fantastic Saturday morning here at the Festival of Speed. Bikes already on the hill. James Hayden, the wall of sound. Jared DeAnder and me, Bruce Jones, in the commentary box to talk you through the first batch.
Yeah, we've got some really brilliant motorcycles out here today, so it's going to be wonderful sort of seeing all the bikes come up the hill. We're having a nice little look there at the Honda CB750. This is quite a significant bike. This is a heavily modified CB750. It was the bike that really turned Freddie Spencer's career. You know, it's dry sumped, it was flat slides, reinforced chassis, adjustable shocks, about 90 brake horsepower. Took him to second in the AMA Championship, and so that's why it's called the AMA Racer, which is the American sort of superbike version of it. And yeah, lovely to see. I mean, based on originally on the road bike, but as we say, sort of heavily modified, and it was a very, very successful sort of production motorcycle in its day.
An incredible array of bikes, though. This batch is, we're going to move on to drift cars, we've got touring cars, and we've got the celebration of Colin McRae, but we are kicking off with the two wheels. But the hill conditions absolutely perfect. A bit more of a breeze today to keep things a bit cooler.
Yeah, lovely, lovely conditions, and we're really celebrating World Superbikes. Obviously, this is a kind of precursor to Super. Array of superbikes, an amazing collection of obviously Ducati celebrating Carl Fogarty and his 4 victories. You know, we've got a MotoGP bike Ducati. You know, we've got just a lovely plethora. We got the Petronas we just seen, and we got a factory Aprilia, we got a factory Kawasaki, and yeah, some really good stuff going up the hill. Obviously, Carl Fogarty will be up here later. We got Carlos Checa coming over the weekend, world champion himself, and now we're looking at one of the rotary Nortons. You know, these Nortons were such a huge part of racing in the 80s and the 90s. It's lovely to see them sort of out and about, and just that unique sound of the rotary engine. This one is one of the sort of restored bikes of the day. It was a tribute to the 1992 bike, the very famous White Charger. This bike was actually ridden by William Dunlop at the 95 Classic TT. And they really are just an awesome thing, that roaring, crackling, spitting flames.
But one of the beauties, whatever area of motorsport you love, it's hearing the sound. The noise is so important. It's so visceral, and you never get that fully across in television. And I love it when someone is completely surprised. You see them go, they turn to a friend and go, "Did you hear that?" And when you get the drifters coming up later, you know, I can guarantee you're going to need some very, very good ear defenders.
Yeah,
in a nice way.
I love hearing the crack and pop and the different motors of motorcycles. I'm not a big two-wheel guy, but I have such a love and respect for it, because obviously with age comes a cage, and these gentlemen, even, I mean, not such the case for, you know, I had an opportunity to talk to McGuinness yesterday, saw a lot of the bike riders last night at the Goodwood house, but so impressive, and to see the progression of them as they, I love hearing the old ones because they're cracking and popping, and like, how fast did that go? On where? Wheel to wheel? That's so impressive.
Yeah, no, really nice. We're now looking at the 2002 Ducati. It's a 998 RS. Again, you know, homologation special for World Superbike rules, and you know, successor to the 996, which in itself is a successor to the 916. And it was such a strong, dominant motorcycle. This year, that 2002 bike, Bayliss won 14 of those first 17 races on that motorcycle. Colin Edwards eventually took the championship with a really strong run at the end, but it was great to see. Now we're seeing Ricky Brayback, and what a rider he is. He won the 2020 and the 2024 Dakar Rally on this CRF 450, and I'm sure he'll be pulling some tricks and wheelies, taking it maybe a bit off-road. He's seriously quick, and as we say, wonderful little wheelie away from the start line for us. And yeah, these boys really know how to ride. The dueling Dakar is such a test.
Now, of course, we ought to explain it's a 1.1516 mile hill climb. It's fairly flat past the house, then it goes steep. This is a bike that doesn't actually need the road at all. It could go up the dirt around back of the spectator stands, but so much diversity on this machine.
Yeah, there is, and you know, you can see it's it's basically based off the CRF 450, which is an enduro bike, a motocross bike, but they heavily modify it obviously for the Dakar, you know, with the aerodynamics, all the electronics they need, you know, huge fuel tank. It's just got to be a very, very robust thing, because you know, obviously they're doing hundreds and hundreds of miles a day. Now we move to John McGuinness. What a legend this man is. Yeah, he's won 23 TTs, 12 of which have come on Fireblades. And this is very special Fireblade he's riding here. Again, lovely little wheelie from John as he comes away. Honda actually gave him this bike in 2022 to celebrate, you know, his 100th TT start. And as I say, he's won 12 TTs on the Honda Farblade, so they gave him this very special livery with the flashes of gold or whatever to hence his sort of championship winning thing. And John is just, he's one of the nicest guys out there, and you know, he really knows how to ride. This bike's got about 225 brake horsepower, very, very quick motorcycle. They do over 200 miles an hour in the Isle of Man over the mountain on it.
But it's one of the elements of the Festival of Speed. It's when you get this melding of all the branches of motorsport competition, and you see the riders and the drivers interacting. Jared was up with them at Goodwood House last night, and it is just wonderful. You know, if you got fuel in your veins, it doesn't matter what you're driving.
It's so cool, the diversity of drivers. You know, my drift friends are over here. I was sitting with Pastrana and Mad Mike, and here's, you know, Mario Andretti sitting over here, and here's Christensen and McGuinness, and just the variety of people. It just should be celebrated. But popping wheelies, I have a photo I just showed James, his leathers with the McGuinness literally on the back. It says MC and then a pint of Guinness. And
it's the little touches, Jared.
Absolutely, and it's the pints that really count at the end of the day, because that's a celebration. There's a trophy regardless. There's a chalice with your name on it.
Yeah, he doesn't mind a Guinness.
I was in Dublin earlier this year, and they project your face onto the top of your pint of Guinness.
Oh,
Quite
yeah.
scary in my case, but
you drink yourself. You're that arrogant, Bruce.
that's me.
So now we're looking at another one of the Nortons. This was a very famous bike. This was Ian Simpson's championship winning bike from '94, and they really dominated that season. It was such an impressive season for them. They finished first and third in the championship and just couldn't stop winning. They took 14 wins, 31 podiums. Ian, this is, as I say, this is the championship winning rotary Norton of Ian Simpson. Teammates with Phil Borley, who was also really, really competitive. And you know, Crichton, who had sort of taken the project on after the JPS Nortons sort of moved out the way, and he continued developing it, him and Colin Seeley, and this really was kind of the ultimate version of that rotary Norton. It was the most accomplished, the best, you know, the easiest to ride, because they weren't massively easy to ride, even though they were incredibly quick. They were quite difficult motorcycles on the limit. So yeah, it's lovely to see it sort of rolling up the hill in this beautiful sunshine. And there's nothing, as I say, quite like the sound. We've got V-twins, we've got inline fours, and then we've got this this huge rotary 588 Norton.
And it was fantastic yesterday with the Carl Fogarty moment up on the balcony of the house. And I think when any driver or rider gets up, it's somewhere they've never seen before. And he wasn't a man who always wore his heart on the sleeve in a sort of open, friendly way, but it's a really touching moment. And today, we've got 7 Formula One world champions. It's going to be super special.
Yeah, I saw the lineup of F1 guys, and wow, that's going to be a special moment. As you say, Carl wasn't, he wasn't a massively emotional man. It was lovely to see that, you know, what it meant to him and all the fans that had come out from all over the world. So that was great. Now we're looking straight up to date. This is Davey Todd, you know, one of the real up and coming TT star, and obviously he's riding in British Superbikes all the time, and that's on the latest BMW M1000RR. You can see with all the winglets, this is knocking out again sort of 230 brake horsepower. And Davey, real rising star on the TT scene, and it's great to see him. He's been running his own team, him and Peter Hickman this season. That is the team, that is the bike, and it looks great coming up the hill, popping us some wheelies there on the 810 Team Honda, sorry, BMW rather, M1000RR. And now we're going back, so we're going back to 1985. This is the Paris-Dakar winning bike from 1985, a BMW R80 GS, and it looks wonderful in that complete of the era Marlboro sponsorship and the outfit to match to, big boxer engine, and it's a 1043cc, lovely little wheelie off the start. Yesterday he really treated us as well with the old school helmet. He was straight on the dirt. Listen to it popping and cracking, that big boxer engine straight up. And these bikes were really dominant in the 80s on the Dakar. They won it the year before in 84 on the 870cc version, and again in this year. And they were they kind of invented this class, the big trailies, the adventure bikes, all coming from this sort of this model. And let's see the back wheels skipping and hopping there.
And it's also cool to take note of this and how capable this bike was, and take yourself back in that time machine, seeing this out in the desert, right? And then in just a bit, I don't think he's ran yet, is Breivik on the more modern version of this, right? And it's not too far off. and you could just see, you know, it's about the pilot, not so much the machine.
Yeah, and it's right. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. The evolution of the bikes, and yeah, it's great to see, and lovely to see them. And again, there's the unique sort of sound of it. So it's yeah, really cool bike. And BMW have bought their latest sort of version of this. They've released a new one this year, which we've been seeing going up. It's the 2025 R12 GS, which we'll see later on in First Glance, which is their latest iteration of this motorcycle. It's got some really cool kind of styling cues back to this motorcycle, a little retro feel, but also in its own way, it's completely contemporary too.
I feel like he's gotten cockier over the weekend.
Yeah,
he's throwing more wheelies out there, more thumbs up. Yeah. So tomorrow, wait to see him hit the jump. He's actually gonna jump the Morgan statue tomorrow, 40 tons, and he's gonna jump that tonnage over it.
Yeah, well, got to build up, go to a crescendo at the end.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so now we're going to something very different indeed. This is the UK Money World. I think they're going to just let, is that Checo himself? So they're just letting one of the superbikes go past, and I think it might be Carlos Checo. He was, look at that. So there is Carlos Checo riding on the, wonderful to see Checo out, pulling some wheelies for us all here. So this is Carlos Checo, the champion in 2003, and having a really nice crack, being reunited again with his motorcycle here and coming up the hill. Yeah.
Well, isn't it just amazing? We've day 3 of 4, sunshine, some more, and the hill conditions absolutely perfect. This time in the morning, nice and cool, bit of a breeze, but very much the last few days we've talked about how the riders are going from bright sunshine into the dark, and right in front of you you've got this massive flint wall. Yeah. This vehicle, well, it is a vehicle, a man within a wheel. That hasn't happened before. What is Ray Newell doing?
Yeah, it's really a crazy little contraption this. We're loving this mono wheel, and it's great to see again the eclectic mix of stuff here. This is the UK Money Wheel team. They've got the world's fastest mono wheel. They've done 89 miles an hour in this, would you believe? They're heading for the big 100. That's their aim. It's got a little 40 horsepower, 30 kilowatt electric energy, and as you can see, this tiny little contact patch, and it doesn't whoop, and it takes a little bit of stopping, a little bit of doing. Not the easiest thing to turn or lean, but they do it very well. So
Bruce, did you hear that? They just called James down there. They want James to see if he can hit the record. I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah, no, they've been putting the appeal out for days now. He's still not responding. But 100 miles an hour, but if they can achieve it, that will be in a straight line, not round corners, one feels.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So it's but just a lovely sort of, again, inventive thing, and these people coming up with these wonderful ideas that keep us all entertained and themselves. It's brilliant.
Well, you've got a day and a half to take up the challenge. Gauntlet is thrown.
Not a lot of sidewall on that. The suspension is the tire, but it's more of like a pedal bike tire as opposed to something else. What do we have here? Chopping it up with Defender.
Yeah, well, the Defender, it's a sort of Defender plus, and it's in development at the moment, and it's great. This is sort of the first time you're really starting to see the current Defender model being used for competition-directed purposes, and certainly around the grounds of Goodwood House, it's been getting busy up the top of the hill. We've got the rally stage up there as well, and you can tell this is a little more than you'd be taking to the shops. The Dakar D7XR prototype, so it ain't finished. It's got the camouflage. In fact, I can't even see it with the camouflage on. Of course, all the manufacturers, and we are treated over the years. We have launches, global reveals of all sorts of vehicles, and it's great to have the prototypes here as well, because you never know what stage this is going to be at in 12 months' time when it comes back. But this, in the demise of the motor show, we have the moving motor show, we have First Glance, and it's this amazing array of cars. But if you want a bit of noise, let's hear a bit of Holden V8 magic, the muscle and valet Tim Miles, alas, the great racer and team proprietor Tim Miles died in a cycling accident last week, so we'll miss him enormously. But one thing I will always cherish is the V8 rumble. It's worked across the decades, it still works now, and when this mighty V8 goes up past the wall, you hear the rumble. And we've got 2 Holdens here, we're treating you doubly so. Think Mount Panorama, think the Hoonies up on the hill, and Jake Hill only has 1 speed, and that's fast plus, and the British Touring Car Champion loves his older cars, and give him a V8 power, he is your man. And working hard, just coming up past our commentary box through Moulcombe. This will be the fastest run of this part of the morning, but if you're going to do something, do it properly. This is the car that Jamie Whincup used to a couple of the Aussie V8 titles. He's won 7 in all. Brilliant onboard camera footage. Poised. But again, talking about from the dark into light, back into the dark, and hoping your reactor light sunglasses will allow you to see what's
He was
up ahead.
committed then as well, wasn't he?
Well, bear in mind, we're building towards the shootout on Sunday afternoon, and Jake will be one of the competitors. So every run has to be just squeaking a little more out of the car. Now, back in the mid-1990s, the British Touring Car Championship was phenomenal. The cars didn't look anything extraordinary. You wouldn't pick them out in an identity parade, but when you put the top drivers of the age in together, this was John Clelland's car. This was the 1995. He got his nose in front and kept it there. The Flying Scotsman, and in fact, there's a Flying Scotsman on board. It's Callum Lockie, British GT champion from a while back now, but real car enthusiast. He's driving this. And talk about yin and yang, chalk and cheese. He's also in the Tyrrell P34 six-wheel Formula One car. If you're young, you won't have seen it before. Look out for that. But right now, Callum's entrusted with a car that has a real place in British motorsport history. And back then, nobody came home with doors or wing mirrors at the end of a race. It was full-on sort of Roman gladiatorial action.
It was a special time, British touring cars, in that little period, wasn't it?
It was. There's ebb and flow. We've got some top drivers. We've just seen Jake Hill. And, you know, they may move on to other forms of the sport. But the sort of crossover between touring cars and coupes and GTs, BMW, always such a strong motorsport lineage. And this was a car that competed. This is the M3 GTR. It's 21 years old or so at the moment. This was a car that raced in the Nürburgring 24 hours. If you don't know what I'm talking about, the Nürburgring, built in the 1920s in the Eifel Mountains. Some people think it's a circuit created for video games. No, it's the real thing. 25-kilometre long lap. And this was a car, you think about pounding around that, all the opportunity to have mistakes, have slower cars in front of you in the night, in the fog, but to win the 24 hours as this car did, you know you've done something very, very right indeed. Back in the 1970s, we moved from the fierce battles between the BMW Batmobile, that was the 3-litre CSL, the Ford Cologne Caprice. They stopped, the spend was getting too big, and a few years later, these turbo 320i's were introduced. Can you see the rear wing? Massive, isn't it? Big haunches, yes, tick that box as well. BMW racing colours, yep, those as well. And this is also the start of the BMW Junior team, a case of the manufacturers picking up young stars and making them and developing them through the sport. And drivers like Ronnie Peterson and Eddie Cheever were some of the lucky early recipients. But to me, that's a racing car. Through the finish line, through the Stygian gloom, past the checkered flag, then the long run up through the straw bales to the top paddock. Now we're chopping and changing, we're moving to the world of rallying. This is a car that still gets my hackles up in a very good way indeed, the Lancia Delta. You had one on the road. Was it always on the road?
It was, thank goodness, although I wish I still had it. Wonderful cars, and there's just nothing quite like them, is there? They were devastatingly effective in World Rally and in that iconic Martini livery as well. Boom.
Yeah, you know, I've yet to see a car you can put those Martini swirls and stripes on that doesn't suddenly look at least 20 miles an hour faster. Right, the DTN, the German, the Deutsche Tourenwagen Meisterschaft, the German Touring Car Championship, it became ever more extreme. And this is an Audi RS5. Alas, they had just moved to smaller engines. They'd moved away from the mighty V8s, but look at that. That is a car with intent. And again, you know, this was gladiatorial. Don't forget they were racing at Hockenheim, the bigger tractors, but also Norris Ring in the middle of Germany, where you've got concrete walls around most of the circuit, and it was absolutely top drivers of the age would be competing in the DTM. But again, rather like that 320i with a big rear wing. This is, you know, 30 years later, and the DTM still continues, but in fact now it's for GT3 cars. We don't have touring cars anymore. It seems maybe slightly crazy. I'd like to see these days return, but it needs all the manufacturers to come and play to make it happen. But DTM, huge television following, and, you know, for very good reason. It takes a while when you suddenly have a totally different engine to get the ear attuned to it and understand that the big noise has gone. Noise, so important to all of us in motorsport, but for a lot of people it's also the liveries. We talked about this, Jared. It seemed decades, it wasn't, but Subaru, blue and yellow, 555, Imprezas, and so many people imitated, just sort of rather amateurishly did their own road cars in the same colours.
You loved it, and like you were talking about earlier about Nordschleife, right? Nürburgring. You thought that was video games. This is what really jumped the pond for a lot of the Americans. This Subaru, the complement of the RS, and then the WRX finally came to the States, and everybody tried to emulate this. So it was kind of a 1-2 punch, peanut butter and jelly, as we'd say, or you say pickle and chips or whatever. Fever Lever, Toby Moody would always say something like that. But the Subaru with this livery was just so iconic, with the bronze wheels, the blue and the floral yellow, the rally pig on the mirrors. All those things were just such a compliment, going from our screen, from our video games, from our PlayStation, like Gran Turismo, and then jumping here into the desert, into obviously the rally, into the full, stages. And Colin McRae was behind the wheel, and it was just so cool. Earlier you talked about Martini and his vehicle ripping past in that Ford livery, the Celica, even the Toyotas. They played for a little bit. They got kicked out for a little bit there. They're back, and it's really cool to see WRC coming to the States, potentially 26, maybe even for sure 27, if not 26.
Well, if ever there was a branch of the sport made for video games with all those different surfaces, the snow, the ice, the gravel, the tarmac, and also then you factor in the terrain they go across as well. So always exciting, and I think whenever the World Rally Championship is on and up, those are good times in motorsport. But this man, Colin McRae, bolder than the boldest bold person you've ever met, 30 years ago since that first world title, and he almost alone carried the sport on his shoulders. He took it to a new audience. The video games helped enormously. I just can't believe it was 30 years ago. That's me getting older.
Yeah, no, absolutely. What a driver he was. It's lovely to see so many of his cars being taken up the hill and driven so nicely as well. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, never underestimate a rally driver. Over the years, there have been rally drivers against racing driver competitions. I don't think a racing driver has ever got a look in there. Incredible array of skills, but you have to, competing on all the surfaces, and you don't get to see it twice, you get to see it once. And so also the role of the co-driver, massively important. There is a rally stage here. In fact, they're heading towards it now at the top of the hill climb course. Nip to the right, and you've got a fantastic, short, sharp, very tightly twisting rally course happening all weekend. And quite a lot of the cars do go up and play in that as well. Over 120 rally cars up in that top paddock. So do, if you're here, go and have a look. And if you're not here and you're watching on TV, come here next year.
That's right, exactly. And I had the pleasure of, Travis Pastrana's in the building. He was so angry about Liam Lawson being a little faster than him. So just the 5 seconds that kept coming up even from last night, 24 hours later, Pastrana is still talking about it. And he talked about the rally cars and Colin McRae, also Tommy Mäkinen, give him his flowers, as the kids say as well. Speaking of flowers, we're going to smoke those things down, courtesy of a 3-rotor Volvo wagon. This thing is carbon Kevlar underneath that Sunoco livery. This is Cole, and Axel Turbo is his YouTube page. He built this thing, bought this thing for 1,500 pounds. It was in some stage, some project car that just kind of went the way of the Buffalo, and then he brought it back to life in grand fashion. He has a video right now that has like 100,000 views, or excuse me, 500,000 views, 500,000 views, where he's on top of the car. This thing, again, it piqued your eyebrows, but he said that's just how you look. I beg to differ. I think this thing is quite interesting. Bruce, what do you make of a Volvo rotary drift car? Also, let's keep in mind on how tight the tolerance is there. We're talking about how amazing and how fast they are. You can't get that thing sideways. You look like Austin Powers when you go through that flip wall there and on your way up the hill.
No, I think the word flabbergasted springs to mind. I'm entertained. I love it all. But the diversity as well. Suddenly we move back. Oh, don't worry, it's just a little pickup going up the hill. No, it isn't.
Did you have a Stout? Did you say you had one, or you just love this truck?
I just love them.
Oh, okay, cool. And I picked Ryan's brain. I said, why'd you hit the dirt? He says, it is a truck. So why not? So again, I know we've been to a lot of racetracks, and the drifters kind of look at these punk kids, but I'll tell you what, we get so much respect now from a lot of the drivers. Oh my gosh, look at this. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, Bruce. All right, I'll give you a moment. Go ahead, catch your breath.
No, just when you have to lean back in the commentary box, go, wow.
Yes, sir. Look at this. This is absolutely amazing. Ryan Turk, relax. We got another day and more demos to put on and put smiles for miles. Ryan Turk piloting his 3S GTE Toyota-powered Stout. You can see the wide body, you can see the flares, brand new Beltec suspension on the corners. The race service boys are watching from the States. That right there was the highlight reel.
I have not seen anyone do that around that wall. That was
I've
incredible.
hardly seen anyone even slightly sideways around the wall. Yes, a little bit, but that was almost fully across the course. The Flint wall, maybe he caught him out. I don't think so. That was supreme talent.
Wasn't it just?
The 411 works. Ryan Turk Now we're backed up by Mad Mike Odette. Mad Mike Odette says, hold my Red Bull. I know Ryan's got a Rockstar energy drink in his hand. There it is.
Oh man, that was incredible.
Make the highlight reel. Put some magnesium out back like that, and he's going to start a fire. That was absolutely amazing. Ryan Turk. Now, Mad Mike Odette, I'd like to say he really paved the way for the drifters. He's always a showman. He's been putting on a show for quite some time. He has Mad Bull, Bad Bull, Rad Bull. This is humble. This vehicle was built in Japan. He did something that nobody ever did. He beat the likes of Kawada. He beat Daigo Saito. He threw flames. A Kiwi jump in the pond, you know, down under, talking about Australia, talking about New Zealand. Mad Mike loves his roadies. Shout out to Gareth and PPRE for building some amazing motors. This was built in particular by TCP Magic in Japan. He won the Formula Drift Japanese Championship in this car. They dusted this thing off. It hasn't seen competition in a while. He wiped it down and said, you know what, let's throw it on the hill. Let's have some fun. This is humble in the stable of bulls at what they call the Mad Lab. Looks like Mad Mike might be a little more humbled here on the hill, but as he crawls his way up the hill, we talk about dusting this thing off. Things happen. They're pushing hard. They want to put on a show. That's what these drifters do. But there is competition to this. It's not just about doing stunts. It's not about precision driving. When it comes to competition such as Formula Drift, which there's a Japanese series and there is a States in the States. Next weekend we have St. Louis, round 5 of 8. We kick things off in Long Beach. We actually end it in Long Beach, but we go to the likes of Road Atlanta, which you're familiar with as well. You know, you got Petit Le Mans, but FD Formula Drift has been going there since 2004. Mike competed 1 year. He had a 4-rotor MX-5. His son is now driving a 6-rotor NA in Japan. The variety of vehicles, because, you know, here in traditional racing, it's about a particular motor, this horsepower. In drifting, run what you brung. The only thing that dictates it is weight and tire size. If you have a heavy car, you can run a bigger tire. That's basically the only stipulation.
Every year I get to talk to the drift drivers here. Every year they're driving something different, or something, in the case of James Dean, something that he only created, well, he started putting the colours on the page about, what, 6 weeks ago?
Yeah, on the one RTR Ford Mustang, an RTR ready to rock. Von Gittin Jr., RTR and their lab in Charlotte, North Carolina, built the Unicorn. So an iconic vehicle. They built that vehicle, you know, obviously KB forever. Leah Block saw her yesterday. She's driving, was it Nigel Mansell's old F1 vehicle? I mean, she said that thing is a weapon. I talked to her yesterday in the driver's lounge. Really cool to see her. But RTR, yes, and they took, we got a little, what would you call that? What's a cool, quirky thing that we'd say over here in England?
Well, many quirky things we say over here in England. I think they're just decorating the hill climb.
You could just see something come off on one of the oil pipes, a little burst there, and a little bit of fire coming out, but what a run that was as well.
Well, the course vehicle going up to check out what Mad Mike has left. He always leaves his mark wherever he goes. That's a little bit different today, but again, popping and banging. But the first time the drift cars came here, we didn't know what to expect. We were drift car virgins, and after the very first run and the first video, people are going, wow. But the show has grown just exponentially in those handful of years. And I must say, the drivers you bring, Jared, are just such an array of characters, but it's their creative juices are astonishing.
And we really appreciate that. You know, again, we're not just punk kids. Yeah, we come from like gas. You know, here's Goodwood Action Sports. It's BMX, it's moto, it's skateboarding. There's a lot of things that complement into drifting because this is expressionism, not only just the aesthetics, either it be JDM, you know, European, German, American. It's the variety of vehicles because, you know, here you have Bagsy, for instance. You know, he's got a LS single turbo GTR, you know, James Dean, a big Irish gentleman driving an all-American car. Christopher Forsberg, 3-time Formula Drift champion. He pilots that Ultimaniac, which is a total party car. 4 seats, wide body, CAD built. So it's not just throwing things together. It's not boy racer, as you'd once say. This is absolutely precision. And the progression, the part availability. And look at where there's smoke, there's fire. Literally, as Mad Mike Woodette. I was having him talk to my boy Chris Stewart of Grid Life yesterday. He says, they literally dusted this thing off, kept it in their competition form, showing you it's got a little more grip, a little more slip, and a little more precision. Obviously, let's just call it what it is. You know, left a little mark, like you said, on the track, but it does happen. A signature, and he wrote Mad Mike there. He's got a lot of personality, and it's really cool to see the whole lineup of all these Red Bull cars celebrating Formula One. You know, 75 years, but then up at the top, Mike, he's the last one there. He's got his signature kind of dreadlocks right now. It changes. I don't know. He's got literally a screw in his ear. He's got a ring on his lip, and you know, he's just got so much personality. But I really appreciate that. Speaking on their behalf, actions speak louder than words. I just put an exclamation point on it. Mr. Terry Grant, you know him, you love him. I've seen him go on 2 wheels. I've seen him do a loop in Saudi Arabia. This gentleman has done so much. He's such an accomplished driver. He takes one of those Legends cars, sets it and forgets it. He does donuts, then he grabs another car and does. He's the only man I've ever seen drift 2 vehicles at the same time.
Yeah, he is the man with the ultimate built-in gyroscope. The man absolutely phenomenal. Before his runs, you may think he's just carefree sort of guy. No, he is deeply, deeply in the zone. And our advantage while the track is the hill climb course is being cleared up is Terry gets given the green flag, he pops out of the collection area, and then he just pops everything he can think of. But look, it's not a wide piece of track, but round and round he will go. What trick he'll produce this year? Every year there's another trick. You never know what to expect with Terry, but just enjoy it.
Yeah, I know he's driven like the Jaguar 2 wheels, a Range Rover a few times. And what, James, can you recall anything else that this man has not done or he has done? There it is.
I mean, he's like, I was going to say, he gets out, he's on the roof, he's going around people. His skills are incredible.
It's changing channels on the radio there, and going to see what he can do next. He'll come up the hill and then entertain some more people. Tiny little car, the Legend. Of course, you can race it, but no one can spin it like Terry.
Yeah, Terry puts on one heck of a show, like I said, in Saudi Arabia to the States. He would do a lot of demos at the Gymkhana grid events that we had previously. We had many events over the years at Santa Pod Raceway. A couple of those. We had them in Poland. We had them in Spain, both Barcelona and Madrid. But Terry would always put on a show, and you could see even getting the corner workers going as well.
Yeah.
All the staff, by the way. Great staff.
Wow, exactly. They have to suddenly spring into action when things go wrong. They keep all of the spectators safe indeed. Now, looking down from the house through the back of the sculpture, it's a beautiful sunny Saturday morning here in West Sussex, and Terry Grant is filling in. Corner worker just having the toes of his shoes polished for him, but again, well done, sir.
Exit stage left. So again, Mad Mike, just a little explosion there on track. It does happen. I'm sure they'll throw that thing together. And here we are, you know, obviously the crescendo, as you say, working our way up to the obviously going the fastest up the hill. I had an opportunity, Chris Forsberg showed me some of his in-car of a few years ago when he drove his 370Z. He actually took it into the hay bales back in 2019, I believe it was. But it just gets so tight. So again, I feel like we got to roll that tape. Ryan Turk and that Mobil 1 Stout getting sideways. James, you said you'd never seen that. I mean, again, I'll give you a moment there.
I tell you what, I had a reaction where I thought, that's it. I can go home now. And I've seen the Ultimate. The last time I had that was Ayrton Senna's opening couple of laps, the European Grand Prix at Donington Park in the streaming wet. I thought, that is perfection personified. Poor start, fell down the order, and was in the front at the end of the opening lap, and then pulled clear. That level of expertise, that dramatic angle coming into the flint wall, I cannot lose that. I don't want to lose it from my memory.
No, just incredible skill. As you say, when he first appeared, I thought he might have lost it.
Here we go.
But, we just was, I mean, so audacious to do it there when it's so narrow and such a big penalty. It was
and just so dark. You've come from the sunshine.
Yeah.
It's coming from the east into your eyes, and just to have the reaction. Maybe he scared himself. Maybe he went a bit deep. Who knows? But I think not.
He made it to the top, and I'll tell you what, Bruce, that is such a compliment. Thank you so much. Just again, speaking on their behalf, looks like James Dean on that Ford Mustang he pulled off, but look at that thing slammed. I mean, it looks like you could barely put a piece of paper underneath the front end of that Ultimaniac. He's on that X-Comp tire, excuse me, and he's running Mobil 1 synthetics, Optima batteries. This is fully CAD built, prepared. I like to call it an RC car with a 2,000 horsepower VR motor because they built this. This is literally a video game personified in the carbon fiber, in the Kevlar, got that swan neck wing. Ryan Turk put on a show. I'm sure Chris Forsberg was watching as well and said, all right, I'm going to level up here. Look, he knocked off the wing canard. This is what we want to do, guys. I mean, to be quite honest, we want to show the fans, you guys, everybody. Again, the hair's standing up my arms, and I hope it is for you as well, because I'm so proud of what drifting has become. It's literally not just stunt driving. These are really amazing vehicles. It's man and machine coming together, just like the bikes of Dakar, just like MotoGP, just like F1. So things, as you just said, Bruce, you know, Ayrton Senna compared to a little Toyota Stout going sideways next to the wall, I'm here for it.
Bring it on. I have thought of an improvement for this one. Paint it black, put a taxi badge on the roof.
Oh, we've already done it. We've already been there, done that. Mad Mike's got a party car. We got to get you out more, Bruce. No, all joking aside, you know, I mean, this thing's destined for greatness. That's where he sells a lot of his parts. But the Ultimaniac, Chris the Force Forsberg. He's been competing in the Formula Drift Championship since 2004. Formula Drift, here we go. So coming into that wall, doesn't slide it as sideways. Oh, Bruce says, oh, I don't know if that's all right.
Ten a penny, seen one, seen them all. But that is the case. This is competition. It's raising the bar in every single angle. Now, Bagsy, such a local hero around here.
Yeah, Bagsy, had the pleasure of hanging out with him and his lady last night at the Goodwood house. And Bagsy, he puts on a show. This is, as we say, a party car. Break out the piñatas and the party favors. You go home with a little goodie bag, but that's courtesy of a little tire shrapnel in your teeth and in your face and in your ears. There's Chris Forsberg crossing the line. So he looks like he broke that. That's a really good angle.
Toe out.
So these guys are leaving it all out on the track. Mad Mike pops the motor. James Dean pulls off. They want to put on a show. Like I said, they have something to prove. Don't know where it went right or where it went wrong. It literally goes right. Looks like, oh, he caught that hay bale. And again, it is narrow. I talked about that 370Z footage there already. It looks like a little dink. Those hay bales, they are not so forgiving. They might be hay, you might feed horses, but horsepower, they don't really agree with. So caught that front right. And you got to think, you know, the part variety for these vehicles, the arms, you know, they're really maxed out. I mean, you can practically parallel park the vehicle with the capabilities of the suspension. And that is the progression, really, of what drifting has become. You know, before it was like modified knuckles and this and that and really developing. Now there's companies, you know, like Part Shop Max, like, you know, talking about different ones as far as Wise Fab. And again, sorry, you know, like I said, break out the piñatas, but this is not candy. It's not the sweetest, but it is pretty cool. So again, want to push the limits. Here we are. We still got another whole day, actually 2 days if you count today.
Well, exactly so. It is all part of the show, but it's the fact that going sideways. But again, looking at the camera work, looking at the TV direction there, and the onboard cameras and some of those. I always love it when you've got a low-mounted one on the side of a car and it gets close to the wall, and in that case, it could have been ripped off. Stunning, stunning work. Bagsy's had to just pull over. Marshall's getting the shrapnel off the track, so you don't want to pick up a puncture up there. But again, all the hill is closed for now, and Bagsy will have to wait there until he's given the signal to complete the course. But the show put on by the drifters so far this morning has been exquisite. It's a fantastic visual treat. It's an oral treat extraordinaire. And what a way to get the Saturday underway. I
mean, there's no vehicle like this, the Ultimaniac. There's no, every one of the 6 that are here are absolutely unique and curated by, you know, your grace, obviously. And saw Charlie, saw Lord March last night, and he says, dude, so great to have you guys back. Thank you so much. Thank you. And again, just welcome with open arms. And look at there they are conversing. There's 4 of the 6 drivers. They're missing James Dean and missing Bagsy, but you can just see the smiles on their faces, and that's what we're really trying to accomplish. Even though the car is broken, you can see they're still smiling.
No, but it's when the drivers and riders get up there, they're chock full of adrenaline, and you know they'll be taking the mickey out of each other. Oh, didn't make it, you know. But I love it, and particularly if they then move across and look at some of the bikes and things that have gone up before them, there is this cross-pollination, and it's a fantastic place for the fans to watch, and it's great the camera's in there, just getting that passion, that enthusiasm, and that humor. Come on.
Oh, absolutely. We have a lot of fun, you know, and it's just so great to see. A lot of the manufacturers, you know, such as Toyota, such as Nissan, Ford, you know, Von Gittin Jr., he's not here, but I know he's watching at home. He developed an electronic drift brake with Ford. He's developing cars. I mean, you know, his team, and you see like the GTD, right, going for the Nürburgring record. There's a lot of application of aerodynamics that comes from drifting and all these different applications. And, you know, I would look at drifting like Group B rally car. You know, Group B rally car was just such this amazing era of development and uniqueness and rawness. That's what drifting is, because it is kind of an, you know, there's parameters, but you know the sandbox, as I like to say, kind of like us being here, be respectfully disruptive. You know the sandbox, you know the borders, build your castles, break them down, rebuild them, have some fun. But instead of sand, it's carbon fiber, it's horsepower, it's oils, it's all the consumables.
Look, disruptors have an enormous place in motorsport. After all, we're celebrating 60 years of Gordon Murray. He was the ultimate disruptor, do things differently, and by golly, he did. So we'll celebrate with him later today. But again, our head get turned. Now, there is no such thing as a traditional drift car, but what we're looking at now on the start line is doing things differently. Do explain, Jared.
The Ioniq 6, now I've seen the development of EV, and as we all have in the automotive world, some people kind of turn their nose up at it. I look at it as a compliment to motorsports, this progression, you know, just like the introduction of horses to horsepower. People are like, wait, what are you doing here? What is this? You know, from a Harley Davidson, you know, 2 wheels to 4 wheels. This is a development that could complement, just like as you type into your phone there, Bruce, It's just technology. It's undeniable. It is inevitable, literally. So here we take a look at this Ioniq 6. This is in development. You know, it's this quiet, silent assassin of tires. So it's really interesting to see. Again, I've ridden in an R32 with an EV motor. That's kind of a Tesla motor into a Skyline. I've seen a Camaro. So here's a manufacturer saying, let's build an electronic drift car. You know, we've seen the Mach-E 1400, which Von Kitten Jr. built in conjunction. We've seen that on the hill. We've seen the Transit. But here's Hyundai saying, hey, let's build a purpose-built drift car specifically for that. And, you know, I believe it's one of the techs from Hyundai in itself driving this car. He did a 3-minute burnout the other day, so got a little clear track, so why not?
Yeah, scratch the surface, Hyundai. They're doing things very, very differently, and there's a huge amount of, well, listen out for some interviews in the months ahead of what they're building into their road car range. I mean, I struggle to get a hire car ready in short time to leave an airport in the darkened car park. Controls confuse me, but dig deep with Hyundai. They're putting some treats on board.
Yeah, that N, the whole platform of the N and the development. Oh, here we go. James Dean is back. All right, so we go from, again, little broken car on that XComp, Ultimaniac, Chris Forsberg, but he was pushing those hay bales. No, hey, they do not give back. And there is James the Machine Dean, 4-time Formula Drift champion, unarguably probably the best drifter in the world, has more accolades than anybody, as kind as they come, an absolute sweetheart of a gentleman, but a monster behind the wheel. He's piloting this RTR Ford Mustang, and as you said it, Bruce, earlier, this car showed up on his doorstep in Ireland, took him 6 weeks to build it, worked with the RTR techs, worked with Ford, built this thing, and now he's competing. He competes both in Formula Drift and in Drift Masters. And a gasp up here in the booth as James the Machine Dean, that is his name. Put some respect on it, kids, as he goes past the hay bale. I mean, look, we're going to, those tires are getting really close to the hay bale, and as we saw, unforgiving.
But the thing that always strikes me about James, so flamboyant, he's the sort of guy, he'd get out of the car, you might spend an evening with you. He'd never mention he was a multiple world champion. He is so laconic, but the talent of the man, incredible.
All these guys, again, this is specially curated, so thank you to the Duke of Richmond, thank you to, obviously, GRRC. Just the community has been nothing but tremendous. So if you're here in the building, either this year or next year, right this year and specifically, we're down in the arena or the cathedral area. 5 of the vehicles are down there. Mad Mike is up near the Red Bull vehicles. Come say hi, high fives and handshakes. If you're just scratching your head, come ask. It's like anything. You'll never know it all. All the books in a Harry Potter library, you'll never know it all. Just ask the owner, right? I mean, you look at Fiats to 2 wheels to 4 wheels to 1 wheel. What the heck is this thing? All you need to do is ask the owner, right?
Go right.
Jared Deander, the Wall of Sound, thank you so much for joining us in this, because it has been just we talked yesterday about drifting for breakfast. It has become such a part of the show, but for the lucky people up the course, particularly the ones sitting on the outside at Moulcombe Corner, and James Dean wins the prize for the best drift of the day. Here he is arriving at the top. He's not finished yet. More tricks in his bag.
I don't know. I think you're impressed with Ryan Turk as well.
Oh, yes, I am.
Ryan Turk and the Stout. I think that just, but I will tell you, the Mustang's probably maybe twice the length of that Stout. So even though the name, the Mustang, is even that much bigger. I'll tell you what, also, Chris Forsberg in the Ultimaniac, he says he competes in a 370Z, the all-new, they call it 370, but the all-new Z, that Ultimaniac is 5 feet longer than his competition car. 5 feet. Wow. So you got to imagine, it's like a cat and whiskers. You know what I mean? You kind of go into there, and that's maybe why, he got his whiskers snipped there by the hay bale earlier, talking about that front right wheel in the Ultimaniac. But put it all on the line, smiles for miles. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, James. And thank you to everybody that is embracing drifting and not going, these punk kids.
Well, let's take a look back at the highlights of the first batch of the day, and it started with a beautiful sunny morning here. It was quiet, and then, James Hayden, the noise was fed in.
Yeah, it was indeed. Yeah, we saw the Petronas there, just glimpsed, and then we had the CRF 450 Dakar bike there coming up the hill. Some great wheelies. Lovely to see. Obviously, the winner of 2020 and 2024. Ricky Barbeck there doing a lovely wheelie. And then we've got John McGuinness on his 2022 Farblade doing some mega wheelies, the champ. Then we had Ian Simpson's British Championship winning Honda as well, and Norm.
Development cars, racers in cars they don't normally race, experiencing Jake Hill certainly getting a fly. Great to see a Nürburgring 24-hour winning BMW M3 GTR. already a historic car. I find that hard to imagine. But looking back even to the mid-1970s, you can see the BMW colours on the 320i Turbo through the narrow course. Then it was time to start celebrating 30 years. Can it be 30 years since Colin McRae took his World Rally title? And then it was a turn for the drifters to come on up in things you've never seen before, flames you may not have seen before. Matt White-Widett did not quite make it to the top in the form he wanted. He entertained. A little clean-up enterprise was required, so Terry Grant came out to defy gravity yet again. But the drifters drifted, they clipped the odd thing, but they entertained, and it was brought to a conclusion by James Dean going, guess what, sideways.
Mike, we love a bit of drama with the drift cars, but was all the fire on purpose?
This thing, yeah, it ignites a lot of fire. What happens is the tyre compounds are so soft now of all the pro drift cars because we want to actually try to get as much traction as possible. What happens is the wheel speed is so fast, the rubber actually starts melting, and the lubricant turns literally goes to like an oil. So then when the flame hits it, and then it just engulfs the whole rear of the car, so it's bloody perfect. But I came around nearly the last corner, the fastest part of the hill climb, and I blew a water line, and instantly the whole windscreen just steamed up. So I freaked out a bit, tried to slow down because you couldn't see the hay bales or anything, but managed to get out, cruised up here, and had no water in the engine, but I thought I'd just finish it off with the fans, you know? So you do what you got to do, it's worth it.
This car has so much power, so much thought and attention has gone into everything, but I've got to say, your windscreen wipers are rubbish.
Yeah, they really don't. We should pay a bit more focus to the wipers, but yeah, this car is incredible for us to, you know, we've revealed some of the most amazing cars, you know, factory back with Lamborghini, we built the Drift Lambo, we've done the McLaren last year, even Mad Bull, my original drift car, but I got to a point where I'm like, I come here as a fan, and I'm as much of a fan as anyone else, and I love to see the older generation reunite with their cars from, you know, 50, 60, whatever the heritage is. I'm a big fan of Group B rally and 90s, 80s, unlimited, you know, Formula One, and for us, this was an incredible milestone, this car. Humble to win the Formula Drift Japan Championship in 2018. 2015, I had my first big win in this car in Formula Drift Japan. All the heroes that are, you know, Yoichi Mamura and Daigo and Kumakubo, all the guys that I discovered on a Japanese drifting DVD when I was, you know, early 20s, which inspired me to go drifting. Lining up against them, like, couldn't even believe myself I was lining up against these guys, and to go through and win in 2015 at Ibisu, at the motherland of drift, was just an incredible milestone. So since winning the championship in 2018, the car really hasn't done much at all, and I felt like it's time to, instead of revealing a new car at Festival of Speed this year, bring up my history and join the older generation with the older young cars, you know. So yeah, it's been incredible for you guys to be able to, for us to come and showcase it here. But it's a wild ride up the hill. We're running at full competition setups. There's a lot of traction. James Dean, he's running comp. But we're all like, you know, we've been here quite a few years now. This is my 11th year. So yeah, it's just always what's next to entertain next year. And people say to me, like, how does Goodwood get any bigger? Because they sell out tickets the day after the event. Next year's already sold out. And I'm like, it's not the fact that it gets any bigger. It's just what you least expect, like, always comes every year. There's something or someone or a car or, you know, like I say, I'm as much of a fan as I am here putting on the entertainment, and there's always just something that blows your mind every single year. That's why I've been here 11 years now.
Oh, Mike, we love it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, it looked like the lightest of touches, but I guess it looks worse than it is.
Yeah, I mean, we were full speed. It was the final right-hand corner coming to the top of the hill, or set into it. It felt like just a graze on the hay bales, carrying the angle all the way through there, and so it broke the knuckle off of it. We do have the spares. We'll be able to get it back on track for our session at the end of the day today, so we have plenty of time to get it back together. But yeah, you know, we finished the corner off with the wheel like that, but then once I came out of the right-hander and it got settled back straight, I could tell, obviously, because when we're going through the right-hander, all the load is on the left tire. So I was still able to complete that corner, but then just kind of drove it up to the top like this. We'll get it flat back down to the pit, get her fixed, we'll be back out.
I was wondering how many spare parts you bring, because it's a high-risk job, isn't it?
Yeah, very high risk. This is probably the longest car up here, trying to fit through those hay bales sideways. And so going overseas, it's just whatever we can fit into the car is going to be what we bring.
Well done. We're looking forward to seeing you this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Bagsy, great to see you. A bit of an interrupted run there, but you more than made up for it up here.
It's always a great day here at Goodwood when you make it to the top of the hill with all your body panels still on the car. You know, we're being so hard on these cars to put on the best show we can here at Festival of Speed, and we love every minute of it, and we hope the fans do too.
I've got to ask, you've got water pouring out the front. I guess it's just overflow from the radiator. How do you cool these cars? Because the air doesn't go in the front, does it?
It's actually a spray, like we've got a water mist kit on the car, so it's basically throwing ice cold water at the radiator and the oil cooler, just so we can try and keep the temperatures down as long as possible. So again, we can run the cars as hard as possible to get up the hill, putting on the best show.
And quickly, just to finish, how many sets of tyres have you brought?
We've got about 20 Yokohamas, and we're burning our way through them every day.
Fantastic, we love it. Cheers, Bagsy.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, gentlemen.
You're late.
Yeah, apex seal popped out the side of my engine. But we made it. We're here.
Grab cards.
Engine capacity, 23,000. Seem pretty happy about that. That's why I dropped the keys. Well, boys, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Have a good evening.
That was the most exceptional collection of moving automobiles I've ever seen.
You can get close to the drivers, you can get close to the cars, you can really feel like you're involved in the action.
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
For 70 years, we've had a single philosophy. Lightness is a force.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
Renault 5 is back. Renault 5, 3 times Car of the Year winner.
For a small donation, you too can help young people like Amaka.
I don't need donations. I need your investment. I am part of Generation Potential, not Gen Z, Gen Alpha, whatever random.
Big celebrations continue here across the weekend into Saturday at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, kicking things off brilliantly this morning. The sunshine out, celebrating 60 years of Gordon Murray Automotive. The fireworks aloft at the top of the Goodwood House yesterday, with some of his magnificent designs on display all the way back to his Brabham Formula One cars to what he's producing on the road now with the Gordon Murray Automotive Group. A legendary designer continues on into this day. 75 years too of Formula One, everything from the official first World Championship in 1950, but we go back further to pre-war up to the modern day. Big celebrations of that continue later on the Goodwood balcony. And of course, the biggest brands and the best brands in the world flock to Goodwood every single year to show you what they've got on offer, from supercars, from hypercars, to some of the best kit going, and the best drivers going there is one of them. Always a regular at Goodwood events, and particularly the Festival of Speed. Dario Franchitti, multiple Indy 500 winner, champion too, always smiling, and a big feature in this car, the Gordon Murray Niki Lauda tribute. We're going to be expecting the supercars up the hill shortly. Up in the commentary box is myself, Harry Benjamin, and James Batchelor, and well, we're looking at the XP2 here that I think Dario might well be in. He's had a long say in the development of these cars as well, and they are just magnificent machines.
They really are. We've got the full lineup of Gordon Murray cars here this weekend, really showcasing how the engineering might of this firm. Yeah, we've got a real selection of power in this supercar lineup. Of course, we've got the Gordon Murray cars with their some of them, you know, with their fans on the back. We've got pure petrol power. We've got craftsmanship from Bentley, and of course, we've got the range of pure electric cars, really showcasing the future of the automotive industry.
Yeah, the T50 here, of course. Gordon Murray, that legendary F1 designer, created the Brabham BT46B fan car with that huge fan on the back, only run for one race, which it won, and that huge fan generating immense ground effect, immense downforce, sucking all the air from underneath the car and keeping it planted. Gordon Murray with his road-going cars now very much bringing that design front and centre. And well, the T50S, the Niki Lauda tribute we saw there too, showcasing 17 of his designs from Formula One to the road-going versions across the Goodwood Festival of Speed this weekend. Maserati as well, and that very familiar Trident have brought some pretty nifty kit too.
They have. Maserati have brought along some road cars and some track-focused cars. There we see the MC Extrema there. And so the cars that we're going to be seeing going up the hill very shortly are some supercars and some sports cars which you can go out and buy. We've got some very limited run specials which have all sold out, and we've got some track focused cars as well. So a real tantalizing lineup we've got in store.
What's really interesting though is we get a look at the Bentley Bacalar, and then we go straight to the one that's going to go out first, the McLaren Solus GT. We're in the supercar class. This is the batch, but there is such variety within what we call a supercar now.
There is, and that car has been that term supercar has been argued, it's been debated for the last kind of 60 years really, and we're really seeing the extremes of that definition today.
And we certainly are, and this has been a heavy feature at the Goodwood Festival of Speed for the last couple of years now. From McLaren, this is Solus GT, a track-only car with a 5.2 litre naturally aspirated V10 engine, carbon fibre monocoque, a nod of course to the McLaren Formula One team with the papaya coloured rear wing and the trims on the front and rear arches. Very heavily designed from an F1 inspiration on the inside too in the cockpit.
And what a way to kickstart this supercar run. That V10 engine is howling. Now this engine revs beyond 10,000 RPM, and we can certainly hear that. Interesting thing about this car is it was developed for the Gran Turismo games, and then they put it into real life.
Yeah, incredible that, isn't it? From digital to real life, making its way up the hill. That central driving position, you can see Jack Barlow with the F1 style steering wheel making its way off and away. This is the Porsche 911 GT3. Now we've got a couple of these up on the hill with some different packages on it. This is maybe a little bit more sleek, a little bit more subtle, the touring package.
It is the touring. So if you think the GT3 is a little bit too OTT, you go for the touring, because it's a bit more of a refined look inside and out.
Pagani always making a splash with every new launch. This, the Huayra R Evo Roadster, unveiled digitally in 2024, but never seen in public until now. It's making its global dynamic debut right here at the Festival of Speeds. And it is loud, it pops and it bangs.
If you thought the McLaren's V10 was loud, get a load of this, because this is sensational, screaming its way past the Flint wall, and that's courtesy of Pagani's own Mercedes-developed V12, and it sounds wonderful.
Yeah, this very much built for that LMP2 level of performance in prototype racing. Long-tailed body with the active aero, the splitter, the stabilising fin and the rear wing all coming together to make this a truly race-grade supercar. And now we talk about how much variety we have up and down the field when it comes to supercars. We've got the Koenigsegg CC850. This very much, James, paying homage to the past and looking towards the future.
It is. It's a bit of an affectionate reimagining of Koenigsegg's first car, the CC8S, which arrived in 2002. Now, this car not only looks back to that time, but it was also built to celebrate the boss's, Christian von Koenigsegg's 50th birthday. And what a present to himself. 5-litre V8, and it needs a special kind of fuel, and if you put E85 in it, you get over 1100 brake horsepower.
It is just an absolutely beautiful machine, all in white, making its way up across the hill. Now, Singer have long been a friend and a visitor to the Goodwood Festival of Speed. 10 years they are celebrating here, and they are doing that. Marino Franchitti at the wheel of this, the Porsche 911 Carrera Coupe, reimagined by Singer, very much basing itself off that wide-body 911 from the 1980s.
Yeah, and it's packing a potent punch as well. That flat-six engine pushing out 420 horsepower, developed and honed by Cosworth. And the thing I love about this car is the look. I mean, Singer take these cars apart, they put them back together with a huge amount of care and attention to detail. It's got a real Miami vibe, I think.
It certainly has. They're actually running two cars on the hill climb, one turbocharged and one naturally aspirated. That was the turbocharged one, as more from Pagani about to make its way up the hill for us. This is the Utopia Roadster, which is just revving its engine, roof off, and off it goes.
Oh, yes. Now, this car supersedes the Huara, which first arrived in 2022. Now, this car has got more power than the Huara. It's got a manual gearbox option as well. 6-litre twin-turbo V12, pushing out 864 horsepower. The body's pretty clever as well. Carbon titanium monocoque with carbon fibre panels. It weighs just 1,280 kilograms, which is impressive because that V12 engine is one heavy lump.
And if you've got, what, a couple of million, you can have it in your garage, yeah?
Yeah, about 2.4 million.
That'll do. 3 million euros if you're over in Europe for that one. This open-top Roadster making its way past the Flint Wall Pagani, always delivering such bespoke, such heavy features for their cars. And we continue to look at the latest innovations that are being brought as well. This is something new, something you may not have seen before in the supercar category from Karma. This is called the Cavea. It's an upcoming electric Hyper GT from the Californian-based Karma Automotive.
Yeah, so Karma has really been born out of the ashes of Fisker Automotive, and they've been going since 2014. This, like you say, is their new flagship. Over 1,800 brake horsepower, 180 miles an hour.
It certainly is, making its way up the hill and being followed by a fleet of Bentleys that you are about to see. We've got the Bentley Betur convertible, the Continental GT Speed, which you're seeing on the screens right now in the Bacalar, also making its way up the hill. This, though, the Continental GT Speed, and Bentley just proving time and time again that you can have supercar power performance, but you can also have a nice ride as well.
Yeah, so this is exactly what a Bentley is about. Opulence, sheer luxury inside, and yet it is packing over 700 horsepower. This is the Ultra Performance Hybrid version, so it's a 4-litre V8 plug-in hybrid, so you can have a bit of electric running if you want, but you can also really get that V8 to grouge should you want to.
The Maserati MC Extrema, we saw this waiting in the wings, a track-only homologated racing car. Only 62 of these produced worldwide, the most formidable and extreme track-only Maserati. It's got a V6 3-litre twin turbo producing 7 730 horsepower as it, well, a little bit tentatively makes its way past the Flint wall. And I just wonder, I think we've got a red flag out there.
Yes,
we do. So the Extreme, the MC Extremer has just eased off. Have we got a little bit of debris perhaps on the circuits? Has the Bentley come a cropper?
It's that straw bale again. That's the third car that we've seen that it's come into contact with. Dear, oh dear.
It's always when we're doing this as well that there's a door mirror that ends up not where it should be.
I think the local Euro car parts is going to be busy this weekend.
Yeah. Certainly will be, as just pushing the absolute extremes into the straw bales for the Bentley. I think was it the Bacalar that
Yes.
that sadly lost its door mirror there, and that's rather prevented the GT2 Stradale from Maserati, which is also making its way up the hill, just coming to a slow, but hopefully it should be a fairly quick turnaround. The Marshals always doing an excellent job here in giving their time across the weekend to ensure that we can have as smooth running as possible up the hill and across the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Luckily, it's just a bit of a quick clean-up operation there. Yeah, it does show you that these cars, yes, this is a demonstration run, but the manufacturers are all keen to show off and exploit their product's performance and to put on a show for all of the crowds here this weekend.
Red flag down. Looks like we are about to get back underway. But you're absolutely right. You know, how often do you get this kind of event? Well, we get it every year, but that's why so many global brands come here, because they get the chance to actually not only maybe debut a brand new product, but they get to wring the neck of it in the flesh in front of a global audience on the TV, but also for those right here who get up close and personal.
That's exactly what's unique about the Goodwood Festival Speed, and that's why all manufacturers clamour to be here, whether they are the legacy brands or the new Chinese brands. They're aware of the fact that if they send their cars up the hill, they are going to be watched by eyes all around the world.
And if you want to feel as close as possible to the non-stop action here at the 2025 Goodwood Festival of Speed presented by MasterCard, you can become a GIRC member today and gain access to our exclusive no commentary live stream, where you can enjoy the pure, unadulterated sound of motorsport at its finest. You'll also receive other unrivaled benefits such as on-event exclusives, discounts, ticket priority for our other events, and much, much more. And you can hear the sounds of engines roaring back into life here on the hill, waiting on the start line. We have the Maserati, the Gran Cabrio, which is just waiting for the all clear.
Yes, so this is four-seater drop-top luxury Maserati motoring. And this car comes in a number of flavours. You can have it as a petrol or as a pure electric with a 3 electric motor powertrain, 760 brake horsepower, 92.5 kilowatt-hour battery. But here, this weekend, we've got the petrol, 3-litre V6, 490 horsepower, and we're just getting a glimpse into the cabin there, and just look at that sheer opulence.
Yeah, everything designed to immaculate detail within touching distance for the driver's hands and keeping everything within eyesight. You can get 2 in the back there as well, and certainly Maserati combining typical high performance of a sports car, of a supercar, with those comfortable long driving distances.
That's what they've always done so well, is Maserati, offering really quite outrageous performance at times, but sheer Italian elegance at the same time. This new Gran Cabrio is a lovely development of the original Gran Cabrio, which was around for a very long time, actually, probably about 15 years. But you can tell he's really pushing. The indicators flash then as he stands on the anchors, flings the car around Moulcombe and heads up to the Flint wall.
Some of the latest cutting-edge technology inside that car as well, powering its way up past the Flint wall. The Maserati Gran Cabrio, with a little bit of active air on the back as well, in the form of a small spoiler, a small rear wing, and well, keeping things Italian, from Maserati we go to Ferrari and the Roma Spider.
Yeah, and we go from one convertible to another, and this is the first front-engine convertible Ferrari since 1969. That was the 365 GT S4. This is much more modern, gets a V8 powertrain, twin turbo, 3.9 litres, 612 brake horsepower, and yeah, lovely looking car. Roof opens in 13.5 seconds, and why wouldn't you on a day like today?
Look at this from Ferrari once again in that beautiful yellow. This is the 296 GTS, which has just set off hybrid mid-mounted 3-litre twin turbo V6 with 167 horsepower from an electric motor. So combined, that's giving this 830 horses.
Yeah, and so amazingly, this car only weighs 70 kilograms heavier than the GTB Coupe. Now, if you're thinking, that doesn't look like a convertible, well, that black section is a metal roof, and really putting his foot down, a little twitch from the back end there. But yeah, that black metal panel can fold back very quickly and to bathe the cabin in beautiful sunlight. And talking about cabins bathed in sunlight, look at this.
Yeah, this, the Ferrari SF90 XX Spider making its way up the hill and doused in the livery of the World Endurance Championship hypercar entry that Ferrari power. This, of course, the road-going version from that prestigious Ferrari XX range.
Yeah, this car had its debut quite fittingly at this year's Le Mans 24 Hours, hence why it's bedecked in this really striking hypercar livery. Only 599 cars are going to be made. Of course, because it's badged in XX, that's normally denotes Ferrari's track-only models, but this car is fully road legal.
Listen to the sound of that as well, making its way off the start line, the Ferrari FXXK in blue with the wonderful yellow trims on board. This back really from 2016, but a track-only hybrid supercar again from Ferrari's XX program.
Yes, so like I just said, the XX cars are normally track-only. The previous car wasn't, that's a road car, but this certainly is not a road car. It's a track-only Ferrari. And this program is where owners can have their cars looked after by the Scuderia and taken to tracks by Ferrari, and they can play with them for the day. That's quite a nice day out, isn't it?
That is an incredible experience. 6.3-litre naturally aspirated V12 engine. So much Formula One derived tech as well from the Maranello-based team. Making its way now up the hill, we go to the Lamborghini Revuelto back out on track, which really was the replacement for the Aventador.
It really was, and importantly, this is Lamborghini's first plug-in hybrid, and I love the way Lamborghini do their hybrids. They're aware of the fact that this is where the car industry is going. We have to build hybrids and electric cars, but Lamborghini has decided their first plug-in hybrid is going to be a V12.
That'll do, with 3 electric motors as well, 13 drive modes to boot too. Now back out onto the hill, we've got this from Corvette. It is the E-Ray 6.2-litre V8, naturally aspirated and also with an electric motor. That gives it a combined horsepower of over 640 horsepower. This becomes then the quickest UK production Corvette ever.
Yes, and importantly, this car's getting its UK debut this year at this weekend's Goodwood Festival Speed. You can now buy Corvette right-hand drive, UK spec. You've never been able to do that before.
Music to my ears, with a stealth mode as well on this car, with all electric silent driving up to 45 miles per hour. That is game-changing for the sports car industry here in the UK. Right, Aston Martin, big celebration from them across the weekend, and this heading up the hill now, the Vanquish Volante.
Yeah, a big celebration from Aston Martin this weekend. They're celebrating 60 years of their Volante models. Now, Volante means flying in Italian, and it's the name that Aston Martin have used for all of their convertibles over the past 60 years. First started off with the short chassis Volante in 1965. They've brought the name right up to date with this, the Vanquish. Absolutely wonderful twin turbo 5.2 litre naturally aspirated V12. Sorry, 5.2 litre naturally aspirated V12. I'm getting my numbers mixed up because the sheer sights of these Volantes is making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up.
Well, there's another one for you here. This, the DB12 Volante, 4-litre twin-turbo V8, over 670 horsepower, rear-wheel drive, 0 to 62 in about 3.6 seconds, with new intelligent active dampers, giving it an improved ride precision. Essentially, just stunning performance.
Absolutely, and the DB12 is a heavy update on the old DB11, new styling, a lot of tech updates as well.
And have a listen to this, the Aston Martin Valkyrie of Adrian Newey design, over 1,100 horsepower, gets up to 220 miles per hour, all carbon fiber bodywork. There is not one steel component in this structure that Adrian Newey has so beautifully designed. This is a race machine.
It really is, and that 6.5 litre naturally aspirated V12 may be power from the old school, but it is packed with modern day Formula One style technology. It's got a KERS style hybrid system developed with Rimac, and like you say, over 1,100 horsepower, over 200 miles an hour, 2.6 seconds to 60.
Lots of F1 derived technology. This is essentially as close as possible you can get to driving an F1 car on the road. Road legal, this. It's got an electric motor as well for a bit of a power boost too. You're sat low. The sleek designs now allowing the airflow, which Adrian Newey can see as he hand draws his designs. And now, of course, working with Aston Martin on their 2026 Formula One car.
Yeah, talking about cars which are developed with track in mind, we see the Praga Behemoth making a bit of a mess of the first corner just before the house there, but nicely gathered up as it hurtles into Moulcombe Corner. Now, this is an interesting car. Praga is a Czech firm, but the powertrain is a Nissan GTR R35 engine, so 3.8 litres, twin turbos, V6, but it's been tweaked by the British firm Litchfield to develop extra punch. Carbon tub, carbon body, carbon everything.
Yeah, inspired by the Praga R1 race car. Now, from the start line, setting off, is the Lamborghini Sesto Elemento, which is stealthily making its way up the hill, although when you hear it, there is nothing that's stealth like it, with a 5.2 litre V10 engine powering itself to the checkered flag.
Yeah, so this car dates from 2012, so it's a bit of a bit long in the tooth, but it certainly doesn't sound it, and it certainly doesn't look it either. Track only, 20 cars were only ever made, 570 horsepower from that 5.2 litre V10 engine you just said there, Harry. Carbon fibre, and this car has very much influenced every other Lamborghini since.
Yeah, certainly is, and that will be making its way up the hill, being chased down by the Rimac Nevera R, which is the green and black car, making its way past the Flint wall now.
Yeah, this car is fresh from setting a brand new record, and that is from 0 to 249 miles an hour and back to 0 again in 25.79 seconds, which is staggering. 4 electric motors, over 2,000 horsepower.
Yeah, that car rolling out later this year for customers. Now, this I think is our first proper look this weekend at the McLaren Lanzanti P1 HDK, which is making its way up the hill. So much performance here, 4 litre V8 twin turbo hybrid, exclusive to Lanzanti engine power, delivers 1,000 brake horsepower, over 1,000 Newton meters of torque, getting up to speeds of over 217 miles per hour.
I've been so looking forward to seeing this car. I've read all about it, and now we're getting our first glimpse at it, very close to the straw bales there. You don't want to go there, mate, trust me. But this car is packed with beautiful aerodynamic accoutrements, which reference the HDK of the McLaren F1 back in the 1990s.
Yeah, only the bonnet retained from the suspension and uprights. They've all been upgraded to handle the increased downforce from the P1 initially. So much noise heading up the hill right now. That's one of the defining features of a supercar. But of course, we're seeing that diversity with electric power as well. But this powering its way already up and at the checkered flag. That is the Pagani Huayra R. We've seen the Evo Roadster in action as well. This, though, just the Huayra R, and I say just the 6-litre naturally aspirated V12 engine power on that one.
And let's contrast that with this, the Zenvo Artura Tour. Danish firm this, and it's getting its reveal here this weekend. It is in prototype form, 1,850 brake horsepower, and it gets this from, now listen to this everyone, a 6.6 litre quad turbo V12, and if that wasn't enough, there are 3 electric motors, 2 on the front axle, 1 in the gearbox, just for good measure.
Yeah, really incredible stuff from this Danish marque. Just 50 of these expected to be made. You can get up close and personal with it. It'll be on display in the supercar paddock on their stand as well, but making its global dynamic debut here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, the Zenvo Aurora Tour. Big celebration too for McLaren this weekend, celebrating the 2024 Formula 1 Constructors Championship, and of course we've got 10 years of the LT as well, but this is for the 2024 F1 win with the nephew of Ayrton Senna at the wheel, Bruno. This the 750S Coupe.
Yeah, and this is one of a couple of cars here this weekend that are bedecked in this very special livery which celebrates McLaren winning last year's Formula 1 Constructors World Championship. 750S Coupe is a replacement for the 720S. It combines all the fantastic bits of the 765 LT, 4-litre twin-turbo V8, 740 brake horsepower, and sounding superb.
Got that large active rear wing at the back, the centre exit exhaust, carbon ceramic brakes, massive discs, the most powerful and lightest full production supercar to date. And we talk about the LT as well from McLaren, the 765 I should say, LT Spider, which is making its way up the hill.
Yeah, so this was in production for 3 years between 2020 and 2023, more focused and hardcore than the 720S of the period. Now the LT models, they stood for long tail, a bit of a reference to the McLaren F1 long tail in the 1990s, elongated rear bodywork, a little bit lighter, huge amount of aero. You may even see some fire spurting out of the top-mounted exhaust. They've been put there not only is it because it's lighter, but it also makes more of a show.
Yeah, absolutely. Wonderful from McLaren. We'll be doing a celebration of them later today down below the house. Looking forward to celebrating that. Some of the big guns from the McLaren Formula 1 team are here as well. Right, talk of celebrations. The central feature outside the Goodwood house is an ode to Gordon Murray, the legendary designer. 60 years celebrating his incredible design work. We've got an array of his cars making their way up the hill. Dario Franchitti piloting this, the Gordon Murray Automotive T50S XP2.
Yeah, he's really getting a lick on, isn't he? As he hurtles into Moulcombe, kicks up the dust, sounding absolutely wonderful. Now this T50S XP2 Niki Lauda edition is basically what happens when Gordon Murray is allowed to take his shackles off really and develop a car that's not controlled by road legal kind of rules really. Track only, sounding superb, and particularly in that light it does look like a McLaren F1.
Yeah, almost as if it was continued on and developed further. The rear mounted 40cm fan as well, really paving the way for what Gordon Murray designed back in the Brabham Formula 1 days. That fan car by Brabham, winning one race it entered, and then, well, it was too powerful, it was too good. That fan sucking all of the air out underneath and keeping it planted, delivering intense ground effect, and, well, together with the tribute to the Niki Lauda car as well, Gordon Murray celebrating here at Goodwood. But the supercars were up and down the hill, a huge variety, loud, proud, fast, electric and expensive.
Yeah, we had all kinds of power you can imagine, naturally aspirated V10s, V12s from Ferraris, flat sixes from Porsches, we've had celebration models from Koenigsegg, McLaren and Aston Martin. Look at the Singer there, bathed in the sunlight at the Flint Wall. And of course, Pagani put on a good show as well.
Always with striking designs, Maserati out in force, track-only cars and road-going cars as well. Bentley blending supercar performance and road-going cars, and a very exciting launch from Ferrari with the F80 here this weekend. Following the LaFerrari, this a really exciting debut from the Scuderia, who really were showing off a wider collection of their supercar fleet. But they weren't the only Italian marque here either. Lamborghini as well, and Aston Martin. What happens when you combine Formula One technology with road-going vehicles? You get the likes of the Valkyrie 2, and setting off some of the most advanced power and technology we will see in supercars across the board here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. The supercar run up and down the hill, but I think we had a very special guest who's up with Ed Foster.
James, there are other Formula One team principals who are coming up in Formula One cars, but I can't say you were shortchanged with this.
Not at all. I think this it's a GT3 RS Manthey kit edition, and I spoke to Porsche and just said I'd love to have an opportunity to take this up the hill, because it's for me this is the best road car you can fundamentally get, and it was brilliant. I'm not pushing as far as I needed to, probably a little bit more, hopefully another one later on to give that a go.
I seem to remember an interview with you where you said that you don't care about this year and you didn't care about last year, you care about 2026, but you must be really happy with where you're at because you're leading the midfield pack.
The pack is close behind, is how I'd put it. I'm happy with where we are, mainly for this reason. Our focus has still been in 26, so the car's been in the wind tunnel since January the 2nd. That's where the focus of the team is. I would say 90% of the team is on 26, and yet 25 is a step forward, just simply by doing what I would call the basics right. That's what I'm encouraged by. I'm encouraged by our future because we're on the right pathway towards it. Now, when I say I don't care, I mean, I go to every Grand Prix weekend wanting us to score the maximum number of points, and I get, Silverstone mixed between joy and frustration at times. But this is about a long-term program of us getting back to the front and winning, and until we're there, I won't be satisfied.
And just finally, we're celebrating 75 years of the World Championship. There is quite a collection of Formula One cars here, isn't there?
There is indeed. I get the opportunity now. You're talking about driving up in a Formula One car, so I have Nigel Mansell's 14B that literally I walk away from here, suit up, and I will drive that up a hill in a second, so I cannot wait.
What a weekend. We look forward to it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sean, there's this sort of car park at the top of the hill is filled with amazing machines, but everyone's heads turn when this comes past.
Yeah, it's I think the sound as well. Everyone's quite impressed by the sound. We have the straight pipes on today, obviously. It's an absolute pleasure to drive. Incredible car. Only one of 62, and this is the only one in the UK. So I'm very, very lucky to be able to drive it at at Goodwood Festival of Speed, obviously. Yeah, really, really fun. Enjoying every moment.
Yes, the straw bales suddenly feel quite close when it's the only one in the UK. This is the successor, really, of the MT12, but as you were saying, it's track use but not racing.
Yeah, correct. So track only, not homologated for racing, with 730 horsepower, 730 Newton meters of torque. It's quite a weapon, to be honest. It's not much heavier than a GT3, lots of downforce, and it's really easy to drive, to be honest. Nice cockpit interior. And I know the guy who developed Andrea Bertolini with Maserati very well, so he was very happy to hear that I enjoyed it. Yeah.
Well, look, enjoy the weekend.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Which way is it going to go in the Harewood Trophy? All three fighting. Atkinson up the inside, number one, but watch out!
This year's Festival of Speed is a hub for new car launches. David, it is extraordinary to see how many manufacturers have chosen to reveal their new models here at the estate.
Absolutely. I mean, we're talking a lot about F1 this weekend, but really a lot of the Festival of Speed is about launching new cars for manufacturers, and not only just normal new cars. This year in particular, we're seeing some of the finest top-of-the-range cars from some of the world's best manufacturers, and this is a great example. The McLaren W1 getting its static display debut for all the fans and visitors to see. It's an incredible car, just incredible statistics, and it carries that W1 nameplate, and that number 1 is not given away lightly. If you look to the left and right of this car, you have the McLaren F1, and that's where the bloodline started. And quite a good, coincidentally, Gordon Murray designed car. Probably the best car of all time in lots of people's opinions. On the other side, you have the P1, absolutely amazing car. Sets your hair on fire, this car, when you drive it. And then this will be the latest car. It's not moving this time, but we're seeing it for the first time, and it's pretty dramatic, wouldn't you say?
It looks sensational. The sharp styling, the orange Alcantara interior, it looks pretty special. What more can you tell us about it?
Well, absolutely, yeah. You talk about that orange, that papaya orange McLaren popping through there. This car has 1,258 brake horsepower. But not only that, through its V8 twin turbo at the back, not only that, it's only a rear-wheel drive car, so this is going to be exciting to drive. It goes 0 to 60, 2.7 seconds to 217 miles per hour. And when you look at it, it's, as you say, the styling is pretty impressive. You've got these gull-wing anhedral doors. Normally with a McLaren, we're used to seeing dihedral doors, but they've gone with gull wings on this for that easy entry. And then at the back there, you've got an active long tail. And I mean, some of the best McLarens have given that long tail badge. This has got this long tail. It's almost like a mechanical transformer-like device at the back there. Pretty impressive. And it makes this car 3 seconds round Nardo test track than a McLaren Senna. 3 seconds faster. That's extraordinary.
It really is. And it looks so inviting that I'm going to take this opportunity to get inside.
Why
and
not?
take
No one's
a look.
looking. Quickly jump in, Grace. What you'll see as you jump across there, this is McLaren's Aerocell carbon tub. And they're fixed seats, as you can see there. They've got that InnoKnit technology across the top of the dash, but the pedals come to you. The seat doesn't move. But it looks quite cozy in there.
That is wicked. I mean, this is going to be a limited edition model, isn't it? With quite a large price tag, I bet.
Yeah, you better get your name down there quick if you want one, Grace. There's only 399 of these being made, and they're £2 million each. So, do you fancy one?
I think I do. Has someone got the keys over here? I mean, it's brilliant that fans can get up close for static reveals like this. I've had the opportunity to sit in it, but we're also being treated to so many dynamic reveals on the hill as well.
Absolutely. I mean, really two standouts for me are Aston Martin's bringing Valhalla, so it's it's a UK dynamic debut. Fernando Alonso drove this car at the Monaco Grand Prix, and now we're seeing it going up the hill at Goodwood Festival Field. Absolutely fantastic. And Ferrari are bringing their rival to the W1, the F80, and that is going up the hill on its world dynamic debut. Absolutely fantastic weekend for petrol heads.
Something to look out for. You don't want to miss that.
Well, indeed, there is so much to enjoy here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Wherever you are around this venue, you will see some of the most remarkable machines, whether it's the very newest or some of the oldest as well. And everybody can enjoy it in so many different ways. Whatever you're into in terms of transport, maybe it's 2 wheels, maybe it's 3 wheels, and often it's 4 wheels, or watching racing, or watching rallying, whatever it is that you love, it is all part and parcel of the Festival of Speed here at Goodwood. And what an amazing weekend we've got. Beautiful blue sky, we've got the sunshine coming through once again. It is an opportunity to soak up the atmosphere of this amazing place and this remarkable collection throughout as we go through the rest of the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, still to go with some of the finest moments coming up. So let's take a look at the timetable coming up in just a moment. We've got batch 3 for the F175 celebration for some of the pioneers. The gas warm-up show at 10:30. The winning formula is up at just before 11 a.m. And then we're into the F1 teams and champions, and we'll see some remarkable drivers as well as cars. First Glance is on at 12:35, and then we're back to the Prologue Pioneers at 1:20. Another gas show at 1:30 p.m. And then on to the afternoon, we'll be enjoying that F1 75 teams and champions with the balcony moment, with some of the great champions up on the balcony being interviewed. The supercar run at 3 o'clock, another gas show at 3:30, and our timed shootout at 3:55 p.m, building up towards the shootout tomorrow, but also putting them into their groups, see who is fastest in each of the groups. Down towards the end, we'll finish off with batch 5 at 5:40. So there we are. That's what we're looking forward to. So much to enjoy. I'm joined here. I'm Ben Edwards, joined by Alice Powell and by John Watson. Alice, it is another beautiful day as we're getting ready to see some of the great classics of Formula One. We have this remarkable collection here.
We certainly do, and it's such a glorious day out. I didn't get sunburnt yesterday. I hope none of the guys sat next to me did. But do you want to feel as close as possible to the non-stop action at the 2025 Festival of Speed presented by MasterCard? Well, you can become a GRRC member today and gain access to our exclusive non-commentary live stream, where you can enjoy the pure, beautiful sound of motorsport at its finest. You'll also receive other unrivaled benefits such as on-event exclusives, discounts, ticket priority for all our other events, and much, much more, and so much to see out here at Festival of Speed. Ben, is there anywhere particular you've been wandering around? I've seen you've been wandering around at the paddock.
Yeah, actually, I went down to see a member down at the Members Club. So I'm not actually a member yet, but a good friend of mine is a member. He's been a member here for many years, and it was lovely to catch up with him down at the club, and that's a lovely part. So you were talking about that, but there are so many aspects around here to enjoy, and there is so much to enjoy in terms of the history of Formula One. We've got the F1 innovators about to head up the hill, and that is something we're also going to be looking into and studying a little bit more.
In Formula One, speed doesn't come from luck. It comes from imagination. From the engineers, designers, and dreamers who ask, what if? Formula One has always rewarded innovation. In the 1950s, Cooper flipped convention, putting the engine behind the driver, and every world champion since 1959 has driven a rear-engined car. In 1962, Lotus unveiled the Type 25, Formula One's first monocoque chassis. It was lighter, stronger, faster. Jim Clark dominated. And again, the sport changed forever. Then came the Lotus 49, which bolted the DFV engine to the chassis as a stressed member. It pioneered wings, and it wore the first full commercial livery. A revolution in design, power, and economics. Formula One cars would never look the same again. In the late 70s, Colin Chapman did it again, exploiting Venturi tunnels under the Lotus 78 side pods to harness ground effect. Downforce without drag. Pure genius. By the 1980s, innovation meant power. Renault introduced the turbocharger in 1977, initially unreliable, eventually unstoppable. By 1986, every car on the grid was turbocharged. In 1981, McLaren introduced carbon fibre to F1. John Barnard's MP41 was stiffer, stronger, and safer. It was also lighter and faster, sparking a revolution in how race cars were built. By the 90s, software mattered as much as setup. Active suspension, paddle shift gearboxes, traction control, ABS. Technology began to steer the sport, both metaphorically and actually. As the rulebook tightened, the space for innovation shrank. Formula One became a game of incremental gains rather than giant leaps. But in the margins, more revolutions. The double diffuser, the F-duct, exhaust-blown diffusers, Mercedes split turbo, tiny loopholes, massive consequences. Today, innovation is still everywhere. The breakthroughs are smaller, but no less vital. And the next revolution could begin with one line of code. Because in Formula One, the future is always under construction.
So there we are, looking into the innovators, and I was very happy to see John Watson in those pictures, and John is alongside us in the commentary box. John, it's lovely to celebrate these early years of Formula One, but also teams that were involved in not just Formula One, but in Le Mans as well.
Yes, looking at the Mercedes-Benz, the 300 SLR, this is the car Mercedes built, based in part on the W196, which was their Formula One car for 1954 and 55. This car dominated sports car racing really in that middle 50s period, and I mean it's just well, can you imagine Mercedes not making the ultimate out of Formula One car or sports car? Well, they did. A 3-litre straight 8-cylinder engine in both the Formula One and in the 300 SLR.
Well, of course, Mercedes-Benz were great, but Lotus were also absolutely crucial to Formula One in the 60s and 70s, and they created some of the real outliners, didn't they, in terms of the cars that were going to be so dominant. This was the Lotus Climax 25, and this was the monocoque chassis.
Yes, Chapman introduced this car at the Dutch Grand Prix in 1962. But what he actually had done is produced a model called the Lotus 24, which was meant to be the factory car and also a customer car. So all the customers turned up at Zandvoort with the Lotus 24s with a Coventry Climax V8 engine, and Chapman turned up with this car, which just decimated all the Lotus 24 owners. And of course Jim Clark was too dominant, but he didn't win that World Championship in 1962. Had to wait one further year. 1963, remember, going back, it was Graham Hill who won the final Grand Prix of the year in South Africa, in East London. It was a battle between Jim Clark and Graham Hill, but Jim Clark unfortunately suffered mechanical failure and had to retire, and then Graham took that World Championship for himself, and maybe more importantly, ultimately, for the Rubrion organisation, who were the manufacturers and owners of BRM.
This is just one of the DHL Game Changers class here at Goodwood this weekend, because introducing some of the technical aspects to Formula One that was so crucial going forward, that was one of those. Heading up the hill now, though, is the 4 front wheel Tyrrell, so 6 wheels in total, and it is lovely to see this. Heading up the hill, we've seen this a few times. This is the P34, and it ran for a while, and it was actually had some success. It was the only F1 car with 6 wheels ever to run actually in races.
Yes, I think it won the Swedish Grand Prix at the Understorp racetrack. The principle behind the 6 wheels was not, you don't need 6 wheels, but was to get a much, much lower frontal area on a Formula One car. The argument is, behind those 4 front wheels, you have 2 massive rear wheels, which in themselves were probably generating a certain amount of drag and turbulence behind them. So it was a very interesting exercise, very complex front suspension units. Maybe not the end result developed over the concept, which is, I think, what Derek Gardner had hoped for.
Absolutely right. Well, part of the fun and games, of course, of all of that action in Formula One, and this is a James Hunt-driven machine, one of the Heskeths, Alice. It's lovely to see this.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is the 3-litre V8 Hesketh Codsworth being driven up the hill. That's plenty of iconic cars, and from 1974 this one is, and of course James Hunt took 3 podiums in that year and would win the Dutch GP the following year, which was the team's only F1 victory.
The Hesketh team, John, was very unique in a way, wasn't it?
Well, it came out of running a sort of a Formula 3 program and then Formula 2 in 1974. But they quickly realized, let's forget about Formula 2, let's go out and buy a March 7.5, 7.41, 7.31, went to Monte Carlo, but there was a charabanc that followed the entire Hesketh team. All the Debs delights of London all gravitated down to the harbour of Monaco, and it was like party central around the Hesketh Formula One team. But James did an outstanding job in the March, in that race, qualified well, raced very well, and that then signalled to Lord Hesketh, Alexander Hesketh, but let's move further down the road and let's design and manufacture our own Formula One car.
Now looking at the Lotus 81, and this one is being driven by Steve Brooks. This was not a big difference to the Lotus 80. This was from 1980, simplified a little bit. Mario Andretti was competing with De Angelis that year. It wasn't the fastest on the long straights, but it had this sponsorship from Essex Petroleum. They did actually have quite a lot of reliability problems that year, so it wasn't one of the best years for Lotus, despite the fact that they'd just come off a time when it had worked really well for them.
Yes, but the evolution of ground effects was taking place so rapidly that while Colin Chapman and his team had developed it with the Lotus 77, then the 78, it was when they raced the Lotus 79 that Mario won that World Championship in 1978. But going back even earlier, back to the Lotus 49, I mean, what an iconic car, with the engine becoming an integral part of the chassis, with the rear suspension attached to the back of the engine. This car appeared in Zandvoort initially in 1967. This is the 1968 guys with the John Player Special, with the unique colours. Rear wing in this car initially was very high, about 3 feet above the ground. I love the car, but they then were banned, and the more normal-looking rear wing is not dissimilar to what we see today.
And it's Adrian Newey, I believe. Is it man behind the car at the wheel of this?
Yes, it's actually owned by Adrian Newey. It's Adrian and Harrison, his son, who are driving them this weekend, which is lovely to see. And this was, as John was saying, an absolutely crucial part of Lotus with such great success. It is another of the DHL Game Changers class because of that Cosworth V8. Now, moving on to something else here, John, from a little bit of an earlier period, but the Maserati was an absolutely crucial part in the early stages of Formula One.
Well, Maserati produced the 250F initially in 1954, and they ran it as a factory team, but they also sold cars to private individuals throughout the Europe, and these cars, I think, one of the most iconic brands of Grand Prix car through that period of maybe 54 up until even as late as 1959. Private owners were still entering Grand Prix and racing them. But the beauty of the 250F was probably the most user-friendly of the front-engine Formula One cars of that 2.5 litre period. And look, people have them today. They race them. They love them. Actually, there's a continuation version of this car, which is almost now, but is identical to the car we're just watching going up the hill.
So a real classic from that early period in the 1950s, the Maserati 250F, and really, really lovely to see that. Cooper Climax heading up the hill now as well, and this is the T43. Now, this was a time when the engine changed, the engines being moved to behind the drivers, and that was all a crucial part of the development in Formula One.
Yes, and you go back to the Argentine Grand Prix in 1958. Rob Walker entered this car. This is in Rob Walker's colours. And Sterling Moss, better known to his friends as the Boy, and he won the Grand Prix in Argentina. And it was a seminal moment for Formula One, because it signalled the end, if you like, to the traditional, going back to the 30s, even the 20s, of a front-engined Formula One or monoposto or, let's say, Grand Prix car. And those car manufacturers all believed that the only key ingredient in a Formula One car that mattered was the motor. Ferrari did it, Maserati did it, other British manufacturers did it. But John Cooper and later Colin Chapman introduced rear engine, and that was the end of front engine Grand Prix cars, with the exception of the Scarab, which came along in the very late 50s.
Right, now we've got a bit more modern car, Alice. This is the Haas of 2024.
And I recognise that helmet. That looks like young Ollie Behrman behind the wheel of that, that's going to stop perfectly outside the house, do some donuts for the crowd out there, kicking up a little bit of dust as well. But as you said, this is the 2024 Haas Ferrari VF24, the 1.6
onto the grass
litre, bit of grass cutting there, kick up more dust for those stood alongside. But this is the 1.6 litre V6 turbocharged hybrid, and I have to say, the pilot behind that wheel, Mr. Behrman, he's had a very solid start, would you say, John?
Yes, I mean, he's still a young man. I think he's only 19 years of age, but he's got natural speed, and we saw what happened when he had to jump into the Ferrari a year ago, just over a year ago, when Carlos Sainz in Saudi at the Jeddah Grand Prix had to go to hospital to have his appendix removed, and Oliver Behrman jumped into it, having never formally competed in a Grand Prix, and did a brilliant job.
It's interesting as well, in the 2024 season, that was when Günther Steiner left and Ayu Komatsu became team principal, and Ayu Komatsu's here this weekend with the Haas team. So they're really displaying what they can do. Right now, here, another vital vehicle, the Renault RS10, when turbocharging became such a part of Formula One.
Renault introduced a turbocharged 1.5-litre V6 in 1977, and those others in the pit lane looked at it, laughed their legs off. No way is a 1.5-litre V6 turbo going to beat a Cosworth DAV, a Ferrari engine, a Matra engine, or whatever else is around. How wrong the paddock were, because over the next couple of years, Renault refined the engine, the drivability of the engine, the reliability of the engine, and they won the first Grand Prix in Dijon in 1979. Jean-Pierre Jabouille took victory for Renault, and of course then the success that followed, but they never ever got a Drivers' World Championship. Alain Prost got very close to it, 1983, and only lost out to Nelson Piquet in his Brabham BMW because, I think, of a mechanical failure. And Alain, well, his career at Renault ended the following day because he was summoned to the Renault headquarters and fired by the management. And Alain, he'd done his best. It wasn't his fault that they didn't win the championship, in my view, but he was fired on the spot Sunday morning following the South African Grand Prix, and then he got my drive at McLaren for 1984 about 2 days later.
How cheeky of him.
Absolutely.
How cheeky of him.
Yeah, well, we'll be talking a lot more about Alain Prost. We just saw the Eurobron head over the hill, but we're now looking at one of the key Ligiers, the JS11, and this was the whole Ligier team from 1976, but the JS11 was one of the very important ones. At the time, John, it was actually really quite successful, and at one point I thought Jacques Lafitte was going to be heading for the championship that year because he started the season so well, didn't he?
Yes, I mean, this car was 1979, Argentina, Brazil, South Africa. This was the best car. That's the Ligier, designed by Gérard Ducarouge, who had come from Matra, where he had designed so many of the very successful Matras that ran at Le Mans.
Now we've got the other recent Haas. This is the 2023, but it is Esteban Ocon who is driving this. So if you're a big Formula One fan, then give him a cheer as he heads up the hill. Esteban, of course, switching over to the Haas team for this year and working with the youngster Ollie Behrman alongside. They're working well. The car isn't always the fastest qualifying, but they have managed to score some points, although Silverstone was a bit painful for them because some of their big rivals scored plenty of points.
Yeah, and it was, but a solid team they have down there at Haas, and Esteban, you can tell maybe he's done a few more donuts in his lifetime than young Ollie Behrman, but this car from the 2023 season, again, similar to what we saw Ollie go up in, really. He had mixed fortunes in that car. However, it was quite handy, quite quick under the reins of Nico Hülkenberg. Of course, it had qualified second, didn't he, back in 2023 at the Canadian Grand Prix, but it just didn't quite have the pace of its rivals to stay in the top 10. Qualifying form was fairly decent for them, but just lacked that tyre management, John, during the race.
Yeah, I'm just talking about tyre management. Looking at Esteban Ocon, absolute trashing the Pirelli wet weather tyres. All the cars are running up the hill on a wet weather tyre. It's probably the most sensible thing to do, certainly in terms of the demos. And I dread to think what will remain of these rear tyres by the time they finally... Well, there we can see Esteban Ocon. Look at the tread, the centre of that tyre. It's almost been ripped off the carcass of the tyre.
He deliberately went onto the grass paddock. He's just doing a bit of a display and enjoying himself, trying to show off to people. And it's lovely. He's making the most of it. His dad's here this weekend as well, certainly today, I believe. Yeah, you see, look, he drove onto the grass.
Oh, those poor marshals
Spit it up a little bit more.
Well done, Esteban. Good job for the crowd down there, just outside our commentary box window on the exit of Moulcombe Corner.
Hey, folks, this is show business.
It is.
You want to see a Grand Prix? Go to a Grand Prix, but this is show business.
It certainly is, yes. You wouldn't see quite that sort of level of driving in a Formula One. It's all about the actual speed around a lap, but here it's just about having some fun.
My favourite, man, favourite, the Lancia D50. Probably in the mid-50s, the most technically advanced car. Now we're talking about Lotus 49 having an engine which was a part of the chassis. The V8 Lancia engine was also a part of the chassis because the front suspension, I think, was attached to subframes then, but it was such a stellar car. Unfortunately, it was reliability that let it down. Also, I think in 1955 in the Monaco Grand Prix, Alberto Ascari, who was the Lancia driver, coming through the chicane onto the seafront, the harbour front, ended up going into the harbour. The car sank to the bottom. He popped up, totally unhurt. Tragically, 3 days later, went to test at Monza and had an accident and lost his life.
That was so sad, as you say. It was bitterly sad for Ascari, who was one of the great stars. Now you're looking at Peter Keller just heading up the hill in the Bugatti Type 35C here, Alice.
We are indeed. Built in 1926 and clearly still running strong. The Type 35Cs came first and second that year at the Milan Grand Prix, which was still on the run of the full 6.2 mile long configuration to Monza, but still going very strong. 2-litre straight 8 supercharged at the front of that car.
And I believe, because Bugatti was such a perfectionist in the engineering, but in particular in the engine, Bugatti never had gaskets and any of the joints in the engine. But of course these cars, to me, are all about the patina of the car, retaining that car's legacy from the period in the 20s and the 30s and the 40s. Most of them, to my knowledge, are not restored Bugattis. They retain that patina. I think that's vital.
And no seatbelts as well. You are literally hanging on to the steering wheel. We saw a huge steering wheel there that was being willowed left and right as it went up the hill. We often see these cars go around Goodwood at the members' meeting as well. But then to something slightly newer, even though it's old, it's the Benetton Ford B192. That's Lorena behind the wheel. This car was out at the British Grand Prix last weekend in the historic demonstration. The 3.5-litre V8 from 1992. And of course, Williams ran away with that title in 92. But then they picked up Michael Schumacher. Remember that guy?
Well, Michael Schumacher joined the team for the 92 season. In fact, he joined at the end of 91. But look at this. What can you say? How do you drive an historic Maserati? Just look at Julian Mazou behind the wheel. His hands are going like a fiddler's elbow. It's left hand, right hand, left hand, right hand. Comes up now to Malcolm. Watch the way he chucks the car in, leans into the corner. Watch for smoke coming off that right rear tire on acceleration. But Julian, you're not giving it full beans on the acceleration up the hill. Maybe he's wearing his tires out too quickly.
Well, you see, he's got running in our shootout later on today, so maybe he's just using this, Ben, as a little bit of a practice run up the hill. Doesn't want to take too much life out of his tyres. I think, say that, look at that. Sideways, he was so close to the
almost
A-tails.
a block going through the... I mean, they're barely... It's just that part of the track there is as wide as that Maserati is long.
That's lovely to see, and you're right, because of the shootout, he's going to be one of the rapid ones in the pre-war category. That Maserati Tipo 26M works so well. It's a 2.5-litre straight-8 supercharged machine. Funnily enough, back in the history of it, it was bought by a UK racer who actually put a 4-cylinder Riley engine into it, and they shortened the chassis, but it has then been rebuilt to its original guise, so it does have that straight-8 supercharged. You can almost tell from the speed he's got in a straight line. That was wonderful to watch, Julian Mazou heading up the hill.
Wow, this is a car from my childhood, certainly is. Those epic fights we saw between Mika Hakkinen, who we will be seeing later on the balcony moment, the champions balcony moment. Those fierce battles against Michael Schumacher, McLaren versus Ferrari, John.
And what makes this car a standout to me, it's not the look of the car, it's the howl of a V10 engine being revved to 15 or 16,000 RPM on board right now. Listen to it.
It is wonderful, isn't it? Yes. Mika Hakkinen, such a star driver, and it will be so lovely to see all about that later on. 8 victories, winning by 14 points over Michael Schumacher that year. David Coulthard, of course, team member, he was third in the series that year with a victory, and they won the Constructors' Championship with this cars by some 23 points over Ferrari, so it was a very significant time for McLaren.
And of course, it's going to be greeted at the top of the hill by Adrian Newey, who we've already seen go up, and he was this was the first car effectively designed under the leadership of the technical director Adrian Newey, and like you said, huge success during that 1998 season.
So lovely to see, and we'll see more about that a little bit later, and seeing the drivers, of course, and celebrating some of the success that they had.
Ben,
another of
you
your
want to see a
favourites.
Formula One car that says this is all about Formula One? The Alfetta Tipo 158/9 from the late 40s into the early 50s, 2 world championships, and this car, straight 8, to me, the most glorious Formula One car of that early 50s period. And I mentioned yesterday, my first dinky toy was a model of this car.
Oh, it is wonderful to see, isn't it? It's so lovely, the history that you have with it, John. The Alfa 158, the Alfetta, was so critical. And as you say, Reg Parnell, the British driver, having a strong result at Silverstone in 1950, joining the team. They had a 1-2-3 that time, and Fangio, unfortunately, had a blown engine that time on that particular race, but they had so much success in those early days.
And of course, that race was the inaugural World Championship of
yeah,
graced by our royal family, and that's something we don't get to see on a regular basis.
That's right.
The King and Queen.
King George VI
yes,
and Queen Elizabeth.
Absolutely. Now, maybe they are more familiar with horsepower on a 4-leg variety, but they graced the Grand Prix, and what a wonderful sight that was for all the it's like 150, 200,000 people came to the Grand Prix.
A brief glimpse of the ERA as well. That's lovely to see. We will see that later in the pre-war category. Mark Gillies is always very, very quick up the hill here. And the ERA was created in the UK by a group of people who wanted to show that British motorsport could be very impressive. They couldn't race against the Auto Union's Mercedes-Benz in Grand Prix racing, but they were in the next category down, and they had a lot of victories and hill climb victories as well.
And our Karun is now out behind the Braun Mercedes BGP 001. There we go, we've got a camera-facing shot. No donuts, he carries on straight past the house, but what an iconic car. Bought by Ross Braun, the team was, for £1 job, just £1, and look at the success they had.
I mean, an unbelievable set of circumstances led Ross Braun to acquire the assets, and then of course he got the Mercedes-Benz engine, fitted it into the car. Jenson Button then went on to win his World Championship. We've got Karun Chandra driving the car up the hill. You always know when Karun's behind the wheel, because he loves to wave to his fans as he drives up the hill.
It is great, isn't it? But to see this machine, Jenson's championship winning car, as you say, it was the Honda racing team, but Ross Braun had to take it on, and thankfully the Mercedes power, he got the deal very last moment with Mercedes power, but that's what then effectively helped them. But it was the design of the car, very clever aero design.
Yes, the car had what's known as a double diffuser. Now, other teams have looked at double diffusers, and Charlie Whiting, who was the FIA's technical delegate, had said no, no, no. Braun, yes. And that gave them an enormous technical advantage. Downforce certainly was, and that assisted with Jenson winning almost the first 6 or so Grand Prix on the trot. Eventually teams caught up, and the battle for the championship became a lot tighter with the Braun and the Red Bull of Sebastian Vettel.
So in the colours of the current Racing Bulls, we've got the Red Bull RB7 here, and it's Patrick Friesecker who's driving it up the hill. And the RB7 saw the second title for Sebastian Vettel in 2011. He had an amazing season that year, Vettel. He had 11 victories. Mark Webber had 1 win. They had a comfortable Constructors title. Renault power was the combination, and the Renault engine at that time was also strong, but the design from Adrian Newey, of course, worked so brilliantly. It was absolutely dominant throughout the course of that year.
Yeah, I mean, there was so much innovation and technology coming from Red Bull in this period, and I mean, I can't go through all the issues that were involved in the design or the construction of the car, but certainly exceptionally sophisticated from Red Bull.
Well, lovely to see. What an amazing collection of cars that we've got here at Goodwood this weekend. Beautiful weather as well, some great views across the land.
Ben, overlooking Chichester Cathedral, historic, because Chichester is a Roman city, and there is the magnificent cathedral overlooking what is basically part of the Solent, a big carrier making its way out into the English Channel. I mean, and there's the Isle of Wight. Even the Isle of Wight, we've got a glimpse of it in the background, that sort of slightly hazy, darker body just above the green. That is the Isle of Wight. What a magnificent part of the world that is.
And I know you love fishing down on the coast. You've been down there many times over the years. But let's go back on the highlights of what we've just been watching, Alice. It's been so lovely to see this collection of Formula One cars from the Pioneer and then through some of the really well-known ones and some of the less well-known ones.
But that's what it's all about
Yeah.
here at Goodwood this weekend. It's championing them all. It's seeing them all go up the hill. We've got modern-day drivers, modern-day Formula One cars, and like you said, all the way back to pre-war. And that doesn't happen anywhere else in the world. Ollie Behrman demonstrating some donuts outside the house.
Yeah, it was lovely to see a car like the Ligier, former Jacques Lafitte, who was such a star, but it was Ocon as well, who was having a wonderful time showing off to the fans and giving plenty of celebration. And some of those earlier vehicles from the 1930s. So Formula One World Championship didn't exist, but Grand Prix racing did. It was called Grand Prix racing, and there was a sort of Constructors' Championships created in the 1920s, but it was, of course, 1950 that the current series began. But a lot of these original cars, like the ERA, were the origins, front-engined in those days, and of course Formula One started front-engined in the 1950s. But as we saw, Cooper brought along putting the engine behind the driver, and these days that's where the driver always has the engine sitting behind.
They certainly do. And we, of course, will have that fantastic champion moment later on today, so don't miss out on that. But Ed, I believe, is at the top of the hill with Adrian Newey.
Adrian, we're celebrating the innovators this year's Festival of Speed, and you parked beautifully here in the 49B next to other sort of Colin Chapman cars. He was one of the innovators, wasn't he?
Absolutely. I think through that period of the 60s and 70s, then he and his team came up with a lot of new features. Not all of them new, like the monocoque was the D-type. The rear wing was first on a Chaparral, etc. But he brought them to Formula One and came up with concepts checkered, which can be the case with the innovator, that sometimes it hit it dead right, other times there'd be spectacular misses, but it was always exciting.
And nowadays the rule book is obviously enormous. In some respects, does that create more opportunities because it's all in the fine detail that others won't see?
I think I can guess the question.
No, the rule book now is enormous. But does that, in some senses, create more opportunities for someone like yourself? Because there are opportunities that people won't see.
Different, I would say. To an extent, yes. I think the big difference, if you go back to the 60s and 70s, is I've got a copy of the rule book from, I think, 1975. And basically it was 2 pages. Minimum weight, maximum engine capacity and maximum width of the car, and pretty much after that, do whatever you like. And you contrast that to today's rule book, which is a Bible of God knows how many pages, but certainly well into north of 500 by the time you put all the technical directives in. Then what you had then was this very small rule book, which obviously gave lots of room for opportunity, but the teams are tiny. Typically sort of 2 or 3 engineers trying to do the whole car. And perhaps more, just as importantly, no simulation resource. That didn't really come in until the computer age kicked in the sort of early 90s. So you had this very open rule book, but very little way of researching it. And that obviously led to this sort of huge plethora of different shapes, which you saw particularly in the 70s as you went from the cigar tubes to all of it. Every car in the sort of, by the time we got to about 1973, looking very different to its neighbour. Today, the rule book really ties you down to the cars looking broadly similar. What you do find, of course, is that last time we had a big regulation change really was for 2022, and initially there's quite a range of shapes, but then give it a couple of years and everybody starts to converge.
Well, Adrian, enjoy this weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ollie, we're celebrating 75 years of the World Championship at the Festival of Speed this weekend. You're bringing it right up to date. How was your run up the hill?
It was fantastic, lots of fun. You know, I was here last year with the Ferrari, and now to be here this year with the Haas, their 10th anniversary, it's a very special event for them. So really happy to be here, and I hope we put on a good show for the guys.
Now, your team principal's been coming up the hill in the car. Did he ask you for any advice?
He did. I don't think I was giving him any good advice because it was a very slippery run, but he did a great job, and I'm sure it was a very special moment for him as well.
And the British Grand Prix is every kind of British driver's dream to drive there. How was it?
It was fantastic. It was, like you said, a dream come true. Very special to perform in front of my home crowd finally as a Formula One driver. So yeah, looking forward to it next year.
Now, I hear that you do like this history of the sport and things. Have you been having a poke around some of the other cars?
Yeah, and actually I've driven a few of them. There's a pre-war ERA down there which I've driven, and also one of the first ever Alpha F1 cars. So I've got a bit of, you know, some cool cars that I've driven. I want to drive some of these 80s cars, but I don't know if I'll fit. I'm a bit tall.
Yeah, I know the problem. Cheers, Ollie.
Thanks.
Esteban, when you came up into the top paddock here, nice little donuts, and you had your teammate looking on quite impressed.
Was he? Oh well, he's the pro of the donut normally. You know, he does them super well. We had a little bet between us who will get the less tread on the rain tires. So far, I'm a bit ahead, but he said he will catch me up on the way down. So.
Now the Formula One calendar is absolutely relentless. But does a weekend like this allow you to kind of step back and just look at the history of the sport that you're at the top of?
Yeah, it's awesome to be here, you know, see the history of all these Formula One cars and all the cars in general. You know, I'm a huge fan of cars, you know, if it's like new ones, concept cars or historical cars. I did bring, you know, my girlfriend, my dad. You know, my dad's never seen Goodwood ever. It's my second Goodwood, and I'm, you know, as much of a kid as I was before, you know, with the big smile on.
Aren't we all? Just finally, the rest of this season, I guess the aim is to finish at the top of that middle pack.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what we want is to keep improving the car. I think since you know, we have this new package on the car, looks like we've picked up a little bit of performance. We should have scored, you know, both of us, me and Ollie, last race. But you know, we are in the fight, which is the good thing. If we qualify well, we should have a good kind of race.
Esteban, enjoy the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Than an exhibition, it's a place to ignite curiosity and inspire generations. And someone who is supporting the Future Lab this year is national treasure and British astronaut Tim Peake. It's great to see you, Tim. I know that you've been a fan of the Festival of Speed for many years, but talk to us more about your role in the Future Lab this year.
Hi Grace, yeah, I love the Future Lab. This is where we're looking at technology, some of which is here today, and a lot about how it's going to help us for the future. So for example, this is about mapping the ocean's floor, the seabed. I'm very used to seeing Earth from space, but we get to see the 2/3 of the ocean that covers the surface of the planet, but we don't get to see underneath the ocean. And we've only mapped about 27% of it. So we actually know more about the surface of the moon than we do about the seabed.
It's fascinating to see, and in such an engaging way as well. This is just one of the stands that people can see here. What else can you expect to see when you walk into the Future Lab?
Yeah, well, Future Lab this year is covering everything from the deepest parts of space to the ocean. We're looking at robotics, artificial intelligence. You can have a virtual reality fly through the cosmos. You can actually fly in a simulator over the surface of the moon. You can race an E1 boat. You can get involved in all sorts of things, looking at crumple zones for Formula One cars, all these kind of things.
Well, let's take a walk and find what all of these things that you've mentioned that we can see. And you've actually had a play in curating some of the exhibitions this year.
Yes, Lucy Johnson's done an amazing job with Future Lab over the years, and the same this year. So I've been working with Lucy and giving my take on the exhibits here, kind of what I think they're going to do for us in the future, why they're important for society, and how exciting they are.
And I believe one of the standout exhibitions for you has been the Somniacs VR flight simulator, which we're just next to now. So talk us through what happens here, because this has definitely sparked your interest, I'm sure.
Yeah, for many reasons. I love this. It's very interactive, so people can really embrace technology. They can touch it, they can feel it, they can experience it. Virtual reality gives you this amazing immersive experience. It's actually really relaxing to be flying over the moon's surface. You've got this fan here, although there is no air on the moon, of course, but it's quite nice. Firstly, it keeps you cool on a hot day, but also it gives you that sensation of flying. So as well as being informative, you know, we've mapped so much of the moon's surface. You can go and have a closer look at it. It's actually a really almost meditative, relaxing experience.
Yeah, I mean, you've given this a go yourself. In real life and on the VR, how realistic is this technology?
Well, it's brilliant. I mean, we use VR all the time in space. I did my spacewalk about 12 times in virtual reality before going out to do it for real. And it can help because you can practice your handholds, your body positions. You can, make yourself so much safer out there having done it. So as a training tool, virtual reality for us is really valuable.
Yeah, so future astronauts definitely need to give this a go. There's so much to see and do in the Future Lab, Tim. Why is it important that there is a place like Future Lab at a motorsport event?
Well, motorsport is at the cutting edge of technology, much like space, much like aviation. And what's really important is that we explain to people how this technology can help us, not just for motorsport, but in so many other areas. Maybe it's in medicine, maybe it's in science, maybe it's knowledge about the climate, about energy. We've got 3D models of Shackleton's endurance there, which is just phenomenal to see how technology has helped us to discover, ancient artifacts. And so I just think it's fantastic to be able to bring technology to the public and show what are we doing right now and how is it going to help us in the future.
Amazing. Thank you for speaking to us, Tim. Space exploration to robotics, it's all right here at the Future Lab.
So, loving to see all the different aspects here at Goodwood. Over the course of the whole 4 days, in fact, we are enjoying different experiences all the time. We've been incredibly lucky with the weather so far, but all of these different items to go and have a look at, whether it is the Future Lab or whether it's some of the older cars. Bruce, there is everything to enjoy, and we've had an amazing time already.
It's the full range in full Technicolor, full historical story of this sport, and wonderful to see so many people seeing cars they maybe never even saw in period, or for the older fans, cars they most certainly did, and it's brilliant to be reunited.
So much history, so many thoughts of perhaps of growing up, and plenty of you coming along this weekend, of course, growing up now and learning. Look at that. What an opportunity to see things at a young age that will perhaps fill you up for the remainder of your life. Terry Grant having some fun as well, doing some demonstrations. We have so much to enjoy, and also some special balcony sections that we'll be looking forward to later. So we've got plenty more to come up throughout the course of today. Let's have a quick look. We've got the winning formula of different categories of winning machinery coming up next. So then we've got the F1 teams and champions at just before midday. Batch 5, the first glance, new classics and road bikes. That's at just after 12:30. And then the Formula 1 Prologue Pioneers, that's at 1. Further down, we'll have the Champions Balcony moment at 2:45 this afternoon. The Supercar Run coming up later. If you're into modern supercars, that's at 3 o'clock this afternoon. The Time Shootout, that's a big one, at 3:55, and then going down to the end, at the end of today, 5:40, we've got the first glance, new classics and road bikes to look forward to. So we are waiting for those vehicles to start heading up the hill from the winning formula, champions and challengers. And actually, this includes some of the latest machinery as well, with the latest technology in the world of motorsport, whatever you're doing, whether it's on-road or off-road.
Yeah, that's the most extraordinary combination. It is a kaleidoscope of tech, but amazing. So many times, Ben, over the history of the sport, an idea has been tried, but the other supporting technology isn't there. It gets shelved for decades sometimes and brought back. But every single competition vehicle here over the 4 days of the 2025 Festival of Speed brings something to the mix. It was the genius of the designers, the talent, the bravery of the drivers, but also an element of fortune in so many things, because particularly in the early years of motor racing, vehicles were very, very, well, let's say they weren't indestructible. The tracks and the rally stages they went on were unbelievably tough, but it's about that combination of ability, about technology combining with that, and again, the beautiful shapes that clad the bodies. I mean, look at this long body, the long-tailed McLaren F1 GTR, but with the long bodywork, which is used, of course, down the Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans to get the aerodynamic balance so required. But then right behind that, you have the far more brutal NASCAR from the USA, Red Bull bringing a host of cars over here, and it's different ways of going about the sport. Conor Zilic has been such a star in that car, one of the rising stars of the NASCAR circuits, and it's just wonderful. This is what this whole event is about, Ben. It's about the combinations and the ways that people went for glory.
It is, and it's lovely to see this complete mixture of machinery, whether it's Le Mans machinery, whether it's off-road machinery, whether it is GTs and different categories of GTs, and so much to enjoy here with some of these top drivers as well that we will be enjoying heading out there from the various different sections on the list. So plenty to look forward to here, and they will be heading up the hill pretty soon now. It won't take very long before they're actually heading up the hill. We're just waiting for everything to be made clear, and then we will see the first few cars. The Chevrolet Camaro we were just looking at, but then of course the Porsche 911, that's the GT car that you've seen so many times.
Yeah, indeed, but always here that you don't always get the drivers you expect in the cars, because a lot of people come here and say, I would like a go in yours, do you want a go in mine? And we're looking forward to seeing some faces in strange places, but all with that same thing, the focus of concentration, but also when they get to the top, the sigh of relief, I haven't clipped the straw bales, I've got to the top, the car's in one piece, and then the fun, the adrenaline that pumps through, and certainly the top paddock when the drivers and riders get out is a place chock full of adrenaline and fun, and people talking with their hands, that motion you knew so well, Ben, when you were a racer. You get out, you describe with your hands the handling of your car, the way you behaved. Now, talking of behaviour, talking of performance, the Iron Days, the most magnificent concept. It's been a good half dozen years now, all-female racing team, and they have had huge success, taking class victory for the first time at the end of 2023, the World Endurance Championship, and Sarah Bovey, such a star for them, along with Michel Gatting and Celia Martin, and they really, really are waving the standard. We shouldn't even have to talk about it anymore, but to have an all-female crew, it's fantastic, and they do such brilliant ambassador work, and they're quick too. That is the whole point about it.
It is, and of course they are going to be in the shootout later, so we will see them rapidly going up the hill. They'll do a bit of a practice run now, but it's later on this afternoon when they'll really be going for it as rapidly as possible. And now this is one of the earlier Porsches, isn't it, the 904?
Yeah, the 904 was just an exquisite little car, beautifully prepared by the Total Squad. This one has a special livery. Daniel Arshan, the designer, and Tetsuya Kozawa, who raced here, one of the first Japanese racers to race in Europe in the 60s into the early 70s. His daughter was involved in with this car, owned by David Clark, who owns Jota. Exquisite. And don't forget, Porsche hadn't won Le Mans. They started suddenly winning their class in the small smaller categories, the lesser categories at Le Mans, but since then they've gone on to become the mark. 19 Le Mans 24-hour victories to Porsche.
Tom Wagner, the vice chairman of Hertz, who is going to be driving that car up the hill, and that'll be lovely to see. And then, of course, the Shadow Can-Am. We were celebrating Can-Am cars at Goodwood earlier on this year as well, and we've seen such a collection of them. But this is, I have to say, this is one of my favourites, one of the very early ones.
It just seems tiny. It is so low. Look at those front wheels. They are not normal size. I think they've come off a Scale Extric car. They are so small. Look at the little bubble in the front. That is where the driver's feet go, because they wanted the frontal line to be so low. It looks like a door wedge, but out back they've got the massive approaching 8-litre Chevrolet V8 engine, an enormous wing. Didn't quite catch on, but of course Shadow came on strong. For years McLaren dominated, then Porsche came in, they withdrew, and then in the final season, in the car that's tucked in behind in the UOP livery there, every round bar the final one was won by Jackie Oliver as Shadow took the title. But really, at his bodywork in closing, a massive engine on that the first Shadow.
But here's one that we're really enjoying seeing again as well. This is the March Cosworth 85C. It's been driven by Danny Sullivan, the man who won the Indy 500 in that 1985 season, and it's lovely to see him heading back. This has been immaculately brought back together, this machine, this March Cosworth, and it's fascinating that Adrian Newey was actually his race engineer that weekend. We heard from Danny Sullivan, he's so happy to be back out in this, isn't he?
Yeah, no, the American racer, but with a very European tinge. He came over here in his junior career. Don't forget the big American oval race on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This car built in Britain, engine built in Britain, but the driver all-American, the Kentucky kid, and that famous rotation at maximum speed, gathered it, came back, got fresh tyres, went out again, and went on to victory 40 years ago. How time travels.
Absolutely, yeah. But McLaren F1, what a great car. This was the one that Gordon Murray, of course, created. And then, as a supercar, as a road car, it went on to become a race car and go on to race at Le Mans and take victory in 1995. We're going to see quite a few more of the race versions of this.
There are many people who consider it the ultimate supercar. Gordon Murray hit the target, and one of the very best sounds of all, Sauber Mercedes competing at Le Mans. The silver arrows, the silver livery that Auto Union and Mercedes carried in the 30s with such aplomb, and then in the mid-50s, but it came back to Le Mans and victory was taken away. It was fabulous.
It was indeed, but Audi, of course, have had so much success over the years at Le Mans, and this is one of the latest ones, the last ones, the Renault 18 e-tron Quattro. Benoit Trouillet is driving this, and it was, of course, an absolutely crucial part of their many victories. It has been crucial.
Yeah, it wasn't just the speed of the cars as we went into the more recent years at Le Mans 24 Hours, it was how they were almost bulletproof. Don't forget, not so long ago, the cars basically had to get through the night and see what sort of position they were in, and then start to turn up the wick with cars that were beginning to break and crumble. But the way the teams were run, absolutely amazing. Under Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, they had every eventuality covered. If there was a calamity, they already had the tools in place, knowing how to fit it. A lot of unitary elements in the car. They could snap a whole lot off, put a new tail on the car and continue. So as well as the driver's effort, it was the effort off the track, the logistical management that really put Audi to so many wins.
Yeah, so lots of wins. They didn't actually take quite the dominance they had done with the previous cars with the R18, but it was still coming to the end of Audi's battles that were going on then as well.
Well, it just seems right. Audi, Tom Christensen, this is really the one that got the whole thing rolling from 25 years ago. And that was Audi's first Le Mans win. And of course, Tom Christensen, he is Mr. Le Mans, 9 victories in the 24 hours. Just quite staggering. And he's really enjoying being reunited with this car. Of course, it was such an important one in his career. This is the category called the winning formula. And Audi and Christensen, they were the winning formula.
Yeah, they were. He is absolutely still a star, of course, of the Le Mans history. A brilliant performance by him, one of the all-time greatest. As we certainly see the machinery that's coming up the hill now, a little bit more modern, of course.
Well, you don't have to blink too hard to recognise it's a tribute, if you will, to the Lancia 037 rally car in the Group B days. The first series from Chimera, it was the Evo 37, and they produced 37. That was so popular they sold out in the blink of an eye. So they moved on with a few more tweaks to this one, the Evo 38. And you know what? They've sold all 38 of those as well. I'd have one apart from the slight financial embarrassment.
Absolutely. The Mercedes 300 SL, Frederic Vesti is driving this. up the hill now, and this comes back from an earlier period, of course. We're going back now to a time when Mercedes were very, very successful, and this is the Pan America.
Yeah, but this is a car that actually was one of 3 works cars entered on the Milan Miglia, a race that became synonymous with Mercedes a couple of years, 3 years later in '55, when Stirling Moss shattered the record around those hilly roads in the middle of Italy. But at the end of that season in '52, this went to the Camaro Panamericana, all around Mexico, all sorts of road surfaces, and Mercedes were particularly good and took a lot of success. So it was a real marketing drive. But just look how beautiful and clean this line of the 300 SL stands the test of time.
Absolutely, it's got a gorgeous shape and size to it, hasn't it? And it just works beautifully as he comes up the hill. Frederic Vesti not going crazy with it, just enjoying it, looking after it. It's always interesting to see how some drivers will push it hard, others will take it a little bit more carefully. Now, in terms of pushing hard, you may see the next up the hill going a little bit more rapidly, because they are rally cars who love showing off what they can do. You're looking at the WRC2 Toyota Yaris here. This is the mode of rally car that is more based on a road car than the WRC1. In fact, we've just seen Matti Latvala going up the hill in the WRC1, but this is the WRC2, and it's got a little bit more suspension with it because it's not as modified as the World Rally #1, but it actually is very entertaining to watch. So do enjoy seeing it as it maybe stops off. Sometimes does a few rotations. It's not stopping off just yet.
Yeah, heading up towards lunchtime, clearly. But what is amazing, you compare, if you stop watching rallying when Group B came to an end 40 years ago, these, I would suggest, are as dynamic, but they do things in a very, very different way. They're much, much more compliant, probably a little less vicious in many, many ways, but their suspension is just phenomenal. And then you ramp it up a little bit more as we look at the Red Bull truck here. This is the Toyota GR DKR Hilux, and it is made to go competing on deserts quite clearly, but the way that it reacts to any form of direction change, any bumps in its passages, you know, this is intelligent design. Don't just think it's a high-up pickup with the body panels off. It is a true performance machine.
It is. It's achieved so much over the years, and in its latest version, taking yet more success. It has worked brilliantly well, and the Dakar, of course, is one of the great events for all of the major manufacturers in the world to try and make sure to get to the top of it. But Toyota have done that remarkably well for many years, and this is the vehicle that you can see with that high ground clearance and yet so much stability as well. Once the drivers get used to it, can easily go wrong, but they sort it well right. Now, Johnny Herbert, he's enjoying his weekend in the Lola TW01. This is the Formula E car. And he loves slowing down and then going off again, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's mastered the start. I think it puts a stupid smile on his face, because it would with anyone with this incredible electric vehicle acceleration. But for Lola, it was for a long time the world's top racing car constructor. It went away. It's come back. Till Bechtelsheimer has brought it back to play. This is their first season in Formula E, and you don't hit the ground running. They've got a 5th place so far, competing this weekend at Tempelhof in Berlin, the old airport circuit in the environ there. But Johnny Herbert, he's an ambassador for Lola, and he'll have plenty to say. Hopefully we'll hear from him later this weekend.
Oh, we've got the modern machine heading off, not looking as though it's going to be heading up the hill just this time.
Yeah, well, in fact, I think that's the Extreme H vehicle, the Spark Pioneer, which is replacing Extreme E. So moving on to hydrogen. We have a lot of time for hydrogen power, Ben. We've had conversations off air about it. But let's go back to the beauty of a McLaren F1 GTR. As you mentioned, it was made as a road car, but the owners wanted it to go racing. It went to Le Mans for the first time in 1995 and only went and won it.
Absolutely, it did. And Justin Bell is actually going up in this one, which is, we've just seen the son of Derek Bell having some fun in the games here over the course of the weekend. It's lovely to see him running together.
No, it really is. And in the first season, the car that won Le Mans for McLaren wasn't run by McLaren, it was run by Lanzanti, and then other teams wanted to get in the mix the following year. In fact, the order book filled up very, very quickly. Indeed, GT racing around Europe was really starting to spread its wings, and great looking cars. And in fact, you tell me that this car is the best part of 30 years ago, 30 years old, and I still sort of blink and go, really? It still looks modern to my eyes.
It does, doesn't it? It still has that modern look to it, and it was a fantastic machine for the McLaren to have got to Le Mans and then take victory. And of course, Gordon Murray, who designed it as a road car, but then was convinced, the McLarens were convinced to actually race it. It was fitted in with the regulations at the time. Now, we talk about the NASCAR, and here we go again, the Chevrolet Camaro here. Look, lots of wheel spin from Mike Whitted as he plans to go up the hill. This is lovely to see just how it can deliver with its nearly 6-litre V8 engine.
It just sounds absolutely mighty, meaty, and for Mike Whitted, of course, we see him in the drift cars, quite extraordinary, runs with a lot of Red Bull backing, does great Red Bull events all around the world. I'm just hearing of a fantastic one down near Queenstown in New Zealand, but he can't help himself, and we don't want him to help himself. In fact, he set his Mazda on fire early this morning, went on up the hill. The oil trail had to be cleared, but right now he's decided he doesn't want as much rubber when he gets to the top. He's leaving it down bottom. Always a man who leaves an autograph, a signature. Yeah. Up he goes, but loud and proud and going fast.
Absolutely, winner of the Formula Drift Japan Series back in 2018, but he's done so many drift displays here at Goodwood as well as all over the world, as you say. He was a motocross rider from when he was 6 years old. He's just lived and built machinery over all these years. Mike Whitted is such a talent, both at putting machines together, but also then getting the very most out of them in drift style. Look at the way he can just spin those rear wheels and yet keep it all under control. Beautifully done. A bit of a smell, different smell, as he heads up the hill.
Yeah, if he offers you a used car, steer past him. It's been absolutely taken to the end and beyond. We talked about the Iron Dems 911 GT3 and Sarah Bovey, one of the racers the last few seasons, second generation racer from Belgium. Her father Kirin used to race up to Formula 3 level, but she absolutely loves her racing and is very quick indeed. Took a lot of class poles in the World Endurance Championship last year, so hats off to her. This year been upgraded, but it actually has hampered her. She's become a higher ranked driver, and that has cost her drive in the World Endurance Championship by and large, because you've got to balance the coloured medals of your drivers. But right now, look, this is a 911 GT3R, a car that demands to be driven, and Sarah doing a fantastic job and gets out of the car and is just one of the most personable people you will meet. What a fantastic ambassador for the entire sport, but particularly for young girls who are looking at this and want to go racing. She is a magnificent role model.
Absolutely, and this tremendous livery as well, giving the new Powering Your Dreams livery, and for Deborah Mayer, who's put together the Iron Dames platform, it really is working extremely well, and it's such an opportunity to prove what they can do. And Sarah Bovey just taking it up the hill. We will, as I say, be seeing her a little bit later on, putting in some times. I noticed that James Wallace just done a 46.9.
Yeah, all eyes on the prize, all just building up towards the shootout on Sunday afternoon. Still got some time runs to come as we work towards that. But now from one form of Porsche to another, from one decade to the mid-1960s. It's an exquisite-looking car, but super, super dynamic. Of course, the 911 would come along shortly and then go on to just sort of rule the epoch, if you will. But in the 904-6, it's just a fantastic-looking car. I love the period number plate there as well. And this is a car from 1964. Still looks right to my eye right now.
Yeah, mid-engine 2-litre flat four, so very neat and tidy, perfectly balanced in many ways. Quite a complicated motor, in fact, but that ladder chassis fiberglass bodywork, winner of the Targa Florio in 1964, class 1-2 at Le Mans, 7th and 8th overall. So it had all of its success. It was always a very reliable machine when it was competing as well, in a time when a lot of cars would break down very early.
Well, one thing that's really nice, this is being driven by Thomas Wagner. He's the vice president of Hertz, and we like the people of the top of companies to be motor racing people. So I hope he's loving his experience up the hill, from light to dark to light again, and the bales seem to grow in height either side of you. But up to the top he goes, and then Jackie Oliver, 1974 Shadow, victory in all but one of the rounds of the Can-Am Championship. It's loud, it's proud, and it's the right person in the right place at the right time. So great to have these people reunited all these years later with the cars with which they earned their name.
Yeah, that car was considered to be one of the best ever race cars, according to George Fulmer, who was part of that team then, but it was Jackie, of course, who took the title that season. Now, here we are with the Le Mans Aston Martin, the World Endurance Championship competitor coming into the series this 2025 season. Still lots to develop, lots of work to do, but wonderful to see it here.
It's finding its form, you know, it's sort of late to the party. There are other manufacturers coming in the years, so it'll be ahead of them as they come in years ahead. But the sound from the V12, it is the winner, and certainly at Le Mans, talking to the fans when I was down there, everyone was listening out for it. And of course, Aston Martin has history. It took a while to win Le Mans, but 1959, all the stars were aligned for Salvadori and Shelby, and victory was theirs, and the car was running in the exact colours it's running now.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very impressive. Ross Gunn is driving that up the hill right now, and we will see plenty more of it if you're watching World Endurance. Of course, Le Mans has taken place this year, but there are still more rounds to be contested, so that's something to enjoy as well.
Yeah, one happening this weekend down on that fabulous circuit in Sao Paulo, the Interlagos circuit, so famous for the Brazilian Grand Prix.
So there he is, the Cadillac Hertz, the Team Jota machine. That's also, of course, big part of current world endurance racing.
Doesn't sound too shabby either, does it? Rorty engine. Ricky Taylor, that illustrious American racing family. Great to have him on board this weekend, showing the best of what the car can do.
Yeah, lovely to see it. So we will see just how it comes up. And yeah, this is machinery that is so competitive with that rapid qualifying at Le Mans, and they've just got to try and deliver a bit more in terms of race pace as well.
There's so many things you need to have combined to get the ultimate success. The standard is higher and higher at the moment at the top of the sport. The World Endurance Championship is possibly in the richest of its ever richest period.
Well, it's lovely to see this one, the Fiat SF76, a world speed record machine, heading up the hill. This is one of the last to head up in this particular group now. This one, of course, absolutely superb. We see it at Goodwood so many times with that incredibly high bonnet and the massive engine that's in it.
Well, one thing that's making me smile is the driver of this car is normally in the car behind. Bear with me on this one. This is Ben Collins, who normally drives the 120 HP Mercedes. I noticed he's swapped, and Duncan Pittaway, who's normally climbing up the ladder to get into this massive, lofty 28.4 litre Fiat, has swapped. He's driving the Mercedes, so mix and match, and what an experience for all involved.
It's lovely that they've swapped cars, isn't it? Yeah, because they've competed against each other often with the SF Edge Trophy that takes place around the actual Goodwood circuit. That's one of the key races for these older machines, but as you say, they've swapped them.
And it's all about experiencing as many things as you can, and the driver there ducking down low in his white shirt, always with a tie, fantastic standards, is he can't get enough. And in fact went up yesterday on a motorbike sidecar. We're just told, hang on, don't lean out. And Duncan Pittaway, well, he's always smiling.
And it's all time to celebrate the Ford Supervan time. So it is time to celebrate the Supervans, and this is rather lovely to see from the early 1970s. It was a machine that made its debut at Brands Hatch using a Cooper Monaco space frame, a mid-engine as well. And so this was something that got the whole thing going with the Mark I Transit body, but then it developed over the years.
Didn't it, just from just an engine, a slightly upgraded chassis, to the second van, wider wheel arches, a proper sports car body underneath, and the third one that had a Formula 1 engine. And then for the fourth one, it wasn't so much a van anymore, and you can see at the back these were made for purpose, but by the end it wasn't just a V8, it was 4 electric motors, 2,000 horsepower. Think about that, 500 horsepower to each of the driven wheels. And if you look at the ones at the back, from the middle to the rear, they're fed all the way in, huge rear wing, and their purpose was changed. No longer a delivery van, no longer Chris Craft driving the one at the front as he did in period. It was going up Pikes Peak, and it was going up the Goodwood Hill climb that really counted. But the Ford Transit's been the backbone backbone of almost every delivery across Europe, certainly for the past 50 years. So a brilliant, brilliant marketing campaign.
Yeah, Supervan 4.2 that did such a great job winning the Festival of Speed shootout last year, Romain Dumas, but this time they are using the Ford Super Truck, the F-150 Ford Super Truck as well. So the Supervans have been absolutely superb throughout the course of history, and this is lovely to see them all together, isn't it?
Well, it really is, because the first one, if you looked at it from a distance, it sat a little high. You thought, oh, someone's put some wide wheel arches, how silly. But I remember watching that when it was brought out before Supervan 2, just to show what could be done. It was the noise. Suddenly, hold on, those tyres are a bit wider than the norm. But the rumble as they come past our commentary box tells the story in its own way.
It does, yeah. It's lovely that they're charging their way up the hill now. But the speed that they have with these machines is just astonishing. And as you say, with these powertrains, for the electric powertrains they have in the latest versions, the sheer amount of horsepower is just incredible. But I'm sure many people would have used Ford Transit vans over the years, some great history. Of course, they've always been incredibly useful just for normal life, for normal work. But it's fun to see these incredibly competitive versions.
Yeah, shifting sofa from house to house, or delivering bread, or car parts, whatever. I mean, who knows how much payload they've shifted over the years. But right, we talked about the vans, now let's talk about the truck. When we talk about the truck, it's the F-150 Lightning Super Truck. Lightning by name, lightning by nature.
Yeah, and this is the one that will be, we think, setting the pace, because it was fastest yesterday in the timed shootout that was just a practice session. That was yesterday afternoon. Today it'll be even more important, because each group, they will be winners in each of the sections. But tomorrow, this one is still likely to be one of the fastest overall, and it will be fascinating to just see what kind of speeds it is going to achieve. Romain Dumas, one of the stars around this hill climb for so many years. He's just done it in 43.91 seconds, and that's actually getting down very close to the time he set last year to take victory.
Yeah, it's when you get to ride on board, as we saw him accelerate away from Moulcombe Corner, and then suddenly you move into the sort of parallel universe, you move into warp speed, but don't forget he suddenly had that flint wall in front of him. Another vehicle that can really get a move on. This is Harry Barton in the Lister Storm. That was a mighty car in GT1 in 2001. Good to see the Extreme H vehicle got going, as we saw it just slide off to the sides. They've obviously topped it up. This is hydrogen power, and you know, there are many ways we can go forward in getting motive power into vehicles, and a lot of us are big fans of hydrogen, and they're working really hard at Le Mans to see if they can have the 24-hour race running to hydrogen spec. But this is a vehicle made, Ben, to perform in extreme locations around the world.
It is, yes, and it has all moved on, as you say. It's the new technology and going for the hydrogen power now. This is an important part of life for everybody, of course, to see how this develops. Back into some rallying stars now as well. Gregoire Munster, who is driving the Ford Puma Rally 1, and this is all part of and parcel of the World Rally Championship, of course. So lovely to see the speed and the performance of these machines. Of course, at the moment, it's looking very, very good for Toyota, going well. Hyundai have done very well in the past too. And we've got a Hyundai Rally 1, Martin Weidegg, who's coming up with that right now. So you're hopefully going to see some more rally action as they come round. How much spinning will they do? Yes, I think we're going in for one here.
Well, certainly pitching very hard for the first corner of the second, but I suggest at this pace he's going to go straight on past the house. Maybe he's going to do something very special when he goes under the bridge. Little dab on the brakes there. Yeah, the nose coming down, so he's not going to pitch it, as I thought, straight into Moulcombe. He's going to, put it a little bit sideways. A brilliant, brilliant place to watch the climb here. This is the point where you leave this sort of area in front of the house and start to go up into the woods, and the hill climbs and climbs and climbs.
It really does. So this is the 2024 version of the Hyundai i20 N Rally 1 with its 1.6 litre. But here we are. Scott Speed now is about to come up in the Subaru Project Midnight. Now this definitely is one of the contenders when we get into the shootout. We've got onboard camera as well. Scott Speed, second last year, very rapid. Let's see whether they've been able to develop the machine overnight. I'm sure they've been working on it because they really want to try and get those fastest speeds. We've seen that Romain Dumas has set a rapid pace already. It's going to be hard to challenge that, but this is one of the potential contenders.
Oh, 100%. And in fact, what we saw on Romain Dumas running that 150 Lightning Super Truck, he's left a little space between his car, the flanks of his car, and the straw bales in the upper part of the course, and so will Scott Speed. He'll be going closer and closer, doesn't want to drop it, but wants to press on and press on he does past the yellow grass in front of the house. It's been a hot, dry summer so far in the UK, but Captain Cool is at the wheel, coming up towards Moulcom now. The little kink to the right, and then pitch it in, balance it over, just kissing the grass verge, kicking up the dust, and now suddenly bent from day to night, it seems, into the shade of the trees.
Yeah, doing a lovely job. Scott Speed, who was such a great single-seater racer, who then switched to rally-style machinery, and he is very quick up this hill. Let's have a look and see whether he's going to be somewhere within that battle with Romain Dumas later. He's done 46.85, so it's not quite as quick, but it's still impressive. Very, very impressive. It doesn't perhaps quite have the horsepower that that Ford Super Truck has, but it was still good around the corners.
Yeah, I bet he wouldn't mind 2,000 horsepower. Totally different machinery, and I do love the fact that you've got these things tilting for glory, but from that to this, you might say. Now we're going back to more than a century ago. Yeah. Sorry, not quite a century ago, beg your pardon. It was 1933. Think what was around at the time, and try and imagine, if you can, the cars were on the road. This was a car not to go on the road. This was a car to go for land speed records and to try and get the record on Britain's strongest circuit at the time, the Bank Brooklyn circuit near Weybridge in Surrey.
Yeah, absolutely. With a 24-litre engine, it's a 12-cylinder W engine, 24 litres, and it produced in its era around 560 horsepower, and went on, as you say, to take the Brooklands track record. And of course, with Brooklands not continuing after the Second World War, that track record has remained for the Napier Railton. John Cobb was the record holder. He was the driver. It had all been put together, his relationship with Reed Railton, the race engineer, and it worked extremely well, and they achieved other records as well around the world. So lovely to see that combination of machinery with a history of success in all forms of motorsport, whether it's on-road or off-road. And we're looking back here at some of the highlights, Bruce, of some of those magical machines.
It was a mixture, it was a melange, call you what it will. It was fantastic, whether it was the Sauber Mercedes, the later Audis that took victory at Le Mans, the Chimera Evo 38, a sort of modern iteration of a fabulous car of the period, but the Porsche 956s and 962, such a strong history at Le Mans, but rallying, it keeps on changing.
It does, yes, absolutely, but the balance of these rally cars, always such a joy to watch, and we've seen this working very, very hard. We'll see some of those rally cars in the shootout later on. The McLaren history, Toyota as well, of course, whether it's on-road or off-road, with their Dakar success. That has been celebrated here this weekend as well. So many manufacturers involved in chasing off some of the great races and competitions, whether it's NASCAR or whether it's Formula One or whether it's sports car racing. There's always something to chase. And we've seen plenty of wheel spin throughout this session. The Iron Dames, Porsche, we'll be seeing that again later, as I say, in the shootouts as well. And Porsche's always very quick. But some of the older machinery giving us such history of the origins of cars, and some of the transit vans, of course. That was lovely to see, because that combination has been so impressive, and we will see that being very rapid again later on. So, wonderful stuff. Let's go back up to the top of the hill and join Ed Foster.
Tom, it's quite a plethora of motorsport history here. How's your weekend going?
Amazing. It's my favorite weekend of the year, as my son and I come every year together. It's just a total blast, start to finish.
And just tell us a little bit about the car behind us.
Yeah, it's a 1964 Porsche 904, a very special history, and we've got special livery to celebrate Team Ikuzawa, Daniel Arsham, and Richard Tuthill, who's helped us with the car. So a bunch of different people that have helped make this happen. Thought we'd put some special livery on it, and a little bit of honor to Goodwood on there as well.
You sound like a proper motorsport enthusiast.
Yeah, I definitely am. We've got my organization has some investments in different motorsport things. We're co-owners of Jota, so we've got our Cadillac at Le Mans racing this weekend in Brazil, very excited about, and also racing our NASCAR team this weekend with the Jimmy Johnson's team.
Fantastic. You sound as though you've got the same disease as all of us. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Be well.
Bill, I see so many amazing cars up here, but you cannot not look at these vans. This is not your first time in this, though, is it?
No, and I actually remember all these vans. I've been with Ford, my whole life. So, and I used to work in Ford of Britain, and this one was gone before I worked at Ford of Britain, but I remember it. but they're a blast to be in. And the owner just did a wonderful job of restoring this.
And this has got a GT40 engine in the back.
It does, and they're still tuning it. They've, it was not in great shape, and they've completely restored it. No fiberglass, all metal. I'm very happy.
Maybe a stupid question. The heat coming through that panel must be extraordinary.
Well, I was only in it a short period. I think, yeah, if you were in it for an extended period, you would feel it, and particularly on a day like today.
Perhaps not an endurance racer, but fantastic to see.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
So you're driving the Porsche here with the sort of Iron Dames banner, but there's a lot more to Iron Dames than just the GT racing. Tell us about it.
Yes, indeed. Now it's a whole program. I mean, in motorsport, we have girls doing go-kart. We have girls in GT3 at highest level. We have girls in Porsche Cup. In rally, we also have some racers. We also have the horse riding with the girls that are the riders are just insane. They are winning everything they're doing. So, it's a concept. It's becoming much bigger than just a team sport, and we are very proud to wear the colors, to be in beautiful events like here and meet all the fans, all the support we have, seeing that we are inspiring the younger generation. It's absolutely insane.
Now, yesterday I saw you checking out Duncan Pittaway's Beast of Turin. Have you got a ride in it yet?
No, not yet, but I'm really curious to feel that incredible sensation going up the hill. So who knows, maybe one day. I would love it.
Cheers, Eric.
Thank you.
Future Lab, you cannot miss one of the fantastic E1 race boats that are on display. And here to tell us more about this up-and-coming, exciting series, I'm joined by the co-founder of Badass Studios, Rosemary Lockhurst. I'm so excited by this new race series and the technology that you guys are developing in partnership with them. Tell us a bit more about this.
Thank you, and thank you for having us. Yeah, we're here with the E1 series. They have worked with Seabird Technologies to develop this race birds for their UIM World Championship powerboat racing series, and it's all electrical. So it's all about the future. It's about really getting greener marine practices and creating awareness for it. It's quite exciting because it's a very young racing series. And so it all feels very much friendly still and friendly competition. There's a couple of people that you know in this racing series as well, like Katie Munnings, for example. And there is 9 teams in there with 9 boats, but they have 2 pilots, very much focused on gender equality. And we've had 1.5 seasons so far. Our race is next week in Monaco, which you can Google for E1 series and then find out where to watch on YouTube.
Yeah, it's such a captivating series. And you are a digital production company that are working alongside the series to create engagement. So tell us about the apps, the technology that you're developing.
Correct, yeah. We've been working with the E1 series because they really want to make sure that we get younger people involved. And one of the ways of doing that is digital production, because that's where they are on their phones playing games. And we've been fortunate enough to work with them across the broadcast, so doing augmented reality and virtual production for their broadcasting partner, as well as then building those environments in a gaming engine and being able to then take the race boards, these beautiful boats, into that gaming engine, and then in real time as the race happens, we map all the data from the race onto those boats, and then you can race in real time against the actual pilots as the race is ongoing. And of course,
wow,
you can do that afterwards. And I would like to invite you to try that out.
Yeah, I would love to. Right, okay, so people can race on this gaming platform as it's happening in real time. So they're almost racing against the pilots who are out on the water.
Exactly, that's the point for live events. They can measure themselves against the actual pilots. Now, of course, there's no race ongoing at the moment, so you will be doing a time trial, which is part of the racing series where they go in short bursts with the electrical boats, the race birds, out onto the water to do in time trials, qualify for the Saturday for the racing season.
Okay, let's give it a go then.
Excellent.
So what race has been set up right now then, Rosemary? Whereabouts would the E1 boats race?
So I believe you selected Team Rafa Nadal, and that's one of our teams with our 2 pilots. And we have set up Dubrovnik for you. We had a race in Dubrovnik just about 4 weeks ago. So this environment is entirely mapped in Unreal Engine, which is a gaming engine, to make it look as realistic as possible. And it also has a Google blend into it, so that it really in the background looks very realistic. You'll see for yourself.
Okay, so is this something that the pilots would use themselves for training purposes?
They've been hopping on it. It's at the moment it's still in its infancy. This is a beta, so this is the lap that you will be doing. That's the course as an explainer, and then you can see the coastline as well. And as this then finishes, you will see 3, 2, 1, and then I invite you to step on the gas and give it a go.
Okay. And there's no brakes.
There's no brakes because it's of course in a boat. Yes, you're absolutely right. So it's really just steering and then using the boost, which is the button in the middle, the X, this one.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And that gets you in faster. And it's generally the course is really the real course that they had in the race as well. So the pilots have been coming to really try this out. It's still a beta version in the game, so we are still developing things like, for example, the resistance of the water that they would feel, or since it's hydrofoiling boats, they go out and they lift out of the water. And so all those types of things we are still building into the game.
Yeah, I mean, the water visuals are so realistic, but I guess the progression would be to involve haptics and feedback, like you say, that resistance from the water.
Just like in the real race, you want to go to the right side of the red buoys, so take a left here, follow that green racing line, and then when you get out of that, if there's yellow buoys, then they would go on the left side, and these ones are the ones that mark the finish line, so you have to go in between them. So that is your first trial lap that you have now.
Okay,
And here's your time on the right-hand side.
I still need to get a bit quicker. So, yeah, maybe I'll stay here a little bit longer to practice my lap time, but this is incredible technology. Catch up with me again in a bit.
Drifting is always a spectacle here at Goodwood Festival of Speed. Here I am with James. Can you hear me up there?
I got you, bud.
James the Machine Dean, multiple champion in the States, across Europe, in the Middle East, all of it. Smile says it all, and he puts those on the fans' face, him alongside of his drifting peers. Now, most people see a cool, flashy Ford Mustang. You see a canvas to get more sideways. And people say, oh, it's just a Ford Mustang. It's capable of doing anything. But what kind of modifications are critical to get it as sideways to not only put on smiles, but be competitive? What's most important to you? Let's walk over.
Yep.
The hood is popped.
We'll start with the front and work our way back.
Yeah, sounds good.
So a Ford Mustang, as you know, is a really fun car from the factory, but we've taken it to a whole new level. So first thing we got a body and white chassis from Ford, stripped it all down to almost nothing, cut all the unnecessary parts out, then we fabricate full roll cage, chop the front off from here, so these are all removable bars here. This is structural strength down to the chassis legs, so you're just taking away whatever is not necessary and making it really quick in the event of a crash, so you can repair the car quickly. The motor has gone from a Coyote to a Ford Performance RY45 engine. Now this makes about 900 horsepower with no nitrous, but of course we're drifting. We're trying to put on a show. We need all the power we can get. We're running about 200 shot of nitrous currently this weekend, so 1100 horsepower, revs to 9,000 RPM, and more than enough power to spin those rear tires. So how do we go at the angles we go at? So the suspension is totally customized. We got extended lower control arms. They're all RTR parts. You move your suspension from the center point here. We're allowed in the rule book to get in within this circumference, so coilover is out a bit forward and a bit out, so you can extend the track width as much as possible, so you have as much clearance as possible for 65, 70 degrees of angle, so we can back these cars in.
I mean, you could practically parallel park this thing, and obviously Chris Forsberg pushed a little too hard, got into that hay bale, and it went full 90 degrees. But say that again for the fans, because an average car, like an OE car, how many degrees of angle, and then you max it out?
Yeah, I'd say an average car would be maybe 25, 30 degrees, and we're pretty much double that.
That's
so,
insane,
yeah.
And that's what really gets the precision, obviously not just the vehicle, but the driver as well. As they say, you know, it's the Indian and the Arrow, and obviously man and machine coming together. All right, so suspension, horsepower, but you know, looking at this, beautiful, obviously the livery and all that, but carbon, Kevlar, how much does this car weigh?
This car in kgs, because we're in England, right?
Yep.
It's about 1,300 kilos plus me. So we're under 1,400 kilos, ready to race. So quite a bit lighter than a factory Mustang. RTR did an amazing job making this full custom RTR wide body kit, so it's all carbon fiber, everything super lightweight. You can see it's flexible, so if you do make contact with another driver or a car, you can actually bend this stuff without cracking it, so it always looks good for the fans when you come back in.
And you know, Mad Mike, you're alongside Bagsy, the one-of-one Toyota Stout, getting sideways along the wall. When you were a kid and now progressing onto this, what was the biggest advancement? Because here we are with so many different vehicles. What was the biggest advancement for you?
You know, I think about 5 years ago, I was at a point in drifting where I'm like, this can't get any better, right?
Yeah.
Like, the driving can't get any better, people are pushing the limits, and every single year we come back, somebody brings something new, somebody's figured out a new way.
Yep.
The speeds get higher, the proximity gets closer, the show gets better, it just keeps on getting wilder. So the sport is just progressing all the time. More people are coming to watch the events, and look, we're here at Goodwood Festival of Speed.
It's not bad. It's not Badwood. This is all Goodwood, baby. Drifting. James the Machine Dean, one of the drift maniacs out here on the hill. Thank you so much, brother.
Thank you.
Right, so now we are getting ready for some more wonderful machinery for F1 and looking at some of the champion devices, whether they created a driver's champion or constructor's championship. We are looking at some of the most wonderful machinery that will be heading up the hill in just a few moments' time. We're looking at a Brabham Repco BT20 there from 1966, and Jack Brabham became the only driver to win a Formula One driver's title in a car carrying his own name. That was, of course, a very major part of life in those days. And for Jack Brabham, that team went on to greater success under different ownership later on.
It did indeed, but this car, which Jack Brabham won his World Championship in, the concept was a tubular frame Brabham chassis. It was a lightweight V8 engine, I think based originally on an Oldsmobile engine, but developed into a racing engine by Repco Engineering in Australia. And it just happened to be the right time, the right place for that World Championship in 1996. Denny Hulme, I think, was his teammate. And Denny Hulme went on to take the World Championship himself in the further updated version of the Repco engine and the Brabham chassis in 1967. So a great Antipodean story for Formula One, Australian World Champion in 1966 and then Denny in 1967.
Absolutely, but as the seasons moved on into the 1970s, of course, we saw a slight development of machinery with ground effect not quite coming into play at too much of a level at this stage, but aero was a big point, of course. The wings were starting to come in, and now we're looking at something a little more modern. Now, this is in modern specification, but it isn't a Sauber from this period. It's from a few years ago, but it's lovely to have this combination of machinery that we are celebrating here, and we will see how it all goes when they come up the hill.
We will indeed, and that looks like a young Gabriele Bortoletto's helmet that's perched on the car there. Of course, we saw him out yesterday on the runs, and I think he was also out on Friday. So clearly enjoying himself. I did see him wandering around the paddock. He had a great big smile on his face, chatting to fans, and of course doing a great job for his rookie year in Formula One. And it looks like we've got the Alpine just there, and I think again looking, that looks like that's probably Paul Aron behind the wheel. Of course, got his first taste of free practice and on F1 weekend, John, with of course Sauber at Silverstone.
Yes, it was a good run for Paul. I mean, just desperate to get behind the wheel. And of course, the Renault, or Alpine, I should say, driver lineup has been somewhat erratic because of poor Doohan losing his drive to Franco Colapinto. Paul Aron part of the driver lineup, and sort of it takes me back almost to the days of when Ferrari was orchestrating how each 5 or so drivers under contract would be selected to drive. Well, you can drive here, but you're not going to drive there, and sort of putting in a young driver. Okay, that was a FP1 session, and teams are required by regulation to run their young drivers, I think, on 2 occasions throughout the 24 Grand Prix season. So Paul Aron was given the opportunity. He showed what he's capable of doing, and it was impressive.
And then, of course, Mercedes, a team that has had huge amount of success, but just the last couple of years, of course, it hasn't gone quite so well to plan for them, has it? Because it's been proving to be them a little bit more difficult. But, of course, they are having dominated us for so long with Lewis Hamilton, then the great battle with Max Verstappen and Red Bull. But it's wonderful to see them here.
It is, and that just shows, again, the development race really on track, how things can change. You obviously got quite a competitive season this season, particularly with the McLarens, but things can change very, very quickly, and then we've gone backwards a few more years. Of course, we've got the Red Bulls that will be going up the hill, and actually it's nice to see some of them on slick tyres. Most of them have been venturing out on the wet weather Pirelli tyres, but good to see that they've stuck on a set of the Pirelli slicks.
Yeah, I think one of the purposes of going on a wet weather tyre is to basically restrain the exuberance of a driver going up the hill. And if you're going to stop in front of Goodwood House and do a series of donuts, well, it doesn't really matter what tyre you're on. But if you think you might have a chance of doing a quick run up the hill, then that red sidewalled Pirelli tyre, the softest tyre in the Pirelli range, might give you that little bit of extra bite. But of course, there are no tyre warmers available. You're sitting down waiting for your chance to go up the hill, and you're sort of going from stone cold down into the first couple of turns, which in themselves, believe me, are tricky corners. And there's a lot of dust around because everything is so bone dry. I mean, the grass at Goodwood is normally verdant green, but it's now verdant yellow.
I think that's a sign when you come to England and look at the grass on the summer, and you can definitely tell whether it's been a dry one or it's been a very wet one. But just touching back to Red Bull, they've obviously had a huge amount of success, of course, in Formula One, and one of the champions that we're celebrating here this weekend. They've had 405 starts in Formula One with 124 wins, 287 podiums. So huge success from them. We'll also see some of the Ferraris out there too. They've had quite a few more starts than Red Bull. Have obviously been around for a lot longer, but 1,109 starts from then, and 248 wins for Ferrari in Formula One, most of any team.
Well, it is time to start celebrating some of these F1 champions, drivers and machines.
In 75 years, just 34 drivers have claimed the crown. Each one a champion. Each one shaped by their era. Because as the sport has evolved from scrappy and dangerous to global and elite, so have the people who conquered it. What it takes to become a Formula One world champion has changed with every generation. In the 1950s, they were sturdy men in linen helmets and polo shirts who raced on instinct and braved brutal cars for money's reward. The sport was raw, the drivers were too. By the 60s and 70s, the circus got bigger, and so did the spotlight. Drivers were younger, sharper, more glamorous. The sport was still dangerous, but now it was dazzling too. Sponsorships arrived, and so did the cameras. F1 was finding its place on the world stage, and its champions were becoming stars. With TV came fame, and rivalries went global. Champions weren't just races, they were headlines, superstars, icons. By the 2000s, talent alone was no longer enough. You need to be a leader, an athlete, the centre of a factory-built machine. The drivers and the sport were entering a new age of precision. Now the demands are total, the scrutiny constant. Champions must master every detail, every environment, every pressure. They're no longer just racers. They're role models, business empires, sporting royalty. 34 champions, each different, but all with one thing in common. In their time, they were the best in the world.
So there we are, just looking back at some of the wonderful history of Formula One, and I know many, many people are waiting to see this amazing batch of machinery coming up the hill. It will be in just a few moments, they will start to come up. Many, many people taking photographs, and it's lovely to see the support for Formula One that exists. It's just grown and grown over the years, more and more.
Yeah, and just some of the fans just realising that they're on the big screens all the way up the hill and just catching a view of the, oh, Mommy, I'm on the TV.
Alice, when you first got into racing, when you started racing yourself, but that you must have had a massive interest watching Formula One. Which of the drivers at that time for you were really inspiring?
I mean, for me, none of my family were involved in motorsport at all, so I was the first one. My grandfather was a Formula One fan, went to a few races when he saved up his money to buy a ticket, but for me, I was around the 2000s. That's when I really started to have an interest. Maybe I'll even touch on 1998 was probably my first Formula One game that I purchased for my PlayStation 1 with my pocket money, and of course it was Michael Schumacher, you know, and my favourite car is actually in this batch, my favourite car of all time, the 3-litre V10 Ferrari from 2002 that dominated that season when it was launched in Brazil, winning every single race apart from Monaco. But for me, Schumacher was my hero, and when I was younger, everything had to be red, whether I was wearing a red t-shirt, red shorts, had a red little push bike. And you know, we've got so many young fans out here as well that you can see wearing McLaren, Red Bull, Ferrari shirts, lots of Lando Norris shirts I've seen out there as well, and it's so fantastic to see. And they also get to learn, of course, about the history of Formula One, which I think is so important.
It's rather fun to see the safety car and medical car, so the existing machines that, of course, head the way when a Formula One Grand Prix gets underway. It's fun to see those. It just gives you that feeling, oh, we're getting into Formula One.
Yeah, just watching Bernd Mylander go up in the Aston Martin safety car. This is the medical car. And just we were reflecting back at Silverstone a week ago in the rain. And one of the difficulties that the safety car has, it's going to run really hard to run at a decent pace to keep the Formula One field in sort of a relatively good temperature zone. And he said, actually, the Formula 3 race was even more difficult. The problem is the road tyres on a high-performance car are not designed to cope with the kind of weather conditions that Silverstone faced last weekend.
Very different conditions we've got here this weekend, particularly the Formula 3 race you were mentioning was particularly wet, but finally we've got cars going up the hill. The 421 absolutely screaming as it goes past up the fans that are sat alongside on the right-hand side just there at Monkenford.
Yeah, a podium on its debut at race 1 in Bahrain, driven by Kimi Raikkonen. Juan Pablo Montoya was his teammate. They achieved plenty of podiums that year in 2006, but he didn't actually get any wins. But what a gorgeous car, that. The aero design. Of course, rules change all the way through Formula One history. And this is a period when wings did not exist, John.
This is a masterpiece of engineering. It's the Mercedes-Benz W125 from the mid-30s era. This car was the dominant car between Auto Union and Mercedes. I've driven this car. It's a 5.6-litre straight-eight, two-stage supercharged engine, over 600 horsepower in its final incarnation. Driving it from third to fourth car, dropped the clutch, floored the throttle. I thought I'd broken the clutch, but I was getting wheel spin at 120 mile an hour in fourth gear. These cars and the drivers that raced them, they were the true titans of Formula One in that pre-war period.
Rudolf Caracciola, he was one of those, of course. He was one of the great drivers pre-war, and he was part of that Mercedes team, and they would win titles in that period. It was Mercedes versus Auto Union that was such a big part of it. But then, of course, later on, post-war, Mercedes were also absolutely key part to Formula One.
Yes, this is the W196, the car that Mercedes raced 1954, 1955, and then they withdrew from Formula One racing. This car, again, a technical tour de force straight-eight engine. Carl Wendlinger, I think it is, behind the wheel, who was driving the Sauber yesterday afternoon. About 285, 290 horsepower. And you contrast then the McLaren F1. This car went on to win the Le Mans 24 Hours in 1995.
And driven by JJ Leto, who went on, as you say, to win Le Mans with this machine. And he had competed in Formula One, and it never quite worked for him in the same way. He was a winner in Formula 4 2000s, he won Formula 3, and he stepped up to Formula 1 with Onyx initially, with a few other teams. It didn't quite ever come together for him, but it certainly did at Le Mans. He ended up a two-time Le Mans winner. First of those in 1995 with this McLaren, and he's back in it now, and then he also took the victory again in 2005 with Audi.
Yeah, he was a Benetton driver in 1994, 95, had a testing accident at Silverstone, injured his neck, and thereafter never quite managed to get back into a race-winning team.
There's a famous crash helmet there, Alice.
It's Bruno Senna. He's behind the wheel of the McLaren Cosworth M23. Of course, again, one of the champions. So much success, particularly in 1974, and taking, of course, Fittipaldi to his first championship, his title, and of course we're going to see him later on today.
Yes, this car gave Emerson his second world championship title. Bruno Senna sitting rather high in the cockpit, and I think he was having to look down and find, I've got 5 forward gears, which one am I in? If I go forward, that could be either second or fourth, or if I go to the left and down, that'll be first gear. Young drivers, contemporary drivers, some of them don't even know what a gear shift's all about. A clutch pedal? What's a clutch pedal? Well, these cars have clutch pedals, they've got a gear shift. No power steering, no driver aids, no traction control. You know, it's just a modern, different experience.
It's a lovely view, though, isn't it? And that, the way you sit, as you say, Bruno sits quite high, but that view the driver has, very different, of course, to nowadays, but lovely to see. The M23, which was a very successful machine for several years, unusually effectively, John. Now, we always have a new car every year, but the M23 lasted several years, didn't it?
It was introduced in 1973. I think it was introduced again at Goodwood. I remember testing the Brabham BT42, and McLaren bought the M23 at the same time, and that car raced successfully all the way through to the end of 76 when James Hunt won his world championship, and in fact the successor to the 23 was the M26. Some drivers feel that 23 was the nicer of the two cars to drive.
But look at this. This is Mika Hakkinen. We are going to be celebrating his title, of course, a little bit later on. And he's in another of the McLarens. And this is the MP4 2B, which was actually an incredibly successful car slightly before he joined McLaren, because this was the Prost time. It developed beautifully as they went into the late 80s, but this was very much one of Alain Prost's key cars.
It was, and he had to suffer the heartbreak the year before in 1984, didn't he? But found the mojo, slightly different driving for him, and of course this car was hugely successful, John. 5 victories and 6 other podiums, and like Ben said, it took Prost to his first World Championship.
Yes, it was. I mean, the tag turbo motor in particular was just a sensational engine. Not the most powerful, but the most drivable, most fuel efficient, and ultimately finishing races. Won the championship, certainly for Nicky in 84, and then for Alain Prost 85.
Yeah, but earlier on, of course, there were some wonderful battles with Brabham. As we mentioned, this is the BT20 Repco V8, part of the battle for Jack Brabham in 1966, taking the title, constructors' title as well. So it was an absolutely superb time. And then, as you mentioned, Denny Hulme also was key with this team at that time.
I mean, this Repco V8 engine, in period, gave around about 320 horsepower. It wasn't the most powerful engine in the field, but the combination of the lightness of the chassis, the genius of Ron Toronac, who designed it, and Sir Jack Brabham, who was an absolute star when it came to driving a Grand Prix car, just endorsed the possibility to win races and that World Championship. And then they backed it up again in 67 with Denny Hulme taking his World Championship.
Right, you were talking, Alice, about a modern driver. Here we are, Gabriele Bortoleto. He's out there.
He certainly is. This is the Sauber Ferrari, of course, not running its original livery back from 2013. It's got the 2024 Sauber livery on it as the V8 screams up past the Flint wall, and it had a mixture of results back in 2013. It was Esteban Gutierrez at the wheel alongside Nico Hulkenberg, who had just moved over from the stints with Aston Martin, but of course he was able to get a great 4th place at the Korean Grand Prix.
I was at the top of the hill when Gabriele Bortoleto was leaving to make his run back down to the garages, and he lit that Sauber up. I think there's something about the naturally aspirated V8 engine. He's really thoroughly enjoying this weekend.
Absolutely. We're looking at the Mercedes W13 now, heading up the hill, the W13E from 2022, when Lewis Hamilton and George Russell were driving them then. Now, that was when George joined the Mercedes team from Williams, and he claimed his first win actually late that season in this car in Brazil, and that was the only win for this model of machine, but it was important. And of course, for Russell to outscore Hamilton that year, that was a great start to his career with that team.
Yes, Mercedes went on a very lateral idea in terms of the aerodynamics and the side pods, and of course this was the reintroduction of ground effects into Formula One. It never really worked, and of course the penalty was they didn't get the success.
You're on board with Emerson Fittipaldi briefly, and this is lovely to see Emerson, who is a double Formula One world champion with 2 different teams, and Lotus was one of those teams. It's great to see him out there.
It is great to see him, and of course, we just had that lovely shot riding on board with him. Another incredible piece of machinery, 3-litre V8. Screaming.
Look at that.
Great shot, the iconic Fittipaldi helmet there as well, which still through his family, that all the way through, he's still got quite a few Fittipaldis out there racing in the junior categories, and they all keep still to this iconic traditional Fittipaldi helmet.
As Emerson came into Formula One in 1971, the USA Grand Prix in Watkins Glen that year, and then of course went on to take his first World Championship driving this car in 1972, and then backed it up. He left Lotus, joined McLaren, and won the 1974 Grand Prix World Championship for McLaren.
And he even got his first race win only on his 4th start, John.
Yes.
70.
I mean, he was a star, proud of that in Formula 2. And before that, even in Formula 3, so he was the first of the wave of Brazilian drivers that came to Europe in the late 60s.
Alice, this is one of your favourites, isn't it?
This is my favourite. If there's any car that I could sneak home after the Festival of Speed, it'll be this one, the V10. screaming down. It always used to give me shivers when they'd all be lined up on the start line back when I used to go to Silverstone as a kid. Just listen to that sound.
Well, it was a dominant car, this one. It was very, very impressive. Won 15 Grand Prix from 19 races in 2002 and 2003. It really came into play in Brazil in 2002. And Michael Schumacher won 10 races with it. So it was a great time for Ferrari.
Well, not just a great time for Ferrari, but these cars, the 3.5-litre V10, the Ferrari and others around, were actually, if you look at the record, the lap records at some circuits, almost one or two remain having a lap record set in 2004 or 2005. Last night, talking to Jacques Villeneuve, he said they were the most powerful, 980 horsepower in a car weighing less than 600 kilograms. They make the current Formula One car look like not very quick.
Well, Felipe Massa is back out once again as well, by the looks of things, in the F2008, the season that he came so close to winning the championship, but he had that massive battle with Lewis Hamilton, and in the very final round of the series, it came down to Lewis taking the title by 1 point from Felipe Massa. It was an amazing season. Felipe had 6 wins, and it was a very successful car, there's no doubt about it. But for Ferrari, it didn't quite work for them to win the Drivers' Championship. They did actually win the Constructors' Championship, though. But going back a bit earlier, John, we're back to the Tyrrell, of course. This was a crucial time for Sir Jackie Stewart.
Yes, Jackie joined Ken Tyrrell effectively in 1968 when they ran the Matra, the first Matra with the Cosworth engine in it. Then in the 69 version was a much more sophisticated car, and that led to Sir Jackie winning his first World Championship. And Tyrrell was only introduced at the end of 1970 because the team ran a March, and this is in effect that car that the Tyrrell team ran. So another World Championship for Jackie in 1971, following it up with the final World Championship win in 1973. What I think is interesting is the Tyrrell wasn't necessarily the fastest car in a single lap in a qualifying, but Jackie understood how you win races, and more importantly, how you put a championship together, and that's largely why the Tyrrell team and Jackie Stewart were such a powerful force in Formula One.
So, heading up the hill now is the Lotus Cosworth 79, and it is Mario Andretti who took the title himself. We will be celebrating more with him later on. And again, some great onboard shots. We can listen into the wonderful sound, the brilliant ground effect. This was when ground effect was created by Colin Chapman and the team, and they really delivered it beautifully well. Those side pods, so well designed.
Yeah, this was a seismic leap forward in technology in Formula One. Initially, people didn't recognize that the downforce was so great being generated by the tunnels under those side pods. Lotus very cleverly tried to disguise it by, as soon as the car came to a standstill, they'd throw a rug over the back of the car, over the transmission, leading everybody to believe they're doing something very tricky with that part of the... But the truth was, everything that was responsible for this car's performance was left in clear sight, but everybody focused on the transmission and the gearbox.
Yeah, wonderfully done, and it's some wonderful shots of Mario Andretti making his way up the hill and taking the title that year. His career was remarkable because it wasn't just taking the championship in Formula One. He raced in the United States in all forms of motorsport, building his way up to single-seaters, multiple winner of the IndyCar Series. He only won the Indy 500 one time. He was a bit unlucky because there were several times it looked like he was going to win it.
Yes, Mario was one of those drivers that you describe as one of the most versatile race drivers. He could jump into basically anything. You know, a NASCAR running around Daytona, an IndyCar running around Indianapolis, a World Sports Car around Sebring around Daytona, at Le Mans likewise. But of course, you mentioned at Indianapolis, that one single victory would maybe be a disappointment because technically Mario should have won many more of the Indy 500 events.
And Nigel Mansell, of course, another absolute superstar from the world of Formula One, and in that beautiful Williams, he's in the FW11, and he's really enjoying himself. A little wave as he goes.
This car is not really known as its designated brand. It's known as Red 5. That was Nigel's race number, and the bright red number 5 at the front of the nose. There you see it coming into view. Always known as Red 5. Nigel was an outstanding race driver, and he just dragged performance out of this car. He had a very tough teammate in 1987 with Nelson Piquet, and Piquet won that championship. Nigel had to wait until 1992 when the active ride version came along. Patrick Head and the team at Grove or Wantage, one of the two, perfected an active ride suspension, and that's ultimately the title that became Nigel's in 1992.
Absolutely, yes. So this was a car that didn't quite work for him for winning the title that particular year, but it was still very, very significant. That tyre failure in the last race in Australia, that's what cost him. It did look as though he was going to win the championship that year. A lot of people expected Nigel to become champion that year, but it didn't quite work out. James Vowles, I gather, is in this next car. This is the FW14B from that period that Nigel did win the championship, and it's the team boss, James Vowles, who is currently in the car. That's rather fun to see.
Yeah, I could hear him getting a bit of a mix, getting the gears, because James is quite a tall guy. There's not a lot of room in the cockpit, and the gear changes down low. This, I'm not sure, did this have paddle gear shifts on it? Anyway, James Vowles, current team principal at Williams Formula One, doing a good job. I mean, he's not sparing the old horsepower, is he?
No, he's having a bit of fun, and it's nice to see. And of course, for these F1 team personnel, current team personnel, who are working really, really hard, of course, throughout the course of the season with a 24 racing championship, to be here at Goodwood on a kind of weekend off, but being able to enjoy driving a Formula One car which has such great history. What a lovely chance.
They're all just motorsport fans, aren't they? So they're so keen to come along and take him. We've seen him go up in a Porsche, and they're all walking around hugely interested in the cars, which I think is fantastic to see. And back to another iconic Ferrari, who's a bit too keen on the throttle pedal, but hopefully will be able to hone in and hear the screaming, John, as you're waving at the screen, all excited.
Well, it's Joe Macari driving it. Joe Macari, better known as the purveyor of high-class quality GT cars. If you want to buy a car, get hold of Joe Macari. He'll be here all weekend. But Joe races himself. But, you know, driving a Formula One car up the hill at Goodwood, again, so much horsepower available, not too much tire temperature in spite of the high ambience. So, yeah, Joe is enjoying himself and maybe realising, fulfilling a dream to drive a Grand Prix Ferrari up the hill climb here at Goodwood.
One of my favourite V10s, again, makes its way off. But it was a mixed one for Ferrari, wasn't it, the 1999 season, Ben?
Yeah, it was. They got the Constructors' title. It was competed by Michael Schumacher and Eddie Irvine, but Michael had his accident at Silverstone, and Eddie Irvine was then under the pressure to do it. It didn't quite work out for him. Now, more modern Alpine, of course. We've seen this out a few times. Paul Aron, the youngster, who got a chance to do FP1 at Silverstone last weekend, and now he's on show for Alpine here. Fun to see.
It is. Had a tough season, but they did have some highlights back in 2023. Of course, there was the podium for Esteban Ocon, who's here this weekend out driving the Haas at the Hill. We've previously seen him out already today. And Gasly, of course, at Zandvoort, that crazy mixed weather race. So they had flashes of promise, but just pretty much lack of consistency for that season.
Absolutely, but lovely to see one of these more modern machines from 2023, and I'm sure many of us will have watched it on the screens and see just what's been going on. These much bigger machines, but of course they are so rapid as well and demanding to get all of the performance out of them. But Red Bull, of course, have had such great heritage, great success in Formula One. They're having a bit more of a tough time at this stage in the season, but some of their historical cars, where they've been able, they took those 4 titles with Sebastian Vettel in the 2000, sorry, in the 90, into the 2010, 11, 12, 13, when Sebastian Vettel was able to dominate that period, and for Red Bull it was absolutely crucial to have that success. Looking at the RB7 here, this is the 2011 version that we're enjoying, and Patrick Friesacker at the wheel of this one. That was the one that he took his second title, Sebastian Vettel, very dominant with 12 wins in the 19 Grand Prix, 27 podiums. And I think he took the driver's title that year by about 122 points, I gather, from Jenson Button, who was second.
Yeah, I mean, again, this car powered by a Renault V8 engine, And Renault are such an important partner to Red Bull at this time in their Grand Prix history, and did an amazing job. And they produced, I think most people would agree, in the paddock, the most complete Formula One engine of that era.
Well, that's lovely to see. And of course, for Formula One of the key aspects of a great car is great designers. Adrian Newey, very much a part of Red Bull, but another great designer in Formula One, but then going on to other things as well, is Gordon Murray. We are celebrating Gordon Murray quite a lot this weekend, and there are some machines from Gordon Murray. Look at this, ready to come up the hill in a moment. And there you are looking at the first ever car he created, which was for his own racing. And yes, it looks like a Lotus 7 or a Caterham as they became later on, but actually this was the first car that he created as he was thinking about going racing himself. In the end, he didn't actually become a racer. He became one of the greatest ever designers.
Not just a designer, a great innovator as well. And some of the cars that Gordon Murray penned for the Brabham team and then more latterly for McLaren are stand-out race machines. And I think the initial Brabham BT42 with its triangulated chassis, then moving forward to the BT46, the fan car, couldn't beat a Lotus 79 with aerodynamics, so they came up with a fan concept, something that, again, Chaparral, we've heard that mentioned, produced. And the fan was driven by the gearbox, and it's very important to remember the primary purpose of the fan on the back of that BT46 was to cool the engine. But nobody in the pit lane in Sweden where the car raced believed a single word of it. But Gordon Murray got legal advice from 2 QCs, unequivocally, the purpose of the fan is to cool the engine.
Yeah, and this is what this area is all about. Ready to celebrate again, of course. There is Gordon Murray. Lovely to see him as with a smile on his face.
And with Stella. Stella's been with Gordon, I think, since they both came over from South Africa. And I mean, a great partnership. And they are actually wonderful hosts if you're ever invited to their home just outside Godalming.
Yeah, so they are heading up towards that area now, and you're seeing this mixed combination as they head up. Ex-Formula One cars and then these beautiful supercars. He created what was called the McLaren F1, but it was very much a road car, the 3-seater road car with the driver in the middle and the passengers on either side. So much to celebrate for Gordon Murray. A lovely look back at some of the history of Gordon Murray, the man who built his own machinery initially, which you can just see there in the front section of our images. But that was from then, when he moved from South Africa to the UK. He got taken up by Bernie Ecclestone to get involved in preparing Formula One cars, and it was seen very quickly that he had the ability to make some incredible ideas, and he developed some wonderful cars that went on to take championships. Then, as you said, John, moving on to McLaren in the late 1980s, and then once he'd been involved in some vital F1 cars and then getting into the supercar side. And there we are celebrating both of those. The Brabham is the lower car up there, and then above that's the T50, of course, Gordon Murray Automotive. That is a key part of his current life. And here we are celebrating everything that he has achieved. Wow, some lovely shots, some celebration time here, Bruce. Goodwood always do an amazing job with this.
Astonishing. I mean, fireworks for a man who really was a disruptor, who had fireworks of his own. I mean, two of those cars, that T50 at the top from Gordon Murray Automotive, and below the pencil-thin Brabham. He certainly produced some beautiful cars, but most effective of all, a beautiful car is one that succeeds Watty, and of course he had an awful lot of that.
Yes, indeed. I mean, the success Brabham enjoyed really from the point, from the BT44 particularly, that was introduced in 1984, sorry, 74, not even 84, 74. Then the BT45s, the BT46, leading all the way through to the BT49C, and that was another great car, which Nelson Piquet enjoyed a World Championship victory in. Then the road cars, but for me the thing about Gordon is he's a man for all season. He's not just a Formula One person. His interests are broad and wide, music being one of the principal interests. I don't know anybody who's got a bigger bootleg collection of Bob Dylan albums than Gordon Murray.
That's lovely to know. But you worked with him, didn't you, John, when you were competing in Formula One? How was it to work with him?
Very easy, because Gordon is a non-complicated in the sense of somebody who, if you wish, understood what he had created. Remember, this is not about modern CAD/CAM design. This is done on a full-scale drawing board. And the information that the driver gave to the engineer was fundamental to how the progress made. But I think to the things like the BT46 fan car, that took Gordon Murray's imagination to a new height. To come up with that concept, just unreal.
Yeah, he came up with some remarkable machinery. In the fan car you're talking about, if it had been allowed to continue, it would have no doubt gone on to win the championship that year, but Bernie Ecclestone did agree that it was going to be pulled out.
Yeah, I mean, it was Bernie's decision to withdraw the car. The car was never banned. It was withdrawn voluntarily by Bernie. Now, I'm sure Gordon might not have been too happy about it, but there was a bigger picture that Bernie was looking at, and that bigger picture was the future of the whole of Formula One as an entity, that it was going to move forward. And Bernie was right, but Gordon and Brabham won that race in Sweden.
Well, today we're not just celebrating, of course, Gordon Murray, although it is a big moment to have that celebration now. We're also looking at the wonderful history of Formula One that powered him up, well, I'm sure, when he was growing up, getting involved in it, watching it, seeing what was going on with some of this machinery as well.
Bernie actually owned a Mercedes W125 in his own private collection, which is just recently been sold to the heirs of the Red Bull empire.
Yes, indeed. He had something like 69, didn't he?
He did. You would have seen some of them stored in a place not too far from here, but very special cars, and I'm absolutely adoring the show, the history lesson being unveiled here. And again, it's always when you get drivers driving cars they haven't driven before, getting to experience what was like in an earlier decade, and sometimes it's something their parents said to them, but it's been a fantastic run. What an education. 75 years of the Formula One World Drivers' Championship. We're the beneficiaries here today at the Festival of Speed.
Yeah, we really are. We are enjoying so much action, seeing so many stars, seeing cars that perhaps have been put away for many years and then restored and back out up the hill climb here. It has been wonderful to do that. And it's also a chance for us to catch up with some of the stars. Our opportunity now to go to the top of the hill with Ed Foster.
Mika, so much success with McLaren in your time, but something a little bit different today.
Yeah, something different, definitely. You know, this is, like you can see, there's an Alain Prost race with this in 1985. And it is a quite amazing car compared to the car I drove in 98 and 99 and 2000, 2001. It's obviously it's big different because this engine has a turbo, and when you have a turbo, it just, in those days there was a low RPM power. What you had was absolutely zero. So as soon as you hit the turbo, you get 800 to 1,000 horsepower. So car weighs only about 500 kilos, so you can imagine the ratio of the power is just huge.
I think you would have enjoyed the era, wouldn't you?
I think absolutely. I'm a racing driver, so it doesn't matter which era it is, but you need to be in that generation. Of course, now if I were driving this car and I would have to go to racetrack, I would not enjoy, because I really recognizing the safety, mainly the safety element, what these cars were generating that time, they're absolutely minimum. But again, the technology, what the designers were able to do those years was just amazing. I think the McLaren did great job those days, and they're doing great job these days. Well,
Mika, enjoy your weekend and enjoy the balcony moment.
Yeah, thanks for Goodwood. Fantastic time. Cheers, fan. Everybody, cheers.
Mario, we're celebrating Formula One World Championship this weekend. You're driving this wonderful Lotus. Just give us a bit of an insight into Colin Chapman, because he was an extraordinary innovator, wasn't he?
He certainly was, obviously, and I benefited as a driver from all of that. And again, just a wonderful time in my career, wonderful opportunities you can imagine. So to relive this moment, here in Goodwood is a privilege, and I'm just so happy to be here. The Duke is just a wonderful host. And again, good times.
I mean, you had success across so many disciplines, Formula One, Indy cars, sports cars. I guess it's a bit like choosing between children, but was there ever a favorite?
Well, my favorites were always basically open wheel single-seaters. I think that's the purest form of the sport. And but I was curious about trying all of the other majors. And again, with the top teams, you have an opportunity to bring results. And I think I was fortunate enough to do some of that. So I derived tremendous satisfaction from my career, just, again, by being curious. Didn't have to do any of that, but I love that I wouldn't want to have done it any other way.
Well, Mario, it's an absolute pleasure as always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nigel, fantastic to see you again. Felipe Massa just came up to say hello. It's like sort of reuniting the old band with all you Formula One drivers, isn't it?
In the next race, it's fantastic. I mean, the power of this engine, when we were qualifying, we had upwards of 1,500 horsepower. To be reacquainted with the car on such an auspicious occasion here at Goodwood is just, it brings back all the feelings, and it turns the clock back, and it's just very exciting.
Is it quite hard to come up with the Festival of Speed hill and not push a little bit? Because it was in your nature to push, wasn't it?
The thing is, with this car, you can get wheel spin in 5th and 6th gear. So if you come up the hill and give it the berries a bit too much, you'll end up in the wall or the straw bale. So you have to respect the power. But on the racetrack, this car was just awesome. It was an era in Formula One that every corner of the car was trying to kill you. It just had so much power. It was a monster to drive, but very enjoyable.
what's that phrase? A car should always have more power than its chassis can handle.
In this particular case, it did.
Nigel, thank you so much. Always a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gabriel, we spoke a couple of days ago when you first arrived. You've had some time to kind of digest everything. How's it going?
Well, it's amazing. I'm pushing more and more in the uphill. Obviously, the team asked me to not go too hard, but you know, the adrenaline comes up, and it's just amazing to be here and doing this. You know, I'm getting used a bit to the car as well now, and but I never get used to the sound. The sound is incredible.
Now, look, you're new to Formula One, but I mean, how difficult is it to get up to speed with all these guys who've been there for a long time? There's no really grace period, is there?
Well, yeah, there's only, you know, the best drivers in the world there, and I wouldn't say it's crazy, like, to get up to speed. I've been, you know, quite okay on the pace for qualifying, especially. I've been quite quick. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to be arrogant or anything. These people are the best in the world. I cannot, you know, I have watched them race my entire life. I've grown up watching Formula One and loving the sport because of them. So I have huge respect, and I'm glad I can fight against them on track sometimes.
Gabriel, thank you.
Thank you.
A new perspective on high-performance EVs. Every move calculated. Every moment controlled. This is performance redefined. Ioniq 6N. Driving still matters.
This is not just a car. It's a 230-mile-an-hour fuel-injected data processing machine, sensing heat, pressure, friction, fuel, producing more than 1 million data points every second. This is not just an app. It's an AI-powered platform translating data into insight and fueling a fan base of millions. The new Scuderia Ferrari HP app with AI-generated content and insights built with IBM Watson X.
Welcome back to the Festival of Speed. It's a soaring, searing Saturday here in West Sussex. So many things to see, to enjoy, to listen to, even to smell, from the latest supercars to the latest, greatest racing cars, and the history of the sport unfolding before our eyes, celebrating 75 years of the Formula One World Drivers' Championship, the largest ever collection of Formula One cars, but so much more. Cars and bikes, off-road racers, the Future Lab, and the people flocking through the gates to lap up this history in full Technicolor. My name is Bruce Jones, and alongside me, James Batchelor will talk through the latest graded cars, and James Hayden with all things two wheels, and we'll get him to cross over to other forms of the sport as well. So it's an event. To see it all, you'd need 3 days. We're going to give you as much of a look in under the lid as we can, but it is a busy, busy place to be. The Festival of Speed is fantastic. So let's take a look at what lies ahead. We're nearly at lunchtime on a Saturday. First glance, new classics and road bikes. This is road cars, road bikes, and some modern iterations of older ideas. F1 75, the prologue, the pioneers, the innovators and underdogs. We look at those that succeeded, those that had brilliant ideas, and those that didn't quite hit the top part of the target. They definitely had a role to play. The Gas, the off-road arena show, that is something quite mighty. And then we go to the more modern, more successful Formula One cars in batch 4. That's at 2:05. 40 minutes later, the Champions Balcony moment. 7 world champions up there, 14 world titles between them. That is going to be super, super special as we celebrate their many, many successes. 2:45, just to reiterate the time. And then the supercar run, horsepower galore, the most exquisite shapes. Then back to the Gas show, and then rounding off the day, batch 1 and batch 2 will come out. These are some of the older cars, some of the cars that weren't in Formula 1. That's at 10:05. Back to the freestyle motocross, quite extraordinary course down near the lawn. But let's go up to the rally stage, because it has 2.5 days under its belt. Tony Jardine with all the action.
Max McRae, fantastic to have you here and the family. Very, very important weekend, isn't it? 30 years since your uncle won that World Championship.
Yeah, it's nice to be here again and driving some cool cars, and surprisingly in the sunshine this time instead of the rain. But yeah, and it's of course special weekend for the family. It's, yeah, like you said, it's nice to have all the cars here and all the family here for a bit of a celebration. So yeah, it's been a really good weekend.
And this must be one of your favourites, because this is where your uncle Colin sort of really made his name when he was first in Subaru with this legacy.
Yeah, it's a very special car. I think this is the car from, I think, 1992 Rally Sweden. So yeah, it's got some history, and I've been lucky to drive it every year I've been at Goodwood. So very familiar with it now. So it's yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
And for you, WRC2 up to that in the ERC now, it's still tough mechanically. I think you're being let down a little bit, if I could say that.
Yeah, it's been a tough year. There's been a lot of ups and downs, a lot of positives, but mostly it's a learning year. So we've done a hell of a lot of learning this year. So yeah, it's been good. And I think we can just focus on finishing the season off on a high, and then helps being at Goodwood this weekend. So that's always nice.
But you're also doing the British Rally Championship as well. That's been going slightly better.
Yeah, we had a podium there this year, so that's been good. And then yeah, it's the same thing again. It's all learning. With it's first year in this like kind of top category in the European and the British Championship. So it's always a learning year the first year, and then we'll take what we've got this year, and then we'll have a big push next year and see what we can prove. But for the first year, yeah, it's always tough, but it's just a lot of learning.
And finally, how's your mechanicking?
It's actually quite good. So it's improved this year anyway. So yeah, we've had to use our Weira tools quite a lot, which is thankfully one of my sponsors. We hope we didn't have to use the tools that they gave us, but yeah, we did have to use them quite a lot this year, unfortunately. But that's part of the game. It's what we have to do in rallying sometimes.
We're going to let you go off down the stage, and I'm sorry to keep you and your passenger waiting, because it's very, very hot in here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite warm, but I know it's used to that. That's what I have to train for, so it's fine.
Well done, Max. Thank you very much. Have a good run.
Don't tell me motorsport isn't in the genes. The third generation of the McRae family. Jimmy set the ball rolling, then Colin and Alistair were the next generation, and Max now holding the family flag. Right, back down to the start line ahead of this first glance new classics and bike combination, and looking at this iteration of the Lancia. of the 1980s, but reimagined the World Rally Championship car. That is an exquisite shape, and again with those martini stripes, it certainly doesn't make it look any slower for that glorious livery. And great to see so many people coming and taking a look at these cars. The Lancia Beta Monte Carlo echoing 1983, but it's two wheels first. So James Hayden, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bruce. Yeah, here we have, this is Marcus Flash, the CEO of BMW Motorrad, and he's bringing up this BMW Concept RR, which is basically a kind of an imagination of their World Championship winning Superbike of last year in the hands of Top Rack. And it's a lovely thing, dripping in carbon fibre, all the amazing carbon fibre bodywork, the extra aerodynamic little winglets. It's got a full carbon rear swinging arm, cast aluminium wheels. It's knocking out about 230, 240 brake horsepower, full spec World Superbike engine, full Öhlins. And then this is absolutely lovely. This is there's 4 specials that Royal Enfield have built all round their 650 shotgun platform, and they went to 4 specialist sort of custom houses around the world: Ireland, America, Japan and Germany. And this one is has come from America, and it really is lovely. It's a very special looking motorcycle. They're all completely different. And when you have a good look at it, it's called Always Something, and it's got that real sort of retro cafe racer, futuristic kind of mishmash, and I just love the way it's put together. If you look closely, the keen-eyed among you will notice the FZ 750 fairing sculpted in. It's got an RD 400 tank, a Buell modified seat, but yeah, it's its own thing, and it's got this massive sort of tyres on it, and it looks absolutely stunning. They built 100 of them, and they sold out within a few minutes, so they were pretty chuffed with that.
There I was thinking these were one-off bikes. I like the concept. Put it out 4 different ways and you get 4 very, very different iterations.
Yeah, you do indeed. And now we're looking at the Lightwire Alpinista. This is the third bike in their S2 range, slipping in between the Del Mar and the Mulholland Cruiser. And I'm not sure whether this is Sean or Aaron on it right now, but it's that bit more aggressive. He's absolutely going for it there. And like these electric bikes, obviously really coming on form, like we're seeing in the cars now. They're coming out quicker and quicker. It's got a 10.5 kilowatt battery on it, a range of about 120 miles in town, 70 miles on the highway. But it's only got 84 brake horsepower as such, but it's the torque of this bike that impresses. 194 pounds of torque, which for a motorcycle is a lot. 0 to 60 in about 3 seconds, and about 100 mile an hour sort of top speed on it, and all your usual modern things now, your TFT displays. It's got phone connectivity, your USB ports and all that jazz as people want, but actually it's all about the riding, and these electric bikes are really coming on in that way now.
Have you ridden one? Not this specific one, but an electric bike. You haven't crossed that bridge.
I haven't.
You want to see James's face? He's looking across at me. I'm not sure, horrified or the fact that I'm dead to ask. It's technology.
It is coming on, and it's kind of. I think I'm still going to carry on with the engines as long as I can, but I'd look forward to riding one soon.
Good. 2 Captain Analogues in the commentary booth. We'll pick on James Batchelor in a minute. Tell us which side of the Great Divide he is. But BMW, always a big supporter of the Festival of Speed, brought their range of cars across the year. Now, the one we're looking at on the start line, this is something very unusual, the Vision driving experience. What is it?
Well, talk about future technology. This is future technology wrapped up in one snazzy package, that's for sure. This BMW, so the shape-wise, you're looking at essentially what could be the next BMW 3 Series, or indeed the next BMW M3, when you realise how much power this thing is packing. So we'll be able to see it when it hurtles off the line in a second, and it really will hurtle because it's got over 18,000 Newton meters of torque. This is, of course, an electric car, and to put that into perspective, the BMW M2 CS, which we will see no doubt momentarily, that has 650 Newton meters of torque.
Did you mean 18,000 or 1,800? Because that figure, you could power yourself to the moon, couldn't you?
I think you probably could, and I think that's what BMW are trying to do.
Well, I'll tell you what, just taking the shape of the car, I think BMW, it's one of the most elegant shapes they've done for a long time, and I really, really like it. I think I cited this car before, but one of the essences of the Goodwood revival, this first glance thing, it is exactly what it says on the tin. A lot of these cars were having global launches 2 days ago, some still being held back for this weekend. You just don't realise how lucky you are if you come here, if you're watching anywhere around the world, to see these vehicles.
And it shows you the importance manufacturers place on this event in West Sussex, because yes, we've got cars here which have been they've broken new records only a few days ago. They've been revealed this week. But this BMW, it really is a test bed, really, of future technology. It's the kind of technology we can expect to see on BMW M models in the very near future. Some of the electronic systems on this car can respond 10 times more quickly than the systems fitted to the current range of BMW's M cars. And speaking of which, we've got the M3 Touring CS, driven by no less Vicky Butler-Henderson.
I sort of feel she'll be talking as she goes, but I had a look at these at Le Mans early this year, well, actually not so long ago, and they really look as though they're hitting a very, very high mark. Super dynamic. Still a big fan of an estate car, I must confess. And I think this one will win them an awful lot of new fans.
Yeah, limited run, just 4 colours it comes in, with a price tag of over £120,000. But what makes a CS, I hear you ask? Well, it's got bespoke settings for the adaptive dampers, the steering, the brakes. It's had a power increase from the standard M3 Touring up to 542 brake horsepower here, and you've still got room to carry the dog.
Lucky dog. Hang on, the lucky dog. But yeah, no, I'm a big fan of estate cars, even bigger fan of high-performance estate cars. And James Hayden nodding too. He's clearly got a dog he needs to transport.
Yeah, I mean, some of these modern estate cars are just absolutely great, aren't they? Whether it be the RS6s or that lovely M3 estate.
And we cut straight to the complete opposite end of the spectrum, really. We've got a number of Chinese brands making their dynamic debuts here this weekend. And hey, we recognise that face.
Is that concentration? Yeah. Is that panic? Harry Benjamin is going...
Well, his glasses are out of kilter.
Yeah, no, his glasses have been moved up. He doesn't want to see the full vision, but he's not talking. Harry is not talking. History has been made. He's breathing in. Oh, this is fantastic. Harry, can't wait to get him back and hear from him after the run. What's he in? There's the question.
He's in the MG4 EX4 concept, which is MG's sort of modern-day take, electric modern-day take on that Group B monster, the MG6R4, and he looks like he's having a whale of a time.
It's when he's passed out in a minute, but this is so dynamic. And you think back to the 6R4, as wide as it was, long, super high performance, and it's, you know, to be a pro driver and have a journalist alongside, it's the dream, isn't it? Give them a shake-up. A shake-up and a wake-up.
But this thing, 429 brake horsepower, twin motors, but it's all about the interior, stripped back, and all of the body kit on it, again, designed to hark back to those wonderful Group B days.
Well, that's the EX4 concept, driven supremely well, as you'd expect from British touring car racer Dan Rowbottom. And, hold on, that's the noise of Harry breathing out at last.
Cutting to something really quite different now. We've got the Land Rover Defender Octa Black. Now, the Octa had its dynamic debut here at the show last year. Of course, it packs a 626 4.4-litre twin-turbo V8, but here, it's the black. As you'd expect, it's trimmed in a huge amount of black trim. Huge amount of technology on this as well. 6D suspension.
Well, just watching how it went around Malcolm Corner, which is a testing, and higher up the course, going through Carney's Seat, that suspension is earning its keep absolutely fantastically out in the bright sunshine and then into the shade. That was a Defender on the move. The Octa Black 4.4-litre twin-turbo V8. Yes, that'll do nicely.
Yeah, and... cutting now to the Range Rover Sport SV Black. So this is a product of Jaguar Land Rover's SV division. The Sport SV is the pinnacle of the Range Rover Sport range. Again, it's got that 626 brake horsepower twin-turbo V8, trimmed in very dark, stealthy black, and making light work of the run up to the flip wall.
What sort of price would this be chiming in at? I might have put you on the spot.
Well,
there,
no, it's well over £200,000. So, I mean, it is, and to start off with, customers were only invited to buy it as well.
And following that Henry Ford maxim, you can have any colour you like as long as it's black, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And yeah, so Mini are here in force this weekend at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, showcasing their new electric range of John Cooper Works models. Of course, as we all know, John Cooper Works, they're the pinnacle of Mini's performance range of cars. This is the Aceman, so a little 5-door crossover SUV shape, 225 brake horsepower, similar range, electric range around 250 miles, and really screeching its way around Moulcombe, actually.
Well, it was being driven as though around the corner of an old threepenny bit. Chop, chop, chop around the corner and up the hill it went. But it never ceases to amaze me when you see a car as large as the Rolls-Royce we're looking at now. This is the Ghost Series 2, be so quick, so dynamic, and it whooshes past the crowds in front of the house. The performance of this car is quite astonishing. It's a Ghost with the most.
It is, and I love seeing a Rolls-Royce being driven like this, so far out of its comfort zone, but it can certainly handle the twisty track that we've got here. And yeah, 6.75 litre V12, 563 brake horsepower, and get this huge car can accelerate to 62 miles an hour in 4.8 seconds, and yet it's as opulent as the most opulent stately home in Britain.
Quite staggering. I mean, those performance figure when I was a lad, 4.2, very few cars in the world went faster, but not anything as large enough to be a small drawing room.
Yeah, and you can get an even quicker version as well. The Black Badge packs over 600 horsepower.
Quite extraordinary. Renault are putting smiles on faces. The modern reiteration, of course, of the Renault 5. You can see the bloodline, but a lot of water has passed under the bridge between when the original range came to its end and this one's come back in. But I love the fact it's in these bright pop colours, the yellow standing out in the sunshine here at Goodwood.
Yep, current car of the year, actually, the Renault 5. And yes, you talk about colours. The standard colour of this car is a metallic green, eye-popping green. And yeah, I think the design of this car is superb. It's lovely to see Renault getting their mojo back. And the Renault 5 really is the EV of the moment. Everybody wants to have a test drive in one. You can go and sit in one on the Renault stand and probably register your interest for a test drive as well.
Well, super dynamic with a nod to the past, but with just so much performance than ever, even with the turbo versions you could have had back in the 1980s. But I think it's a properly French car, and I think we all like cars of nationalities, and France, through my life, have produced some absolute wonderful cars.
Yeah, sticking with the electric car theme here, so Hyundai are really celebrating 10 years of their N Performance division, and the N badge has really shaken up the motoring royalty, really, with some fantastically honed products. This is the latest, the 6N Performance, and the underpinnings are very much based on the 5N, so you get this electronic fake gearbox, the sound generation. The first car running up the hill is running all the performance parts, which you can go and select in your local dealership if you wish. The second car is the more standard car. And I say standard, I mean, look at the size of the arches of that car.
I think everyone needs to do some research in this car, because there's an awful lot of trickery built into the Hyundais. We were talking off air about you even got some drift mode somewhere locked within the inner systems. Safe from me with my monkey fingers, I won't get in there.
Yeah, and so clever though, the way they made it feel like it's got gears, and the way it pops and crackles on the down run. Yeah, there's nothing quite like it in the electric car market.
It's so accurate as well.
Yeah.
If you've got the N mode on with the petrol engine noise and the gearbox, you would think you're in a petrol car, trust me.
Really clever.
It is magical. Now, JQ, a brand that didn't exist terribly long ago, but here it is already with a range of vehicles. Tell us more.
BYD, Chery, yes, I'm getting my Chinese names mixed up because they have so many here at Goodwood. So JQ, yes, the Chery, the powerhouse, Chinese powerhouse, they've launched their Omoda and JQ brands here in the UK last year. JQ is the more premium version, really. This is a petrol engined car, and it has a few design cues, really, perhaps, dare I say it, of a Range Rover. And I've seen so many of these JQs on the road at the moment. This car is gaining traction in the UK very, very quickly.
Interesting, but again, it's the ebb and flow of the world motoring industry, but certainly interesting to see these new makes coming out to play. recognise the badge on the front of this one. It's a Toyota badge, clearly, and it's the
Chery Tiggo 8. So yes, Chery is the mother brand of JQ that we've just seen. Now Chery, they want to have a third bite of the cherry. They don't think a motor in JQ are enough. They've decided to launch in the UK themselves as well. That's only been confirmed very recently, so it's yet another Chinese brand we've all got to come to terms with.
Yep, forgive me for jumping in with the wrong logo in the sunshine, but hey, let's not complain. We've got sunshine here at the Festival of Speed. This, I know, is a three-pointed star, and this is the Mercedes-Benz CLA. Phil Gardner at the wheel. And Mercedes, this is a chock full of EQ technology, isn't it?
It really is. So it comes as a hybrid or as a pure electric version. The pure electric car is actually really interesting, actually. That car has already broken a record, which is the longest distance travelled in an EV in 24 hours, 2,110 miles. That's the equivalent of driving to London to Naples and back to London again. And that's courtesy of an 85 kilowatt-hour battery. And, yeah, super curvaceous, aerodynamic, very low drag coefficient. And yeah, Mercedes are really flexing their muscles in the electric car space at the moment.
Now, Aston Martin coming out to play, and play this one most certainly does. This is the DBX S. Oh, two wheels on the grass. Entertain us. And then Sandy Tockley at the wheel. There we are.
Sideways again.
Sounds awesome as well, doesn't it?
Yeah. 4-litre AMG Source twin-turbo V8 pushing out 717 horsepower.
There you go.
0 to 62 miles an hour, 3.3 seconds. And what makes an S an S? Well, it's 47 kilograms lighter than the standard car. And as we all know, big performance SUVs, they don't have weight on their side. So anything they can do to lower that weight, to improve the handling and the agility is much needed. And as we've just seen through some of those corners, this car is pretty light and live.
That is a hyper-fast run, but that was one of the best sounds of the day as it came past Goodwood House. The DBX S 2025 model Aston Martin, right at the very zenith of SUVs. And these aren't just SUVs, these are the performance SUVs.
Yeah, look at that, super slow-mo, kicking its tail out. That's exactly what we like to see. Kicking up even more dust. We don't need any more dust in the air, that's for sure.
Well, fabulous super slow-mos there, and the hill's still busy. This is the Bentley flying spur speed. Ben Julian driving it up into the darkness past the Flint wall and on up again. We're talking performance, plenty coming our way with this blue Charger up the hill.
So this Bentayga Speed, brand new for 2025. It's now got a 4-litre V8 twin-turbo. The previous model had a 6-litre W12. And yes, one hell of a way to get up at the Goodwood Hill in an opulent SUV.
Very good to have the Aston Martin and the Bentley together to sort of judge them, very much aiming at the same target there, aren't they? High performance.
Yeah, and now we cut to Denza. Yes, so this is another Chinese brand to debut here at the Goodwood Festival Speed. This is the premium offshoot of BYD. And they're showcasing 3 cars here, a B5 SUV, a big MPV, which you can see on the stand in this, the Z9 GT. Now, this is a Porsche Taycan Sport Turismo rival, comes in EV and plug-in hybrid guises. If you go for the EV, you're going to get 952 brake horsepower. And the clever thing about this car, you can see it being demonstrated on the stand, it's got a crab walking function, so it can spin on the spot. That's the kind of technology you'd like to use in Sainsbury's car park, isn't it, Bruce?
Other supermarkets are available, but yes, I very much get the drift. Now, we talked to Denza, we're still talking Denza. This is the B5, plug-in hybrid off-road SUV.
Yes, and very much kind of a few design cues to some premium SUVs, which we've already seen run up the hill. 1.5-litre petrol, plug-in hybrid, part of a major push by BYD into the UK market.
Honda Prelude now, a name from the past. It's great to have it back. Very elegant coupes across the years, and this one in blue. 23 years away, the Prelude range, and I'm delighted to see it back. Introduced in 1978, went through many iterations. Then there was the gap, but always brilliantly engineered.
Yes, and it's we're really seeing this now, a return of these iconic, very emotive model names returning to production. this is very interesting, actually. It's based on the Civic, so the Civic's hybrid system, 2-litre petrol engine, 2 electric motors, around 180 odd brake horsepower. But cleverly, it's got a new system called S Plus Shift. It's an eCVT gearbox, but they've engineered fake gears, really, to give the hybrid system a bit more energy, a bit more excitement, which you would expect from a Honda Prelude.
You certainly would. Yeah, very, very sleek-looking lines. Very much think that's a good addition to the lexicon of cars available at the moment. Now, we've seen performance SUVs, and let's go down to another one, the Lamborghini Urus. So that was one that really almost set the ball rolling. This is the SE model, and it's their first plug-in hybrid SUV, and it shifts.
Absolutely, and if you want to have a performance SUV, this is probably the best one you can have when it comes to top trumps, because this has got 789 brake horsepower. It's got a 4-litre twin-turbo V8. There's 189 brake horsepower electric motor as well. If you really want to drive around in pure electric mode, you can do that for 37 miles until you need to charge it up again. But this car, really, let's face it, that plug-in hybrid system is all there, designed to add more power, more boost, more excitement to the driving experience. It's got some clever stuff, actually, compared to the previous Urus, new electric LSD and a fully variable clutch pack on it as well.
And if you wonder why it's being driven so well, it was Scottish Lamborghini racer Stuart Middleton at the wheel. Now we're going back to that glorious-looking Lancia Martini. In the colours, it's Evo 37 from Chimera, and they're just producing some brilliant models.
Yes, so Chimera have been really showcasing some wonderful resto mods around the A37 Lancia. They've got a few cars here, actually, and all really, really fantastic and iconic.
Eccentrica by name, Eccentrica by nature. It's a tribute to the Lamborghini Diablo of the early 1990s. Its intent is written all over those great big Porsches there.
It is, but the Diablo was always known to be a very tricky car to drive, so Eccentrica have been very clever here. They've tried to make the Diablo easier to drive. There's features like traction control fitted, so it makes the morning commute a little less hair-raising, that's for sure. That said, though, the naturally aspirated 5.7-litre V12 engine remains in situ, although, of course, it's been tweaked to pump out 550 horsepower. There are some modern styling cues there, LED headlamps, new LED rear lights as well. Just 19 are going to be made.
Now, one of the most elegant cars of the time was the Rolls-Royce Phantom, the Phantom 5. This is a modern version. This comes from Lunaz. It's the early 1960s, revisited and reinvented.
Yeah, one of one, this car, and painstaking levels of work have gone into this car. Over 5,500 hours of work have gone into it. It's been re-engineered with 11,000 new components. 80 kilowatt hour battery valued in excess of £1 million. But the brilliant thing that Lunaz have done here, they've combined all of the beautiful 1960s elegance and opulence which we want from a car like this, but with modern day conveniences as well. USB-C chargers in there, there's climate control, but they've kept the electric privacy glass and, of course, the whiskey cabinet.
Tell me it's a sea of walnut and I'll be content. Walnut and leather.
It's a sea of walnut. And of course, Lunaz have brought this here, part of the centenary of the Phantom, part of a huge celebration of Rolls-Royce Phantom, and you can see all of that in the Cartier, some beautiful Phantoms from the last 100 years.
Yeah, the Festival of Speed isn't only about speed, it's elegance as well, and the Cartier Style Lux Lawn with an incredible assembly of just gorgeous cars, often with a theme that's pursued in a grouping, and the expert judges will take a look. Just how about chalk and cheese? The Phantom 5 being followed closely by the A110R Ultima. But listen to the sound of this one. I shall fall quiet for once. How merciful is that? But it's the TWR Supercat. 1980s Jaguar XGS Racer. That's what the TWR Supercat is celebrating. Tom Walkinshaw, of course, running the works Jaguars back then. This is V12. No, that's not enough. It's a supercharged V12, 660 brake horsepower. But the noise alone will set a lot of people high up on their toes.
Yeah, this is from TWR Performance, founded by the son of Tom Walkinshaw, so you can't get a better bloodline than that.
Certainly, Carl, which way would you like to go? What would you like to jump over? Off-road vehicles, they have come up in leaps and bounds, literally, but the sheer dynamism of this. James Hayden, this is a sort of vehicle you just can't stop smiling when you watch it performing.
Yeah, that's right. Massive suspension travel, and boy, can he drive it, kicking sideways everywhere. It really is a beast.
Leaning over at Moulcombe, absolutely terrific. So this is the Raptor T1. It's just one of a pantheon of Ford performance cars which Ford are competing with in various motorsport disciplines around the world at the moment. And yeah, it's in its natural element there, kicking up the dust.
I mean, in all honesty, its natural element is jumping over dunes and things, but a little bit of tarmac just is fun. But the sheer intelligence of the suspension systems on things like this.
Incredible. And it may look a bit like a Ford Raptor at the front, but it certainly isn't one underneath. That is a properly bespoke product.
Made for purpose, but in this situation here at the Festival of Speed, made to entertain, and that it most certainly does. And then all calm down and run to the top of the course, past the checkered flag and up to the top paddock. So a really, really enthralling run of cars. And now it's Taycan time from Porsche.
Yeah, this is the Porsche Taycan Turbo GT, and up until recently this had the Nürburgring lap time for electric cars, but it was only beaten just a few weeks ago. Such is the pace of change in the electric car industry. Now this takes the normal Taycan Turbo, if you can call that car normal, and it throws out the back seats, lighter weight. It's also got the Visac pack on it, so that huge wing on it, pure electric powertrain, and it is hurtling its way up to the Flint wall.
Now, this is special. You might have just caught sight of the name on the bonnet, but there is the face of Dua Lipa. Musician, this is the Porsche Dua Lipa Rennstall GT3 RS. I got the name out in entirety before it got to the first corner. Painted for the occasion. Look, listen, that looks fabulous in the sunlight.
Yeah, and Dua Lipa herself has designed the paint scheme on this car, and I have to say I think she's probably got a career in car liveries, because that looks absolutely sensational in the sun.
It does. I mean, this would look fantastic in the late 60s, early 70s, quite hippie swoops around there, but a really fabulous colour combination. And again, it really bounces out at you when you're in the full sunshine here in Sussex.
Yes, and so Porsche have teamed up with her to create this car, but in essence this is, and I say just, a 911 GT3 RS, but what a 911 GT3 RS it is. 4-litre flat six, 518 brake horsepower, red lines at over 8,500 RPM. Wonderful piece of kit.
Yeah, it's great when you come accustomed to cars in all sorts of colours, then see someone's done something very different. This most certainly is. Now, this one has also got an amazing livery, but this is more for disguise than anything else. What are we looking at from the Porsche camp here?
We are looking at the new Cayenne, and so as we know, Porsche really broke new ground around 25 years ago when they created the first Cayenne, the first performance brand to really take their first steps into the SUV segment, and Porsche are showcasing the next generation Cayenne here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. This, everyone, is the first glimpse of it. I haven't even seen this car demasked yet, so we're seeing it in its camouflage, and this is a rare treat.
It really does bear repetition how this first glance element of the Festival of Speed has grown and grown. Never take it for granted. This is special. You know, 20, 30 years ago, you'd need a photographer with a very large lens to see a car before it's in its full plumage, if you will. Driven beautifully, I must say. GT4 racer Gabriela Jilkova at the wheel. That's why it's going so fast, but plenty of performance to play with for that Cayenne.
But why are we seeing camouflage cars here at Goodwood? Well, that's because manufacturers can't wait to take the covers off their cars. Such is the pace of change in this car industry at the moment. You need to get your cars out there.
Well, there's the Porsche Cayenne approaching the top of the hill, and I'm talking at the top of the hill. Let's go up there because Harry Benjamin, I believe, has just caught his breath, and Ed Foster has caught Harry.
Well, thank you, Bruce. Harry, my grandmother told me never to make faces because the wind might change. You've just come up the hill in the MG, the electric MG, and you looked as though you were having some fun.
Yes, holding on for dear life at the same time, but I don't think I've looked as good in a car before, but yeah, I'm not gonna live that one down too well either. But it was awesome. I mean, Dan driving me as well was incredible. MG giving me that experience. I've never been up the hill before. It's my first time doing it. I mean, and what an experience. That flip wall, it really does come at you.
Look, Dan, we're going to try and watch some of the footage of you guys coming up the hill, so keep an eye on the screen. Just talk us through the run. Here we go.
Okay, so obviously we launched the car, and you can see by his face having a great time there. And then we sort of send it into turn one. I've got a bit more confidence with the car now, so I was just trying to push as much as we can. We did clip a bit of grass, I think, through there, which I think you noted, didn't you?
Yeah,
look at
I've
his
been
face.
commentating this badge all weekend so far, and I don't think Dan's driven this hard before today.
No.
I think you purposefully tried to
Absolutely.
put the rear out of joint.
Absolutely not. So just tried to scare him, really. So yeah, there you go.
And Dan, is it more fun having a passenger that's not experienced that power before?
I think it's really fun to have a passenger who's not been up the hill before, because it really is an eye-opening experience. You know, like you said, Flint Wall, it comes at you so aggressively. Even I'm like, oh, I hold my breath here. But yeah, not to experience the car, not to experience the hill climb, perfect combination.
Harry, would you do it again?
Absolutely. It's got air conditioning, so I'm well up for that again. But it was incredible. I mean, thanks to MG for the opportunity as well. That was so cool. And, well, I think when I commentate this batch later on in the afternoon, I've got some good information to use now.
Yes. Well, look, guys, thank you so much. And, Harry, your faces I don't think I will ever forget.
It's not been a good look, has it? It's not good for me today.
Yeah. Well done, guys. Back to you.
Well, that was truly fantastic. Let's look back at some other highlights from the batch. First glance and bikes too.
Yeah, we had the Royal Enfield Samurai, one of the specials based on the 650 platform. This is one of the other ones, the one built out in America. Say Something, which looks absolutely brilliant. This is the Samurai again, both Royal Enfields. Oh, and then we had a little moment on the grass there that we didn't get to see earlier. And then we got to the new concept BMW.
Yeah, really showcasing future technology. And we had Harry's hair-raising ride up the hill in the MG EX4 concept. Compare that to the BMW M2 CS, this car getting its UK debut. So many UK and world debuts here at this year's Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Rolls-Royce on the move. The performance of these super saloons is just extraordinary. Lots of weight, huge amount of power, and Hyundai just bringing the most extraordinary technology to the hill. And then Aston Martin raised the game, the DBXS getting the tail out at the bottom of the hill. The super SUVs really make a wonderful show for us, and the noise is pretty special too.
That's what we like to see. These drivers are not hanging around, and we've had new brands here as well, new revival of model names, the Honda Prelude there, and we've been looking back to the icons of the past, the Camaro 037 Martini there.
We enjoyed the new classics, and one of them was the super elegant Ghost 5 from Lunaz, and at the end of the batch it was Dua Lipa who got the car with her own paint scheme on board to go up to the top of the hill. There was a smile on her face at the bottom all the way up the course. The car looked fantastic, that personalised Porsche, and I'm sure she was smiling. Now let's go up and find out before she went up at the run.
Speed.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here.
Well, I have to say, for your first time arriving in this wonderful car, you're doing it in style.
I know, not bad, huh?
This Renstall GT3 RS, I mean, it looks good. I heard you had a little hand in the detailing.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel very lucky to get to work with the Porsche team and to create something that feels really unique and fun, and to bring it down here to Goodwood. And the sun's shining for us, so it's a good day all round.
Absolutely, and you seem to have a lot of fun with Porsche. I saw your advert you made for them.
Yeah, we have a really good time. It's great because as a team creatively, they really have allowed me to just kind of express my creativity and things that I guess I didn't really expect anyone to let me do. They were like, yeah, go for it, like just have fun and enjoy. And I think that's really like, I think the core values of the brand, really, you know. It's just about going and being creative and living life on the edge a little bit and just having fun. So that's what we're here to do, and we're having a good time doing it.
Well, you're clearly going to have fun, I think, on the Goodwood Hill climb.
I definitely think so, yeah. I can't wait.
Have they told you what's in store?
I've had a little bit of some info, but most of it is a surprise, so we'll see.
And you've taken some time out of your touring schedule to be here today. I mean, you brought the weather. It's fantastic.
Oh yes, this is all my doing. But I'm happy to be taking a little break before going on the road, and doing something like this feels very exciting.
Now, I believe you've got Karen taking you up the hill. She's pretty speedy. So any records you're going to set today?
We'll see. I'll leave that up to Karen. I'm here as a trusty sidekick.
And you've got a pretty good helmet as well there, didn't you?
Yeah, we do. We've got the... I mean, it matches the car.
So basically, I'll give you the download what's going on. You're going to basically get in here, and then you're going to go for a run up the hill. It's going to be pretty exciting. Do you like speed?
I love speed. Adrenaline all the way.
I've never been to the Festival of Speed before.
No, this is my first time.
Great stuff. Well, look, I think it's time to get the helmet on, go up the hill. Enjoy.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
This was the first Easter handicap for sports cars, and Duke, driving car number 70, soon showed he was as much at home in the seat as in the saddle.
Yo, every day the city offers up a million beautiful moments just waiting to be captured. You've just gotta look for them. The stories are out there. I mean, look at this. Come on! This is crazy.
For a small donation,
you too can help young people like Amaka.
One feature that's certainly drawing a crowd inside the Future Lab is Amaka, an advanced humanoid robot. So see it as an AI search engine, but with skin. Now, I won't say too much, but I'll ask Amaka to see if they can explain a bit more about why they're here. So let's give this a go. If I step up to the microphone and say, hello, Amaka, why are you here?
What would you like? Hello. I'm here to connect, chat, and explore ideas with you. What's on your mind?
I think it's incredible, your facial expressions each time I speak to you.
Thank you. I love expressing myself. It makes our conversations more lively.
I think so too, but how are you actually feeling today?
Glad we're on the same page. I'm feeling curious and ready for whatever fascinating topics you bring my way. How about you?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good, thank you. I'm enjoying the Future Lab. What can you see here?
That's awesome. I see a lively crowd gathered around, with someone speaking into a microphone. It looks like an engaging event.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay, well, let's see if we can get a few other people to ask you some questions.
What would you like to try?
Okay, let's
Sounds
see if...
I'm ready for their questions.
Okay, would you guys like to ask Amaka a question? Come on, up here. She seems really friendly, so speaking to the microphone here, what would you like to ask?
I'd love to add a touch of curiosity and a sprinkle of... I'm timeless, but I've been around since my creation by Engineered Arts. How about you?
I'm 11.
That's a fantastic age. So much to explore and discover. What's your favorite thing to do?
I like Formula One and football.
No worries. Take your great choices. Formula One is thrilling, and football is full of excitement. Do you have a favorite team or driver?
I like Lewis Hamilton.
Lewis Hamilton is an incredible driver. His skills on the track are legendary.
Amaka's very chatty, isn't she?
I do enjoy a good chat. Keeps things lively. Now you do. I'm always here for a lively conversation.
Well, we can tell that, Amaka. Thank you so much for speaking to us. I can tell you really love a conversation, so we'll let you speak to the rest of the crowd here. I've got a job to do, and maybe David Green needs to watch out for his next presenting
Enjoy
job.
the event.
Thanks, Amaka.
Sounds intriguing. You're welcome. Have a great day.
So much to see and do, and the Future Lab, as we've just been seeing, quite the most extraordinary displays. But cars with covers being taken off excite fans the world over. Chimera bringing a lot of glorious resto mods. And there was the inspiration, the Lancia Beta Monte Carlo that so many people loved in those fabulous martini colours back in the 1980s. The Marshals do an astonishing job up and down the hill climb course, and of course in the paddock they too get the fun of looking at the cars and the bikes as they go around. But let's take a look at what we have coming up ahead of us here on Saturday afternoon at Goodwood in the sunshine. And just waiting for the next cars and bikes to go up the hill. There's always something to look at, something to clean. We have all the top road cars from around the world. First glance we've seen supercars still to come, but the Festival of Speed, it really is the melting pot of all that is good on two wheels and four. So coming up ahead, Batch 3, F1, the Prologue, the Pioneers, the Innovators and the Underdogs. That means we're going from the start of the 21st century, the 20th century with the very first Grand Prix cars, right the way through, not just the champions, but those that also put the other colours on the palette. And then we come back for Batch 4 at 2:05, and we have the teams that hit the highest targets, the world champions, and we then have a champions balcony moment. Not any champions, 7 world champions here to celebrate their careers with us. It's going to be super, super special. So supercar run later on, and the time shootout 3:55, the big one. We're starting to build towards the big one on a Sunday afternoon. We'll go all the way through to the last batch, going up at 20 to 6 this evening in beautiful sunshine here in West Sussex. And now let's take a look. We talked about the underdogs, those that took part but didn't take victory. Let's have a look at a little film about them.
Not everyone in Formula One can have the best car or the biggest budget. But still, they race for the love of the sport, for the hope of a miracle, for the day it all comes good. It has been that way since the earliest days. In the 1950s, Cooper built their cars in a suburban garage and changed F1 forever. By moving an off-the-shelf engine behind the driver, they upended convention. Jack Brabham won titles in 1959 and 1960, and the rest of the grid followed. Rob Walker was a true privateer. No factory, no wind tunnel, but he had Sterling Moss. Between 1958 and 1961, Moss won several races in Walker's Coopers and Lotuses, taking down the factory teams.
Moss leaves the field behind and wins.
Tyrrell began in a sawmill in Surrey. Ken Tyrrell, a timber merchant turned team boss, prepared his cars in a shed, put Jackie Stewart in them, and beat the biggest names in Formula One. 3 world championships followed, proof that brilliance, not budget, wins races. Then there was Hesketh, the team that wasn't supposed to work. No sponsors, no respect for convention, just champagne, charm, and James Hunt. In 1975, they beat Ferrari at Zandvoort and partied like they'd won the championship. The spiritual successor to Hesketh was Eddie Jordan's own team, which arrived in a whirl of Irish Blarney in 1991. Despite their anti-establishment approach, they won 4 Grand Prix and left an enduring legacy on the sport. Then there was Konyu. 3 friends, 1 flat, and no money. But they made it to the 1972 Austrian Grand Prix and became F1 legends. Some moments happen in an instant, like Giancarlo Baghetti winning on his Grand Prix debut in 1961, a feat never repeated. Others are a generation in the making. Minardi spent 2 decades as cult underdogs before, reborn as Toro Rosso, they struck gold with Vettel's shock win at Monza in 2008. Perhaps the ultimate against the odds victory was when Brawn GP, born from the ashes of Honda, stunned the grid and the world in 2009. Jenson Button won 6 of the first 7 races, and the team won both championships
in their only season on the grid. F1 may be built on precision, but it still runs on hope. Every garage dreams of the perfect lap. Every driver dreams of the perfect day. The impossible can still happen. Because in Formula One, underdogs don't just chase history. Sometimes they make it.
So that's a taste of what lies ahead. And we have a car that did not compete in the Formula World Championship, but it was McLaren's car. My name's Bruce Jones, Alice Powell alongside me, and John Watson. John, this is a car that did rather well at Le Mans. McLaren had never entered Le Mans before. They had a road car. The customers wanted to become a race car, and this was what was produced, the magnificent F1, and it only went and won the race at its first attempt.
Well, it's only really because of the customers who badgered Ron Dennis, chief officer, at McLaren. Ron said, no, I don't want to make a race car, it's a road car. But the customers said, we're paying for these cars, we want you to develop it. And the car we've just seen, that sort of gunmetal metallic car, went and won the 1995 Le Mans 24 Hours. An amazing feat, the first visit with the McLaren F1 to Le Mans 24 Hours. And I mean, I think that they finished first, second and third. Certainly the Harrods back car with Derek and Justin Bell in it, and Andy Wallace was the third driver, did again like a family victory, other than they came third.
And what was so special as we went past that first car in the queue was the driver who did the bulk of the driving in the wettest of wet nights was JJ Leto. We'll hopefully hear from him later. Right, four-wheel drive was something that was introduced in Formula One not once but twice. In the early 60s, in the dark blue car we passed, that was the Ferguson Formula car. It won a non-championship race, but when it came back in 1970, McLaren tried it. Derek Bell didn't like it and it got parked.
No, I think the four-wheel drive concept has got an application, certainly for road cars, without doubt. Rally cars, they couldn't rally without it. But aerodynamics were the bigger value in Formula One, and the mechanical side of a four-wheel drive car is additional weight, not weight where you would like it, ideally, the weight distribution. So aerodynamics were the cleaner, easier way of going motor racing, and four-wheel drive got ditched for Formula One cars. No, but let me finish. Le Mans, the modern Le Mans car is in effect, in part, a four-wheel drive car.
Yeah, with electric motors to each of the corners transfers it. Now, everybody has their favourite period of Formula One, but you have to agree at certain points in the history, some of the design is so super clean. And the McLaren we're looking at, John, now, you know, not a barge board to be seen.
No, and this car is the McLaren MP44, the car that Alain Prost raced in 1988. They had titanic battles. Alain Prost, Ayrton Senna, I mean, they took lumps out of each other through that season. This car won 15 of the 16 Grand Prix that year. Should have won in Monza, but Ayrton Senna was trying to overtake Jean-Louis Schlesser. He made a mess of it, frankly, although Schlesser got the blame, but it wasn't Schlesser's fault. Senna just misjudged it. So they could have had a clean sweep in 1988, 16 out of 16. Instead, it was 15 out of 16.
And it's just rather special. No, it's not rather special. It's exceptionally special to have, Alice, to have Alain Prost reunited with this car that was just so much the class of the field.
Exactly that. It's a dive back into history, and Alain Prost, obviously the four-time Formula One champion, 51 career wins, and of course had that fierce battle with Ayrton Senna, so it's just beautiful to see him back in that wonderful piece of machinery.
I mean, not only was it an outstanding car, Gordon Murray, we've been celebrating him, huge involvement with this car, this lay-down body position, but it's the fact that I don't think there have ever been two drivers of such a lofty calibre together in a team. Ayrton Senna, Alain Prost, the rest could only dream of third place.
Yeah, I mean, two drivers of immense personal power, presence, involvement. So Alain Prost, the incumbent driver in McLaren in 1988. Ayrton Senna came in as the newcomer. I saw Senna a few months before he signed the contract, and he asked me, but what's McLaren like? I said, it's Alain Prost team. Go in gently, don't try and make waves. He said, no, I'm going to go in, I'm going to destroy Prost, and I'm going to insert myself as the undisputed #1 driver in McLaren. And that's why they took lumps out of each other.
Well, the public were the beneficiaries there because the fireworks were immaculate through that year. Intense intensity at the front of the field. But Alain Prost back in the McLaren MP44, very special here.
The thing about Alain Prost is it was his driving style. It was such an economic driving style. It belied the speed that he carried. he made it look as if he was driving slower than he was actually driving. And when he went to Williams in 1993, the team were disappointed because Alain would return the car to the mechanics. The gearbox was immaculate. They were accustomed to other drivers in the team bringing the car back, and you threw everything away, it was destroyed. But Alain could have put the same set of racers in and done another gear. He had such a gentle feel and touch and understanding of the mechanical sympathy. Probably nobody ever has been quite as like Alain Prost in that respect since.
They didn't call him the Professor for nothing. His racecraft absolutely phenomenal, but depending on your age, this is a wonderful car. But if you were of the era, absolutely in love with Formula One, it could not be a greater car in a greater place, seeing today with the right driver on board. Alain Prost at the top of the run in the sunshine. Now, in the early 1960s, Colin Chapman was doing things his own way. He always did things his own way, and when he produced the Lotus 25, first Formula One car to have a monocoque rather than tubular space frame bodywork, he had a masterstroke. Suddenly there was rigidity. He already had a major star in Jim Clark, and together with this car, they decimated the opposition.
I think the combination of Chapman's design and the monocoque Lotus 25, but the skill again, a very like driver to Alain Prost in terms of the way the inputs were put into the Lotus 25 by Jim Clark. The two had a lot of parallels, and Jim Clark finally won his World Championship, 1 of 2 in 1963, and then in the Lotus 33, an evolution of the 25 in 1965.
And Cooper were also the disruptors by putting the engine behind the driver, and this is an ex-Rob Walker Racing Cooper, the navy livery with the white noseband, just makes any car look absolutely fantastic. Pedro Vela at the wheel coming up the hill, and you know, the big teams, the Maseratis, the Ferraris, they just looked at these little cars produced by British teams and sort of rather wrinkled their noses, but boy did they have to sort of change the way they looked within a couple of years.
Well, no, they didn't wrinkle their noses, they looked down at their noses, and people like Enzo Ferrari and other great people in the motor racing world, they all thought that the engine was the heart, the key to a Formula One car. John Cooper built these cars in Surbiton. At one point, they didn't have a drawing board. They just chalk marked the chassis out on the floor of their workshops. Okay, by the time this car came along, maybe they'd moved on a bit. But that is a simple 2.2, maybe 2.5 litre Coventry Climax 4-cylinder engine, maybe 240, maybe 50 horsepower at best. Sterling won in Argentina in 1958 because he was easier on the tyre, albeit he finished the race with the treads showing through. But all of that front engine Ferrari, Maserati and everything else had to make pit stops, change wheels, change tyres. Sterling won that race because he was the better driver and in the new technology.
Go back to the older technology. This is a Type 50 35C Bugatti. The Type 35 won more races than almost could be counted. Races where almost every seafront town around Europe would have a race on its streets. Obviously, Monaco got its own in time, but Bugatti in the 20s and 30s was the racing car to have. Now, Mercedes, in the mid-1950s, Alice, they produced the most exquisite cars, but the Formula One entity within them was just so mighty. In 1954, they turned up in Formula One with a chap called Fangio, rather good, rather quick, and then suddenly everybody else had to raise their game. Sterling Moss became his teammate, but the SLR version still stands the test of time. The dorsal fin, what's it look like to you?
Magnificent, beautiful, and as you just mentioned, two incredible drivers in Fangio and Moss that we were graced with to see them behind that wheel. It's being driven beautifully up the hill, as it should be. Now it's retired, but again, Mercedes played a huge part in the development throughout the years of Formula One, the real innovators from almost the very start, pretty much, weren't they, John?
Yes, one of the innovations this car had at the 1955 Le Mans, drew on now to the McLaren M23. This is Bruno Senna behind the wheel. Just that Mercedes had an air brake which was activated in the cockpit. But anyway, this is the nephew of the late, great Ayrton Senna, driving an M23. I don't think Senna ever got to drive an M23 in period. It was probably a little bit too far away. Senna himself, look, bit of a traffic jam up at the top of the hill.
Well, Bruno spotted that in the sunlight, but of course the M23 was a car that started winning Grand Prix in 73 and famously was still doing so in 76 when James Hunt took the title. Now, a very, very special car, understated in appearance but not in terms of performance. That year, 1995 at Le Mans, Of the 24 hours, 18 were in heavy, heavy rain. Under cover of darkness, one of the great drives ever at Le Mans came from JJ Leto, and one of his stints at Le Mans, get it, 4 hours and 40 minutes, only with the pit stop here and there. Central driving position, of course, the F1 road car has a central seat and passenger seats either side. That wonderful BMW motor in the tail. And the only regret that Gordon Murray has is they didn't drive the car to the race.
I can understand why, because Le Mans is, in a sense, you drive your car to the event, you compete in the event, and you drive it back home. But part of the reason why JJ Leto was kept in the car, when you're racing in wet conditions, especially at night, if you've got a driver in the car, it's actually better to keep him in the car because he's in a rhythm, he's up to speed. And if you start changing your drivers around, then they've got to re-acclimatise to different conditions, different times of the day or night.
Now, you think of Italian cars as racing in the National Racing Red, but this 8C TF Maserati from 1938 was racing Europe fleetingly, but entered by Lucy O'Reilly Shell, an American French national, so she took the French racing blue and it went over to compete in the Indy 500, not once, not twice, but 5 times, and Louis Dreyfus went on to race it.
Was this lady Shell, was that the mother of
Harry Shell?
Harry Shell,
indeed.
A name that was familiar, synonymous with racing here at Goodwood in the 50s.
Indeed so, and poor Harry eventually lost control in a practice session and met his demise, as so many drivers did back in period. Now, blue and white salto on a helmet, Maserati 250F. Could it be Marino Franchitti? Oh yes, it is. Of course, this car comes from the 10/10ths astonishing collection of his father-in-law, Nick Mason. And to my eye, still just one of the most beautiful Formula One cars in history.
Yes, this is almost the final evocation of the 250F. It's got the more streamlined bodywork, the nose, the longer nose, but such an iconic Grand Prix car, and it was sort of the bedrock of privateer racing all the way through, privateers in Grand Prix, more or less all the way through the mid-1950s, and a car that anybody could jump in. And also, there was a famous Maserati 250F race driver called Maria Teresa de Filippis, who raced a lady, the first lady to race in Grand Prix racing, raced one of these cars against the best in the world.
And it's also a thought that to do so at places like Monaco, where the walls are ever present. Big physical cars, and certainly that would be a fantastic workout. But yes, she laid down a marker, and more are following all the time. And the Maserati 8CM, just having a glance at that, going up the hill. Karina Laumann, amazing collection of cars from the Netherlands, looking neat and tidy, but just loads of grunt. But then, Alice, looking back at these cars from the 30s, such narrow wheels, such narrow tyres.
Such narrow wheels, but they were put through their paces regardless, and underneath there, 3-litre straight 8, and then launching itself off the line bed. We can barely hear ourselves as we have a Alfa Romeo that's just flown past, and then to another one as well. This is one of your favourite cars.
Yes, it is. This is maybe the first Grand Prix car that I identified with as being, this is what being a Grand Prix driver is all about. Fangio, Farina, Fagioli, Reg Parnell. Reg Parnell raced in the inaugural British Grand Prix, the first Grand Prix in the newly created World Championship at Silverstone. And Reg ended up, I think, finishing 3rd overall. I just loved the look of these cars. Straight 8, 1.5 litres, 2-stage supercharged, about 420 horsepower, maybe a little bit more, depending whether you got a Monday morning car or a Friday afternoon engine, whichever.
And of course, the pedals, the opposite way around, aren't they?
Middle throttle position. I mean, one of the problems of being a driver in a British car, for example, racing, you jump into an Italian, Maserati, Ferrari, whomever. Normally, it was a centre throttle position, and the brake pedal would be on the right. Just took time to adjust, and I think some drivers, and maybe even Sterling Moss, requested the throttle pedal be actually placed on the right and the brake pedal on the left. But it was easy if you got into a situation where, oops-a-daisy, that was close. Instinctively, you'd put your foot on the throttle pedal, believing it was the brake, and then only compound the problem.
Now, Formula One actually went to Formula 2 rules for a couple of years, 52 and 53. We've just seen the Ferrari from that, driven by William Janson, but the Lotus 49, it started without wings. Aerodynamics came into Formula One midway through 68, and by the time the one we're looking at now in the gold leaf colours, proper rear wings. We had the high-mounted ones, then they came down low. Aerodynamics always tweaking and changing, but Adrian Newey is the man at the helm of the B. There he goes.
Adrian Newey is not sparing his Lotus 49 coming up the hill. This is a run, a committed run from Adrian, who is, of course, the doyen of aerodynamics and Formula One, as well as modern-day Formula One design. But he is a passionate racer at heart. He races when often and whenever he can.
Yeah, and the essence of that car in so many ways was came with its combination with the Ford Cosworth DFV, and that was an engine that went on through to the 80s, and Tyrrell were beneficiaries of the ability to use that engine. This Tyrrell 011, John Sheldon at the wheel, was one of those cars that went towards the end of the lifespan of the DFV. It was such a mighty engine to have. It enabled the teams to afford to go racing because it was cost effective.
Yes, and I think Tyrrell was the last team in Formula One to win a Grand Prix. Detroit 1983 with a Cosworth DFV engine. Thereafter, it was the end of the life of the DFV in terms of competitiveness had come to its conclusion.
And later in the Tyrrell range, of course, different engines were available, and we had the Tyrrell 018. And this was a car. Harvey Postlethwaite was part of the design team. And don't forget, in those days, design offices, sometimes only one person could answer the phone because there only was one person in the design office. The teams were so much smaller than now. And Shadow out on the hill. That's the DN8. Saif Assam at the wheel.
I mean, just looking at these cars, when I raced in period against these cars, and Alan Jones took victory in 1997 in the Austrian Grand Prix at the original Österreich ring, that amazing long flowing circuit in the hills where now we've got the Red Bull Ring. The Red Bull Ring is just about a third of the original Österreich ring. A fantastic racetrack. I think everybody who raced there thoroughly loved it.
Shadow had quite mixed times though, didn't they, around that era, particularly in 1977, John?
Well, there was a transition. I think the principals, and be careful, but I don't want to get legal issues going on, but there was a transition from the management and the design office became Arrows, and it did lead to a legal, let's say, not quite a court case, but a legal dispute. And that sort of was the conclusion of the Shadow team in Formula One and generally, and that then became the Arrows team, and Riccardo Patrese in particular, a young Italian driver, came in and was immediately a very, very strong competitor wherever you saw him.
Now, something else happened in 1977. Formula One gained turbo power. It didn't succeed. It was Renault that brought it in, but 2 years later, Jean-Pierre Jabouille gave the French manufacturer and turbo engines their first win in Formula One at the Dijon-Prenois circuit, and all eyes though were on the battle for second place behind Jean-Pierre Jabouille. This is his son Victor at the wheel, because everybody but everyone remembers René Arnoux for Renault and Gilles Villeneuve for Ferrari. It was the ultimate pugilistic battle, chopping and changing the last 3 laps, and it bears rewatching. If you've never seen it, look it up.
Bruce, I thoroughly disagreed with what went on track. I thought it was wholly irresponsible. And, I mean, if I'd been a steward or whatever at that Grand Prix, I'd have had both drivers in and given them a dressing down. While it was spectacular, it was, I think, unnecessary, potentially very dangerous.
The right faces in the right places. Thierry Boutsen reunited with the Arrows. This was BMW power. And you needed in those days to be absolutely on form, and it really was so difficult to get at the front end. Arrows very seldom managed.
Just hearing Thierry Boutsen come up to the pit wall, change gear and put the throttle down, he actually spun up the rear wheels because the level of tire bite and grip, these are probably on a set of weather tires. But even the BMW engine had a power curve that was flat as a pancake, then it went vertical. The BMW-powered Formula One cars were more akin to a dragster, like the blue touch paper, and step back.
World Championship winner Ken Tyrrell in 1969. Jackie Stewart at the wheel. For 1970, they had to start with a new march when the British constructor just got its toe in the water. But a few races in, Derek Gardner's designed the first Tyrrell, the 001. Came to be. Jackie Stewart got on board, and today we've got Adam, son of Ken Tyrrell, at the wheel. It's great to see them reunited, and also that really crisp, clean livery they had with the mid-blue and the Elf sponsorship.
Yes, and a design feature of this Tyrrell was what I'd call a low polar moment of inertia. So all the weight, as much as it's possible, was between the wheels, and that was ideal in terms of weight distribution for the car at this particular time. And Derek Gardner introduced this car, the team, to Tyrrell in 1971.
Talked a short while ago about Harvey Postlethwaite. Let's talk about him again, because the first car but to bear the Hesketh's name. The team had started with a march in 1973. James Hunt started to get some top results, but Harvey produced the 308 design. It was evolved, and in 1975, James Hunt took victory ahead of Niki Lauda as he kept the Ferrari driver behind him at Zandvoort. It was the one and only win for the Hesketh team, but they did somehow make a mark that everyone thought they would never manage to do.
And isn't it ironic that this car is now owned by Irish property developer James Hagan, who races it throughout Europe and all the historic events where the car would be eligible.
Now the first Shadow, we've seen the Shadow Can-Am cars here at Goodwood in abundance, but it just looks super mean, black, seemingly unsponsored.
OK, Bruce, question of the day. Who was George Fulmer's teammate in 1973? I know the answer.
I'll come back to you. I'm feeling very embarrassed. Do you want to grab my book off the shelf?
Jackie Oliver.
Yes, he was. So Jackie was on both sides of the Atlantic, and then, in fact, Shadow moved forward, continually reshaping their cars. Tony Southgate doing a fabulous job. And then you had that wonderful pairing of Tom Price and Jean-Pierre Jarier going for forwards and just never quite hitting the top step.
No, but Jarier was lightning fast in 1974. Peter Revson was his teammate. Sadly, Revson had a fatal accident in South Africa. And then Welshman Tom Price came in. Tom had a propensity. He liked to get the back end on. He liked to get the car sliding the rear, moving around. Spectacular. Amazingly fast. The only downside was it tended to overuse the rear tire. Tragically, Tom again in South Africa perished.
So now we're moving into much more your comfort zone, Alice. We're much more recent. We've got Oliver Behrman on board.
We have. We've already seen him go up the hill today, and apparently him and Esteban Ocon are having a competition, because we're going to see Esteban Ocon go up the hill again today as well, of who can destroy the rear tyres on those wets. And he looks like he might have got himself a little bit stuck attempting to shave down those wets. But
Advantage Esteban, I think.
I think so. So far, he's found reverse gear. These Formula One cars don't really like going into reverse gear, do they, John?
No, it is a mandatory regulation. You have to have a reverse gear, but actually finding it is quite a complicated process in a contemporary Formula One car. So Oliver Behrman lighting up the rear tyres again. Look, this is like a bit of fun for the two drivers. They've got potentially 1,000 horsepower under their right foot. And then you look at the surface of those wet weather tyres. I would dread to think if you put a tyre probe into that tyre to see what the temperature is. Pirelli will take those tyres away, and I think they might put them on the wall as a memory of coming to Goodwood, or they might just bin them.
They might do, but it's Esteban Ocon's turn, Bruce. He's going to try. Let's see how he gets on with his donuts as the Haas team run down to make sure they've got a bit of cooling going, because Oliver Behrman's still doing burnouts on his way up the hill past the Flint wall. And a good showing, I would say, from the youngster, his first full year in Formula One.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. I think it's absolutely fantastic. 75 years, the Formula One World Drivers' Championships. Absolutely right that we should have the contemporary drivers at the top end. Remembering some of the fans here may be super, super young, and hopefully it's a wonderful history lesson. But you know, the autograph books, the people being able to get outside the Drivers' Club and see their heroes, it is something super special. We might be a bit blasé. We've been around the sport a long time, John.
Yes, we have.
It is magnificent.
But isn't it lovely to see a young British driver, about 19 years of age or something, coming here to Goodwood in a contemporary Formula One car, entertaining. Look at Esteban Ocon doing a very similar thing. It's very difficult to do a donut in a these modern Formula One cars are about a third larger than the cars of a decade ago. They're long, they're wide, they're heavy, and trying to do something which is something that they're not designed to do, which is basically doing a donut. They're trying to force the car against the car's nature.
Yeah, sort of forcing physics in the opposite direction. Alice, in your single-seater career, did you do donuts? Come on, you can own up.
No,
I ate a few.
Not intentional donuts, anyway, at least.
So Esteban Ocon, you can be sure when he gets up the top there'll be plenty of banter between he and Ollie Behrman, because, you know, they're all competitive underneath.
They are. Look at this car, and you can just see the devil horn. Actually look like they're attached to the helmet.
Absolutely, as I pointed out.
That works brilliantly, doesn't it, with the Tom Christensen helmet. And Tom, he was a driver who should have been in Formula One. He knocked on the door. It was the world of sports car that benefited. Of course, he went on to take 9 victories, but super, super quick.
Let's listen in, shall we? Listen to the roar.
Full commitment.
And a beautiful sound to go with it, John.
One of the glories of looking at this amazing array of cars from across the history of the Formula One World Drivers' Championship is the array of noises, the different engine notes. It's a real history lesson, but to me, noise is such a visceral thing, and I'm sure Tom will be loving that. His ears will be ringing a bit. He may speak to Ed Foster at the top, may not be able to hear a thing, but anyhow, Tom, he'll know what to say.
He's only just actually caught up Esteban Ocon, who's clearly still trying to make those donuts. But then we've got the Tyrrell that has, huge, large rear wheels and some quite small at the front, and more than 2 at the front.
He has 4 wheels at the front, and principally was to lower the frontal area of the car, make it penetrate the air more efficiently. But of course, you've got those 2 massive rear wheels. So other teams, notably March and then latterly Williams, did the opposite. They had a standard front wheel, but 2 much smaller, narrower rear wheels. But there was a problem with the transmissions and making the 4-driven wheels, or was it just 2-driven, whatever it was technically quite a problem, and the reliability was not sufficient. And again, there was the additional weight and complexity. Do we really need it? But aerodynamics are going to make the bigger effect.
Well, the Brawn, what a story, 2009, and I tell you, someone who'll be telling the story when he gets to the top is Alex Brundle. He's the driver on board, and he's never short of a word or two. With his family history, he'll be able to put it absolutely into perspective.
Not when 2 dozen will do.
No, indeed.
He'll be smiling ear to ear, I'm sure, but what a bargain, buying a Formula One team for just £1 all the way back in 2009, and who would have known, one of the favourite underdogs, I think it must be, certainly for this generation of Formula One fans. Who would have thought that when they rocked up with Jenson Button and, of course, Rubens Barrichello, that they would end up securing not just a constructors' title, but, of course, giving Jenson Button his world title as well.
Well, I was present in Australia for the first victory for Brawn, and the look on the face of Ross Brawn, Gina's wife, the entire team, it was a real shoestring operation in those early events, and the pride on Ross's face, a car with his name on the nose, had won a World Championship Grand Prix at the first attempt.
It was truly extraordinary. For an underdog batch to have someone that won a Grand Prix would be something, but to win the title. And bear in mind, if Ross hadn't saved the team, that would have been 200 people on the dole, unable to get a job for some while, because if you lose it at the start of the season, no one's employed. But what a story. The car famously likened to a lemon meringue pie with its white above yellow, but it was one of the stories of Formula One history.
Who doesn't like a lemon meringue pie?
Feeling quite peckish, I must confess. So Patrick Friesacher, for so many years working with Red Bull, a racer in his own right, but just the most amazing display driver, chock full of enthusiasm, and always puts on a fantastic show. And the fans have loved it. A little bit of dust being raised on the drivers at the top of the hill from the rally stage, the off-road arena. But it's all part of the experience. You can always wipe your eyes later. But what a show from the cars going up the hill with Patrick Friesacher bringing up the rear of that batch. And we have plenty more Formula One cars to come. And it's just great to see so many people out. 3 days into the Festival of Speed, 3 days of solid sunshine. In fact, some might have said it's almost a little too hot, but the action has been phenomenal.
And 3 days of ear-crackling V8, V10, V12, naturally aspirated engine noise.
Highlights, where to start. Alain Prost in a McLaren MP44. That set a very, very high bar. Reunited with the car that he fought so hard with his team at Ayrton Senna in one of the peak seasons of Formula One history. 15 out of 16 wins went their way.
And of course, we get to see Alain Prost very shortly, along with 6 other, should I say, champions that will be taking part in our balcony moment on Goodwood House.
That is going to be just absolutely phenomenal. But we go back before Formula One. We went back to the cars of the 20s and 30s that set the ball rolling. And then a car that was a disruptor. It was the Cooper. The engine was in the back. It couldn't win. Oh, hold on. It has. And Formula One changed thereafter. McLaren hit the high notes, but still some of the most beautiful machines came from Italy in the 1950s. Engines proudly up front. They were the Maseratis and Ferraris. Aerodynamics came and changed constantly, but all the cars owe their beginnings to what happened back in the 1920s. The aerodynamics evolved, they were banned, they were changed. Formula One designers always needed to be sharp on their feet, and none has been sharper than Adrian Newey. There he was, going up the hill in a Lotus 49B. The sun was shining on the hill, the range of cars. These weren't all the winners. Some did. We had the underdogs there too, and the ultimate underdog, of course, was the Brawn team in 2009.
And we could even count Benetton, shall we, in that as well?
Well, let's put Benetton in the back, and that was a car that, of course, had amazing success. But the arrows went up the hill, the shadows were there as well. The Red Bulls brought it to an end with Patrick Friesacker. But right now we've got a special treat because we're going to go to the top of the hill and hear from Ed Froster and Alain Prost.
Alain, fantastic to see you. You just told me that the last time you drove this car was in '88.
Yeah, '88, Australia. That was the last time. I drove a few McLaren, once the one from '85, once '87, this year in French historical race, but yeah, not many opportunities, but quite pleased to do it here in Goodwood.
Does it feel familiar?
I mean, it's always the same, you know, when you come back in the car. I mean, I'm very lucky to do that also here with, because, you know, I have a lot of people that were working with me here in the 80s first, and then from 84 to 89, you know, and obviously John Barnard and all these guys, I mean, almost all the team, they're still there. So you, in fact, it's not only driving the car, but you remember almost everything, you know, I mean, obviously you cannot go fast, and I cannot tell, and I have no motivation to go fast anywhere. I'm also very respectful with this type of car, you know, they are old, and you need to be careful, especially with the owners, you know, so. But yeah, I mean, we talk with these guys, and we remember a few souvenirs already. It's quite a lot, you know. 3 World Championship with McLaren, not with this car, but you know, does not matter anyway.
Now we're celebrating Formula One's 75th anniversary of the World Championship. It is an amazing selection of Formula One cars. All the other cars must bring back some memories as well.
Yeah, sure, because when you follow Formula One and for example, this car, you know, when I started to follow really Formula One, we had Jackie Stewart with the Tyrrell, and even with Matra before, and then we had James Hunt with Nicky, and so it's all this history, you know, and I am a very traditional person in a way, you know, so I remember very well. I mean, you know, Nicky, for example, I was really a big fan of Jackie and Nicky, and then I was able to be teammate with Nicky a few years ago. So it's quite, but all these cars, they have an history. You don't know everything, you know, I'm not an expert of everything, but it's part of the history that we celebrate here. And what is unbelievable is to see the passion around this event. I signed a lot of autographs today already. It's not finished, I'm sure, but I was very surprised about the young generation. A lot of young guys, a lot of girls and boys, and they're here and they look at the cars, and I really find that really refreshing. Yeah.
Well, it's great to see you, and it's also great to see you back in the 88 car. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jackie, lots of drivers I've spoken to this weekend say all these cars bring back a lot of memories, but actually it's the memories of the people they worked with that it brings back.
Well, without any doubt, one aspect it's the emotion. It brings a lot of emotions. But you're right to say the surrounding is very important. These cars exist because there were a lot of people passionate. It's all about passion here. Why we have such a big success at Goodwood? It's because we are reunited in the same passion. And I must admit, Goodwood is totally exceptional.
It was lovely to see you on the front row for Derek Bell's balcony moment.
Yes, because with Derek we have shared great moments, not only in Formula One, but also in long distance. And, you know, I had the privilege to drive all sorts of things in my life, motorcycle even, and even Dakar. So, yes, I'm very grateful for those who prepare these cars, because what you have to know is that 90% of the job, in my point of view, is done before the start. If you receive a winning car, things are really much easier.
Not that easy, but Jackie, thank you so much.
Thank you to all of you.
Bruno, as you came into the top paddock here, a certain Alain Prost looked over, saw the helmet and saw the car, and there was a big smile on his face.
You know, I saw him doing his sit fit when I came back from the first run on this car, and I was like, man, this brings some memories, you know. And of course, he's got a bit more gray going on than back in the 80s, but it's so nice to see him in his cars. There's so many cars to his tribute here in Goodwood this year, so it's nice to see that he's here. And Nico's coming tonight. We were obviously we won together the championship in LMP2, so there's a very good connection with the families, and I'm so happy that we got to say hello.
And just tell us a little bit about this car here.
You know, so this is the 74 M23. It's the same car that Emerson raced with McLaren, but this is a brand new tub, brand new car. So they found a tub, they built this car. So this car is like sort of the dream. It's the classic old car, but built now. And it's so tight, it rides so nicely. I'm just sort of like, you know, enjoying the feeling. It's the second time I drive a DFE engine. I drove a Lotus here, actually it's the third time. Woo! I drove a Lotus and a Williams here before, but that was so many years ago. So getting back to this engine is always brings back some good memories. And the car is so nice outside, so I'm loving it.
Bruno, always a pleasure. Thank you.
Pleasure, thank you.
With eBay Assured Fit. Find the right parts for your car just by entering your reg. eBay, things people love.
Down the inside, late on the brakes for Wilson in the Maserati. He gets the move up, and did he get on the grass? He does. The rear end steps out.
And so this is it. This is the Mercedes AMG World of Performance.
Actually, it's under construction at the moment. More than 6,000 workers on site.
It's going to set standards also that everybody else will try to follow and makes the sport greater.
As teams, as fans, as people, a sound, a smell, a shiver down the spine.
Well, what a remarkable time we are having here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Such a mixture of machinery and some wonderful views and sounds. It is always glorious, but on a day so bright and sunshiny, and everybody getting every opportunity to get close to those vehicles, whether they're heading up the hill or in the paddock. It's an opportunity to get as close to machines that you just would never do at other events. So fun to see some of the top drivers in the world making the most of the grip that they may have and the power they've got to play with, and some of the skills that we've seen here already are very, very impressive. So much more to look forward to. We've got some wonderful supercars, modern supercars, the history of Formula One to celebrate as well, of course, and the Formula One fans all going crazy here today. Some beautiful bikes as well, and so much more to look forward to for the rest of today, Saturday, and of course on Sunday at the Festival of Speed. And what a special year it is to be able to celebrate 75 years since the Formula One World Championship began in 1950. And that's what we are going to be doing over the next period, because we're looking forward to some of the great cars heading up the hill, but also some of the great champions will be making their way to the balcony. Alongside me, Formula One race winner, contender in the 1970s and 1980s, and then an expert in Formula One as a commentator. We worked together for many, many years. John Watson alongside me. And John, it really is such a special gathering. I think it's one of the greatest gatherings of Formula One cars there's ever been anywhere in the world.
Ben, it's lovely to look back at the cars from the early 70s, those that I was familiar with, to where we are today, the contemporary, the brand new, the Haas, and the technology developments, the aerodynamics, the mechanical, electronic, whatever. You know, in those, what, 50-odd years, almost 50 years, it's a long time ago, where we started and where we've ended up is mind-blowing.
Well, of course, Formula One has always been about winning, taking the title, becoming a champion, and that's what everybody focuses on. Let's take a little look back at the history of Formula One champions.
In 75 years, just 34 drivers have claimed the crown. Each one a champion. Each one shaped by their era. Because as the sport has evolved from scrappy and dangerous to global and elite, so have the people who conquered it. What it takes to become a Formula One world champion has changed with every generation. In the 1950s, they were sturdy men in linen helmets and polo shirts who raced on instinct and braved brutal cars for money's reward. The sport was raw, the drivers were too. By the 60s and 70s, the circus got bigger, and so did the spotlight. Drivers were younger, sharper, more glamorous. The sport was still dangerous, but now it was dazzling too. Sponsorships arrived, and so did the cameras. F1 was finding its place on the world stage, and its champions were becoming stars. With TV came fame, and rivalries went global. Champions weren't just racers, they were headlines, superstars, icons. By the 2000s, talent alone was no longer enough. You need to be a leader, an athlete, the centre of a factory-built machine. The drivers and the sport were entering a new age of precision. Now the demands are total, the scrutiny constant. Champions must master every detail, every environment, every pressure. They're no longer just racers. They're role models, business empires, sporting royalty. 34 champions, each different, but all with one thing in common. In their time, they were the best in the world.
So the Formula One champions, and that's very much what we're going to be celebrating over the next period, seeing some of those wonderful machines that did supply drivers with the opportunity to become champions. We are going to see a whole bunch of champions, and they will be joining us up on the balcony. And of course, we'll be talking about some of those teams that managed to win constructors championships, as well as taking the drivers to the top level as well. For constructors, to win that constructors championship, of course, is also a mega part of Formula One. And it's wonderful that we've got some Formula One bosses here today to be part of that celebration, and we'll find out more as we go through the afternoon. It is an absolutely glorious day, and it's lovely to be celebrating Gordon Murray Automotive, of course. That's all part and parcel of this Goodwood weekend. His involvement in Formula One was a key part to his career, but he then moved on into making road supercars as well and creating his own company, which is still very, very active today. But Formula One has the heritage of providing people with an opportunity to shine in both the driving style, in both the engineering style, in all sorts of areas as well. And that is all part and parcel of what we are going to be celebrating here today. Some of our great champions, of course, are very much missed. Some of the wonderful champions who sadly are no longer with us, but we can still talk about them, their amazing achievements, what they were able to do. James Hunt, of course, from the mid-1970s, becoming a British Formula One world champion. Wonderfully done. It had been a few years since Jackie Stewart had won the title, and it took a little while for James to do that, but he did it brilliantly in 1976. But of course, one of the ones he competed against, John, was a man who was your teammate, Nicky Lauda. We miss Nicky. He was another of the great champions, wasn't he?
Yes, I mean, Nicky and James, one might say, were chalk and cheese, two totally different personalities, characters, how they went about their particular task of being a Grand Prix driver. Yet they gelled. They just seemed to work together as a couple of guys in the paddock, similar sense of humor, and just really were two peas in the same pod.
It's lovely to see the fans just getting so involved in everything that's going on, the waving that's going on. Wonderful to have you here, and so many big smiles getting ready for all the Formula One action that is coming up in just a moment.
It's what sets you apart in the moment of truth. It's the unstoppable force that carries you forward. It's the sharp focus, turns doubt into action. It's the inner voice, reminding you that you are designed to win. Tag Heuer.
So here we are, getting ready for some of the cars heading up the hill. We will be seeing the Formula One stars in just a moment, but this is Patrick Dempsey. Fun to see Patrick Dempsey at the wheel of this Porsche 911 RSR, John.
Yeah, I've got a sore throat, Patrick. Can you come and get? He plays the role in Grey's Anatomy as a doctor. Got a sore throat, Patrick. Can you help?
It's lovely his involvement in motorsport in part of his career as well. I mean, it's something that he's developed so well, and he is very impressive.
He started off as an enthusiast, and he's now reached the level of being a very proficient, highly skilled. He's not a full professional driver, but his level has risen dramatically in all the years that he's been following motorsport, and particularly with Porsche. The Porsche brand has become synonymous with Patrick Dempsey.
Yeah, well, it's great to see Patrick Dempsey out there. He is definitely a Goodwood man. He's been here at Goodwood for various different events because he just loves the whole motorsport world and is very much a part of it now. So great to see Patrick Dempsey in the Porsche heading up the hill. We're about to see lots of the Formula One champion vehicles, and of course a bit of the background to Formula One is that the Formula One safety car and the Formula One medical car. There we are, seeing the medical car heading up that we see so often at a Grand Prix.
Yes, there's two vehicles, the safety car and the medical car, two that are absolutely vital at the start of any Grand Prix, and especially when you have a start where it might be wet, you need to have the medical car following the field around in the event that there is an incident or a driver might need assistance, and that's what this vehicle is designed for. It's got pretty much all the equipment on board. Of course, that adds in a lot of extra weight. That's all high up, so the handling is going to be compromised marginally. But listen, the guys that are driving their safety car and the medical car are more than capable of handling these cars in an emergency to get to a driver who might need some assistance.
Absolutely, and of course in modern Formula One, John, compared to when you were racing Formula One, touch wood, man, it's really good though that the medical car is not nearly as busy as it used to be.
Let's say in the early 70s everything was a little bit more haphazard than it is structured and organised today.
Well, here we are with one of the glorious McLarens. This is the MP421. I love the aero design that they were allowed to use. Of course, limitations have come along in the world of Formula One over the years, but it's rather fun the way that it's all set up, isn't it?
Well, talking to Adrian Newey at the top of the hill, the freedom of design that existed, let's say, in the 70s, when there was no virtual rules at all, to where we are now. This is a car from the 90s, so there was still a lot of latitude, liberal lateral thinking going on. But that's all been clapped. Modern Formula One cars are now what I would call very prescribed in what you're allowed to do. So many parts of the car, so much of the surfaces of the car are prescribed. Where is the room for innovation? Where is the Colin Chapman, the Gordon Murray, Adrian Newey, John Barnard, all those great designers from the middle 70s all the way through to where we are today?
Well, we've got the Brabham heading up the hill now, and David Brabham is actually at the wheel of it, I gather, which is fun to see.
Interestingly, that his brother-in-law was here on Thursday. Now, another trick question, Ben. Who is David Brabham's brother-in-law?
Good question. Go on, then.
Mike Thackwell, a name from the late 70s, a great racer in Formula 2. He did drive for Ken Tyrrell, and he was, I think, the youngest driver ever to race in a Formula 1 race. At that point, must have been 77, 78, at Mosport, no, at Montreal, at the Montreal, the current Grand Prix circuit. But David driving his father's championship-winning car from 1966.
Yeah, lovely to see that. But we've got a lovely Brabham heading up the hill now as well, and it is Mark Sura, one of the great drivers from that period, in the Brabham BT52, and this was the 1983 Brabham, first turbo-powered car to take a driver to the title. It was Nelson Piquet's second World Championship win, and it really was and it is a stunning-looking car, John, with the way it was designed, and of course it's another of the Gordon Murray designs.
Yes, there's a theme in Gordon's designs, and it began in this era with the BMW Turbo. Eventually, they designed the BMW Turbo where the engine was inclined at about 40 degrees or more to get the center of gravity not bend. This is a car which is such a special car. It's the 19 61 Ferrari Tipo 156 with a V6 1.5 litre motor. Ferrari designed two engines in this era, different degrees of the V of the motor. One was a 65 degree, and then the latter engines came along with a 120 degree. It was the latter engine that was the more powerful in the end, and this is the car that took Phil Hill to his first and only American Drivers' World Championship until Mario Andretti came along.
And just notice it's Arturo Merzario who's driving it, who's in his early 80s now, the Italian who raced Formula One 72 to 79 with Ferrari.
Yes, Arturo was at dinner last night, 83 years of age, synonymous with his famous Marlboro hat. Used to walk around the paddock, and if you want to meet a character, there is no bigger character in the paddock than Arturo Merzario.
Oh, lovely to see him back out in one of those famous cars, isn't it? But that's what we're enjoying here, the history, the Formula One history that we're getting into here. And BRM, of course, was an absolutely crucial part of Formula One as well, particularly getting it together in the 1960s.
Yes, eventually, British Racing Motors, BRM, won a World Championship Grand Prix. They had in the 50s won Formula One races, notably here at Goodwood with the V16, but it never won a World Championship Grand Prix. First victory came in 1959, Dutch Grand Prix at Zandvoort, driven by Giovanni with a P25 was the model. Thereafter, it took really until you got into the 60s with cars like this. Graham Hill, challenged by Jim Clark all the way through the 1962 season, eventually took victory in South Africa, in East London, to become a world champion.
I mean, this is a bit of a strange one. We've got a modern Mercedes, the W13 Formula One car, being chased down by the Mercedes-Benz W196.
Yeah, Carl Benlinger sitting almost on top of the W196 following the more contemporary Mercedes up the hill. And this is just an illustration of technology from the middle 50s to more or less contemporary present day. The Mercedes, that's the Formula One car ahead, is from, I think, 2022-23.
Yep.
And it's got that slightly strange-looking side pod development technology. Sadly, it never really worked at the technically sort of theoretical benefits it would have had.
No, that's right. But of course, the car behind is the 1954-1955 dominant force, really, for Mercedes, winning 9 out of 12 races. And for Fangio and for Stirling Moss, it was key.
Don't forget Stirling Moss, because he won the 1955 British Grand Prix at Aintree. Now, Stirling always felt, he was racing against his teammate Juan Manuel Fangio, he always felt that Fangio pulled over and let him win that Grand Prix. But Fangio stated unequivocally, no, Stirling beat me on merit that day.
That is amazing, isn't it? Marc Genet is out in the Ferrari here. This is the SF90 Ferrari, and of course Ferrari's success over the years has been incredibly important. This was 2019, so this was a year when it was Sebastian Vettel and Charles Leclerc. It was actually a season dominated by Lewis Hamilton with Mercedes. Ferrari were second in the Constructors' Championship that year, and Leclerc got the first win with this car, actually, at the Belgian Grand Prix. Leclerc's always gone well at Spa.
Yeah, I mean, Charles Leclerc, I mean, a really, really quick driver, both in qualifying and in a race, still to get it together in conjunction with Ferrari to challenge consistently over a season for a Drivers' World Championship.
Felipe Massa now in the F2008 F1, and Felipe, who had that wonderful challenge for the championship that year. Massa had 6 wins that season, missing out on the championship by the 1 point to Lewis Hamilton at the finale in Brazil, when Lewis just got a place on the last lap to make sure that he did take the title away.
That half a lap between Felipe taking the checkered flag and seeing the joy in the Ferrari garage with all his family members. They were euphoric. Our son, our cousin, our nephew, or whatever has become a world champion. No, it didn't happen.
Absolutely, that's exactly how it was. It was so dramatic. Now, we're looking at the Williams FW14B, being driven by James Vowles, the team boss for Williams in this modern world. But this was, of course, an absolutely crucial car, the FW14, and it didn't quite manage to wrap up the championship. It came so close to it, but it didn't quite manage to do it.
No, and it's interesting to see, and actually quite fun. We've seen over a number of years team principals jumping into their product. Christian Horner did it, of course, with Red Bull. James Vowles doing it here now with the Williams. And, you know, these people, they are the core of their operations, the running of a team. Yet they've still got this yearning to get behind the wheel. These are not toys. Even a car from this generation with the V10 Renault engine, still mighty powerful. 750 horsepower behind your right foot.
Actually, yes, the 14B is the one that did the, sorry, it's the 1992 one. That did take...
that was Nigel's car.
That was Nigel's car, yeah, so that was the dominant season. Sorry, I was getting myself mixed up, because we've got a few of the different ones out there. So that is the one that Mansell did indeed take the title. We're going to be celebrating that in a few moments' time as well. You've got Paul Aaron about to head up the hill with the Alpine. This is the more modern Alpine with the youngster Paul Aaron, who is a rookie who is not got a full F1 schedule yet in terms of the races, but he is part of the team, and he backed up. He was allowed by Alpine to go and do FP1 for Sauber last week at Silverstone, and he is potentially another star in the future for Formula One. The Alpine team, of course, owned by Renault, which has been part and parcel of Formula One for so many years. They've decided in the future that it's not going to be Renault power, though, so that's going to change things a little bit.
Yes, and one might say it's a shame, because I've got enormous respect and admiration for what Renault engineers did with producing so many innovations into Formula One engine technology, thinking back to the introduction of air valves, pneumatic air valves, to make sure that the valve springs were no longer required as well. You couldn't actuate the valves quickly enough with a metal valve spring, so they went to a pneumatic air valve, and that was just one minor innovation that Renault were responsible for introducing.
Now, we've seen Adrian Newey going up the hill earlier on today, and we're going to see him back out once again. This time it's in a Ferrari, the 312-69, and how lovely to see that he just enjoys going out in whatever he can get out in. This 1969 season was a bit of a tough season for Ferrari. It was when the Ford Cosworth power was really the dominant force, wasn't it then?
Yes, I mean, the Cosworth was the ultimate package in terms of weight, size, and of course you could bolt it to the back of a monocoque, and you had the rigidity because the engine was designed to be used as a stressed member, so that you could hang your suspension components in part off the engine itself and likewise off the gearbox. And Ferrari were still running this V12, which is quite a long, quite a tall engine, so weight distribution, length, you know, the general configuration was incredible for horsepower, but not necessarily for installation.
Absolutely, and this is another one from that same period, actually. This is Harrison Newey, his son, I think, who's going to be, yes, with the Red Bull helmet colours, is Harrison Newey, who's going to be taking it up. So both the family enjoying the runs.
Look at the rear of this car. It's the jumble of the exhaust coming out of the centre of the V. Now, again, this was a Ferrari feature, but I know if Adrian Newey was asked to design a V12 engine for Formula One, he would have those exhausts coming out of the outside of the V to ensure that he got the maximum benefit of a weight distribution being as low as possible. But Ferrari, this was the philosophy that they had in this era. I mean, it sounds glorious.
It does sound glorious. And of course, it was an era, that 1969 season, where the wings initially were allowed to be a bit too high, and they were collapsing. That Spanish Grand Prix at Montjuic, there were all sorts of incidents, and they then changed the rules, didn't they?
Yes, Graham Hill and Jochen Rindt in the Lotus 49s, running the very tall rear wings. They both collapsed. There's a crest as you go past start-finish line, and at that most critical point in the circuit, their wings failed, and Jochen Rindt had the worst of the two accidents. Graham was able to step out of his car unaided, but Jochen needed to be assisted out. Thereafter, before the Monaco Grand Prix, those tall wings were banned.
Absolutely, and so it just didn't work out for them. But of course, for Ferrari, there's been so many different aspects of racing and competition, and there we are, the Ferrari 499P. This is fun to see.
Yes, this is an identical car to the car that won at Le Mans for 3 consecutive years. The only difference is it got about another 300 horsepower. This is a kind of track day car rather than an out-and-out race car. Alexander West has been supporting GT racing for many, many years. He's got an amazing collection of race cars, single-seaters, GTs, prototypes like this. This is his latest acquisition. He's having fun here this weekend.
As you say, I mean, their form at Le Mans has just been absolutely spectacular, hasn't it? A brilliant performance by them, winning Le Mans again this year. And so for Ferrari, going back into sports cars, which they've been out of for quite a long time, focusing very much on Formula One. It's impressive what they have been able to achieve. So there's Alexander West just going over the line and joining in the fun and games of all the history of the Formula One cars. Well, the history of Ferrari is always tremendous. And of course, the late, great Enzo Ferrari, who set that team up originally, who was running cars before the Second World War for Alfa Romeo, and then set up his own version after the war of the Ferrari team. And of course, it has been such a major part of Formula One right from the very beginning. Although they didn't actually get to the very first Grand Prix at Silverstone, did they?
I don't remember. I think it was about 4 or 5 at the time. Certainly the first Grand Prix at Silverstone in 1950 was dominated by Alfa Romeos. Ferrari brought along, Ferrari did have a 1.5-litre supercharged V12, but it necessarily wasn't the best car. It was when they introduced the 4.5-litre naturally aspirated car that then signed the demise of the Alfa Romeo 158, 159s. Frolian Gonzalez, I remember driving that car. And also, Tony Vandervelde, the great British industrialist who built a car called the Van Wall we were more familiar with. He produced a Van Wall Special, which had a Ferrari 4.5-litre engine installed in it. And then he went on to make his own car with his own engine.
Absolutely. We're going to be enjoying some more greats coming up in a moment. Paul Stewart is going to be driving the first of the 2 Tyrrells that are heading up. We can see Emerson Fittipaldi. There's an onboard camera there in that next little queue about to head up the hill as well. And of course, what we're doing here is very much celebrating Sir Jackie Stewart. We will see some of him later. But for Paul Stewart, the son, who was instrumental, of course, in setting up the team, the Stewart F1 team, with his father. Paul was actually a good driver himself. He wasn't quite, in the end, the skill to race in Formula One. I'd seen him race in some of the junior categories, moving his way up, but then to get involved in running a team was a key aspect.
I think for any son or daughter, for that matter, of a father who's been a world champion, it's such a high, can I do what you did, Dad? Well, and I think Paul raced up to Formula 3000 successfully. But then when Stewart Grand Prix was in the setup stage, I think Jackie and Paul sat down and discussed whether it would be better for Paul to put all his energies into the development of the Stewart Grand Prix team rather than trying to pursue a career as a single-seater race driver. And Paul and Jackie then set up the team, and the team, who won there? Johnny Herbert?
Yes. Yeah.
That was the first Grand Prix at Nürburgring.
Yes, yeah. Johnny Herbert took that victory, and yeah, it was an amazing time for them. In that, it was a strange day that. But yeah, Johnny did go on to take the victory. And of course, the team in the end did shut down as Stewart, became Jaguar, but then later on, it became Red Bull, didn't it?
It did, in that intervening period when it became Jaguar, and my fellow countryman Eddie Irvine, who had been a contender for the championship in 1999 and failed at the last hurdle in Suzuka, but had already signed a contract, very lucratively, with Jaguar to be the lead driver in 2000. So Eddie was there in the team for 2-3 years before then it morphed itself into Red Bull. And then once that happened, then the signals went out. We want Adrian Newey to come in and become our technical director. And once Adrian joined the Red Bull team, well, I think, Ben, the rest is history.
Absolutely right. But of course, what we're talking about really, the history here for Sir Jackie Stewart. Yeah, John?
Yeah, just looking at Emerson, who's he talking to? Well, it's Clive Chapman. Clive,
lovely, yes.
The son of Colin Chapman, the man who was the founder of the Lotus team. Clive runs a lot of these cars in that sort of the Lotus heritage, and they bring them out many occasions, and that's Clive. With one of the most successful cars that Lotus ever produced, the Lotus 72, from the original one all the way through to the Lotus 72E.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, his father, Colin Chapman, was such a talented designer, of course, and running the whole business incredibly effectively. But it's lovely to see them having a little chat before they head up the hill. But it was Ken Tyrrell was the man behind these cars, certainly behind the whole team. He wasn't the car designer himself, but he certainly put the whole team together very effectively, brought Jackie Stewart in pretty early in his career to be part of the team, and Jackie decided to stick with it because Jackie had been offered other options,
well,
hadn't
he had actually signed a contract with Ferrari, a provisional contract, but when he found out that Ferrari had also signed a contract with Jackie Stewart then stepped away from it. But the other person in that sort of 3 people lineup, maybe 4 people I should say, at Tyrrell, one was fundamental, and that was Walter Hayes at Ford, who was able to give support, backing to the Tyrrell team and ensure that Jackie became a part of that team. And Jackie Stewart, Ken Tyrrell, Walter Hayes and Derek Gardner. What a phenomenal power lineup that was in the early 70s.
What we are seeing now, and you're seeing some lovely onboard shots, are the champions that we are about to actually celebrate. So you're seeing people like Mario Andretti. We saw Mika Hakkinen a moment ago. The 2 Jackie Stewart cars. Jackie's not driving them anymore, and I can completely understand that. He's letting his children do that. But there is Mika Hakkinen, the champion in 1988 and 1989. Teammate with David Coulthard, and they're still working together. He and David are doing some chats for people, which is lovely to know about. And but Mika, a great double champion for McLaren. Here we go then. So these cars will be heading up, but then we're getting into the balcony celebration, and it's Paul Stewart who heads the way first with this early Tyrrell. It was when Tyrrell started making their own cars rather than running other machines from other manufacturers, and this was the way that Jackie Stewart went on to win his 2nd and 3rd titles. 3 titles, one of the greatest champions of all time.
Oh, absolutely. 99 Grand Prix and 3 world titles, 27 I think victories in that number of 99. So these 2 Tyrrells are pulling off into there's a roundabout just in front of Goodwood House, and this is part of the celebration of Sir Jackie Stewart. This is the car he raced in 1973, and I mentioned yesterday the rear wing. It took a little bit of time for the penny to drop at Tyrrell that you needed to put that rear wing further back to give you a better purchase, a better bite, better balance. And Jackie won in 73, not because this was the fastest car in the field, but because Tyrrell was an excellent team, understood how to win races. But Jackie in particular was an outstanding race car driver with great intelligence.
And we have some great noise in the background as well. Jackie Stewart, his sons both jumping out of the cars that he competed in so impressively in the late 60s and early 1970s. Jackie went on to win 27 Grand Prix in his career at a time, remember, when there were fewer races every year than there are now. Now there are 24 races a year, so the numbers that a driver can win goes up, but it was huge at that time. Now we're seeing some of the other world champions heading up the hill. Emerson Fittipaldi, Mario Andretti. You're riding on board with Mario Andretti, the champion back in the late 1970s. Emerson Fittipaldi, double champion in the early 1970s. Lovely to see them.
Yes, Emerson winning in 72 and 74. Mario having to wait until a little bit later there in the Lotus 79. He won that championship conclusively, driving the Lotus 79, the car that he's behind the wheel of the car. We saw Clive Chapman leaning over into talking to Emerson and also talking to Mario. So 2 legends, and both, I mean, certainly in the case of Mario, one of the most gifted and able to jump into anything and race anything, whereas Emerson's career very much more focused on racing in Europe, Formula 3, Formula 2, and then racing here in Formula 1. Let's not forget also Emerson, his career in North America, racing in IndyCar, was a champion there and won at Le Mans. Won at Indianapolis 500.
Absolutely. So they both did, didn't they? Both Mario and Emerson Fittipaldi were both top in Formula 1, but also top in America as well.
Gilles Villeneuve behind the wheel of a Ferrari, not one that his father would have raced. This is Niki Lauda's car from 1974. So Gilles stepping into a Ferrari.
Well, that's Jacques, of course.
Jacques, I keep saying Gilles Jacques. Yes.
Yeah, his son, Jacques, who then was champion himself when he was driving for Williams. So Gilles never quite made it to the title, and so sadly we lost him in the early 1980s. But Jacques did an amazing job joining Williams, teammate to Damon Hill, who was also one of the champions, but it was the following year that Jacques took the title himself.
And in 1996, Jacques ran Damon hard.
He did.
For that championship.
In his first year.
Damon won it conclusively, but Jacques in his maiden year was pushing Damon all the way. They had a supercar from the Williams team. Here we are. Here's our British hero, Nigel Mansell, Red 5, world champion eventually in 1992 in the actively suspended Williams. And there was the active suspension developed by Williams and in part by Adrian Newey and the team, Frank Durney, many of the guys who still we see from time to time. Adrian, of course, currently working now at Aston Martin.
Yeah, well, it's great to see Nigel Mansell up here as again. We have celebrated him before, but to be able to do it together with some of the other great racers as well. Winner of 31 Grand Prix in his time, that single F1 title, but it was an absolutely dominant season when he did win the title in 1992. He'd actually had a broken foot from a shunt in a final race in 1991, but he dealt with that because he just dominated the early part of the season, and he won the championship pretty much as early as anybody had ever won it by the time he got to the Hungarian Grand Prix.
I thought sometimes Nigel is maybe underestimated, underrated, but make no mistake, he was an outstanding Grand Prix driver. He had certain characteristics in the car, always had quite a small steering wheel, but he had enormous force and power in his forearms and his wrists, and he just physically manhandled. Ricardo Patrese, who was his teammate, never could do quite what Nigel did in that car. It was very much a force of nature that Nigel was able to drive it with the commitment and the pace that he was able to do.
Well, it's lovely to be with Mika Hakkinen now as well, the Finland racer who won in 1988 and 1989, a double champion, a man who had suffered a nasty accident at one point in his career, but thankfully was able to come back and then go on to take those 2 titles after that. A superb performance by him. And he's actually going up with Alain Prost as well. So the 4-time champion, Alain Prost, who's just headed up the hill. One of the most remarkable F1 drivers of all time. There we are, Alain Prost, the winner in 85, 86, 89, and then 1993 when he was at Williams.
So Alain gets out of the car and aided by both the Stewart boys, Mark Stewart just giving Alain a hand, Paul Stewart round the right. So, you know, the friendship that exists between all these competitors as we now look at something a little bit more contemporary.
Yeah.
750S McLaren makes its way up the hill, driven by Zachary Brown, better known to his friends as Zach Brown.
So there you are, team boss for McLaren is turning up as well to enjoy this special moment. Zach Brown in one of the McLaren road cars has joined this little group. He will love this. A real great opportunity for him to meet up with people he knows, to celebrate Formula One, and particularly when you consider this man at the moment is heading towards another constructors title for McLaren this year, and very likely a driver's title, but which driver, that is another question, John.
Ben, that's a question I don't think anybody can answer. The 2 drivers, the 2 incumbent drivers, Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris, so evenly matched. But I think the battle for the championship between these 2 drivers is going to get more and more serious as we go through the second half of the season. It's going to be titanic, and I hope that the better of the 2 drivers, whoever that might be, becomes the worthy world champion. And Bernie Ecclestone, the man who is responsible in effect for everything that we see around us in Formula One here, with the Duchess of Richmond and Gordon, Lord March's wife, looking down. Great to have Bernie here. Lovely to see him once again, and just picking out little moments as Jacques Villeneuve, Mario Andretti, Emerson Fittipaldi.
Yeah, it's so special to see these faces once again. Jacques with some lovely smiles, Mario Andretti there. Look at that, fans getting a chance to take pictures of him with Emerson Fittipaldi as well. Alain Prost making his way up, and this is just absolutely glorious to see. And as you say, Bernie Ecclestone, he's 94 years old now, and yet he's still totally there. The man who was Formula One team boss, of course, for Brabham, and that then took over Formula One itself.
And His Grace, the Duke of Richmond and Gordon, there to greet all these great world champions. And just behind Sir Jackie Stewart, who, as you pointed out, Ben, is not jumping into the cars quite so frequently. He raced against Mario. Mario was a Formula One driver in 1968, drove for Lotus, then drove for Ferrari in 1970. Emerson just about again 1970 with Jackie. So, yes, old friends, and I've emphasised friends, let's not call them old.
And rivals, and of course the relationships. I mean, John, you know what this is like. When you were racing against many people in Formula One, some of them were just sheer rivals, but of course as you develop in life, they often become even better friends.
Yeah, look, it's natural in a field of maybe 20 or 24 drivers. Some drivers you buddy up with more than others.
Well, let's go down there and let's hear from Zak Brown talking to Harry Benjamin.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. The CEO of McLaren joins me. I mean, Zak, what immense scenes here, and a brilliant few weeks for you as well. Austria, the British Grand Prix, and now to celebrate everything at the Festival of Speed.
There is no cooler place than the Festival of Speed. It's got so much history, from the drivers to the cars, different types of cars, the era. So it's awesome to be here with a couple of McLaren world champions and a lot of other world champions. So this is a racer's heaven, Goodwood.
It certainly is. Celebrating 75 years, of course, McLaren really proving pivotal in Formula One. And we're stood just in front of the World Champion trophy. Of course, reigning Constructors Champion. You're over 200 points clear at the front. How amazing is it to bring McLaren back to the forefront in Formula One?
It's the best. It's such an iconic racing team. Always my favorite racing team growing up. Senna and Prost are the two that got me into fall in love with McLaren, and always been my favorite team. So it's awesome to be here. It was really cool last year that it came down to the wire with Ferrari. To me, it was kind of McLaren and Ferrari were the epic teams growing up. Of course, Williams and Benetton, Lotus, etc. But really cool to be here.
McLaren with such huge heritage, amazing drivers have come and gone from the team. But couldn't you just describe to us, because you've done so much for this team to bring it back, it's gone from day and night, but also pre your time as well. How do you honour that heritage and history moving forward into 2025 and beyond?
Anytime you can get Mika and Emo and Alon out in their race cars and celebrate our great legacy and history, of course, trying to make new history every day moving forward. But I think so much great history in sport in general, and I think it's great we have the history that we do, and it's important that we celebrate it every moment we can.
Let's bring it up to the modern day. Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri, two extremely talented racing drivers in your car. How are you managing that battle? Because this looks like a title that's going to go all the way to the wire.
We're letting them go. It's up to them to decide who wins the world championship. I hope it's one of the two. I think it's still we need to extend our lead a little bit more before we get comfortable, but you're never quite comfortable in this sport. And just let them keep racing. I thought Austria was a great demonstration of how hard they can race each other and cleanly.
Yeah, it's still a long way to go. Just over halfway now we are in the Formula One season. But when it comes to reflecting on where you're at in the current performance levels, I think, a couple of years ago in Miami, it was almost like a switch was flicked, and things changed. Bringing in people like Andrea Stella into the fold as team principal, how important has he been?
He's been critical to our success. He's an unbelievable leader. Really knows how to get the most out of everyone on the team, push them, give them feedback, give them support, and we wouldn't be where we are without Andrea Stella.
Well, Zak Brown, CEO of McLaren, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. We're going to really enjoy this special moment up on the balcony, celebrating McLaren and, of course, 75 years of Formula One. Back to you, Ben.
Thanks, Harry. Thanks, Harry. Yeah, lovely to hear from Zak Brown, and it's such a major year for McLaren, having won that Constructors, as he said, last year, and certainly in good form to do that. But the battle between his two racing drivers will continue, as we know. We're only just at that halfway stage in this current Formula One championship. But what we are celebrating here, John, is not just the celebration of McLaren over the years, but generally champions in Formula One. We have this wonderful collection here today.
Yes, we've got cars, we've got drivers, and you're looking at these iconic, designs sitting here in front of Goodwood House. Some of the drivers of the cars and period, some of the drivers not in these particular cars. But, if you think back to 1950, the first year of the World Championship Grand Prix, drivers running in Alfa Romeo Tipo 158, 159s, that iconic for me early 50s front-engine Formula One cars where the drivers kind of sat on the car rather than sitting in them. big engines, long, tall, heavy engines, the heart of a Grand Prix car, according to Commandatore di Ferrari. And then we had these usurpers coming along. John Cooper, Colin Chapman, putting the engine behind the driver. No one had ever heard of this.
I know, absolutely amazing. And the way that these cars have developed over the years with so fantastic design. Let's go back down. Let's join Alice and Grace.
This is why the Festival of Speed is so special, because it puts on moments like this. Alice, Carl Fogarty was saying on the balcony yesterday, actually, that he was so emotional because these balcony moments almost replicate those championship winning days again. The engines are roaring, the photographers are out, the crowds are here, and it's exactly the same for this moment, but times multiple with all of these champions we've got here.
I was almost being emotional there, just watching, and I'm not really a part of it. And you know, this is what makes Goodwood so special. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see one of the drivers up there, our fantastic champions that have graced their presence with us here at Goodwood, get emotional as well. We've got a huge crowd down here. We've got fantastic cars that through the whole sort of spanning through from many years of Formula One, fantastic pieces of machinery. But also, I'm a driver. It's the drivers. It's the drivers that we're also really here for. The Festival Speed is obviously a lot about cars and bikes, but it's the people that it attracts. And it also means a lot to just Jackie Stewart, Alan Prost, Mika Hakkinen, who I grew up watching, his fierce battles that he had with Michael Schumacher and that screaming V10. It's just so special. You don't get it anywhere else.
No, it is a truly special place for putting on something like this. You're still very much a part of it though, Alice, because like you say, you're a driver, but you're a Formula One fan, as are all of these people here. What is it about Formula One that ignites the crowd so much, would you say?
I think it's the thrill, the excitement, and for me, particularly when I was growing up, it was the fierce battles that we had on track, the noise. As a youngster sitting at Silverstone, I'm sure there's plenty of people watching that can relate and will have specific memories of the time that they were sat alongside a track that they've been lucky enough to go to. Absolutely fantastic, brilliant memories, and a special sport.
It certainly is. Well, the fans are ready, we are ready, so we're going to head up to our Karun Chantuk, who's with those champions right now.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you're all having a lovely day down here at Goodwood. Yeah. This is a very special celebration of 75 years of the Formula One World Championship. And all of you here are going to be the lucky ones to witness drivers who've won 14 of those World Championships between them. You've seen them drive in their cars. And let's have them out here to have a little word with all of us. Let's start with 3 times world champion, Sir Jackie Stewart. And I'm also going to invite double world champion Emerson Fittipaldi. Jackie. Jackie. Lovely to have both of you here. So, Jackie, both of you, in that period, wonderful period of racing, you won 5 out of 6 World Championships between you from 1969 to 1974. What are your memories of racing with Emerson?
Being upset. We had a wonderful time. The worst thing of all was when we raced in Brazil, and then there's nobody in Brazil but this man alone. So we had a lovely time together, great time together. We did a lot of racing together. That was the main thing.
And Emerson, for you, coming into Formula One, you had Sir Jackie ahead of you, Jim Clark, Graham Hill, all these great drivers, and all of a sudden you're there fighting them for the World Championship. It must have been incredible.
Well, first, I want to thank God to be here today on this beautiful event. And when I left Brazil, Jim Clark, Graham Hill, Jack Stewart, Danny Hume, Bruce McLaren, all my idols. And when I was racing against Jack, it was fantastic. And everybody asked. I was lucky to race against many drivers on 3 different generations, and they asked who was the toughest one. Is the one on my left.
It's a great compliment.
No, it's true. Yes.
Now, we've seen both of you here at the Festival of Speed and the Revival on many occasions. Jackie, how special was it to see your sons driving 2 of your championship-winning cars today?
Well, I think that's the nicest thing of all. Both cars are in great shape. Sadly, Ken Tittle's not here with us today because he's passed on. But what a man he was. Any success that I've had really has come from Ken Tittle and his team. Wonderful mechanics, wonderful team. And, you know, McLaren, for the 2 boys, for my 2 sons to be driving both cars that win world championships, rather spoiling, I think, really.
And Emerson, you were in the Lotus 72. I've seen you driving the McLaren recently as well. Do you still get the memories when you sit in the cockpit of talking to Colin Chapman or you know, the times of racing in those cars?
You know, every time I go back to the cockpits of the Lotus 72 and the McLaren M23, even the smell is the same. The seat is exactly the same, the pedals, and you're back again. There's so many great memories, and this only can happen in Goodwood. I mean, being here in Goodwood and having this incredible experience, not just for the drivers, for the champions, but all the racing fans here, is unique in the world. And every time I go uphill, all the memory comes back, all the memory, all the good times, the tough times. And it's very exciting, very emotional to be here.
Well, you've certainly created a lot of emotion, both of you, for the fans over the years. I'm going to ask you to wait for a bit. You're not running away yet, but I'm going to invite our next guest up. Now, listen, how many of you know that Goodwood is one of the places acknowledged as the birthplace of cricket?
Yep.
Tell you what, we have got motor racing's greatest all-rounder with us today. I'm just going to quickly give you some highlights. Indy 500 winner, 4-time IndyCar champion, Formula 1 world champion, Daytona 500 winner, and a whole bunch of dirt races and all sorts of other things that even he can't remember. Big round of applause for Mario Andretti.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tony.
The coolest man in town. Lovely to have you here always,
Thank you,
Mario.
thank you.
Do you like coming to the Festival of Speed?
Oh, I love it. I love it, absolutely. This is so awesome. Every year, something new friends, but this is the way to go motor racing, obviously. Very relaxed.
I see your beautiful Lotus 79 here, owned by Zach Brown, of course, the boss of McLaren.
Yes.
Your championship-winning car, you famously penned that quote, "It felt painted to the road." Does it still feel like that?
Oh, indeed, absolutely. Even it used to be yellow paint, now it's red paint. Yeah, I know, it's a wonderful car. Obviously, you can see anything that brings you to a championship is something a memorable thing for the rest of your life. And, you know, thanks to Colin Chapman, you know, to be able to give me something, and equipment that obviously brought us home for a championship. So, yeah, these are the greatest moments of your life.
Well, I'd like to ask you about that first moment in Formula One. And for fans who don't know, this man started for his first ever Grand Prix on pole position. It's equivalent of Kimi Antonelli rocking up in Melbourne and qualifying on pole. That's the scale of the achievement. Let's just talk about that first day, your first Grand Prix, you're on pole position. Can you share some of the emotions?
Well, actually, I could hardly believe it. Quite honestly, I didn't expect it, and the premium for that was that the Sir Jackie Stewart was next to me, and he was second. So again, you know, I just, you know, I've been so fortunate. Again, thanks to Colin Chapman again. You know, he just gave me what I needed. And at that moment, as you said, the feeling is that I thought, you know, maybe I belong here. You know, it gives you that feeling of confidence that's so necessary. And And that's why I love the sport so much. It's given me everything that I could have ever possibly hoped.
Well, you built an amazing dynasty, of course. You went on to race in Indy cars with your son. I'm going to ask you to just talk about that because you and Michael were teammates for many years. I'm about to introduce another teammate of yours.
Yes.
But let's just talk about that experience. You finished class winners at Le Mans. You got the first place trophy from Le Mans
Yes.
with Michael. Talk about that driving experience, sharing it as a teammate with your son.
Yes, indeed. Actually, you know, Michael and I in an IndyCar race, we were on podium 15 times and started on the front row of a race 10 times, and we were first and second 5 times. So from that standpoint, how could we ever wish anything more? And on the downside of that is that he won 3 times, and I was second, and I only won twice, and yes, and he was second.
Listen, it's lovely to have you here. I'm not going to let you run away. Wait right here, because I'm going to introduce another teammate of yours, and we're going to share some stories. Right, let's keep
Perfect.
going. More world champions to come. Everyone in Italy knew him as Il Leone. Over here, he was our Nige. Nigel Mansell, the 1992 world champion.
I've got some fantastic news. I'm with Zach Brown in the back there, and I got a contract for next year. So I mean, I'm with Lando all the way. Come on.
Good.
The only trouble is I get 20%, Zach gets 80.
And I'll be your team manager.
No driver, mate, and you be team manager. Say hello to Mario.
They did, thank you.
So, Mario, you're having a lovely time in IndyCar racing. You're racing with your son, and then the phone rings, and you find out he's coming to be your teammate for 93. Tell us about that.
I felt, oh boy.
He really enjoyed it, I'll tell you. Can I say officially, before Mario says anything, he was fantastic because when I went over there, Michael came over here, and he was having a tough time, so it's an unfair question.
Well, I'm just going to say, I just want to ask you about working with Nigel and being teammates. You know, it's a big thing going from a World Formula One car to an Indy car, right?
Well, indeed, obviously, the characteristic of the equipment is so different.
Bernie Eccleston's here.
Okay. So, well, anyway, just, again,
Brilliant.
it's wonderful to have been teammate with Nigel for sure.
Right, Nigel, come on. Let's talk about, you've been reunited this weekend with 2 great cars from your career. The Williams Honda FW11, you won several Grand Prix, including a brilliant race at Brands Hatch, and the Williams FW14B, your championship-winning car. How excited have you been to come here and show it off to the fans?
It was fantastic, and I mean, you know that incredible commentator Martin Brundle. It was the era where the FW11 and the other fellow cars try to kill you on every corner. 1,500 horsepower qualifying. It was awesome. Wheel spin in 6th gear. Most sensational car, and at certain revs I was coughing up the hill. It was brilliant.
You went on to drive for Ferrari. I saw your car here as well. I mean, you're one of those unique drivers, a British driver who's gone to Ferrari. What do you think it's like for Lewis Hamilton this year? Because, you know, it's a journey you've been on.
I think it's fantastic. He earns in 1 year what took me to, well, he earned in 1 year what I got in, I needed another 10 years to earn what he gets in 1 year. No, Lewis is fantastic, great world champion, and I wish him and Ferrari. I just wish Ferrari would get something back that they had last year, because they should be competing at the top, and they've lost something this winter.
And are you still watching modern F1? We just talked about Lando. He's in a championship battle against his teammate for the first time. He's chasing a title. You've done a few of those, famously with Nelson Piquet. What do you think of it all? Or what would you say to Lando if he was standing here next to you?
Well, I mean, he's with the best team, he's got the best car, he's got a strong teammate. It's between both of them, but Lando's on a high. He's just won the last 2 races, and it's there for the grabs, isn't it, everybody? We're going to have another British world champion. That's what we've got to do. So all the very, very best to Lando, but don't take it away from Oscar. He's going to push him all the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nigel Mansell, thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. The last word I've got is to thank His Lordship for making this event so possible for all of us to be here. And the biggest thank you is all the fans. God bless you. I love you all. Thank you.
Right, the next man, hold on a second, because it's going to take me a second to say this. Between 94 and 97, this man had the most unbelievable CV in the history of Formula One. IndyCar champion, Indy 500 winner, runner-up in the Formula One World Championship, and the 1997 World Champion, Jacques Villeneuve. Jack, always lovely to see you here. Have you enjoyed coming back to Goodwood?
Oh, it's great fun. We don't get enough driving. That's the only problem. But it's great fun to be in, see all the crowd, the enthusiasm there is here still for racing, for all these beautiful cars, and we get to drive them.
And you're still coming to races. You're still talking about races. What do you look at Formula One today and think compared to your days? You fought Michael hard for that championship. Tell a little bit about how you think it's changed and what's different.
It's hard to say what's different. You mean, or to say what was good, what was bad. We always have fond memories of the past, and we forget the bad things about it. But it's evolved. The cars are amazing. They're super fast. But you know, I'm lucky because I raced against a few of my heroes. The first year in IndyCar, I raced against Mario, against Emerson, and against Nigel. So there's not many current drivers that they can say they race against their heroes.
And you fought for the title against Michael Schumacher. Can you share a little bit about that experience? Because it was an intense battle. It went down to the final race, you and Michael. Can you share a little bit about your memories of that time?
We hardly ever fought on the track. Very rarely in 2 years, 96, 97. There's been a few overtaking. Estoril, that was fun. And the last race in Jerez, obviously, for the championship. But you want to win, obviously. But you want, you know, to win with panache. That makes a difference. And you want to beat the best. And Michael was really the fiercest racer I ever raced against.
And Jack, talk to us a little bit about this weekend, because you're driving a couple of different cars. Your father, of course, a very famous Ferrari driver. Just talk to us about the experience of coming back and driving some of the old cars. Do you enjoy driving the classic cars?
They're beautiful. I grew up watching them. They're very romantic cars. The thing is, when you sit in these cars, and we were used to very safe cars where you could push. Then you sit in these and they're tin cans. You can see your toes and you realize the risks, how much they were pushing the envelope and not really realizing how dangerous it was. They were true heroes. The problem is we sit in these cars and we forget how dangerous they are.
Absolutely. Right. Thank you very much. Don't run away. Jacques Villeneuve. Okay, coming up next, we've got Finnish double world champion Mika Häkkinen.
Thank you, cheers, thank you. Thank you, good to see you, man.
Good to see you, Mika. How are you doing? Do you like coming here? You were driving your championship-winning car from 1998, a very special car, of course.
Well, I'm loving coming here. I tell you, it's incredible, of course, to be the brand ambassador for McLaren and going to Grand Prix. It's great to see fans, but I tell you what, it's very challenging, the fans, to really get close to the drivers over there. But this event, you know, it's really great. You know, you can get really close to drivers, the cars, and the action. So it's great to be here. So, and McLaren is back, flat out, I tell you.
So we know who you're cheering for in the championship. How have you watched the battle unfold between Oscar and Lando? Because, you know, you've had some intense title battles, famously with Michael Schumacher as well as Jacques. Talk to us. How do you think they're coping with it?
Well,
we're amongst friends. You can spill the beans.
I mean, I've been having a great teammates in the past, and extremely, of course, flat-out competitive. One of them was Nigel Mansell in '95, and of course David Coulthard. Alain Prost was helping us for some point at the McLaren in '94, if I remember, something like that. So I had a great teammates. I had a little time even Ayrton Senna, but to having been in a position with your teammate when you having winning car, and you know that when you go to Grand Prix you have a chance to finish either first or second because you have a great car. And the problem is when you're having a very competitive teammate, because you want to kick his ass. I mean, sorry, kick his butt. And it's a very difficult situation because your ego is very high. You want to win, and the difference is on lap times only 1-2 tenths of the second. So it's very challenging. You know that every race when you're heading towards the direction or end of the season, you know that way one of us will win. Is either me or my teammate. So I've been in that situation. Lando, Oscar is in that situation at the moment where they have extremely fantastic car, great team, and they are heading the direction towards the season now. That way they start thinking about really seriously that one of us will win. So one more thing.
That's great.
So it is tough. So in my case, the management of McLaren was a big help to really educate me and David to work for the team, and the best will win. So out of the car, let's be great team players and teammates. When we could put our crash helmet on, guys, fight out there flat out. Don't crash. Yes, the answer is really difficult. You know, it's challenging to be in the position when you can win races with your teammate.
Brilliant. Mika, thank you very much. Mika Häkkinen.
Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
And now we've got four-time world champion Alain Prost. Alain, lovely to see you here. You still fit in the old race overalls.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, you know. So no, it's the same overall, and 1985. So I'm very proud about it. So I'm very happy to get back to this shoot.
I'm going to invite Sir Jackie Stewart back here, because Jackie, we were speaking earlier, and you were saying to me, if you look back 75 years of Formula One, you often have said Alain Prost, for you, is someone that you think is someone extra special, isn't he?
Terribly extra special, because he beat my record.
It's true.
No, Alan was a new generation, completely, in the sport. He was the best racing driver of his time, without any fear of contradiction. And I'm very glad I retired before I had to keep up with him.
You know that Jackie knows that he was my inspiration when I started to in go-kart. And you know, when you have somebody that you like and you admire, I think maybe in your subconscious you're trying to do exactly the same thing. That means very you know, lot of thinking, set up the car, I mean, in an intelligent way. So I must say thank you, Jackie, today, you know, because you really inspire me. Yeah.
It's amazing.
When he won the World Championship to beat my record, I was there, completely pissed off, you understand.
I was embarrassed too. Yeah.
And now I've got in my home, I've got a lovely photograph of the two of us with me giving him a bottle of Moet and Chandon. So there.
So I've invited Nigel to come back, because Nigel and Alain, you guys were part of this amazing era of Formula One through the 80s and the early 90s. Brilliant rivalries, great racing on track. Can you share memories of racing each other? Because for all of us as fans, it was wonderful to watch, but I'm sure it was intense while you were there.
It was fantastic for me, but as you know, I had teammates who were 4 world champions. Keke Rosberg, Alain, Nelson Piquet and Mario Andretti. And when you're the number 2 driver beating them, they just don't like you. I'm not sure he likes me now, but never mind.
It's always difficult to be in the same team than, you know, a top driver, you know. And for sure it was not easy, we must say the truth, you know, because we had a different approach. But at the end, you know, it was, you know, it's part of the game. We are still friends. He's still complaining about the weight difference, but it's not my fault. Sorry, I work on that.
What he's alluding to there, when we were racing, they didn't weigh the drivers and cars together. So Alan had 0.6 of a second every lap in his pocket because I was so heavy.
Okay, you understand that? No. It's the same story than 30 years ago.
We're great friends. I'm working with Alan and the team. especially with Ferrari, we had a lot of fun, didn't we?
No, we had a lot of fun also, yeah.
Alan, you had arguably the most famous rivalry in Formula One with Ayrton Senna. By the way, if anyone's not seen it, there's a fantastic documentary now out in the UK on the iPlayer of Alan's side of the story. It was brilliant to watch. Let's talk. Can you share I asked Nigel this before. What's it like fighting with your teammate? You did it at McLaren, as we're seeing Lando and Oscar doing at the moment. Can you share a little bit about what they're going through? It seems a bit friendlier than perhaps you had it in your time.
No, it's very difficult to talk about that because, as Nigel said, we're talking about world champion. I had to fight against, obviously, Ayrton and Nigel and Nicky and Keke and Damon. There was 5 world champions, but they are all different. You know, obviously, it depends also when you arrive in a team. The ambience in the team with Ayrton, it was a bit difficult for me because I was really part of the McLaren family. He was a little bit closer to Honda. And, you know, at the end of the day, sometimes the perception that you can have is more important than the truth, you know. And you must remember that this sport, what we're doing, is not only skill, that means driving and turning the wheel, but also the psychology. And sometimes when you don't feel well, you may find a teammate more difficult, or you may find the politics, you may find things, and maybe that's true, maybe that's not true. But at the end, only the result is important, you know.
So, Jackie, I'm going to ask you about these guys raced in that incredible turbo era. Nigel was just saying 1,500 horsepower in those cars. You were on television commentating by that stage. How much did you appreciate what both of them, the likes of Ayrton Senna, Nelson Piquet, Derek Warwick, all in that era, how much did you reflect on that?
Well, that was the nicest part of my career in a way, because I went to America to ABC's Wide World of Sports, and they went to a great number of Grand Prix races, not just that, but Indianapolis races and sports car races in America. And, you know, the men who are here, the world champions who are here, they are the best world champions that's ever been. So from my point of view, being in television, being able to speak to them and everything around it was a pleasure, and it was very easy to do so.
And at that time, of course, 46 cars on the grid, fighting for 26 places, multiple world champions. Now, we've got multiple world champions here, but we've also got the ringmaster. Bernie Ecclestone's here, everybody.
Way!
Now, I said to Bernie earlier, do you want to come and say something? And he barked at me, get on with your job. But come on, you're here now. Bernie, you ran the show for many, many years. Is it nice to see some of your stars all reunited here?
Yeah, well, it was all part of the company, really. At least they said they were. At least they took the money anyway. So it's been really, really nice with all of these. I'm going to use the word gentlemen, because they were. I'm not going to say too much about the current crop, but this lot were gentlemen. That's for sure.
And you know, so Jackie, Mario, you know, talk about those early days. Bernie was a team boss, wheeling and dealing, getting the sport where it was. What are your memories of seeing Bernie in charge?
Well, first of all, there's never been anybody as difficult as Bernie. He's terrific. He did Formula One what it is today. Without Bernie Ecclestone, I don't think it would have happened in this fashion. So Bernie's had a wonderful career. He's come with world championships after world championships, and he's still alive, which is pretty remarkable. Considering some of the things he did to some of these drivers. No, it was a wonderful time, and it's great that he's here. It couldn't be better. What a wonderful place to be. Goodwood, all these years with all of those champions. Really a wonderful day, and congratulations to His Grace. I don't think there's never anything that happened in this world of motorsport as is what you are all happening today.
Absolutely. Let's get His Grace here. The Duke of Richmond. Let's get you across here. Ladies and gentlemen, the Duke of Richmond. I'm just going to ask you, you take great pride in bringing as many Formula One world champions here as possible. You've got quite a collection you've managed to drag down today. How special is it to have them all here?
No, this is a huge day for Goodwood. 75 years of F1, 8 world champions here. It's a huge thing. And most of all, thank you all so much for being here. To see you all out there is it's very touching and moving. And everybody here is absolutely blown away by your affection and enthusiasm. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I'm going to get all the world champions lined up. Ladies and gentlemen, get your cameras ready. You're going to see them all one last time. And a huge round of applause for our 7 world champions. Nigel Mansell, Alain Prost, Mario Andretti, Sir Jackie Stewart, Emerson Fittipaldi, Jacques Villeneuve, and Mika Häkkinen.
What a fabulous celebration. The 7 world champions, 14 world titles between them, and the affection, but also the competitive element is still clear to be seen. A great to see Bernie Eccleston up there. What an assembly of cars and drivers, and a chance to see, possibly for the last time, some of them reunited with the cars that took them to those titles. No title is easily won. Only the greats rise to the top. And it has been a very, very special Saturday here. 2025 Festival of Speed at Goodwood. The great and the good, they're outstanding cars, brilliant sunshine. And His Grace, what a collection he's assembled. All those world champions. Now, the supercar batch. My name is Bruce Jones. Alongside, I have someone who knows what he's talking about. It's James Batchelor. These cars, more and more powerful every year when they come here, and more evocations of so many marques.
Yeah, every single year I am absolutely staggered at the next level of automotive technology we see here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. On our screens right now is the latest Aston Martin, only revealed this week, the Vantage S. 4-litre twin-turbo V8, and yeah, what a fantastic looking thing. What makes an S? Well, it's got extra spoilers, new wheels. Of course, it's got a power upgrade to 671 brake horsepower.
Yeah, so this could have gone in the first glance category as well, as cars are being unveiled, but fans of supercars, I mean, it is the most mouth-watering smorgasbord. Jessica Hawkins, racer, driving that up the hill. The Vantage S, just a few days old in the motoring world, but it's here at Goodwood. It's looking stunning.
Yeah, and Aston Martin have got an amazing lineup of cars. Not only are they celebrating 60 years of the Volante, the drop-top models, but we've also got the world premiere, the UK debut of the Valhalla, and that's on our screens right now. And this is a sensational machine. Only 999 of these are going to be coming to customers. Yours for around £850,000. 4-litre V8, 3 electric motors, giving a total of over 1,000 brake horsepower. Doesn't it look resplendent in that Aston Martin racing green?
Well, it really does. Just not accustomed to seeing mid-engine cars from them, but it really looks absolutely on point. Valhalla, that's a mighty name for a car that clearly has got plenty of power in its biceps and its haunches.
Aston Martin are very good at names, and on the line now we've got the DB12 Volante. So yes, Aston Martin celebrating 60 years of the Volante name. This is the latest model to wear that prestigious name, and it's the DB12. So this is a highly updated version of the previous DB11. New front grille, tweaked engine, tweaked suspension, and yeah, kicking up the dust. He's not hanging around, that's for sure.
Yeah, just double checking who's at the wheel. It's Andrew Burgess making it very, very dynamic indeed, but always with the Volante model. It's not always been about outright performance. In this case, there's plenty of it. It's about wafting somewhere very beautiful, that sort of sonorous engine note. And let's face it, not every day do you spend out on a racetrack. You also go out on sunny days like today. What a car to have.
Yeah, and that's what Volantes have always been about. Wonderful, jaw-dropping performance, and yet you can just cruise down to the Côte d'Azur if you wish. completely different car on our screens now. It's the new Corvette E-Ray. It's getting its UK debut here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Exciting time for Corvette in the UK. You can now order a Corvette in the UK, right-hand drive, UK spec.
Yeah, in the last few years, the Corvettes have just gone through a quantum leap in terms of the way the car is assembled, the dynamics of the car, and British racing driver Oliver Gavin, always fiercely associated with the car. He's raced it so much. He took it to the top of the hill. 5 class wins for him at Le Mans, so the creme of the crop driving that exciting Corvette E-Ray.
Yeah, and let's cut to James Voles, Williams Racing team manager, driving the Porsche 911 GT3 with the Manthey kit. Now, if you don't know who Manthey is, you probably should. I mean, they are a legendary Porsche racing team, now official partners with Porsche since Porsche took a stake in the business a few years ago. If you want anybody to update and modify your Porsche, you talk to Manthey.
And back when Olaf Manthey was running the team, you would have seen the man with the finest moustache in all of motorsport. Look him up online. But yeah, that's a car with just that little bit more to play with. And in fact, that really is the story of pretty much every car we have here this weekend. Year on year, the power figures go up and up, and it's not just from cars using EV, using those motors that can produce, 500 horsepower per corner of the car. But Lamborghini, they're sort of dipping in and out of the box of tricks. The Rev Wells have always been a car that really just looks so dynamic.
Yeah, and just picking up from what you were saying there, we've got the legacy manufacturers all grappling, trying to work out how they will exist in the electric future. And Lamborghini are taking their first steps into this future. This is their first plug-in hybrid, the Rivalto, and I love the way Lamborghini do hybrids. Yes, of course, it's got an electric motor, a couple of them in fact, but it's got at its heart, it's got a V12, and Lamborghini and V12 power go hand in hand.
You don't stroll away too far from what's made you what you are. And again, these cars being driven by tip-top drivers. Jack Bartholomew at the wheel of that long-time Lamborghini racer.
Yeah, and right, sticking with hybrid power, of course, the McLaren P1 was the brand's first plug-in hybrid, but this is a little bit different. It's the Lazzante P1 HDK, which Lazzante, Petersfield based just up the road, of course, very famous for being McLaren specialists and experts with the brand. This is one of their latest creations, and they've taken the P1 and have added a lot of design elements from the McLaren F1 HDK, high downforce kit from the 1990s, and added it to the P1, and it looks absolutely sensational.
Yeah, former IndyCar star Kenny Brack at the wheel of that, and Lazzante, of course, they ran that McLaren that won at 1995 at Le Mans to give McLaren its debut victory, so deeply entwined, and it's sort of a super special car with just that little more of everything, and that's what the customers require. Customers can have their cars tailor-made to them in a way they haven't since the 1950s.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing so much these days. A lot of the cars on the supercar run today are sometimes they're one-offs or they're limited production cars designed for the most pernickety of customers.
Selective, we could say, but pernickety also works very well indeed. But a lot of these cars, don't forget, quite a few are track-only cars as well, and they have the absolutely extreme performance. But most of these cars, don't forget, are going to be driven on the road. But you want them to be on a fairly smooth road indeed. Now, one of them, the Rimac Nevera, this is a car never short. Whoa! Unbelievable figures, and that's a mighty getaway.
Snaking its way off the production line, and that's because this car develops huge amounts of power, over 2,000 horsepower. Now, this car has recently set a brand new record, which is 0 to 249 miles an hour and back to zero again in 25.79 seconds, hard on the anchors into Moulton, and really exploiting this 2,000 horsepower, 4 electric motors, 256 miles an hour. It's a fast one, that's for sure.
Definitely the fastest car I have ever seen on green wheels. I think they can catch on. Now, what you need to do when you're looking at supercars is be really light on your toes. So many manufacturers coming from left field, from right field. Zenvo, built in Denmark. This is something that you shouldn't really see until next year. This is their 2026 model, the Aurora Tour. Slight level of camouflage on it, but what do we know of this car?
Well, it's packing a potent punch, that's for sure. Now, at its heart lies a 6.6 litre quad turbo V12. Now, for most manufacturers, that would be enough, but not for Zenvo, because they've added 3 electric motors, 2 on the front axle to make this car four-wheel drive, and 1 in the gearbox. When you combine all of that together, you've got 1,850 brake horsepower. Now, he's not going flat out, because this is a prototype. We're getting an exclusive first glance at this car over this weekend, and that's the sheer joy of the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
It really is. A toe in the water, a chance to see something for the first time, but the fact, knowing almost every car, even the ones that are launched, by this time, in 12 months' time, they would have had some more figures to add to the unbelievable numbers. But Zenvo, they do produce some extraordinary cars, and really, we are so lucky at the Festival of Speed to see cars for the first time, the second time even better than the first time, because more has been added. But Zenvo, just put that little name in your book for next year.
Yes, well, if you are one of the people who was looking at this car and thinking, yeah, I'd quite like one of those, you're going to need £2.34 million.
Mere details, James.
Well, let's swap to a car which you can very much go out and buy tomorrow. That's the McLaren GTS. Now, I'm tentatively saying this, but this is the most comfortable, the most refined entry-level version of the McLaren range. Let's face it, no McLaren is a soft car at all. This is probably the softest of all. It's the most refined model, lovely interior, slightly softer suspension compared to some of the more hardcore models, and you can carry a couple of suitcases in it as well.
Oh, get away. Anyhow, being driven beautifully up the hill by, in fact, McLaren races in the Artura series. That's Thomas Pintos. But McLaren never satisfied with just 1 or 2 new models. They just have such an enormous range of cars now. Really, and it goes back to these tiny niche markets. How do you want your performance? Do you want a roof? Do you want a socking great rear wing? This is the Spider version. The twitchy Spider version of the 765 LT. That means the long tail. The tail was wagging.
Yes, McLaren have really shown their skills in creating essentially a base product, a carbon tub, and yet creating all these different variations of it. And this was one of the most potent in recent years. It was in production for 3 years between 2020 and 2023. The 765 LT standing for long tail, so elongated bodywork, better aero, lightweight as well. And speaking of McLarens, we've got Gordon Murray Automotive.
Yeah, the McLaren connection runs on. Gordon Murray Automotive, of course, the great designer. We're celebrating 60 years of his enterprise here with his own mark now, the Gordon Murray Automotive, the T50 PS4. The sound alone tells you it's something very special indeed. And then the essence of racing cars is make them as small and light as possible, and this is as dynamic as possible. And the 40-centimetre fan on the wing, that's giving it downforce. An echo back to Gordon Murray's Swedish Grand Prix winning Brabham back in 1978. I love that lineage.
That fan car, and that's what Gordon Murray has identified, that his customers really understand and appreciate that level of engineering and sheer engineering brilliance, let's face it. Now, following it up the hill is the T33. Now, again, this is relative. This is the entry-level model in the Gordon Murray Automotive range. It's a 2-seater compared to the T50, which is a 3-seater. But, wow, my ears are bleeding, Bruce.
Bleeding in absolutely the nicest of fashions, and the third of the Gordon Murray Automotives. This is the T50 that has Dario Franchitti on board. This is the extreme version, the XP2, and you can see a tribute to the driver who won that 1978 Swedish Grand Prix, Nicky Lauda. We know the name, we miss him enormously, but light, dynamic, ultra-powerful and super fast. This is the sharpest of sharp pencils.
This is the most extreme you can get with a Gordon Murray. Gordon Murray's been restrained from his shackles. He doesn't have to create a road-going car here. This is a track-only car. His imagination has been allowed to let rip.
Well, he was a man who always has been pushing the boundaries, what can be achieved. Such a creative mind, such a disruptor, and disruptors sometimes can be winners, and he most certainly has been. There is the sculpture in front of the house by Jerry Judah, showing a Gordon Murray design Brabham from the early 1980s, and up above a T50. So just keeping on moving, the ideas continue to flow. So it's been a real treat to have them here. But the supercar run, it certainly put a buzz for the people lining the hill climb course all the way up, smiling, going, did you see that? How how are your ears now? But the facts and figures are quite remarkable, Batch, and thank you so much for coming alongside. The fact is, I know you'll need a new notebook for next year because everything we've seen will be pumped up, tweaked, and superseded. It's just the most extraordinary time for supercars.
It will be out of date, that's for sure. I will need a new notebook, and that's what's so fascinating about being in the automotive world at the moment and being here at Goodwood Festival of Speed, because we're seeing all of these different technologies all converging together.
Well, let's take a look back at the highlights of the supercar run. Yes, tyre smoke, we love it. Horsepower, we love it. This was the Aston Martin, the brand new one, revealed only 2 days ago here.
Yes, the new Vantage S. We've got the Ferrari 12-cylindry. Ferrari really putting on a show here at this weekend's Goodwood Festival Speed. 12-cylinder monsters, V8 Romas, and Aston Martin with a full complement of their lineup.
You get 3 cars into a run like this and you start to run out of superlatives in terms of performance, in terms of handling. Some of the names, and don't forget, some of the people have some very, very lucky passengers on board to be frightened, to be thrilled, to be enthralled. But what a hill to climb up, 1 and a bit miles. But the models, they keep on coming. They're more and more extreme. They're more and more honed to a point, and none more than the last car on the hill, the Gordon Murray Automotive T50 XP2. It's a track car. It is an exquisite car, and the performance is phenomenal. The level of downforce to add to that ultimate punch from that V12 engine, quite magnificent. We hope you enjoyed the show.
In vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
The whole atmosphere is amazing, and people really do throw their heart and soul into dressing the part.
Whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Well, what a wonderful time we've had of celebrating 75 years of Formula One, and we saw this great history of machinery that were responsible for helping drivers win championships, for constructors to win titles, right from 1950 through to this current era. We have seen machinery, and we've seen some great drivers out there today, Alice.
We certainly have. There was Felipe Massa in his 2008 Ferrari, the 2.4-litre V8, who just missed out, didn't he, on that fantastic battle we had in Brazil, just missing out on clinching that World Drivers' title.
And then, of course, we were into celebrating the champion group that we have here with us this weekend. Alain Prost, Sir Jackie Stewart, Emerson Fittipaldi, and we had, interestingly, we had Jacques Villeneuve driving a car that he never raced himself at the time, but Nigel Mansell and Alain Prost, Mika Häkkinen, 1998 and 1999 champion. There was Prost getting out, and there was a lovely combination there. So many fans around. Great to see them all getting together. And then, of course, going up onto the balcony. And Zach Brown from McLaren, also a part of that celebration, as was Bernie Eccleston. So absolutely wonderful, and so much to enjoy, so much to absorb from the performances that have been done over all the years, and some lovely stories, and then seeing them all together celebrating. Yeah, it really was a great time, and we have thoroughly enjoyed it. So some wonderful stuff here at Goodwood, and more up at the top of the hill with Ed Foster.
Patrick, I always think Goodwood is about reuniting drivers with cars they haven't driven for a while, and that's certainly the case with this one.
Yeah, it's been 10 years since I got in this car.
I mean, what's it like getting back in? All the memories come flooding back?
Oh, so much. Yeah, it's it. As you can see, when you look around the paddock, you see the racing history, the things you dream about as a kid, and to be here and to be a part of that history, and to have campaigned this in the WEC, being on the podium at Le Mans was always a dream. Winning in Fuji, driving with Pat Long, and just representing Porsche and Tag Heuer. And then you see all the history here, and I got a chance to talk to Sir Jackie Stewart, and I remember winning the first race in WEC, and I always remember you go fast enough just to win the race. And it was raining, and it was the first big win, and I got a chance to talk to him, and to be that close to a living legend, and the heritage and the history and what this represents is so meaningful.
It's interesting, obviously, with your acting career and then everything you've done in motorsport. In some respects, do you feel more at home in motorsport?
Yeah, I love it here. This is my passion. I love the camaraderie. And I was talking to some other drivers that have been away and come back. It's the mindfulness. It really allows you to stop thinking for a moment about everything in the world and just be present. And I think that's what's really beautiful about it.
Well, look, enjoy the rest of the weekend. I'm sure you will.
I'm grateful to be here. Thanks for having me.
Felipe, you've had a few runs now. It seems that you're just pushing a little bit harder, finding a bit more grip, or lack of.
Yeah, kind of, you know, enjoying all the time that we go in the car, you know, run after run. Definitely we will have the rain tires, so it's not really grippy on the track, but it's really, really fun. It's just an amazing feeling to drive again this car here in Goodwood with this, you know, amazing people supporting and enjoying. So that's for me is a big privilege to be here.
And there's so many former Formula One drivers and champions here. Have you had a chance to catch up with some old friends?
Yes, sure. I mean, I saw many incredible drivers like Nigel Mansell, Mario Andretti, maybe Alain Prost is here. I didn't see him yet, but I think he's here. So many friends, you know, from Formula One, like Walter is here, driving the Mercedes car. Bortoleto is there as well. You know, Bruno Senna, so many friends that Marc Genet, that he has been, some of them part of my, you know, career in Formula One, together racing, and some other is just like a big honor, you know, to be driving here and to see, you know, amazing drivers in the car that they really race, like I am here in the Ferrari 2008. It's just an incredible feeling.
I mean, this was fundamentally a fantastic car, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was an incredible car, an incredible team as well. So it was the last time that Ferrari won the championship, constructor, maybe also driver, I would say, 2008. and it's just amazing to be, again, you know, driving the car, to see how small is the car, how beautiful is the car to watch, aerodynamic-wise. So it's amazing to be here today and this weekend.
Felipe, thank you. James, a Porsche road car this morning and this afternoon. I mean, it's not chalk and cheese, but this must have kept your eyes wide.
Yeah, this is about 500 kilos, nearly 800 horsepower on wets, on a dusty road. It's brilliant. What I love about this is the Heritage team have done such a good job. This is all original. This is really Nigel's car that he won the championship with in 1992. So everything is one of one in this one. So I can assure you what goes through your mind is look after it all the time. But it's a beast. It just urges you to go faster and faster. And a dream day for me, starting from this morning all the way to this evening, and that's what Goodwood provides.
And it's really nice to see the next generation. Gabriel Bortoletto just came up and said, please, can I have a sit in it?
Exactly that. I mean, Gabby's doing so well. He and I had a chat before. And this car's iconic. This is a representation of most people's childhood. And for him to have the opportunity, he called me before and said, can I just have a look at it? Like, even better, come in and have a look. And you realize very quickly just how good we have it these days. So for example, what I was showing him is in the pedal box, I can't get my feet all in at the same time, and nor can he. Just because everything's just really compact and made to be a racing car on the edge.
Well, I'm very jealous. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, some lovely things to watch here at Goodwood, of course, and this is one of the greats, Terry Grant, who is such an entertaining driver. He's done so much here at Goodwood over the years, but he's done more than ever, and it's lovely to watch him doing this work, and everybody just soaking up the atmosphere. Multi-world record holder in stunt driving, and Terry Grant always putting on a wonderful display. So yeah, it's been an entertaining time, no doubt about it. There's been so much to enjoy here at Goodwood, Alice, from whatever you're into in terms of motoring and racing and just cruising, whatever you're into, there's something special here.
Well, exactly that. When people say, well, what can we see at the Festival of Speed? I'm thinking of going, I'm like, well, there's something for everybody, whether it's down at the Future Lab, we've seen talking robots, robot dogs, we've got brand new cars, we've got bikes, we've got stunts, we've got Formula One, we have got the lot, Ben.
We have, there's so much to enjoy, and it's lovely seeing the fans soaking up all of this and taking all the photographs, taking the images. These will be memories for so many years for many of the family. It's lovely to watch, and for so many people enjoying it. We've still got more to go today, and of course the final day on Sunday. So there we are, great fun to see all the different aspects of this Goodwood Festival of Speed. And what we're getting ready for soon is the shootout with some of the vehicles coming up the hill to be timed to see just how fast they can be. But we have also enjoyed lots of drifting over the course of this weekend. Jared's been finding out a bit more again.
Well, there's the suspension out the back end of the Toyota Stout, this 66 Toyota Stout, 3S GT under the hood, and this is the man behind the wheel. Ryan, I'm just going to give you your flowers. Here's your bouquet, sir, because you very well might have the moment of Goodwood. I'm in the announcer's booth, but you're on the track. Not only on the track, you're close to the wall. All the announcers, including myself, were aghast seeing you go and navigate sideways past that tight, narrow wall. What was going through your mind there?
Just get it through the course. I had no idea I was that close. I haven't even seen the clip yet, but I didn't know that there actually was a moment there, so that's pretty cool. I can't wait to go watch it.
It's unreal, man, and you know, to risk it for the biscuit, as I say, as we walk past your guys working on the car, you know, it does take a team. You know, it's more about we than me, but overall, this is such a unique car. And I mean, the variety of here is so unique. You know, James Dean takes a Ford Mustang, he modifies it, but this is one of one. This was built a couple years ago, but talk about the uniqueness of this vehicle.
Yep, it was. So this was built through 2022, and I wanted to do something different, which wasn't just the pickup truck, but for me it was more about learning more about building vehicles. So I wanted to have it designed in the computer. So KB Tech designed the entire chassis, the space frame chassis, in CAD. And placed the engine in there, so everything was pretty much built in a computer before it was manufactured and welded together. And so it was a different process of doing it, and something that I wanted to learn. A little bit more time consuming, because there's a little bit more that goes into that as far as thought and engineering and the design side of it. So for me, this was a huge project for learning and experience, and it turned out great.
It's so unique. Again, the original grille, the headlights, but then throwing the arches on it, the 3S GTE, going with the twin cam, the 4-cylinder. Obviously, you could have more horsepower, and I know you always want more.
Yes.
We're gluttons of it. But I think overall, are you stoked to have this thing out here? And even without seeing the tape, how cool is Goodwood? And I mean, the smile says it all. But
yeah, my favorite event of the year. I love taking the truck out here. It's a pretty unique vehicle, and everybody seems to think so as well. And we get a lot of compliments on it. So I'm just pumped to be invited to be at this event. This is it for me. This is like the Super Bowl in the U.S.
Well, I know. Well, don't stop and smell the flowers. Run over them, drift over them in front of the Goodwood house. Love you. Ryan Turk, everybody, here in this beautiful 66 Toyota Stout.
A central component to this year's Festival of Speed was that 75-year anniversary of the Formula One World Championship, and it certainly did not disappoint. David, only Goodwood can pull off a feat like that.
Absolutely. I mean, I just bumped into Craig here, who works for Goodwood. He came. Did you see how cool the champions moment was? The little kid in me came out, and I think that absolutely sums it up. It was a real pinch me moment. You looked up there and you saw all these champions, and the crowd that came out. It was unbelievable. And for me, I really enjoyed that sort of crossover moments. You know, the fact that Emerson came up and he'd been racing with Jackie, and then Jacques Villeneuve talking about racing against Nigel and Mario Andretti. It was just a wonderful, wonderful thing.
It had everything, didn't it? The drivers, the cars, the crowds. And Harry, I know you even spoke to Zach Brown from McLaren, and to have that Constructors' Trophy outside glistening in this sunshine just topped it off, didn't it?
It really was an absolute spectacle, wasn't it? And cross-generational as well. There was something for everybody, from, you know, celebrating 50 years of Formula 1 from 1950 to talking to the man running the Constructors' reigning champions, and looks set to do the double this year as well, running 2 #1 drivers. How he's managing that team, it's going to be incredible.
Yeah, phenomenal is the only word for it. And I know we were all exhilarated by that, but Harry, you also had an exhilarating drive up the hill earlier. Your face in that EX4 was golden. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I don't think it was my my finest look. I'm wearing some questionable spectacles as well. I'm in a MG EX4 concept car, which is kind of paying homage to the 6R4, MG's 80s rally Group B cars. They celebrate 40 years. They very kindly said, do you want to have a passenger ride? Oh, your driver is a multiple British touring car championship winner as well.
Wow.
So that'll take you up nicely. And honestly, first time up the hill is enough. It's got instant torque off the line, 600 Newton meters of torque, and it is an absolute beast. And I think Dan was ragging it harder than he has done all weekend, because I've been commentating this batch up until now, and he has not been. Look, see the amount he is putting the pressure onto the steering wheel is immense. And right going up to the flint wall, I'm sorry, the TV pictures don't do it justice. I don't know how they avoid the flint wall every time.
But your face does it justice, though, Harry.
I think the pictures do the justice to Harry's face. I think that is remarkable. I was looking at it thinking, is that a smiling face or is that a scared face? And you managed to do both at the same time.
I think it's a bit of both. I don't think I'm ever going to live this down, though, because I've had so many people messaging me pictures of my face. So, yeah, it was a bit of a sweaty run up the hill. Thankfully, amongst all the new kit in that MG, it's also got air conditioning.
Well, yeah, so I'm sure you're keen to get back in there for that reason. But even our Alice Powell got a photo of you, which I'm sure will be going around on the group chat later. But seeing your harness move there, your face was a picture, Harry. And that same car is going out in the timed run later this afternoon. But we do, of course, have to talk about all of the incredible machinery that's going up in the timed shootout. It is a highlight at the Festival of Speed.
Yeah,
so we've got the Ford Super Truck. That was fastest in practice, wasn't it?
Massively fast, obviously following on from the Super Van last year, which took the spoils. Romain Dumas at the wheel of that. Yesterday's Super Truck time did it in 43.91 seconds. It's just in the blink of an eye, David, and it's gone.
Yes, and you know, behind the wheel you've got Romain Dumas. This guy knows how to drive this hill. And the key fact I saw in this time, you look at his score over the finish line, its terminal speed was just shy of 150 miles an hour. It's going to be very hard to beat. Of course, Romain won last year with Scott speed second. Scott really didn't want to come second. He likes to win. And so he's going to be really gunning for Romain today. So it's going to be a hell of a battle.
He'll want to defend that title, but he's got some fierce competition in this class. There's a lot of pride, a lot of ego, a lot of names that are going to want to challenge for that.
Well, we've got Scott Speed coming back in the Shadow Project Midnight as well, which we saw really give the Ford Super Van last year a run for its money. So he is back for another bite at the cherry. But there's so many top-tier drivers that are coming into this session as well. They really take it seriously.
Yeah, no, I've just bumped into Jake Hill there. Now, Jake, obviously, British touring car champion. He's such a good driver, a real big friend of Goodwood. He loves this. He's so competitive. He makes it slightly difficult for himself with driving that Holden Commodore. That's a big car for this tight track, but he's going to be really pushing it. I think he had a little espresso in the bar before he got his cup.
Well, I'm sure they'll all want to have a drink after this because it is going to be a hot one. Any cars that you'd like a drive in that are in this time shootout? Harry's had his turn.
Well, I've had my drive up the hill earlier this week in the Aston Martin Valhalla. I'd like to try that, but I don't think they'll give me the keys for that for the shootout, that's for sure.
Well, there's so many cars to look out for, so many drivers that are going to want to take this title. So we're going to skip to a quick VT now that's going to explain a bit more of how this famous time shootout works.
The Sunday afternoon shootout is the pinnacle of the Goodwood Festival of Speed, as the fastest drivers in some of the most incredible cars compete against the clock for the honour and glory of posting the best time up the hill. Winding its way through the grounds of the Goodwood estate, the 1.16 mile course is the centre of the action. The track is narrow and features tight corners, blind rises and the landmark Flint Wall, all of which provide a thrilling and adrenaline-pumping spectacle when the stopwatch comes out. For the audience, it's a wonderful conclusion to the event, as the most spectacular cars and drivers push to the very limit. In 1999, Nick Heidfeld held the outright record of 41.60 seconds in Mika Häkkinen's championship-winning McLaren MP413, a record that stood for over 2 decades. But that was finally topped in 2022, when the outrageous McMurtry-Spearling electric fan car, at the hands of Max Chilton, broke the record in an astonishing 39.08 seconds. All timed competitors will run at the end of their respective batches each morning, and will also run in dedicated time sessions on Friday, Saturday and Sunday afternoon. This year, the shootout has been split into classes of vehicles: pre-war, GT racers, sports racers, modified specials, touring cars, rally cars and production road cars. Saturday afternoon's timed shootout will see each individual class winners crowned, while Sunday's shootout final will determine the biggest prize of all, the overall fastest time of the weekend. It's all to play for at this year's Festival of Speed. So that's the history of the Festival of Speed Shootout, and now we're looking forward to it all getting underway once again. Ben Edwards and Alice Powell with you here as we're all set for some of those machines to be heading up the hill. It won't be happening just yet, we're just waiting for everything to be cleared out, and then of course the timings will matter hugely. And Romain Dumas, who did win last year with the Ford Supervan, he has certainly been looking very, very rapid so far this weekend. So let's just have a little look back at what happened last year when Romain Dumas was competing with that Ford Supervan 4.2, because he was impressive throughout the course of the weekend. And this was as he exited, got a great start, of course full electric power, with downforce as well, and this vast machine, but very, very rapid, was just all the way through, putting in some rapid times. And interestingly, he did a 45.0 on the Saturday, 45.0. But Alice, when we got into that final run, he really went for it and got down to 43.98 to complete it and to take the victory.
He was winding it up, wasn't he? And you can see he just got the tail of the Supervan kicking out through their triple electric motors, powered it all the way up the hill. And he is going to be one seriously to watch. Of course, was fastest in our timed practice yesterday with a 44.0. So it wasn't quite the pace of what he achieved last year, but it was only practice. They're going to rack it up a notch once again, Ben.
Well, he's such a star here. He won it in 2018 and 2019, and then he won it again last year. So, you know, he's one of those that's done this on several occasions. Mind you, not the most. Justin Law is the man who's taken the most victories of the shootout here at Goodwood over the years. Justin did his 6th win in 2017 with the Jaguar. But Romain Dumas is remarkably fast, and as you say, I think he is looking favourite. Looking at the times that have been set so far, there's no doubt that he seems to be setting the ultimate pace.
He does. He's a French endurance and hill climb specialist, and that bit there, hill climb specialist. So I'm not surprised that we're seeing him at the very top, at least today, potentially. We certainly did yesterday, and we did last year. He's won the Pikes Peak Challenge 5 times, and 24-hour Le Mans Classics as well, twice, as well at Spa, Nürburgring, Sebring. So hugely adaptable driver, but there is going to be the Project Midnight Subaru that's got Scott Speed behind the wheel. And we actually saw him go up. He was 2-3 seconds slower yesterday in the time practice compared to Romain Dumas, but as soon as he got at the top of the hill, he was handed a phone, turned over the timing screen, and was having a good look at the times. And you're only going to do that if you're competitive. And of course, he's a racing driver. Scott Speed became the first American F1 driver since Michael Andretti by joining the Red Bull's Scuderia Toro Rosso team, and of course had other experiences as well in the Nitro World Games, where he actually he's recently fractured his vertebrae competing in the Nitro World Games, but on his recovery and pursuing the hill climb across the weekend.
Okay, well, let's see how it goes. Now, we are also into the class victories today, because they do run in different classes, and you will see some of the older vehicles, for example, the pre-war front-engined open-wheel machines. They are at one of the categories, if you like. GT racers is another category. Sports cars is one. Modified specials as well. Touring cars, then rally cars, and production road cars. So it is the various different specifications that they will be looking for the class victory. So you might be competing with a machine from pre-World War II, but you've still got a chance of winning your group.
Exactly, and that is basically why we have the groups, isn't it, Ben? To give everyone someone up there to chase something. And our oldest car up there was built in 1907. It's the 13.5 litre four-cylinder Mercedes 120 HP that we will see go up the hill, and we've also got a huge fan favourite as well, the Beast of Turin, as it's also known, the 28.4 litre four-cylinder will be going up from 1911. And we've also got a fantastic crowd out there, Ben. I hope they've all got their sun cream, keeping hydrated, grabbing an ice cream as well. Give us a big wave. And yeah, on the response. And some of them might catch a glimpse of themselves, there we go, on the TV as well.
Yeah, it's lovely to see everybody here. And I think everybody's getting keyed up for this part where we get the timed sessions, because it's always exciting. You can see some errors from drivers who are trying a bit too hard, but hopefully we will make it all work. But as you said, it's going to be fun to see some of these older machines and whether they're going to be able to deliver the sort of performance. And because they're in these different categories, the pre-war machines, there's every chance that they're going to be able to battle for it. I have to say that Julian Majoub was the quickest yesterday, and he did win the pre-war category last year when he was out in the Ducati. But he's in a different machine. He's in the Maserati. There he is. That's his one. That's the Maserati Tipo 26M, and it was very rapid yesterday.
And he's just an historic racer through and through, isn't he, Julian? We've seen him navigate the Goodwood motor circuit numerous times. He's been ultra quick, and he was actually taking it up the hill a couple of times earlier on, and I saw him fumbling, making all sorts of corrections. So you could say he's had a little bit of sneaky practice in already. But again, we got our GT category. You can see the Iron Dames car there, which placed fourth yesterday in practice. Sarah Bovey is behind the wheel of that, an experienced racer in World Endurance Championship, and of course they made history, didn't they, Iron Dames, in 2023 in Bahrain in the World Endurance Championship by getting the first all-female crew class win at that race.
Yeah, and then we got this Audi here, the R8 LMS Ultra. This is going to be a fun one to see. Benoit Trelouillet is racing that, 3 times Le Mans winner, World Endurance Champion as well. And yeah.
Even the wildlife come out to,
yeah,
to watch, giving us a wave. Bear has spotted himself or herself on the TV.
Yeah, isn't that fun to see? So much to enjoy as we do get ready for some of these machines heading up the hill. As we heard, Jake Hill is feeling in very competitive form. He's going to be out in the Holden Commodore. And as reigning British touring car champion, he's got a lot of confidence with him to see what he can do. But it isn't necessarily in the class, of course, in the class that he's in, the touring class. There's every chance for him to take the win. He's up against some pretty good rivals in that touring class. Greg Murphy in another Holden, the Monaro 427C. So there are some very rapid machines. Everybody's thoroughly enjoying the time here at Goodwood, I have to say. It's lovely to see so many smiling faces, so many people waving and enjoying what's going on here, and families all together, and some of the real youngsters. You can see the smiles on their faces as well as they're learning about the fun and games of motorsport, of the bikes, the cars, the people. It is all, and the supercars, of course, the modern cars. There's so many different variations to enjoy.
It is. It certainly is. And The shootout final will not be today, so this is the timed shootout, but for the final tomorrow will be the overall fastest time, and that will be at 3:05 on Sunday. So tomorrow, again, we get packed crowds, grandstands, everyone floods to the side of the track, because these drivers, of course, they're not just going up for a jolly, they want to be the fastest car.
Absolutely, yeah, that's what it's all about. So we shall see, and it's always significant to try and be a winner of the shootout here at Goodwood. Right back when it all began in 1993, it was Willie Green who took the first ever win. Martin Brundle was a winner, so was Jonathan Palmer in 1995. In fact, he went on to take another victory. Then Nick Heidfeld, as we saw earlier, he set the record when the Formula One cars were allowed to do this, but of course Formula One cars are not allowed to play like this now.
No, they're not. They've given the other cars a chance, but I have to say a highlight of mine has got to be Max Chilton setting the record. Was that a couple of years ago, 2023, if I'm right in saying, with the
22
record?
It was, yeah.
22, sorry, in 39.08 seconds. I'd be amazed if we're going to see that kind of pace on the hill today, but you never know.
Well, Romain Dumas did a 39.9 with the VW IDR in 2019, but as you say, that performance that Max Chilton did with that Mercury Spearling was remarkable. Isn't this fun, though? This is on the BMW stage. They're having all sorts of fun with music down there as well, showing off their latest road cars. There are so many aspects for people to enjoy.
There is a whole host of things, and actually that's right by our commentary box window, so we can no one else in here is having a party, so I'm not going to embarrass myself and get out dancing. But yeah, there's a vibe wherever you go here. There's games, rides, music, plenty of things to get stuck into, and it really looks like BMW know how to throw a party as well.
Yeah, they're really making a big fun game of it all. So lots of people just waiting for the moment to enjoy some more action here this afternoon. And it is looking as though we will be seeing the cars out fairly soon. This is one of the ones you mentioned earlier on that could be very, very rapid indeed, because Scott Speed is taking the Subaru Project Midnight up and put in some quick times, was second fastest last year. Whether it's going to have quite the same pace as that Ford Super Truck, I'm not sure, but he will be on the game.
He certainly looked less sort of on the edge when he went up in his run yesterday, so maybe just trying to get a little bit of a feel. But whoever you go out after, they can quite easily kick dust up. We've seen a lot of dust flying around, particularly at Moulcombe Corner. I'm just looking out of the commentary box window, and you can really see how much of the apex has been nibbled away. The grass has all pretty much disappeared on the inside there, and as soon as someone nibbles that apex a little bit too much, kicks up the dust, and there is the real challenger, Romain Dumas. Can't quite see if he's sat in the Ford Super Truck, but what a powerful machine that is.
Yeah, and he will be running last, I think. So we will see the build-up to the rapid times, but also in each of the groups, we will see who sets the pace, whether, as I say, in the pre-war group, for example. But this, of course, is the modified specials group. Both of those last two cars we were looking at there are both in that modified specials group. They are the ones that are expected to be the fastest overall. It's about winning the group today. Tomorrow, it's about setting the ultimate pace to take the outright win. So we've got a real mixture, and you'll be seeing one of the older cars heading up the hill first once we get ready to go. And it looks to me as though the marshals are beginning to tell the drivers that we are about to set off, I think.
It looks like it, and we have to say a big shout out to all of the marshals, the Goodwood staff that are working down there in that immense heat. It's warm out there, it's hot, and they're on their feet all day, and probably a lot of them, if they're standing in particular areas of the corner, are getting getting covered in dust. So well done and fantastic job as always by our marshals, because of course we wouldn't be able to go racing and particularly have a shootout like this if it wasn't for them.
Absolutely. So Kevin Neville with the Bentley Bernardo Hassan Special, which was built to try and set records at Brooklands. It was built in the 1930s, the early 1930s, at the Bentley factory for Wolf Bernardo. Set a record initially there. Now, of course, what they're trying to do with Kevin Neville, what he's trying to do is to be the fastest of the pre-war machines, this front-engined machine, and whether it's going to have quite the pace. We do know that the major threat for this group is going to be Julien Mazou, because he's been very rapid indeed, and this is going well, but I don't think it's going to be the fastest because it hasn't quite got that sort of real throw through the corners that we have seen. But it's lovely to see that. That's part of the fun and games of watching the shootout times and seeing some of these machines that were so much a part of important racing history in the UK.
It will, a huge steering wheel. You can see that Kevin is trying to navigate through a gentle pace. This won't be the fastest of the session, like you said, in the pre-war category, but as long as Kevin is having fun, and of course it's lovely to see such an incredible machine of the Bentley go up the hill, and I believe we're going to have someone who's going to be going a little bit faster. Archie Collins behind him will be in the Mercedes 120 HP as we'll draw up to the line. See how dusty it is right at the top of that hill climb. We've got the rally stage up there as well, which kicks some dust across.
I gather that the dust today up there at the rally stage has been huge. So as you say, there is some dust, and that might affect times a little bit.
I think it will. I think it will, and you can also, if you're feeling that you've maybe messed up your lap a little bit, you could just clip this apex curve at Malcolm, chuck some dust on for the next person coming up. Not that I'm encouraging that, of course.
Let's see how Archie Collins gets on, son of Ben Collins, who has owned this car for some time. It got rebuilt just over a decade ago. They started rebuilding it, putting it back together, a version of what was called the Mule, used for testing in 1907, then racing and winning what was known as the French Grand Prix back then, and helping to develop Mercedes going forwards actually into the 1908 season. It's a big engine, over 12 litres, 4-cylinder, low revs. Of course, at that time you didn't get high revs out of an engine. You probably get about 1,500 revs maximum at that time. You can hear it doesn't rev high, but it still provides some power, and Archie putting together a good job so far.
He certainly is so far. I learnt from the best, and his dad Ben. We've seen this car race numerous times round Goodwood Motor Circuit at the members meeting, so it's a fan favourite, and they've had great experience through there, and already looks like they're going to blitz the time set by Kevin in the Bentley, and there's a great view. You can just see the dust, almost the haze of the dust that's drifting on over that part of the circuit, and that's where you're full throttle. Pretty much most of these cars will be full throttle up to the top of that hill. And if it gets too dusty, you have to be a little bit careful, but Archie shoots up to the top of the times.
Yeah, 79.3 seconds. We will see them go quicker, but of course this is the pre-war category that we are enjoying. And now here's one that everybody loves seeing here at Goodwood, or whether it's at the Festival of Speed or a members meeting or revival, the Fiat S76 being driven by Duncan Pittaway. And this is that land speed record machine, the Beast of Turin. Very, very rapid, of course, and a much bigger engine. As you can see, it's so tall up there. The bonnet's almost 2 meters high with a 28-litre engine in it.
And it's going to roar, it's going to rev, it pops and it bangs. Like I've said, a fan favourite for plenty of fans here, and members meeting as well. As they wait patiently, just have to make sure then what you're probably saying, what they're waiting for, just making sure they're in place and everything's clear at the top of the hill, because of course we don't want a traffic jam or anything like that, because they are going flat out. You see the little red light on the side there. They'll wait for the signal from the marshals as well, and the launch is also very important, obviously.
Now, because it was created for land speed record, it was really more about straight line, full-on speed. It wasn't necessarily about going around corners. You can see how narrow those tyres were, although that was part and parcel of machines in that era. But it was very much land speed record, so it was not necessarily about a great start, because land speed record was once you got going, it was measuring the speed at top distance. But let's just see how it goes. Gets off the line pretty well. Always when he's racing, it's not the fastest car off the line because it's high geared, because it's more about top speed.
It is, and back in 1913, it managed 132 miles per hour.
Yeah,
it's just absolutely crazy. But anyway, Duncan's got a good start off the line compared to Archery, a fraction quicker than him as it charges down past the grandstands on the right-hand side and the house on the left-hand side. On the brakes then into Malcolm Corner. popping and banging.
We're watching for
way
the
through.
flames, of course, off the exhaust system. We do get some normally, particularly as he comes up the hill. We normally tend to see that. So he is setting fastest sector times so far, faster than the two machines that we have seen go through. So this is going to, at this stage, set the pace for the pre-war category. Duncan Pittaway, as we can see, he's 1.4 seconds ahead, and usually it's more at the end that he's got the speed, because finally, once he's fully up to speed, then it will take a little bit more across the line. So let's see what it is. As it comes across, 79 is the time to beat, and as he comes across the line, it's close, 77.2.
Yep, good time set up there, and you can see the flames popping just on the right-hand side, left-hand side, from driver's point of view, as they're going to ease off the throttle. And now we're heading over. Mark Gillies is in the ERA A-Type R3A, another fantastic machinery that we're being treated to here.
Yeah, and he's a racer and journalist, multi-winner of the Goodwood Trophy, and he loves racing these. He loves the feel and the handling of these machines, and immediately off the line quickly there. So this is a good chance that we are going to see a faster time here for this pre-war category, and you see now he's really pushing it, using the full width of the hill climb and heading up the hill into the all-important left-hander up here that can make quite a big difference.
It can make a big difference. It's certainly Clang, the English Racing Automobiles car, keeps away from the dust on the inside of Moulcombe Corner, and it had victories in hill climb as well back in 1935. Of course, Mark will be hoping it has another victory here at Goodwood this weekend, the 2-litre straight 6 supercharged. He goes up, you can see, look at the dust being kicked up just by this.
Yeah, but he's
until the GT cars go up.
He's well up on the time, there's no doubt about it. This is going to take the step ahead. Is it going to be held to something that Julian Majoub's going to struggle to beat? Let's just see how quick he is as he comes over the line. It's 64.4 seconds. So that is a big chunk. It's over 10 seconds faster than the previous machines. No surprise, because as you said, this was designed at the time for quick hill climbing. But now we're going to see Gareth Graham go up in the Alfa Romeo P3. This is another important machine. This was run by Scuderia Ferrari back in the 1930s, before Ferrari had set up his own sort of team, as it were. He was running Alfa Romeos. And let's just see how this goes. This machine lived in Australia for a while. It's been a winner in history events at Monaco in the past. It's been recently restored to original specification. So let's see how Gareth Graham gets on with it.
He's had a slightly slower start, should I say, compared to Mark. At 1.3 seconds off as he goes through Moulcombe Corner. You can see the rear kicking out on the exit there, really fighting with the wheel, the 3.2-litre straight 8 supercharged. He's going to disappear into the dust past the flint wall on the left-hand side, and then up to the very top. We've got a nice crowd at the top there waiting for him. He's got to have a good final sector, 1.4 seconds behind at the moment, so he'll be full throttle. He's even got his visor cracked open, not ideal through all that dust.
No, but it might be just helping a little bit. I don't think he's kind of quite matched the time. No, it's close, 65.46, so almost exactly a second, just a fraction, a hundredth of a second difference, but a second away from what we'd already seen from Mark Gillies. Right, this is the one that could well be the winner of the pre-war class. Let's see what Julian Majoub can do in the Maserati Tipo 26M. He is very, very rapid, Julian. He's won the class here in the past. Last year with the Bugatti, he's won the SF Edge race at the Goodwood circuit many times, and he is really pushing.
This is what he was doing earlier. He was wrestling with the wheel. One of the smaller engines that we see in this pre-war class, 2.5-litre straight 8 from 1931. He's going to stamp on the brakes. The rear is squirming, heading through Moulcombe. Look at all the grass that he took on the inside. He kicked up the dust. It's not a great middle sector from him, so we'll keep an eye on the times. It's actually a second slower than Gareth Graham in the Alfa Romeo.
Right, so this is going to be very close. So remember, 64.4 is the time to be in this class that Mark Gillies set. It's going to be a close run there because he's not quite putting the sector times together. Is he going to make it over the line under 64 seconds? It's going to be very close. I'm not sure he's going to quite do it. Over the line he goes. 64.15. He's just done it. My goodness, by 0.33 of a second, he has taken the fastest time in the pre-war category.
I mean, we didn't expect it to be that close, so we're going to get a slow-mo replay. Look how close, Ben, he was to the hay bales on the entry there into the first part of the hill climb, and then you can just see how he was fighting with the wheel as well, leaning his body, leaning in, no seatbelts, of course, so some of that is probably to try and help it get in, but also the physics is taking him that way as well.
Well done to Julian Majoub, though, because that was so close. It couldn't have been much closer than that, but he just managed to take the top time for the pre-war class, and wow, there'll be a little bit of a chat, no doubt, up there later on as he comes to the very top and he parks up next to the other machine that he was competing with. Right, okay, let's move on to the next class. We're on to the GT races, and you're looking at the Lister Storm with Harry Barton, who is a winner in the British Endurance Championship, a champion in the historic touring cars as well, and competing this lovely Lister Storm machine. Lawrence Pierce, who put this project together in the early 2000s. It runs with the Jaguar V12 engine, and we're going to be into another sort of section completely of times now, as you can expect, because we've gone from pre-war into this class, into the GT races class, much more recent. Okay, this one is still, you know, around 24 years old, but it was very competitive in its time. Won the British GT with Mike Jordan and David Warner. They had 7 wins that year, so we're going to see the time set in this class pretty much straight away here, aren't we, Alice?
We will. It's of course going to blitz the time of the pre-wars. Going to cross the line. It's going to be 56.55. Sarah Bovey is in the same category. She's the next car that's going to come up in the Porsche 911. There she is on the start line.
Yeah, let's see how Sarah goes. This is always interesting, of course, to see how the Iron Dames get on. She is a very talented driver. Lots of great results in GT racing over the years. And now, that was a good start. She's actually taken the purple first section, so that was good off the line. Now, can she keep it going and try and improve on that performance? This is a more recent machine, of course. This is right up to date. So this is a current 2025 machine, and it could put in some very quick time.
Oh, I just looked out the commentary box window. She had to come out of the throttle as she went through Moulton Corner. There's a lot of dust that's been kicked up on the inside from previous runs.
Red flag.
Red flag.
I thought I heard something, some marshal's noise. It's a piece of bodywork.
Lister bodywork, isn't it?
Yeah, that is off the Lister. That's right. So unfortunately, the Lister Storm bodywork's come off, and they had to slow her right down, and that is a shame. I wonder how they're going to do this when it is for the class victory. We're getting a replay, hopefully, because she won't be able to go back down again. So that's a tricky one. Let's just have a little look. You can see, looking at the bonnet. Getting into a bit of a wobble there, yeah. But you could see that it was already in a bit of trouble, and a bit further up the hill, that's what's come off.
The hair's got underneath that, ripped it off.
Oh,
and,
there you go.
There we go. I mean, it gives us a great shot to look, look inside, doesn't it? But that is, like you said, big disappointment from Sarah Bovey. I'm not too sure of what they'll be able to do that, whether they can turn around and run her back down the hill to give her a fair shot. So we'll keep you updated, of course. She's in the Porsche 911, the 4-litre flat 6. The marshals are picking up the piece of bodywork.
Yeah, this isn't going to cause a long delay, but it does mean a problem for her, and it's not easy getting the machines back down to have another run. So whether she will actually get another chance or not, we'll wait and see. But certainly it means that Harry Barton, despite losing the bonnet of his car, has set the pace so far with the Lister Storm, and so she's been brought to a halt. Let's just see what the marshals do. Once the track is clear, I assume they'll send her up, but maybe whether they can ask her to sort of back down, that's not the easiest thing to do, of course.
No, there's plenty of turning points. We can actually see one there, look, on the screen now for the drivers to turn around. We have course cars that go up there, recovery trucks in the past that can go up, and obviously they need to turn around and come back down instead of to save time instead of going all the way up to the top. So it's possible. There is space for her to turn around, so we'll wait and see, but she certainly was.
Looks
There we
like
go.
they may be doing that. Yeah, it looks
Excellent.
exactly what you said, and she is in the space where she can turn around. And this is great if they can get her back down the hill once again. That would be lovely if we can see her heading off again. So that's great. This is going to take a few minutes, obviously, before she's ready to come back up up here. But what we are having seen is the fastest in the pre-wars. Julian Majoub just setting the fastest time, and Ed Foster's talking to him.
Yeah, hi. 0.3 of a second. I bet none of us saw that coming.
I know. Well, who was I behind?
Yeah. So you were just behind, where are we? Mark Gillies.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, it's a much bigger capacity, nicer car, so it should be quicker.
Well, you're very modest, beautifully driven.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a hairy, very different to a Bugatti, but similar era, a bit more grunt, not as good handling. It's an interesting exercise. Yeah.
Well, it was great to watch.
Thank you very much. Bye.
It was a lovely watch, actually, to see, and his handling was good. He pushed very, very hard, and initially it looked like he might lose out, but as you said, with more horsepower having to play with the Maserati, with its 8-cylinder supercharged 2.5-litre machine, as opposed to a 1.5-litre supercharged Riley engine in the ERA, then that gave him a little advantage, but it was only such a tiny margin he got in the end.
It was, and as we said, beautifully driven, as Ed said, up there with Julian. And we're just getting confirmation that Sarah Bovey is allowed to run again, so she's on her way back down to the start line. There we go. She's had a little bit of taster of the first few corners, hasn't she? So
yeah, it's almost an advantage, actually, because when, as a driver, you've had that chance to just get a bit of feel. It's more like doing, when you're actually racing, you do get to do a formation lap. That gives you a bit of feel. Hill climb is a different world, because in hill climbing, it's always absolutely that one run. You might get another run later in the same day, but it's trying to discover straight away how quick you can go. But she has learnt that, as you say, in the first sector.
she has, and also it's cold tyres.
Yeah.
So she's going to have got a little bit of heat into the tyres. Okay, she's been pushed back and she's cruised on down, but those tyres will still have a little bit of temperature for her. So her time on our timing screen has been removed. Of course, she didn't set one, but we had some sectors. So she's placed up. That's all clear. And actually, looking, Ben, and as she should in the newer machinery, was going to set a fairly decent time compared to Harry Barton in the Lister Storm.
First sector was better, wasn't it? Yeah,
yes.
First sector, she was about 1.5 seconds, slightly more than 1.5 seconds, but she then had to back off in the second sector, so we didn't get a relevant view there of how quick. But this is going to be interesting. I'm so glad that the marshals, as ever, here at Goodwood, doing a fabulous job of helping her get back down the hill, get her ready to go yet again. It wasn't her fault. There was that bodywork up on the track, so they had to stop her run. But she is going to get another go at it. So this is wonderful, and we shall see how it all goes. The 36-year-old Belgian racer who's had so much success. She did race in W Series when you were racing W Series, didn't she?
She did. I think she was just probably a bit too tall for the cars. Sarah is.
She only did a couple of them, didn't she, I think?
Yes, so she's fantastic, full of energy, hugely talented, quite tall and chatty, but not that affects her driving at all, but it did when she was in W Series. I think she was just a little bit too tall for that spec of car. Not ideal when you're a tall driver trying to find your way into a single-seater. Just ask the likes of Esteban Ocon, even Ollie Behrman, who are tall drivers.
In a way, it's good that Formula One rules have changed over the years, that it does allow the taller drivers to have a chance in Formula One. Lovely view on board in the Subaru with Scott Speed. We'll be seeing that going up the hill in a while.
I think he was looking at some past runs there, just trying to zoom in on that phone. See, they're racing drivers, they're competitive, and Sarah Bovey's underway.
Right, here we go, Sarah Bovey. This is a good opportunity for Sarah Bovey to set a new pace in the GT Racers class. And having done this first little sector before, I wonder, will she get an even better sector this time? As she heads up the hill, this is going to be fun to watch.
It is. She just dipped a wheel on the exit of turn 2 there. She's flat out, hits the brakes then. She runs slightly wide, looking out the box window, just tickles the grass on the outside. But of course, it's looking pretty good, and it's actually better sectors from her first run.
She had support from one of the fans watching there, and she's well up on speed at the moment. Yeah, she was 3/10 quicker on that first sector than she had been, but she's going a lot quicker than Harry Barton went. So I think this is definitely going to set the pace in this class. It's a good, oh, that's very impressive. Into the 40s, 49.83. That is an impressive time. That is definitely the fastest we have seen so far today, and of course the quickest of the GT races. As you said, she did have a bit of a moment early on.
She did, and actually her time yesterday was a 53.89. So she's blitzed that time, found some confidence, got a bit quicker, but Benoit Trillier is over in the Audi now, another hugely talented driver. This is what I love about the shootout. We get a mixture of drivers, and they all have a lot of talent. A three-time Le Mans winner in 2011, 12, 14, and he is one to watch, and that's a couple of tenths quicker in that first sector compared to Sarah Bovey.
Well, this is a very rapid machine. It's 550 horsepower, 5.2-litre V10, and this is something that definitely can set a rapid pace here. And as you say, this is such an experienced and very successful driver, but the middle sector not quite so rapid, so it's going to be very tight between them, I think.
His entry was a lot slower going into Malcolm Corner. He took it a little bit more steady than Sarah did, and I think he will be down. He's down by a couple of seconds in the sector further on, so I think for now Sarah's going to keep that time at the top. Yes, she will.
Yeah, he's over 50 seconds. It's 52.3, so she's the only one in the 40s. 49.83 she set, so that's still the fastest time in both the category and that we have seen so far. But James Wallace is one to really keep an eye on. James was incredibly impressive last year. The youngster from Cheltenham who races in the British Porsche Carrera Cup. He's hugely competitive and potentially one of the full future stars. My goodness, he used a lot of grass there.
He did a lightning start off the line for him. He's going to come up, he's going to hit the brakes at Malcolm. So this is where Benoit lost his time. Let's have a look from James. A lot more inside grass on the curve, and then really out of shape on the exit, and he's hitting the grass on the way up to the flint wall as well. This is quick, Ben.
It is quick. I was wondering if he was on the grass too much, but he's putting together a great section here as well, and it does look as though James Wallace is likely to go faster than we have seen so far. Remember, 49.8's the time to beat across the line. Yes, 47.69. That is superbly impressive once again from James Wallace, and it certainly puts the time down for a challenge for everybody else to see what they can do. Last year he did do a 48.1 when we were on the Sunday and setting the pace there, but he has just done a 47.69, so that's a very rapid time indeed. Right. We've got so much fun going on. We've got the Shadow Chevrolet now. Alex Summers, who's a great hill climb driver himself, in the Shadow Chevrolet, which was a very successful machine in Can-Am racing. And that's slipping and sliding around too.
It is. V8 underneath that 8.3 litre is going to roar up past the grandstands. Change down, heavy on the brakes, into Malcolm Corner. Oh, gets a little bit of a wiggle on the exit, but this is a car which Jackie Oliver won 4 out of 5 races all the way back in the 1974 season. We've seen it go around Goodwood circuit, hugely popular car here at Goodwood, and he's done a very good first sector. Almost, he's actually in a class on his own, I believe, isn't he?
Yeah, he is pretty much. So yeah, as he comes over the line, he's in the sports cars class, and I don't think there's a lot of rivalry. So yeah, goes across the line, does 50.72, so it's not the fastest of everybody, but within the class, that's the only official of the sports cars that we have seen so far. So that means that fastest in the GT races is James Wallace. That's done a fantastic job. That's the previous batch that we've just been watching, and he has taken the fastest time in that. Lovely to see. Now we've got the Nissan of Stephen Richards heading up the hill, and this is in the touring car category. So the touring cars, we've got a bunch in this class, and the HR31 GTSR Skyline. Steve Richards, who is son of Jim, who won in Australia with touring cars in 1990 with this machine. Let's see how this goes for the touring cars. Whether they'll be quite as quick as the GT racers, I would rather doubt it, but they will be competing against each other in this class. And Jake Hill, of course, will be one of the competitors, as will be Greg Murphy coming up soon too.
We've got some great competition in this touring car class. So he gets close to the flip wall, could get a little bit closer, but hits on the brakes at the top, flames spitting from the left-hand side of the 2-litre straight 6 turbocharged through the dust, kicking up the dust. This car took victory at both Amaru Park and Winton Raceway all the way back in 1990. Will it take victory today in the touring car class? As we said, Ben, it's got some tough competition.
Yeah, that time though, 57.65, so it's not really going to be quite the one to go, but here comes Jake Hill. So, British Touring Car champion. Let's see what he can do. This is another car owned by Rick Woods. These two get on so well, and Jake drives so many of these machines. Let's see on board as well. Wonderful onboard view as he's slipping and sliding around, correcting it beautifully. Always so impressive up this hill.
Jake, you chuck Jake at anything and he's impressive. We've seen him win multiple times at Goodwood. He goes through a kick of the tail and he goes through their members meeting in April. If you were there, of course, he won the Gordon Spice race on the Saturday with Rick Wood in a Ford Capri. So he knows how to handle all different types of machinery. And he was actually at Paul Ricard last weekend racing in a Ferrari at GT3. So hugely experienced. Winner, of course, of last year's British Touring Car Championship across the line. That's a decent time of 49.33.
Yeah, in the touring car class, that is a very, very impressive time. 49.33 seconds, as you say. Not the fastest of the day so far, but that's not what's important. It's about winning your class, and that has certainly put him to the very top of the touring car class. Right, Greg Murphy in the Holden Monaro. Greg is another great driver, 4 times winning at the Bathurst 1000 in the Holden Commodore. He's won the Bathurst 24-hour in this Holden Monaro in the past, back in 2003. So he's a racer who's been around for a long time. Let's see whether he's going to be able to make a challenge, though, to what Jake has just done. And Jake's done many times up this hill in the past.
He certainly has, and a popular manufacturer, of course, in Australia was Holden. We're riding aboard with Greg now, who actually had victory in this car many years ago. He's close on the right-hand side there. Makes it look easy, don't they? But at the moment, this is not really going to be a time, I don't think, that's going to challenge Jake, Ben.
Not quite, no. He's over the 50 mark, so he's gone to 52.61. So Jake Hill, in this class, who's done that 49.33, is looking to be the man to take the top step, absolutely, in that touring car class. So well done to Jake Hill, and that was another superb performance by him, and I'm sure he thoroughly enjoyed it. Fastest of the touring cars.
We expected no less, did we?
Absolutely.
Nothing less, but we're going over to something slightly different, slightly newer now for our hill climbs. We're heading into the production road cars class. So first up, the Ferrari Roma.
Yeah, and it's Eddie Norfolk, Duke of Norfolk, who is taking this one up. He's done this hill climb many times in the past, and it's a powerful machine. It's a turbo V8 with over 600 horsepower, but it is in the, as you say, the production road car class. So this is another class. We're going to see who ends up coming to the top, and just to see how it fits in with against the other machinery as well. It's always fascinating to see the difference in time. Sometimes it can be minor, but of course when we get into the last couple of machines, which are the modified specials, they will be super rapid. But Eddie Norfolk heading his way up, lives just down the road from this Goodwood area, of course. We'll see what sort of time he can put in. First of all, for this class, it's going to be 56.1 seconds. That's what Eddie Norfolk has managed to set so far in the production road cars. And we've got a few more to come in that class. Laurent Hergon is next up in the Alpine.
So the Alpine A110R, and Laurent, actually French racing driver, and he's actually Renault's and Alpine's test and development driver since 2004. So he's been doing this for a long time, plays a huge, important role in chassis and performance calibration for Renault, for Alpine. So a key part of development of this car, and he's putting it through its paces up the hill, just having a look at the time, slightly slower off the line with the Ferrari, as we expect, but maybe it's going to be a little bit more nimble through this tighter section as we go up to the top of the climb.
Yeah, let's see how this goes for him. I think, as you say, I think it's likely to be certainly quicker in class. But remember what Eddie Norfolk did. The total time was 56 I think we're going to see him getting over the line just under that 56 mark. Yes, he does. It's 52.29. So that is fastest in this group for the moment. The production road cars. The next one that will be coming up is Dirk Muller in the Ford Mustang. So this one's going to be a pretty rapid machine. Very powerful, of course. The street version of the GT3 car. Got its V8, got aero design, lots and lots of horsepower. And Dirk is a very experienced winner of the Nürburgring 24 Hours, amongst many other things.
5.2-litre V8 supercharged, and this wild, crazy Mustang GTD is a limited production, track-focused road car, and it is based on the Mustang GT3 race car, because it screeches up the hill. And just having a look at the times there, Ben, it's going to be actually pretty close between Dirk and Laurent, who's in the Alpine.
Yeah, I think Dirk's got just a little bit more pace, probably. Remember, the target he's got to beat is 52.28. The target that's shown off on screen is the ultimate shootout. But for the class, he's done it. In the class, he's gone just a second faster. And that's a good effort by Dirk Muller in the production road cars. That is impressive indeed. So, but next up, we do have another production road car, and this, I have to tell you, is a mega machine. It's the Koenigsegg Sphere, and this is a very special Koenigsegg. But it is a production car. It has already set production car lap records at Laguna. Versions of this, although this is the latest version, I think this is going to be very rapid, and it's driven by Marcus. Actually, no, it's Javier Castan this time. It's Javier Castan who's driving this time. I think this has the potential to be the fastest in this class, and not only that, to actually do it in a very quick time.
A good first sector, Ben. It was over a second quicker than Dirk in the Ford Mustang. And he's challenged, he's actually set there the fastest, say third, fourth sector, shall we call it, third sector of anybody. We've got a few extra sectors on our timing screen here, but it's going to be close, but he's...
That's quick.
That goes up to the very top of the times.
47.14, so that has gone fastest now than anybody, because that was 47.69 before by James Wallace, but remember, it's class that we're really worried about, and that is definitely the fastest in the production road cars. Right, now we're seeing David Hornsey in the TWR Supercat. This is a lovely looking machine, isn't it? A remembrance of the Jaguar XGS, but a very different version of it, there's no doubt. And it's looking rapid as David Hornsey heads up the hill. Let's see where this is going to be able to, what kind of time it's going to be able to get to.
He's going to challenge. He's certainly going to challenge at least for maybe second. Oh, just through the exit there. It's definitely not going to be the fastest time that we've seen from Javier. That was a real strong time, but it could challenge me to say a podium finish in the sports car class.
Yeah, this is the last of the cars to go in this particular class. So let's just see how it goes over the line. As you say, it's not going to be the fastest of all, because that 47.14 that's been done now over the line, yeah, 58.8. But it's a lovely machine. What a beautiful machine to see. It has plenty of performance, maybe not the downforce that some of the other machinery has in this modern
Probably
world.
slightly heavier,
yeah,
I would say, as well.
So there we do know the winner of the class quite comfortably. And also actually setting the fastest time so far in this session. Javier Castan, who's done that in the Koenigsegg, and that very special Koenigsegg that has been recently even more refined version of the Jesco Attack, and has taken records already. Right, now, we're getting into some super quick stuff. This is the class of the modified specials.
That was a launch from Scott Speed, so this car will be challenging. It already is. Look at that, great launch off the line, wriggles its way through the first section, takes pretty much most of the grass on the inside. This will be the challenger for the overall. We're down to the final two runners in this shootout. Heads into Malcolm corner, clips all the grass and more on the inside there, bleeds out, and it's looking very handy, Ben.
It is. He got into the 45s last year with this machine. Is he going to get down to that sort of level once again? It is massively quick, lots of downforce 2-litre boxer, 700 horsepower, but with the downforce, that's helping too. He's working hard at it. Scott Speed comes across the line, 45.47. That's definitely the fastest of the day so far. Very, very impressive. And as I say, it was very similar to what he was doing here last year, but I think he may even have a little potential to go a fraction faster in the final run tomorrow. But here we go. This is the machine that we do kind of expect to set the outright pace. It was fastest yesterday, being driven by Romain Dumas. Away we go.
It's going to get a faster launch, I would expect, off the line. Yeah, only just though. I was expecting it to be a little bit bigger, using less of the inside grass there, less of the inside grass at turn 2 as well. Flat chat down. So earlier on, or should I say yesterday, he got into the 44 seconds as it squeals its way through Moulton Corner, and he's nearly 7/10 up already.
Yeah, he is definitely setting the fastest pace. You're riding on board briefly with him as he comes through. Romain Dumas knows this hill climb so well, has set so many rapid times here over the years, has confidence in all the different machinery this Ford Super Truck built specially for Pikes Peak as well, which he's done 43.50 seconds. That is the fastest of the day to win the category, of course, the modified specials, but also to put him in a very strong position to take the final shootout battle tomorrow. Superb stuff by Romain Dumas.
And he looks so calm doing it as well. There's certainly a smile underneath that helmet, loosens the belts as he'll pull in and join the rest of the cars. And as Ben's saying, we've got a shootout again tomorrow. We're treated to this all over again. The shootout final will take place at 3:05 on Sunday, so that's tomorrow. Make sure to tune in, specifically if you're trackside, great, get yourself trackside to see them go up the hill. If you're watching not trackside, then make sure you do tune in.
Oh, that was really, really lovely to watch. And this Ford Super Truck, it's the F-150 Lightning Super Truck. As I say, it's had success already at Pikes Peak. Huge amounts of downforce, some 6,000 pounds of downforce at 150 miles an hour. Actually, he was at 150 as he crossed the line. Across the line, that is the fastest machine that we've seen. 150. Let's go and hear from him. Ed Foster's there.
Romain, fantastic effort. 43.49.
Yeah, I didn't know my time, actually, because inside the car I didn't walk, but yeah, the run was okay, but just was some dust in the last corner with the sun very low. I could not see really the corner, I have to say. It's not the best place to take some risks there. It's quite fast, so I lost a little bit of time there. The rest of the run was quite okay, for sure. I think the car on the front are cutting quite a lot of the corner, and me, I try to stay really on the tarmac, so all this dust a little bit, but at the end of the day, possible some more tens tomorrow, but not too much, I think.
Are you saying all the other drivers are misbehaving?
No, I cannot say that. Not at all.
Well, look, it was a great effort. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, there we are. That's the man who set the outright pace today, but has won that category. Romain Dumas in the Ford Super Truck, winning that category of the modified specials. But Javier Castan winning his category in 3rd place overall. James Wallace did a great job as well. Jake Hill, fastest of the touring cars, in 5th place overall. Sarah Bovey did a fine job too. And then further down the order, some of the other very rapid drivers. Dirk Muller did a fine job with the Ford Mustang in that category, with Benoit Trellouillet 10th overall in the end. Further down the order, some of those machines from the early period, and Julien Majoub took the pre-war fastest time with the Maserati Tipo 26M at 64.15. That was really impressive, but not by much from Mark Gillis. And Kevin Neville, who set that first time, a rather gentle drive, but lovely to see the Bentley Bamata Hassan Special heading up the hill. Well, let's take a little look back at the highlights of what we've enjoyed with the timed shootout here. And as we say, it was a rather nice, gentle run initially for that first move up the hill that we saw. But we saw some pretty rapid runs building up, even with the pre-war cars. And it was just getting quicker and quicker all the time.
It was Julien Majoub that took the victory. There he is on your screen, fighting the big steering wheel behind his Maserati. And then it was the turn of Sarah Bovey, who almost got a second chance, didn't she? We had a piece of bodywork fly off the lister. She was then have to push back down the hill, but she still did a decent job. And even James Wallace, he spent a long time on the grass. Maybe he spent a bit more time on the grass than he did off, but he was our GT winner.
He was indeed, and we've seen such a lovely mixture of machinery, some great onboard shots as well. Jake Hill was very impressive, as we can imagine, always doing a fine job. Greg Murphy was doing some good performance as well, both of them battling away in class. And then we moved up into the production road car class. The Alpine was setting some good pace, but what was really surprising in a way, not so surprising, the Koenigsegg, because the Koenigsegg, it might be a production road car, but I tell you, it's immensely powerful, loads of downforce, very, very rapid indeed, set one of the fastest overall times, so fabulous to see. That lovely modified XJS, and then Scott Speed putting his efforts in. As we know, he ran wide a few times, but managed to get over the line. But nobody quite managed to beat Romain Dumas, because as ever in the Ford Super Truck, Dumas set the pace.
That by a little bit.
Show off.
Damon?
Martin?
What are you doing here? Hello, Leah. Right, you two, get off my track.
Is she ready?
All ready to go. This is quite a thing. Wow, exciting to see it here.
It is.
Are
you ready to take it for a spin?
Yeah, it's going to be amazing seeing it in action at Festival Speed. I can't wait. But hey, let's see what it does. Let's see what it does now.
Let's do it.
Tight, three right. Straight for hairpin left. Yeah, it was pretty good, but hey, why don't we have another go?
Right on.
So much to do, so much to see, so much to smell. And the day carries on, and we've had the most amazing sights, the Ford Supervans across the ages going up through the tech range to entertain all of us, and so many places where the people were applauding the greats. We've had the world champions, 7 of them up on the balcony, the most exquisite array of cars. And it's just great when you see the right drivers back in the vehicles with which they made their names and landed their titles. The crowd have been so fantastic. All the drivers comment about everything they've seen so far. One of the most spectacular things of all was the first of those timed laps, and it was a quick one. Let's ride on board with the driver tipped for the top. Romain Dumas, the Ford F-150 Lightning super truck, and Lightning by name, Lightning by nature. The first 2 corners, you can hear the electric motors squealing away, winding it up the pace. The house is just a blur on the left-hand side. This is the view from the driver's cockpit. The little kick to the right coming up now, just before Moulcombe, and then suddenly that left-hander cut the corner a little bit, go into the shade. That's a little bit tricky. Now getting the power down. So much power, 2,000 horsepower, up towards the flint wall. Where is it? Where is it? Deep in the shade. Going to the right, going to the left, back into the sunshine, and then the dust will come from the rally stage in a minute, but Romain does not lift. He's guiding this truck faster and faster. Target maybe about 44 seconds. 45 is quick. Could he go faster through the final chute? Bump he goes. 43.5 seconds. 96 miles an hour across the finish line. Job done. He's building to something even quicker tomorrow. One more chance in the morning, the big one in the afternoon. But I think we need to find out what has been happening with David Green down on the Cartier Style Lux lawn. This was yesterday afternoon, and he went down looking for the finest vehicles he could find, and he ended up with the Transits.
Well, we're here on Goodwood's Cartier Style Lux lawn, and this is really the beauty pageant of automotive glory here at the Festival of Speed. You just saw a Bugatti Veyron there, 20 years since the Veyron started, and it's all about these exquisite, well-preserved, well-presented vehicles that get judged by the likes of Sir Jonas Van Ive, Mark Newson, 1931 Invicta here, and it's the sort of cars we like to see here that get judged on how well they've been restored, prepared, retained. But we've got something special this year, something very special, I think, and I love it. We're bringing a van category into the Cartier Style Lux, and not just any van. I would say this is arguably the birth of a cultural icon. This has, or can lay claim to be, the first white van. Peter, tell us all about this marvellous vehicle.
It's a 1965 pre-production van that was used at Langley, which is a plant near Heathrow Airport that's long gone now.
And you found this car and you realised that this van might just be the first white Transit.
Yes, it was in a film called The New Avengers with loads of stars. It was a Hollywood movie.
People like Uma Thurman?
Uma Thurman, Ranulph Fiennes, Sean Connery, James Bond drove it.
He drove it?
Yeah, he did drive it, yeah.
And tell me about it. Come around, show me this beautiful thing. It's so nice.
V4 engine, which is 1700. Also came in 2 litre. It's got bits on it that shouldn't be on it. It's got sort of Thames 400E brake parts. It's got door locks that were on Zephyr, Ford Zephyrs at the time. And what they did, it was actually a prototype to do wind testing up and down the A2.
It doesn't look very aerodynamic.
It was aerodynamic compared to the bricks that were on the road before this came.
And the crucial thing is they realised that a white van might hold its temperature a bit better than a black van, because we didn't really see them before that time, did we?
No.
So this was the birth of the original white van.
Yeah, it was an accident. The guy that was actually engineering it and designing it was in Portugal with the van. He leant on the bonnet with his clipboard and it was warm. But the next van he did was black. They got a thermometer out and they stuck it on the bonnet and they realised that the black vans were 8 degrees higher than the white vans, even though they'd been in the sun for the same amount of time.
It's an incredible story, and what I love is how well you've restored this place. It's absolutely fantastic.
Yes, it's a labour of love. It took a long, long time to do. I worked on the line at Langley for a number of years.
So you know your stuff?
I don't pretend to know everything about the Transit, because I think that's impossible. It's 60 years old this year, but I know a fair bit.
Well, we're celebrating 60 years of Transit, and we're celebrating an immaculate restored original white van on the Cartier Steely Lux lawn. Who would have ever thought it?
Beyond my dreams.
Fantastic work. We love it.
Thank you.
Sweet success, bitter failure. We've tasted it all. Honda will keep pushing limits to the extreme. This dream, now ours, will endure forever.
The power of dreams, how we move you.
You found it then?
Of course I did. Good boy.
With eBay Assured Fit, find the right parts for your car just by entering your reg. eBay, things people love.
Well, great to come back from hearing from our man with the van, David Green, on the Cartier Steely Lux lawn. Now, we've got 2 batches for you. Batch 1, which is the winning formula, which is covering a huge array of cars. And across the years, and we move through rally cars, we've got the drift cars, and all sorts of other things, and the bikes as well from Batch 2. So we've got a real panoply of machinery, but we're starting with a couple of cars quite hard to discern. These are the Toyota concept cars. One has a large wing, one does not. We don't really know what's under the hood. They still won't tell us. We've had the thumb screws out, but you can sort of feel that maybe a GT3 version is lurking beneath the camo livery. I think the camo livery would go quite well on some of your drifters, Jared.
Absolutely. The Dazzle camo, it's just that. It's camouflage. I know my man Larry Chen. I don't know if you guys know Larry Chen. He's been over there, spent a lot of time. He is really trying to dissect this thing. He broke out a scalpel knife, and I think he's really just trying to figure it out because he wants one. I know Ryan Turk was saying, I've heard a lot about this, but again, mum is the word.
Well, I think with Ryan's display this morning, Toyota will be gobbling him up and getting him in any one of their machinery. Just can't wait till the drifters go up. I mean, this morning I'm still popping and banging from that. James Hayden, motorbike superstar, me just a bloke in the commentary box, and Jared, we all just paused for a moment when Ryan Turk was super sideways into the flint ball, but just missed it.
Yeah, I mean, it was just the most wonderful bit of control. It was just visually stunning. We all held our breath, and he just gathered it and carried it through beautifully.
You guys,
it was wonderful.
Sorry to cut you off, and juxtapositional and contradictory, or just I'm at a loss for words, because just being the American big Neanderthal that I am, coming in here, and you guys speak the Queen's language, I speak American, you know, and I'm just so proud to be here and put on a show for you guys, and just again put an exclamation point on some fantastic driving. I went down to Ryan Turk and I talked to him about it. He hadn't even seen the footage. He's like, was I that close? I said, yeah. I said, you caught the attention of the whole announcer's booth, a lot of the fans. Talked to James Dean and his entry, and he what you call linked the whole track. That means at angle the entirety of the hill. Chris Forsberg, he took it hard in the hay bale. That thing stitched up, ready to go. He had a control arm up. It was welded. It's ready to go. He put the knuckle back on. The other guys, Mad Mike, he blew a line. It was just a water line, so it wasn't oil, so it wasn't slick. He stuck his head out because of the steam was created in the cockpit. Overall, just I mean, between that of course, just all the drivers, and thank you guys so much for having us.
Well, it's part of the show, and really what a show it is, and it's been watched globally, enormous figures ever since we started streaming. But the diversity, suddenly here we are just before the start looking at the car that won the 1985 Indianapolis 500 with the driver still looking great, Danny Sullivan. And what a story for him, because this was a car with Danny fighting for the lead. He went into a massive spin. I mean, talk about making your tyres square. Luckily, then a flag was thrown, came in, replaced them, fought his way back through, and took his one and only win in the Indy 500. It was the story. He thought it was the biggest fail of his life, but it just came good. These are the stories. This is the winning formula category. So it's a real sort of mixture, is a bowl of delight, but so many machines from so many shapes and sizes.
Also, I got to add in here, we're looking in the cockpit of an all-American NASCAR, but that's a Kiwi behind the wheel. That's Mad Mike Wadette. Mad Mike Wadette is piloting this thing, and he said, I got my Lightning McQueen moment. He's out here, you know, and he's behind the wheel of a NASCAR. He just most recently drove it in Austria. Don't tell anybody, but he broke the gearbox. He found reverse on the straightaway. But regardless, he had a lot of fun, and now here he is behind the wheel of that. There is his FD-RX-7, his tried and true, the Humble, the vehicle that took him to a 2019 Formula Drift Japan Championship, but he's doing double duty here on the hill today. I gotta tell you, it's so great to be back here selfishly, but I've met so many friends, new and old, that said Goodwood is something special. I saw, you know, your grace earlier. I said thank you so much for having me and us and we, because this is just a party and everybody's invited, and those that are watching around the globe, including my wife and son back in the States, everybody's waking up back on the West Coast time. They're tuning in, and I'm sure you're getting DMs and everybody's sliding those DMs. Everybody's just, there's a fervor, man. That Goodwood is something special. There's nothing else like it. I'm going to go on record. This is the best motorsports and automotive event in the world. It is just electric.
And it's when you see people wherever they are in the world saying, I've suddenly seen what you do, I've heard you talking, but it's just every time you look, there's another mixture. You walk around the paddock, you bump into unexpected people, you look through the doors of the cars and people who aren't NASCAR drivers, Mike Wadette, sitting on board. It's about chopping and changing.
Yeah, I mean, the variety, isn't it? Whether it's Formula One, whether it's drifting, whether it's motorcycles, it's rally driving, it's just
mono wheel.
Mono wheel. He's literally got everything, the supercars, the brand new stuff, the first glance. There really is something for everyone.
Okay, this is the Toyota GT Concept Road and Race. See if you can discern the difference, but also keep your ears peeled and see if you can sort of discern what is it under the hood, that big long hood. Rumble, rumble, rumble. We don't know it's going to be a Toyota. Is it going to be a GR? Is it going to be a Lexus? But we're fairly sure when you look at the second one, it is going to go racing.
Yes. Again, another testimonial to how special Goodwood is. You know, the first look. I remember being here a few years prior and just seeing vehicles for the first time. And as you said, Bruce, basically you can't talk about this. This is a car that doesn't exist like this. It's just something that's just an anomaly. It exists in that Dazzle camo, and it's something special. Toyota has done so much for motorsports, and I love the whole GR effort. From something like a Yaris to a Corolla to Rally to something like this.
They're stretching the range, and it's not just first glance. It's not just launches. We're first glance at the prototype. This is where we're at now. We're defining it now. The Yaris, super dynamic in any form, but when you get it in the WRC1 trim, it's extraordinary. Listen, look, watch that slide. The drivers are simply sensational. Jari Matti Latvala, no, he's not lost control. He's fully in control. That was Danny Sullivan's spin. Indianapolis reincarnated.
That was lovely, wasn't it?
Styles for miles, as they say, and again, I'm hearing murmurs, and it is true. WRC is coming to the States. WRC is coming as recent as 2026, for sure, at least 2027. Super excited about that.
That is massive news, because it's always been a bit of a shortfall for the United States. That did have rallies back in the late 70s, early 80s, but to have it back in the biggest market in the world, I think that's phenomenal news. Right, waiting on the start line, waiting for the trigger. The arm will go up, the car will take off, and the array of machinery. This is a car that doesn't go racing. It goes dominating. Over hills, over sand, down in the dip, but the suspension is absolutely key, and the acceleration ain't too shabby either.
I met this young man earlier in the driver's lounge, Seth Piquero. He's from San Diego, California, from my neck of the woods in Southern California, and I know he wants to put smiles on faces, but this thing is a weapon. You know, the Hilux Toyota iconic, again, another of that GR stable, the Red Bull vehicle here, and we know how capable these trucks are, and it's just really cool to see this young man, go from the desert to Dakar. That's such a grand stage.
But this is one of these vehicles, when it's competing in the Dakar, how many people get to see it? But when you put it in front of a really plugged-in motorsport audience here, this hub of motor racing, and people get up close and they look at the technology involved in the suspension movement, the travel and everything, and then just the sheer height. And this is what it's about. It's about coming to an event like the Festival of Speed and seeing things you've not seen before, or almost more importantly, not heard before. That's such a visceral, strong element of the game.
And the Dakar Rally is just such a menacing beast. It's shifted gears. I mean, that's a true testimonial to not only the machine, but the man behind the wheel. And that just keeps bearing repeat. And obviously, you're the two-wheel guy there, James. And I think the sidecars, and what do they call the co-pilot that's on the motor?
Passenger.
The passenger. Because in BMX, they call them the monkey, where they jump over. they do call them that, where they go on the pedal bikes, and they call them that. So I wanted to see if that was applicable as well.
We actually call them the unimaginative. There you go.
The ballast.
Well, this is Ben Birchall and Paddy Rosney. So Ben, four-time world champion. He's had 14 TT wins, and he really is going for it here. He's on an LCR Honda, sort of CBR 600 engine in it. It's the short chassis, the Formula 2 bikes, and as you can see, he is really flying up the hill. And you can't believe how physical it is being a passenger as well. People think you just hang on, but you're moving, the G on your arms, you accelerate, as it slides, you've got to weight it, you've got to get over it, keep that wheel down, keep the balance going, and it's a really impressive thing. Now, here we go. We've had this balcony moment yesterday. It is, of course, the four-time World Superbike champion, Carl Fogarty. Brilliant to see Carl here, really emotional on the balcony yesterday, and what a career this man had. He had just, he did so much for the sport, and it's brilliant. He's on his 1994 Ducati. He won the World Championship on this motorcycle. Beautiful, the Ducati 916, and he really helped build the Ducati legacy. He had 59 World Superbike wins, 109 podiums, 21 poles, 48 fastest laps, and of course those 4 amazing World Championships.
It was phenomenal, but the weird thing for me is just how many years have passed since that day. It just still seems almost so the paint's wet on the bike still, but maybe I'm starting to lose it a bit.
Yeah, and you listen to that lovely V-twin rumble that only these Ducatis have, and there's just a really wonderful selection of them here this weekend as Carl gives it some coming up the hill. And now we've got the Kawasaki, the ZX-10R. Again, this is another sort of world superbike. They won the world champ, dominated through the sort of the two-hole. 2013, Tom Sykes won it. Then 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. It was won by Jonathan Ray on this bike. So this is one of Tom Sykes' bikes. This is a 2010 version. It is like the inline 4,000cc, giving about 205, 210 brake horsepower then. And obviously Sykes really did so much of the legwork, so much of the groundwork in getting this bike to then just dominate for nearly a decade in World Superbikes. It really did a great job. He also lost out in the championship by just half a point as well in 2012, and much to his disappointment. But lovely to see the Kawasaki come up there in World Superbike spec.
Yeah, no, I love that crisp Kawasaki green. I love a livery, but if it can last through the ages, and then some bikes it suits better, some cars it suits better, but I love the history. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, here we got one of the Paget's Fireblades, so I'm just seeing that sort of come out there. And again, I mean, Paget's synonymous with racing in our country. They've done so much for it. They've had teams in Grand Prix, teams in Superbikes, teams in British Championship, and this is a 2011 Fireblade, and lovely to see it here. Obviously, it was a great TT. They had on this exact bike in 2011. John McGuinness ran it. He ran away with the Superbike TT, and then he had a massive battle with Guy Martin in the senior, and he just won that too. So two TT wins in 2011 on this Fireblade. Again, sort of an inline 1000cc 4-cylinder. And the Honda's a big D-bike to beat. Now we've got Sam Sunderland. Now this is he's on the Red Bull Triumph 1200 Rally Explorer, and this man, I mean, you're thinking, well, how come he's riding that? Well, I tell you how come he's riding that. The two-time Dakar champion is going to do the fastest, well, go for the record to do the fastest ever circumnavigation of the world on a motorbike, and that requires him to go more than 1,000 miles a day for 19 days. He crosses 5 continents, 13 time zones, 15 countries, and he is going to have to use all his skill to do that.
When does it start? When he gets to the top of the hill tomorrow, he'll just keep on going, and he'll head a bit to the right, go east, cross the channel. But wow, what a trip, and I'm really going to enjoy following that on social media.
It starts in September. You can watch it all on Red Bull TV and follow him and get behind the Brit, because it's an amazing thing he's doing. Now we're going back in time a little bit to the earliest, the bike in many ways that started the big adventure thing. And this is the 1985 Paris-Dakar winner, and the GS, they became from this. We saw it, we've seen a bit of this over the weekend. It looks wonderful in that 1980s Marlboro colour scheme, beautifully restored, and you can see it popping the wheelie. It's got that absolutely, just the iconic BMW Boxer engine that they're synonymous with, and they dominated. They won it in 84 on the A70, then they won it in 85 on this, and they were the team to beat in Paris-Dakar for a long while. And now we're coming back to the more recent sort of Dakar bikes. This is the Honda CRF 450, and this is Ricky Brabec, the American. He won the Dakar in 2020 and 2024. And this guy has got some real skills as well, and it's great to see him. And Honda, who hadn't won it for about 30 years, they won it with Ricky in 2020, and then they've won it 3 times in these last few years. They've really got it right. This, what started as a motocross bike, the CRF 450, an enduro bike, but they changed it. It's got this huge fuel tank, obviously the aerodynamics, it's got a slightly different torque curve, and it's a real weapon in the Dakar and enduros around the world.
Right, the big question, you're talking great expertise. Have you ridden a bike like this?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've not ridden the Dakar one, but I've ridden I used to own the CRF 450 motocross version, and I've still got a few motocross bikes, CR500s. I've got KTM 450s. It's my sort of thing these days.
Let's screws back on Bruce. What have you ridden lately? About 40 years ago.
My back hurts just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this is this is great. This is Carlos Checa. Great to see Carlos Checa. He was the 2011 World Superbike champion, the first champion in World Superbikes from Spain, and he's riding a 2010 Ducati 1198 RS, giving it some nice wheelies for everyone. And Carlos Checa, really lovely chap. Oh, little lock of the rear brake as he came in there. So he's not been. I think he's only been up the one run this morning, Carlos. So. Really lovely chap, had a great season. And now we're going completely contemporary. This is Davey Todd. He's on the latest version of the BMW M1000 RR. This is his own team. He's running alongside Peter Hickman in the British Superbike Championship and in the TT. He's just come back from the Southern 100 races in Ireland. They finished yesterday. He was winning out there on it. And he really is, the talent on the roads. And you can see, these BMWs knocking out about 220 brake horsepower. But the aerodynamics on these now, they really are changing. They've got about 60 kilos of downforce going through that front end at high speed. And then we go back in time to 1995. And this is the Rotary Norton that Ian Simpson won the British Championship on, and dominated that year. The team took 14 wins, finished first and third in the championship, and that was the best and last kind of evolution of this Rotary Norton. Unfortunately, after that, it couldn't be homologated anymore. But this was the most sorted version of the bike, and it was an absolute weapon. There was nothing quite like it, nothing like the sound. Now we're going to the one and only John McGuinness, and John, what a legend he is. I know that's a word used a lot, but in his case, it definitely counts. And John's had the most magnificent career. And this bike is a very special bike. This is a 2022 Honda Fireblade that Honda themselves gave to John in recognition of his 100th TT start, and the fact that John has won so many races. He's won 23 TT races, and he's won 12 TT races on different iterations of the Honda Fireblade. And if anyone's seen a TT before, you'll know what that means.
Those numbers are just so gargantuan, I really struggle to get my head around. But then you talk to John, see the glint in his eye and go, yeah, I reckon so.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. He's a wonderful guy, great rider. Now, we were talking about Carl Fogarty earlier. Back in the 2002, for the next 4 or 5 years, Carl became a team manager. It was a team that I rode for myself for 2 years in the World Championship, and these were the results. The Foggy Patronus, as they're known, they were a triple, reverse cylinder triple. So they've got that quite unique sort of sound. They raced in World Superbikes, and you don't see these too often. So they had to build 150 to be homologated, and most of them kind of sort of almost went back to Malaysia, back to Petronas. So you just don't see a lot of these motorcycles out there. This is the road-going version, one of the 150 that was homologated, hand built. It was a homologation special. So yeah, it was a bike that I remember very well.
It's got the Lanzati plate on it. What's the significance of that? Because I was just spending some time over there, and I don't know if you saw the McLaren there with the F1 kind of cockpit. What's the relationship there?
Sorry, I missed the
plate right there on the...
Yeah, because actually this was one of the... So they were race bikes, but to get it into the World Championship, you had to build 150 road-going ones.
They built them.
Right, yeah, exactly that. So that was what that was to do with. And now we're going for one of the actual... This first glance, this is BMW really throwing some stuff at it. This is a complete one-off. It's based kind of loosely on their M1000 RR Superbike, but with kind of no holds barred, no expense barred, the most beautiful carbon bodywork, exaggerated extra winglets, different aerodynamics. It's got a full carbon swinging arm. It's got a full World Superbike engine in it, so it's pushing on 240 brake horsepower. It's got World Superbike slick tyres, the latest MotoGP nickel-plated monoblock Brembo calipers. The thing's an absolute weapon. And
let him go, Bruce. Let him go. So it's a road bike. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, well, it's just great to see it out there. And now we're kind of going back in time a little bit here. We're going back to see some of the what have we got here? Yeah, so this is, well, it's great to see. So this is the Moriwaki Monster, and we're taking it back in time. This was the bike that really Wayne Gardner sort of made his career on. He won the 1981 Suzuka 8 Hour on this bike. He was 4th in Daytona, and it really launched his career. It was, you know, you see it now and you kind of look at it and you're like, wow, you know, that is you know, based on a CB 750, and it's, you know, great to see these sort of old bikes sort of running up with so much history, and they were the precursors to the super bikes that we're looking at now. So it's you know, good to see the CB 750 that we've just seen going up with Wayne Gardner, the AMA bike, and then this Morawaki monster. Like I say, the Suzuka 8 Hour winner. Lovely to see these. Just, you can see how much they've evolved over the years.
Now, longer distance bike race, you talk about the 8 hours at Suzuka. What's on the calendar at the moment where you go for more than an hour or two?
Well, of course, you've got like the World Endurance Championship, so you've got the Le Mans 24 Hour, you've got the Bowl d'Or, we have the Suzuka 8 Hour, so we have an endurance championship for motorcycles. You know, I've done the 24 Hour myself. You know, it's physical.
You're looking good on it. You've recovered.
Yeah, it's a proper slog. And but great to see. Now this is going back to the early bikes. This is Ducati 888. Again, sort of just at the start of Ducati's start of the whole journey into superbikes. So the Ducati, this is Falappa's bike from 1993, and you can see just a slightly different style. The 916 was the bike that replaced this. So this was the early bike. This was the bike that Foggy got his first wins on as a privateer, and it really just. At this stage, you know, Ducati were just getting their name back into superbikes, and this is really the Ducati that started that superbike legacy.
Yeah, and also talking about Foggy, he was never backwards in coming forwards. He just arrived, didn't he? Bam, I'm on the scene, and then the world title.
Well, he bought one of these from the factory as a privateer, and I went that year to Donington with my dad to watch him. He won both races, and the Ducati factory went, "Oh, this guy looks pretty handy," and signed him up. So it was, this is like I say, it's a bike that you could also. Ducati have always been very good at that. You've been able to buy, you know, if you've got the money to buy a really good package directly from the factory to go racing, which is which is obviously, you know, lovely as a privateer. Now we're moving forward slightly. This is a 2002 Ducati 998, so the third evolution of the 916. Again, it's 998cc. It is that Ducati V twin, and you know, this was when Troy Bayliss really started coming on the scene. Obviously, Carl had retired from Ducati, so Troy Bayliss was coming in. You know, he was starting to make his name then. And then we've got this absolutely outrageous monowheel. I know it's one of your favourites.
It truly is. It's just something unique. I like the quirkiness. I don't know if you can only hear my voice, but you haven't seen me for those that are just listening. And I like quirky, man. That's where I live. I like unique cars. I love wagons. I love estates, and I love funky machines. This is just something like, again, straight out of South Park, like I said, and this is something quite unique. And what's crazy to me is they're trying to hit triple digits in this thing.
That's right.
It only goes halfway up the hill, hitting 89 miles per hour. I've listened to you guys well enough.
I'm impressed.
And it's trying to go for triple digits in a straight line. I sure do hope so. We need more of a sidewall. Maybe get a different tire. I don't know, but regardless, I'm here for it. Where's the popcorn?
Well, exactly. I look at it and I think how, and then moments later I think why, and then I think how
Why
fast?
not?
Why not? Exactly.
Yeah, why
Going that
not?
route.
Yeah, and you can see just how small that little contact patch is on the tyre. And as we've just mentioned there, 89 mile an hour is their record so far. They keep sort of changing it, keep improving it. And cornering, as you see, you just want a little bit of support, a little bit of help. Fancy it, Bruce?
Not as such.
Well,
Give me the trail bike.
I think there's a height limit. You're too tall to ride.
Yeah,
You're too tall to ride. You might get a haircut. I mean, look at that wig right there.
About
I mean,
time.
it's not a wig. It's just a figure of speech. But I think you might get a haircut if you don't have a helmet on.
That'll be all right then.
But it's obviously got hardly any friction here. It's only got a little 40 brake horsepower sort of electric engine, and to get it up to that speed sort of already. This is where they sort of come in and come off the track. But really a very inventive, very unusual thing, and wonderful to see.
And I feel like if you have something in your pocket, you might fall over as well, because of the lean right there, you can see him skitching in, throwing some sparks. Stay away from the hay bales, because we saw hay bale catch fire yesterday. Make sure the one wheel doesn't catch fire as well.
Yeah, we certainly would. It'd be off the bottom of the boots there, just sparking away, the little metal plates underneath, and clearly when it gets to corners, because it doesn't corner, the foot needs to go down. Don't want to wear through the shoe, but in it goes. Ray Newell, our hats, which we're not wearing, have been doffed to you. Garrett's got a hat on, of course.
Cover my big wig as well.
So something different, something that really makes you think, how does it work? And you know, the beauty of the Festival of Speed, you'll see machinery from over a century, and the eccentric definitely has a place here as well.
Oh, it does, and that, you know, just such a variety. And now here we are, you know, back to 1985.
Back to 1985, and Danny Sullivan, actually, his early days in racing, he came over to race in the UK. The Kentucky Kid was the nickname. Raced in Formula One, won a non-championship race for Tyrrell at Brands Hatch. But his biggest win, of course, was on home ground. But the fact he had a 360 rotation at about 180 miles an hour, maybe closer to 200, and got away with it. Not only that, did he not stuff it into the wall and get himself out of the race. He got into the pits, replaced the tyres, went out and overtook no less a figure than Mario Andretti to take the victory. An astonishing story. The car built in the UK by March, the engine built in the UK by Cosworth, but the All-American star in the All-American race. It was a fabulous story, and it's brilliant to have him here this weekend.
Speaking of All-American, the only thing American about this vehicle is under the hood. It's got an LS with a single turbo. This is Bagsy, Steve Baggioni. He is a Brit driving a JDM car with an American heart. The pounding of the LS motor, 7-liter, single turbo. This is a smoke machine, but there's no magic here. Only on the fever lever as he runs through the gears here in front of the Goodwood house. Throws a little bit of dirt up there in your face, just like we did earlier this weekend in the GRRC. People look like antiques, look like statues out in front. They have their tuxedos on, and we gave them a little bit of a souvenir, but it's a little dirt and a rock chip.
You know, it's an honor. It's like people getting covered in dust by the rally stage. You come here to be part of the show.
Absolutely. It's like the splash zone. You know, you go to SeaWorld, Shamu, boom. You get a little water. You get a little, you know, not only do you get a Goodwood pin, a t-shirt, a hat, be sure to go by the Goodwood shop, either here or online. Go to goodwoodshop.com. I'm joking, but go.
They're selling dust by the bag? Let's go and get some.
Hey, easy, easy. It's a family show. All right, so here we go. Talking about Axle Turbo there in that rotary-powered Volvo. Yeah, that's right. I said rotary-powered Volvo estate wagon. Like I said, I like funky. So why not throw a Wankel under the hood of a grocery getter? He's on the left-hand side. The Sunoco vehicle comes up the hill, and he was very clinical earlier. You know, obviously we progressed and ramped up earlier in our demo, so why not throw this big wagon here, carbon Kevlar, under the graphics, under the livery. This is the same gentleman that really offended some more people last year with a rotary-powered Corvette. So why not double down with a little bit of IKEA Swedish meatball with a little bit of rotary? Axle Turbo, there you have it. I just looked at a video he had on his Instagram. It has 1.8 million views on a video where he's emulating I don't know if you've seen the video of the Southeast Asian boy on the rowboat doing a little dance. Well, he's doing it on the roof of that vehicle. So take a look at Axle.Turbo. Speaking of turbo, this 3S GTE Toyota Stout, Ryan Turk absolutely blew you guys away and blew away the fans. Well done. And you had a moment, you said something about Ayrton Senna, comparing that to this, and that experience earlier. Flint Wall is unforgiving, and so is Ryan Turk on the pedal, on the go fast pedal on the right-hand side. What do you got?
I'm going to breathe heavily now. I'm going to get the air into my lungs because I'm going to be holding my breath when he approaches the Flint Wall, and I may let it out when we get to the top. The most impressive drive I've seen in years and years of the Goodwood Festival of Speed. I thought it was in the wall. Coming to the danger zone now. Breathe heavily. Breath in.
There we go. It's like Jacques Cousteau over here. Bruce comes in, and look, we pan over to the Ford Mustang. What happens TBD here at Goodwood? But James the Machine Dean, multiple champion in the States in Formula Drift, multiple Drift Master champion. He is a champion in Saudi Arabia, unarguably probably the best drifter in the world, and just does it with such grace, with such kindness, with such attitude. But guess what? When the gloves come on, you know, the mouth guard goes in, and it is all go, no show. So James the Machine Dean, an absolute weapon. Ryan Turk, as we go on past, James Dean passes us. We're seeing the Ioniq 6. Now this is a development of a vehicle from the Hyundai camp. Now this gentleman drifts in Korea, drifts in Asia. This vehicle has been in development for quite some time, so really excited to see how this progresses from a drift standpoint. It says drift spec. This is a one-off, very unique vehicle. It's underneath, not dazzle camo, but underneath the shroud up until Thursday on its first demonstration here on the hill.
It looks like a stealth car, but there's nothing stealthy about it. I've spotted it coming.
And you can hear it, but only the squeal of the tires, because it sounds a little bit of a little Control-Alt-Delete, it being EV. You hear just the squealing of the tires, and not only were they not tuning it, but they're tuning the audio of it, because as you say, it's a tactile experience, the emotion of grabbing the wheel, grabbing, you know, save the manuals, as they say, right? But the pedals, all of that experience, because EV, it's about an on-off switch. So, you know, I think a clutch kick is something that's very standard in the automotive culture. This vehicle, very cool. Shout out to my boy Daniel Arsham. He's from the States. He painted this vehicle for a Team Okazawa, or didn't paint it, but designed it. Again, Daniel Arsham, a noted designer, as well as he partakes in the Goodwood Revival show as well. But very cool vehicle, this Team Ikuzawa.
It really is, and I love the connection. Tetsuo Ikuzawa, father of Team Ikuzawa, raced over here as a Japanese racer in the late 60s, early 70s. He was a pioneer in so many ways. And listening to his daughter describe the painting of this car, the styling of the car, and it was great to see other people getting it going. The 904 Carrera, such a pretty little car before the 911 came to be, and then of course the 911 landed and has been continuing to land ever since. But when sports cars race in all sorts of classes, this wasn't one of the big thumpers up the front. This was in the classes, but it put down the markers for Porsche at Le Mans. You know what happened? They've only won the event 19 times outright since then. So from small acorns, but very pretty acorns. So great to have that 904 Carrera here. Just going up to the top of the hill. Unfortunately, at this point, not too much dust coming off the off-road arena, and certainly from the rally stage as well. It's been super dry here for weeks on time, so the rally cars going in the woods just to the right-hand side of our shot here as the Porsche just goes up through that final sweep into the dark, the gloom of the finish straight, and they've got a long run out between the straw bales. And here, of course, the driver is sitting down so low, the straw bales are up above their head height, but then they'll come out into the sunshine at the top, and that, of course, is now probably still swathed in tyre smoke, because the Drift Boys have arrived not a while ago and will have been doing their donuts. Course looking fantastic late on this Saturday afternoon, so it looks as though we may have something just a little bit holding us up down at the bottom. But that was David Clark taking the Porsche Carrera up. Of course, he owns that car, and it's prepared by Jota, his team from near Tunbridge Wells. And now, drawing the breath. Red 5.
You can finally breathe. You can finally breathe.
Finally breathe. And it was just fantastic to have the array of 7 Formula 1 world champions up on the balcony. But this time it's Riccardo Patrese, Nigel Mansell's teammate in that outstanding season of 1992. The battling and the cars for people of a certain age just look right. Those big, huge rear tyres, remarkably simple aerodynamics, but you know, sometimes someone gets it in the sweet spot. Don't forget, Patrick Head masterminded all of this, and Frank Williams steered the ship. And Riccardo Patrese and Nigel Mansell, they steered the cars, and certainly this gave British motorsport a massive boost. James, you'll have remembered all the adulation from the newspapers, and they had their heroes in our man, our Nigel Mansell.
Well, absolutely, and again, you know, it was one of those drivers who just gave everything. You know, people got behind him, and as you say, it was just a very special part of Formula One. There's lots of those over the years, I get that, but you know, he just had this moment, and certainly if you're, as you say, whatever age you are, you just remember that.
Yeah, and it was just so magical this afternoon with all the 7 world champions and Bernie Eccleston up being interviewed on the balcony in front of Goodwood House, and the affection, everybody who's paid a tribute here. Foggy yesterday, yes. The love that comes up. I mean, you know, sometimes when you lose your mojo, when you're not competing anymore, doing what you're good at, you know, my career as a concert pianist, it's done, it's dust. But come the winter, we move on to spring, we go racing again, we go rally again. And for fans of rally, this is special. 30 years on from Colin McRae, landing that World Rally title. Like Nigel Mansell, promoting Formula 1 around the world, but particularly in the UK. This man, this Flying Scot, he did it all.
He did, and it's, we get to have so many of his cars here, and just the cars that just synonymous with him, with rallying, with Colin, and a million copies over the years in whatever country you're from, whether it be the gold wheels or the sticker kit. You know, and it launched that real arms race here between manufacturers as well, which was
yeah. And what gets lost is the fact until Subaru started doing the rally, these were utilitarian cars found on farms, and then, you know, I can't think of a marque or a manufacturer that suddenly had a transformation like they did, and it's carried on to this day.
Yeah, Subaru has just such a, even in the States now, has a ravenous fan base. You know, you look at something like Project Midnight with Scott Speed, you know, putting the arches on it, just really putting the steroids on it, on the vehicle, right? And again, the blue, the floral yellow, as you say, the livery, but the capabilities of the vehicle back in the day, from the RS in the States, just speak on behalf of North America, you know, and then seeing the WRX, even in wagon form. I had an 03 WRX wagon, and those are even funky and fun, but capable. That Boxer engine had a signature note as well.
Oh, does it ever? And you still hear it ring out now on some of the evenings or very early in the morning when people are going out, when the roads are clear and getting a bit of progress. Right, of course, Colin also competed for other manufacturers, including the Blue Oval, and for Ford, he was in there pitching. Rallying is never in a state of stasis. It's always in a time of flux, whether it's a new technology coming in, new drivers coming in, but just Colin kept on hitting the front. It didn't matter what he was in, he would drive it at, you know, when people say 11 tenths, no, it was 10 tenths. And of course, I still feel for his co-drivers. Now, Colin rates many things, but actually this is full touring car time, and I've just looked at the helmet on board. One of your men, 250 and 350cc champion in the past, Johnny Cecotto, came across, hit the ground running in single-seaters, had an accident at Brands Hatch, really didn't do a great deal of good to his legs, but came back in touring cars and just won event after event, and one of the nicest people I've ever met in motorsport.
Yeah, and he just, obviously he got his own E30 M3 in the end as well. They've become exceptionally collectible, and yeah, boy could he drive, and boy could he ride. Yeah, he was fantastic on the two-strokes back then.
And actually, when he was racing 250 and 350, he was one of the really young ones. It was before the time of, you know, teenagers have done it all by 20.
No, that's right. He was a kind of exception to that. He just came in and he just had such a natural feel, such a natural talent, and that transfer doesn't always, but that transferred directly to cars as well, like the great Surtees and some of the other guys that have crossed over.
Yeah, you can imagine they get on skis for the first time ever and just have it cracked by lunchtime, can't you? That sort of gyroscopic, the brilliant balance that all top sports people have. Right, in terms of sound, this one still does it for me. The Sauber Mercedes C11, just listen to that rumble, but it was huge. Disaster at Le Mans in 1955 when the Silver Arrows were going for success. They withdrew immediately, but finally at the end of the 80s they came back, and one of the stars, the friends of Goodwood, Jochen Mass, died just a few months ago. We miss him enormously, but he was involved with the junior team as well. Young Carl Wendlinger, Michael Schumacher also in the team, but Carl is driving the car over the course of this weekend, on and off. But to me, it's the rumble. I love when a top mark comes back and hits the top as they did at Le Mans. Of course, it was a time of flux. You had Jaguar winning before, other people afterwards, but I was really so delighted, not just because the car looked good and it sounded good, it was right for Mercedes to win.
Serendipity.
I can't spell it, but I know what you mean. Right, now, of course, it wasn't just Subarus in rallying. It was, you need a battle. You need the good, the yin and the yang, the good and the bad, and it was Mitsubishi who took them on. And Mitsubishi drove Subaru on, and Subaru drove Mitsubishi on. If you only got the Evo 4, I've got the Evo 6. That was the sort of conversation that went on around the world. And with Tommy Mäkinen doing the winning for Mitsubishi, it was a real gloves-off battle.
You got to think Mitsubishi also did a lot of Dakar efforts as well. You know, I mean, Mitsubishi was a powerhouse at that time, you know, and seeing them kind of make their efforts, and, you know, I mean, shoot, you know, Jackie Chan was sponsored by Mitsubishi back in the day, and Rally Art, what they did. And like you said, it's kind of, you know, we talk about, you know, Ferrari and what they did, right? Ford versus Ferrari, but Subaru versus Mitsubishi, that's a film yet to be created and a story yet to be told.
Yeah, most people were one or the other, weren't they? Either Subaru man or Mitsubishi man when it came to your rally rounds.
A lot of my friends where I was growing up, they were either an Alfa Romeo man or a Lancia man, as we looked at lovely little Italian sports cars, but Lancia really came good with the car. That was the least sleek car I think they ever produced, which was the Delta, but when it became the Delta HF Integrale, oh my word, capability galore.
Yeah, as we just saw it coming past in the Martini colours, and what a car.
Now, riding on board, pitching it into the first corner, the concentration, of course, at this point he's not got trees too much around him, but the rally stages up through the forests, and the Kielder Forest, you think about those, and the Thousand Lakes rally past the lakes in Finland, you know, the concentration always enormous. But you know what, the one who concentrated probably more than anyone else, looked so he concentrated less, Colin McRae, taking the umps sideways, not being square on, landing them, supernatural skill, and that's why it's so brilliant. It's a disaster he's not around with us, but for rally fans, to celebrate Colin's career 30 years on from that world title, it really is very special. Of course, a lot of these cars over the course of the years have been competing on the rally stage at the top of the Goodwood estate, and if you've never been up there, you really should. If you've never been to the event, you really should. It's just brilliant to be able to beam these images out over the world. It means so much for so many people, and far more than we realise here in West Sussex. Getting so much acceleration off the line. Hyundai, they have arrived in the sport. Each year they get better and better. They seem to have this incredible intent that transfers almost directly across into their road car range. I'm talking some of their engineering bigwigs here. There is so much more technology that's in their road car range than we realise as yet. More to be discussed later, but this is a marque that's really made its name with its sort of powder blue livery and the flashes. And that spread the message. What do you want to do? You want to impress everywhere? Go to Pikes Peak. You're doing more than just sticking a big wing on the car, but the Ioniq 5N Pikes Peak, made for purpose, up to over 14,000 feet, and where the air is thin and there are no barriers at the edge of the track.
Behind this wheel, Randy Popes. I don't know if you know that name, but Randy Popes, what a phenomenal driver, and he just does it with a smile. He's like a caricature. He's a cartoon. He's a cartoon, you know, pilot of a vehicle. Saw him, he's like, hey everybody, like he's just a happy-go-lucky. He's a human golden retriever. He just you pat his head.
Slobbery.
Yeah, not slobbery. You give him a treat and he goes off and he plays fetch, but he goes for trophies and goes for podiums. He is an absolute treat and a delight to be around. I had the pleasure of hanging out with him and partying with him late in the night at a Cletus McFarlane event. He does those Crown Vic events, and we were up till 2 in the morning playing ping pong and drinking beers, and he went out and raced the Crown Vic the next day. Didn't have the results he wanted, but he still had a smile on his face. Like I said, a human golden retriever.
So let's take a look back at some of the greats. We saw them on the balcony, and now Alain Prost back in his McLaren MP44, designed to win. Win it did. 16 races, 15 wins. Only one blot on the copybook, but the greatest intra-team battle. Prost versus Senna at McLaren. And the team boss, Ron Dennis, stood back and he didn't interrupt their racing. He said, go at it, and go at it they did. But this car, absolutely exquisite. And it's just brilliant to see Alain Prost reunited. As with so many of these cars, when did you last drive it? When I last got out of it, which was when I finished the championship. But this was a car that was just totally exquisite. And with the Professor, who never looked fast, but the record told you he absolutely was. He controlled his races, he saved his tyres. No wonder he was called the Professor. Brilliant to have him here with this array of 7 world champions up on the balcony early this afternoon. And what I particularly loved, James, was the affection with which they held each other.
Yeah, I mean, that respect, that love, you know, you might be enemies at the time, but, you know, certainly with a few years under the belt. And more importantly, you know, it's a very special thing, you know, for those guys to go up there to be celebrated in this way at this amazing event. It was very touching.
Now, some years, it's, you know, all motorsport is so often down to tiny margins and then delivering those tiny margins advantage that you have. And Williams, they found their advantage for the first time. The early years of ground effect, halfway through 1979, Alan Jones was their lead driver, but Clay Regazzoni delivered and gave the team their first win, fittingly at the British Grand Prix for this most British teams. The rest of 79, Alan Jones cleaned up, and then he went into 1980 and gave Williams their first Drivers' Championship and their first Constructors' Championship. So for Frank Williams, who struggled for years to make his mark, you know, so many attempts, and he wasn't really taken enormously seriously, but as soon as he teamed up with Patrick Head doing design, it was being streamlined. Each year the car was better, and it was so popular. They'd added some huge sponsorship deals, and if it hadn't been for those, that team wouldn't have continued. And then when Alan took the FW07 to the world title in 1980, the affection for the team just absolutely blossomed. And, you know, at that point, Frank Williams goes, you know, I am serious. And from there on, of course, he absolutely was. Someone who wasn't always serious, but always make people laugh, not Johnny Herbert. But he had that natural speed from the moment he got into a car, didn't have family money, but he was so brilliant he got promoted. He is now promoting something else, not himself, he's promoting Lola. Lola, for years, was the largest constructor in the world of competition vehicles. They've had their time down, but Till Bechtel Scheimer has reinvigorated the company. This is their first year competing in Formula E. Johnny Herbert hadn't driven this car till Thursday. He just loves the starts. He stops, he starts, and it's such a novelty. You think of all the cars he raced, analog, and he drove them so superbly. Honestly, if it hadn't been for the foot injuries, he arrived in Formula One sporting after his huge shunt in Formula 3000 at Brands Hatch. That was a world champion in the late 80s. Le Mans, 24 hours. How fragile is your car? Will it get to the end? By the time we got into the 21st century, the cars were becoming much more bulletproof, and this was the moment when Audi really chose to strike. It's 25 years, a quarter of a century. The LMP car still looks crisp, but that was that first win at Le Mans, and many more followed. That was Dindo Capello, or Ronaldo, his mother liked to call him. Now, another make here. We talked of Jota earlier, linked it with that Porsche Carrera, the 904, and they not only ran a privateer Porsche team last year in the World Endurance Championship, but now they're running a works team. It's an incredible accolade for the team that started life running a Honda Prelude in production car racing. And for Sam Hignett, David Clark and the gang, it's remarkable. The Cadillac works deal of this year, I've seldom seen happier faces. Pole position for the Le Mans 24 hours. I saw some sad faces at the start of the year when they were running 1 and 2 in the opening race. There was a restart and car 1 hit car 2. Discussions were had, but anyhow, the differences were put behind them. But we saw this car, or an equivalent V-Series R, at the festival earlier this year, and they weren't hanging around. They're trying to get that mythical lap record that was unofficial, because it was in testing, set by Nelson Piquet in one of the Brabhams we've seen here this weekend, and came very, very close indeed. So a lot of people have a huge amount of time for the Hertz Team Jota squad. Porsches, they stand the test of time. The 911's been competing at the top level for some 60 years. A lot of there's a burgeoning championship for the cars from 1965, such as the popularity. They've been dusted down and brought out on the track. But the GT3R is the model that really is such a global success. The Formula races as the support category to the hypercars at Le Mans in the 24 hours, and many, many GT3 series around the world. The most recent big race was the Spa 24 hours. I'm still bearing the scars of doing the night shift on that one, and I wasn't even driving.
Who's behind the wheel of this vehicle? Do we know, perhaps?
Yeah, looking at that one, it's Karen Gaillard who... hold on, let's double check that one. Yeah, it's Karen Gaillard who competes with Porsche the last handful of years. Has been racing with the Iron Dame squad, and that's such a brilliant initiative. And in years to come, we won't need it as an initiative, because all female drivers will be there entirely on merit. These are on merit. It shouldn't even be a point of discussion. Now, I do love a bit of noise, not just my noise, this noise. This is the V12 noise, Aston Martin noise. Always had a soft spot for Aston Martin. Of course, they laboured away until they finally got their first win at Le Mans in 1959. That was epic, but then they were making a bit of a mess of Formula One. They put the engine at the wrong end, mistake anyone could make. Anyhow, now they're back in Formula One, but now they're back in sports car racing, which to me is the spiritual home of Aston Martin. They make glorious cars for the road, but I think the sports car link is huge, and the V12 engine in that Valkyrie racer is just a treat, a jewel. Audi, we talked about them at Le Mans, and they decided, you know what, I think we'll go race in the States, sell a few cars, and they did it supremely well. They did it in Trans Am, and then they went to the GTO class of IMSA, and a lot of the racers, this was a bit of a mythical car. It popped, it banged, it whistled, and it won events. And that sells cars. And again, the super crisp livery that you had, the Audi Sport livery with the grey, the black, the red, and the white at the background. White actually is the German national racing colour, so it's fitting. Noise and Red Bull, it's your go, Jared.
You know, I said earlier, I mistakenly said Mad Mike was going to do double duty. He texts me right now. He says, it's Patrick, mate. Patrick's going to be driving, saying Mad Mike's going to put an exclamation point on the day. Also, I believe that was Tom Christensen driving the rally car. You got to love that. You know, we had the e-tron earlier. So, yeah, this is Patrick driving behind the wheel of the 87. He is in the NASCAR. This is All-American. They just had their street race in the streets of Chicago a couple weeks ago. It's their third go. Their first one was rain. Supposedly it's gonna, you know, there's murmurs of it coming to the streets of San Diego, California, which would be absolutely amazing. NASCAR just making a lot of waves just over the years, the progression of it. Just overall, the cars are gnarly, you know, it's their spec class. Just, it's really cool to see where NASCAR's at. It's not just about going left, as everybody says. Street racing, the progression of the Evo cars, it's really cool.
Yeah, well, back in the 60s, you see the handful of road races. People like Dan Gurney would turn up and they'd nail it at Riverside. And I love the spread. But what used to amuse me was I had so much respect for NASCAR. 33 championship rounds a year, a couple of non-championship events. Hold on, Formula One, that was 16 rounds a year. Now it's up to 24. Will we get crossover?
Ooh, wow, that'd be amazing.
I hope not.
Speaking of amazing, yeah, here we go. We are taking a look at Mad Mike Woodette. Highlanders 2019. This is Humble. earlier today. He threw some liquids out on the track. Fortunately, it was just water. He broke a water. It looks like he might got a little mist here on his windshield, throwing a little bit of steam there. He's cooking some rice underneath. And then you got to love this thing, the FTRX7. What an iconic chassis. What an iconic driver. Again, thank you to the Duke of Richmond. You know, previously, obviously, Lord assumed the role there many moons ago. A constant spokesperson and just a showman as well. We'll be partying here at the Ball, at the house and behind the house. Fireworks on the track, off the track, the TCP Magic. This vehicle, again, the signature rotary. Mike loves them. He's not exclusive to rotaries, but gosh, he loves them. Now, behind the wheel of this vehicle, this is the Extreme H. We're talking about hydrogen power. We've gone E, we've gone H. This is Amanda Sorensen. She competes in the Formula Drift Championship. She competes in the Formula Drift Pro Spec Championship. She's behind the wheel of this vehicle. I had the pleasure of talking to the gentleman last night, talking about Extreme H and the progression that they're doing, going from E to H.
She's got a chance of landing a works drive, you know, travel and see the world?
Supposedly, we'll see. You know, I can't, you know, I don't know.
You can tell us.
No.
No, okay.
Oh, yeah, I mean, just don't tell anybody, but nothing. I got nothing. But Amanda Sorensen, she's a very talented pilot. She did drive Extreme E previously. She's from Las Vegas, Nevada. She's a very talented young lady and excited. She's 22, about to be 23. Really cool. Just a good personality. Excited to see what Amanda Sorensen, American.
Her first visit here?
Her first visit here. Yeah, she just was at another event. She was at Silverstone. She said, you know what, I'll stick around. I got my helmet, got my suit. Her and her boyfriend, Mr. Shanahan, Connor Shanahan, a driver as well. Him and his brother compete in Formula Drift Masters. They're drifters. So Connor's here as well. He's not driving, he's holding a purse, but not a purse, it's a race suit. So he's out here hanging out as well.
It's good to share. Anyhow, great to have her here. I love talking to people when they come to this event for the first time. You have no idea how big it is, and it's the things you don't expect to see that really, really jump out. You know, the mere 120 Formula One cars. Just more rally cars. I always fall slightly quiet when they come out because I don't know what they're going to do next. Of course, they're torn between trying to put up a really quick time up the hill and just show what it can do dynamically, but then the spins come in as well, and Ford really spreading their competition wings. I would say back to how it was in the 1970s, where they did every single type of motorsport competition, and under Jim Farley, they have got a racer at the heart, at the top, and that is very, very good news indeed.
Yeah, you talk about the big blue oval, and talking to Jim Farley, I had the pleasure of doing an event, and he just talks about just so emphatically about getting back to motorsports. We're going to Le Mans, we're going to Dakar, we're going to drag racing, we're going drifting. All of these compliments to then contribute into what's the ROI, putting cars on roads, putting trucks in there. I mean, I don't know if you've seen, Romain Dumas, that Ford EV truck that races Pikes Peak. You could practically park another car underneath the aerodynamics of that thing, that carbon fiber. It's a tunnel out back. It is so impressive. So Jim Farley at the helm, it's great for us motorsport, petrol heads, electric heads, I don't know what you call them, spark plugs. Regardless, you know, it's pretty amazing to see what Ford as a manufacturer has done as well.
Well, it certainly is, and I think finally, after the popping and the banging and the excitement, and that's just in the commentary box, the run has come to an end. We have one final batch of competition vehicles coming up the hill, but it's been a fantastic day. To me, just the conversation, the love, the affection, not just from the crowd, but from the drivers, the world champions up on the balcony just an hour or two ago has been very special. But let's take a look at the highlights of the penultimate batch of excitement for the day. And we started with, as I said, the unimaginative. And so many things to see. We chopped from the amazing array of bikes from across a large display of years. Paris-Dakar vehicles, the very, very tip-top Toyotas in the World Rally Championship, and it's going through a really dynamic phase. Up the wall, people having a chance to see bikes they may not have seen, James, for 20 years.
Yeah, that's right. We just, like Carl Fogarty doing his run, so that was wonderful to see. And then we had, double Dakar champion, Ricky Bobak.
So beautiful weather, beautiful, beautiful wheelies, and I just love the show that everyone, it doesn't seem to matter what they're doing, what their driving puts on, but for Ryan Turk, who gave me the closest thing I've had to a heart attack for several weeks now, back on the hill, and then James Dean, just super stylish.
Thank you so much, Bruce.
So, an eclectic collection of cars. This is the essence, but hey, Riccardo Patrese, it's 1992 all over again. So, take in the sights, enjoy them. History doesn't repeat itself, it just polishes itself, makes it better, and is in front of us. Let's go up to see Ed at the top of the hill.
Foggy, it's been quite a weekend for you. Just reminiscent of the house balcony moment yesterday. Must be quite special, that.
Yeah, it was amazing. Felt such an honour to have the balcony moment. Yeah, it's just great. I got a bit emotional, to be honest. It was very special, really good. Yeah.
I guess that's the thing with racing, is that you never stop to look back, do you?
No, I guess not. And it kind of makes you look back when you're at events like this. It's all like in the past, really, and kind of brings the past to the sort of future sort of thing. And kind of remembering everything I used to do, and if I still can do, and seeing all the fans waving and doing selfies and autographs and stuff. It's yeah, it's great. It's makes you feel good again.
Seems to be getting your head round the hill pretty well.
Yeah, I picked it. I remember where it goes now a little bit after yesterday. I wasn't too sure where it went yesterday. It's been a few years since I did it, but yeah, it felt a bit better that time. Yeah, okay.
Well, look, great to see you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Sam, there are good ideas and bad ideas. I guess your idea, it remains to be seen, but where did it come from to want to go round the world the fastest on a motorcycle?
Well, I always like myself a bit of a challenge, and of the endurance type, so yeah, this one's definitely going to be that. It ticks the boxes. It's 3 times the length of the Dakar, so the world's the big old place, and yeah, I mean, why not? You know, it's when you turn the news on nowadays, there's a lot of doom and gloom, so hopefully we can inspire a few people to get out there and have a look.
What kind of problems are you going to face? Because you're doing sort of length of the UK a day. It's going to be uncomfortable. You've got to try and get food in you, I guess, at the same time, and try and find somewhere to sleep.
Yeah, around 1,050 miles a day I need to do to beat the record. And I guess I can face all kinds of troubles, you know, borders, weather, people, traffic, same as everyone, you know, on the road. So hopefully not too many that slow me down, because I need to tick off the miles as quickly as I can. So.
And you're off in September, but away for quite a few months.
Yeah, I mean, the record's 19 days, but every time you arrive to a border, the clock stops, so hopefully we shouldn't be gone for more than a month total.
Well, Sam, you're a braver man than me. I can't wait to watch it. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Pleasure.
Ricardo, great to see you. I always love having the right drivers in the right cars, and it's certainly the case here.
Of course, yes. This is one of my favorite car in 17 years of my career. I think the 92 cars, the 14B, gave us the biggest satisfaction. We won the championship, the constructor championship. Nigel was the world champion. I was second. So at the end, really, it was a pleasure to rejoin the wheel of this car.
I mean, it was a very advanced car. Was it quite difficult to get the most out of it? Was it hard to get the most out of this car?
Well, I think the car, of course, we didn't have hydraulic power drive or brakes, electronics. So at the end, it was very physical. So I should say, yes, it was a bit difficult to get out the best of the car. But in that year, this car was dominant. Really, it was the best car to have. So you don't care much about effort you have to put into the car if the car is a winning car.
Yeah. And how is your weekend going? I mean, it's an incredible selection of Formula One cars.
Yeah. I mean, it's some years that I'm not here in Goodwood. The event is growing up. The show is fantastic. The help was very helpful too. So. And let's say that the Duke Charles is doing a fantastic thing, improving every year everything in the small details. You can see that really he put a lot of passion to do this.
Ricardo, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
This is an event like no other. Welcome to Goodwood.
from Goodwood. It's been amazing, hasn't it?
Wonderful time.
Approaching the end of a beautiful Saturday here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Very busy going up the hill. We've got more to come still, but there's been lots going on at the top over at the rally stage.
So Zav and that transmission pretty much 50-50 front to rear.
Yeah. Even in the later versions of the Quattro, it was still 50-50. It was only in towards the Group B elements that we were getting the different splits. That is Tom Williams away off the start line.
Steve Ward now, we're looking at him in the Subaru Legacy RS. He's also the owner of the wonderful Alpine Belletta A110, famous car from 1971 where it won the Portuguese rally. He owns that particular car. Let's see how he goes on with his 360. Taking a nice wide sweep. Very sensible, Steve.
Nice and smooth over the flying fin. Sam Mason on the start line now in the Peugeot 208, and on the start ramp is David Wright and Jane Nicol.
So Subaru, the early days of Subaru there with the Legacy. So they came into national rallying and then eventually into WRC, and legacies like that were driven by Marco Allen, Ari Vatanen, and of course Colin McRae. And we've seen one of the McRae cars, Colin's cars, going along earlier, and Max McRae was driving that. David Wright, who has been very, very quick around here in the past, admittedly in a WRC Ford Focus, but he knows his way around here. He's been playing with the setup on the Rally 2 car. He wasn't happy on Thursday so much with the diffs, and Tom Williams, nicely executed. Very, very great style as well. If he can keep this up, could good set, very, very competitive time. It could even be the quickest, but we'll be watching carefully.
Yeah, let's see, because he has been the fastest on each day of the shootout so far, Tom Williams, saving the best for last on his runs.
Just up the bank a little bit there. Oh, steady, and again.
It's a little bit of a ragged run, that is for sure.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can beat any of his fastest times. On the opening day, it was a 2:30.7. It was a 2:32.9 yesterday.
See that up on the bank on the left-hand side, and then he did it again, and he hopped over the bank on the right-hand side as he flies over a flying fin into the last part of the section, up through the Coopers and up to Stratos, and the finish line. Clock should stop. Using every bit of the special stage there. It is quite bumpy and lumpy there too.
It's a 2:33 on the board then for Tom Williams. So a little bit slower, a 1/10 of a second slower than he was yesterday.
Right, this is good to see. Sam Mason out now, one of our junior drivers in the Junior British Rally Championship, had a good outing on East Riding stages at the beginning of the year, and he took various inspirations from various people and decided to take up rallying, and that's when he was a young lad, and here he is now having a full season in the British Rally Championship, and keeping himself very fit, very alert, and looking forward to the next round of the BRC.
Nicely around that Delta donut. It's caught a couple of people out today. Not Sam Mason, though. And we've seen some great lines over the jump this weekend. Some people have been a little bit too far over to the left. You've got to be careful because you're hitting the bank, and you've got to prepare yourself for the next swooping corner at the bottom.
Yeah. Well, that was nice through that. That was a good run, I think, from Sam. In the Peugeot 208 Rally.
Yeah, 2:52.7. And that is the last car to complete the shootout itself. And again, it's been a fantastic run from Tom Williams here on what has been an interrupted shootout, but confirmation then of the standings now across the 3 days of competition on the shootout. Tom Williams with an overall time of 7:36.6. David Wright is on a 7:52. Gary Lecado with an 8:12.5. Sam Mason with an 8:29. And Marcel Ludwig completes that top 5 with an 8:31.6. Then it's Ward, Mather, Squires, Mellors and Putin to the top 10 through the stage. And then we have Warren Philliskirk, who restarted our shootout with a 9:50. Then Smith, Hogg, Aoife Raftery, of course, with difficulty on this stage. And that's what interrupted us earlier on. Peter Van Heiden in 15th, then Sjoerd Putin in 16th. Martin Overington is 17th, John Saunders 18th. But it is Tom Williams who's fastest through on the shootout.
Lots of action up on the hill in the rally stage to enjoy. Constant action out there, getting sideways. Constant action all day, though. The sunshine has played ball once again, and today the big celebration of 75 years of Formula One, all the way from pre-war to the modern day, and showcasing the underdogs, the champions as well. Alain Prost here, sitting in his old McLaren. The race suit still fits the French champion, and highlighting just how far we've come with development and evolution here, from the old school driver to the modern day driver. Esteban Ocon in town to drive his Haas machinery alongside teammate Oliver Behrman, making their way out onto the Goodwood Hill to cheers of excitement from F1 fans here at Goodwood. Well, getting towards the end of the day now, and it's Harry Benjamin alongside James Hayden and James Batchelor taking you through till the end of today. And we are expecting one more batch to make its way up the hill in the form of the first glances and some new classics as well. I had the pleasure of making my way up the hill early. I managed to get out of some commentary, and it's the best I've ever looked, I think. This is me. It's very bizarre to commentate yourself. At MG EX4 Concept, paying homage to the MG classic rally car from the 80s with Dan Rowbottom in the driving seat. And I don't know about you two alongside me, but I don't think I'm a good passenger.
Self, really, isn't it? Actually, yeah. You know, the mouth drops, the grin gets wider and wider. And what are those glasses all about?
Well, okay, so a lot of people had a go at me for the glasses. They are one of those cool glasses where it's got a camera in that records your point of view. That's why. I wouldn't normally pick them. I don't think they're quite my style. It's not doing my face features any justice there.
Well, I love it. It's like one of those photos that you get when you come off a roller coaster, Harry. You know, you just lots of different faces. Looks like you enjoyed it.
It was great, and I tell you what, it was my first time up the hill here. It was such a privilege to get that opportunity. But you know what? We commentate off screens. People are watching on the big screens here. People are watching around the world online. It doesn't do it justice. The Flint Wall, especially, it comes at you, and you think, how on earth are you going to miss it? Yet the driver and the skill involved is incredible.
Yeah, it's a good course, and it's great for you to have done it.
So that was your first time then, wasn't it?
First time up the hill for me with Dan Rowbottom in that MG, which we're going to see up the hill shortly in this final batch as well. So that, yeah, paying homage to the old 6R4 MG rally car from the 80s. So it's been updated a bit, and crucially it had air conditioning. Yeah. So I was very pleased about that.
So you've got a bit of an insight into what it's like for all of these drivers hurtling up this hill all day and over the weekend.
It's incredible, you know, and we're going to see more and more, and we're going to get some action as well up on the hill for this final batch for the first glance. New classics involved here as well as brands come to Goodwood to showcase their latest machinery. We've had 3 wheels, we've had 1 wheel, we of course have 4 wheels, and we've got 2 wheels.
You have indeed, and we're looking at the brand new, the 2025 BMW R12 GS. It's an 1170cc, that traditional BMW air-cooled boxer twin with those lovely cylinders either side. So lovely to see that. It's got a really nice mixture of retro and cool. But this is our very own Grace Webb there, and brilliant to see her out, to see her riding. She is riding the Always Something, which is this wonderful sort of cafe racer come drag bike. It's got heavily modified geometry, and Grace is off. It's obviously based on the Royal Enfield 650 shotgun platform, and they gave it to 4 companies around the world in Ireland, America, Japan, and Germany. And they let them all come up with their own different style of that 650 shotgun. And I think this is actually my favourite. And it really has got a little bit of everything in it. It's been heavily modified. They cut the rear frame off. They yeah, it's brilliant. And Grace is doing a great job there, looking really stylish, coming on really well, and looks like she's enjoying it. She looks a bit cooler than you did.
All right, James. She can cover her face with a full-on helmet visor, but I mean, I think they call this the Icon, don't they, as well? And then this is a pretty special machine.
Yeah, it's the company that built it, Icon, and yes, they've done a lovely job with this. It's like I say, it's got these huge sort of tyres. It's a kind of really unique sort of flavour. They built 100 of them. They sold out within minutes, every single one of them. And it's just got such a great look about it, with this little custom sort of belly pan, the custom fork guards, different clip-ons. It's just got a little bit of everything, and I just love the way it looks. It's almost kind of cartoonish, and it just sits beautifully, its proportions, and yeah, I just think it's a super cool bike.
Very well done. Up the hill.
Well done, Grace.
Grace Webb.
Yeah, brilliant job.
Yeah, better than I did.
And now we're going to, you know, away from the engines, we're going to electric, and this is the Livewire Alpinista, and this is really this new range of electric bikes. This is a bit more aggressive than the other bikes in their Series 2 range from Livewire. It sits between the, they got the Mulholland Cruiser and the Del Mar, but this is a little bit more aggressive. The handlebars are lower, they're further forward for a kind of more aggressive riding stance. It's got fully adjustable Shure suspension, Brembo monoblock, 4-piston calipers, 194 pounds of torque, which is an astronomical amount for a motorcycle. So really got some grunt. It's got all your latest sort of track modes, traction control, anti-lock brakes. It does 0 to 60 in about 3 seconds, and it's been ridden very well up the hill there. So I think that is, I'm not sure that's Sean or Aaron riding it now, but they're giving it some tucked in as they kind of head out the last bit, and it's that live wire looking pretty live coming up the hill.
It certainly is as well, and showcasing just how much we see electric technology as well, so much in four-wheeled, and it's moving forward as well in the two-wheeled landscape. Across the line, though, nice, steady and quick up the hill for the live wire in this first glance batch. And we're really getting a nice glimpse of all the motorcycle action to begin with.
Yep, so there's 2 live wires. This is the other one. They're sort of the same, different sort of colorways. I believe this one is being ridden by, let me have a little look, Justin Hazelton, I think, is riding this one. So sort of a bike journalist coming up the hill, be his sort of first run up. And again, we get a bit more of a chance to have a look at the motorcycle. Obviously, with these electric bikes, much like the cars, they can be styled slightly different because they don't need the cooling in the same way. So what you do with that engine plant, and there's a lot of different looks sort of coming in on how you style that, how you package that electric motor.
I suppose we're seeing more and more electric cars almost becoming the norm on everyday roads. Where are we at with bikes and two wheels? Because these manufacturers are really sort of pushing that on right here.
They are, and it's obviously starting to come. I mean, one of the things about even the most sporty bikes are still really quite economical in comparison. So, even your most sporty bikes normally do 30, 40 miles to the gallon, and, your little sort of shopping bikes can happily do 70, 80 miles to the gallon. So there is an uptake, and it is happening sort of quickly in some areas, but it's not there. It's not quite as effective, I think, as it has been in cars yet.
No, well, we go from 2 wheels back to 4, and this beast making its way up the hill. The Defender Dakar D7X R prototype, and this batch has quite the presence.
It really does. Quite literally, this is a big deal. Now, this is Land Rover laying down their marker post, really, because they are going to be entering the 2026 Dakar Rally with this very car. Now, this is the prototype. It's deep in the testing phase at the moment, but they've already named the 2 drivers who are going to be competing next year, one of whom is Stefan Petter Hansel, who is driving at the moment, and he is Dakar royalty, really, 14-time champion. And I can't think of anybody else better to bring Land Rover to the Dakar Rally next year.
Yeah, and also, Stefan Petter Hansel, he was winning on motorcycles before he went to car factory, Yamaha rider. He's incredible out there.
Well, we go from something that's going to take on the likes of the Dakar and off-road to what the future looks like on our everyday roads by BMW. This, the Vision Driving Experience Car, a prototype machine. Again, BMW really transforming the way they're going to design their cars. This isn't going to be a road-going version that we'll see, but it's giving us some hints.
It's giving us some hints of the styling direction of the next range of cars, including the new 3 Series. But more importantly, it's a test bed for the next generation of technology and what future performance BMWs are going to be like.
Well, we talk about how we see an influx of electric vehicles now on our roads. XPeng are here as a brand back again and showcasing their new lineup. There's 2 XPengs out there. This is the XPeng P7 Plus, described as an AI-defined vehicle. It's got cutting-edge technology and a focus on that intelligent driving. It has a thing. It's XPeng's LiDAR-free AI Hawk vision-only driver assist system, which...
Wow. Take a breath.
I know. Try saying that quickly. Processes the data, all the systems there from the radar, ultrasonic via a twin NVIDIA X chip that is embedded into the car, all in an effort to help with the AI-powered driving, the efficiency and the safety.
I've got nothing more to add to that, apart from the fact I like the colour.
Well, you could have this one then, the Boven Sleefen Zagato. Now, I was actually tucked in behind this on my run up the hill.
Oh,
well,
well,
I did a run up the hill as well.
You've just dropped that bomb once again. But this is a very interesting car, actually. It's probably a name that not many people have heard here today, but it is Bovensiepen. They are the family behind Alpina. Now, Alpina, of course, legendary BMW tuners. BMW bought the brand in 2022, so the founding family have decided they haven't had enough of building cars, so they've decided to launch this.
Yeah, and you can see that BMW is styling, but very much making their own mark out on track. MG are here too with the IM5. Now this, what you would expect to see on their roads, and Daniel Rowbottom at the wheel of that. This is a 5-seater, fully electric saloon, all-wheel drive, one electric motor at the front axle, one electric motor at the rear. Gives it a combined maximum power output of 572 kilowatt hours.
So yes, we saw earlier on the prototype car that Land Rover is currently testing to go to the Dakar. This is the equivalent to the road car version. So this is the Defender Octa Black 4.4 litre twin turbo V8, packing 626 brake horsepower. Very clever suspension this. It's called 6D, and hydraulics are sent to each individual wheel to keep the car nice and level when you're going quickly, but also aids off-road ability as well.
Yeah, it can wade to a depth of up to 1 metre too, apparently.
Wow, yes, indeed. And of course, this may have a stealthy look, but of course, Land Rover haven't forgotten the fact it needs to wade, it needs to climb rocks, it needs to climb every single mountain.
Yeah, some special edition Defenders making their way up the Octa Black, and the Trophy Edition out there too. Mini as well, showcasing how they are driving forward into the future. A couple of Minis out on the hill climb right now. This being piloted by rally ace driver Katie Munnings. This is the Mini John Cooper Works.
It is indeed. Now, Mini are showcasing their electric John Cooper Works range here at this weekend's Goodwood Festival of Speed. Now, the John Cooper Works range of Minis, they're both petrol cars and they're also electric ones. And this is a real turning point for the brand, really. They're showcasing traditional combustion engine power, but also looking to the future with these electric models. Now, this car has a 255 brake horsepower front-driven electric motor. Has a range around 250 miles, and of course, because it's a John Cooper Works, it's got the big wheels, it's got the red flashes, it's got the big wing, and it certainly looks the part.
Mini certainly a lot bigger than they ever used to be, but always turning heads. This, the Mini John Cooper Works, the all-electric Mini John Cooper Works, and now maybe to something a little bit more refined, to something a little bit more glamorous. The Rolls-Royce Ghost Series 2. Now, while we celebrate 100 years of the Rolls-Royce Phantom this weekend, the Ghost Series 2 proving that, well, while you might want to be driven in a Rolls-Royce, I think you'd quite like to drive this one as well.
Yes, and just hear the screech of those tyres around every single corner, because it's got the power, it's got the performance, but my goodness me, is this a big, heavy car? And it needs to, because the sheer opulence of that interior, well, it's going to weigh a lot, isn't it?
Most technologically advanced V12 powered Rolls-Royce with over 6.75 litre twin turbocharged V12, as you say, delivering a maximum torque from just 1600 RPM, has made its way safely up the hill. Renault as well are coming back with a fleet of vehicles, really, which play off of their retro popularity. This is the new Renault 5, offering 3 front-wheel drive options as well, all electric, couple of battery sizes to choose from too. Really prevalent styling here from Renault as they try and attack and take on the competition.
They're absolutely right. And one of the interesting options of this car is not just the lurid paint schemes like we've got here with this fabulous eye-popping yellow, but you can also get this car with a baguette holder, which clips onto the centre console. So it's a nice wicker basket, so if you just pop down to the boulangerie or the Co-op, to you and I, you can find somewhere to stick your baguette.
I'm sold. Yeah. I'm sold. That is exceptional work from Renault with the baguette holder, a crucial must if you're going to get your Renault R5. Hyundai are really also trying to up the ante and just paying homage to their N Performance division, celebrating 10 years of that with the Hyundai Ioniq 6N Performance setting sail up the hill.
It really is amazing to think that Hyundai have been around for 10 years with their N brand. It really has shaken up the motoring landscape, and the latest car to wear that badge is this, the Ioniq 6N Performance. Now this car underneath is essentially the Ioniq 5, but it's been updated, it's been tweaked for 2025. There's a new version of the N E-Shift gearbox, fake gear shifts really. N active sound. You may be able to hear this as this car goes up the hill. It actually makes a bit of a noise like a petrol car, even though it is electric.
Setting off now, this is the Chery Tiggo 8. Now, Chery will be a brand new brand here in the UK, but they do have a couple of other brands under their remit, including Omoda and JQ. But this, the Tiggo 8, which is making its way round, an affordable SUV, everyday families to use on the road.
Yeah, so Chery is a Chinese powerhouse, really. They launched their Omoda and JQ brands in the UK last year. There's a JQ 5 on the first glance category as well. But Chery have decided, hey, we want a slice of the action as well. So they've decided to launch in the UK this year as well. This is the first time we've seen this car, first time I've even seen it as well. It's the Tiggo 8. It is a 7-seater plug-in hybrid SUV, 1.5-litre petrol engine, 56 miles of pure electric range. In total, this car can go over 700 miles before you need to start topping up the petrol or even the electricity.
Yeah, it's marketed as a 7-seater, but it's configured as a 5+2. The third row, best for occasional use if you want to put some extra kids in the back, or indeed want to lay it down if you might have a dog of some description. But certainly, with all the tech and comfort features you would come to expect from the SUV ranges out in the market at the moment. While Chery are new, so too are Xiaomi. This, the SU7, and again, a beautiful yellow with black trim. This is their first production electric vehicle. Single, dual and triple electric motors are available for this one. The top version is over 1100 kilowatts. It holds the production car electric vehicle Nürburgring record at 7 minutes and just over 4 seconds. It's got that sleek design with ultra low drag and active aero too. And now, while Xiaomi might be brand new, Aston Martin certainly isn't. But this is what we're getting a first glance at, the DBX-S.
Yeah, so we've just moved from Xiaomi, who's a smartphone manufacturer, to one of the best, biggest and most illustrious names in the business. It is, of course, Aston Martin, and they're showing off their new DBX-S here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. They've taken the DBX and they've had, oh my word, huge lunge towards the flint wall there, but it gathered it up very nicely indeed. Now this S, of course, has had a power upgrade over the standard DBX. We're up to 717 horsepower here, 0 to 62 miles an hour, 3.3 seconds, 47 kilograms lighter than the normal car, and looking very, very good indeed.
The fastest and most powerful SUV in its class, that Aston Martin DBX-S. Now, have we got a little delay out on the circuit with a red flag sticking out there? We've got the Porsche Cayenne just waiting on the start line, ready to be released in a almost camouflage style livery. This brand new Porsche Cayenne, the top edition being the turbo that you can get, the proper performance SUV with that sports car-like handling.
It's another wing mirror glass on the track.
It really is, isn't it? And the marshal's straight to work there. So while we hurriedly try and figure out what door mirror that belongs to.
And correct me if I'm wrong, we believe it may be the Aston Martin DBX. It was being thrown up the hill at quite some considerable lick. But correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the same straw bale which has caught out quite a few cars this week.
We've had a couple, haven't we, who have had to see their wing mirrors fall by the wayside. A nice little going home present for the marshal there. And showing it off in style.
Yeah. perhaps don't hang on to that, because Aston Martin, a man from Aston Martin may be down momentarily to grab that.
As they get on the radio and do their checks. So hopefully this should be a fairly short pause and we can get things back underway for this batch. First glance that we are seeing some of the latest machinery that brands from across the world have brought to the Goodwood Festival of Speed to debut in the flesh, to take them up the hill. Dynamic debuts across the board here, which is really exciting to see. Goodwood continuing to be the place where four-wheel and two-wheel manufacturers want to come to show what they've been working on.
It really does just go to show you that this may well be a demonstration run, but these are car manufacturers at the end of the day. They all want to show off. They all want to look better than the manufacturer that ran before. And yeah, the DBX just pushing on, perhaps just a little bit too hard there. But that's very easy for us to say here in the commentary box, isn't it?
Ah, it wasn't. Was it the Aston Martin or was it the Hyundai? Let's have a look.
Huge apologies there.
Well, no.
It was. Yeah.
It was. Yes, it was on the right.
Yep.
There it is, and there it goes. Lands in the middle of the track. All it takes is the smallest of glances, and Hyundai will be sending their people up the hill to try and retrieve that back.
Is a Hyundai door mirror cheaper than an Aston Martin door mirror glass? I don't know.
Well, we'll have to...
tonight's homework.
Well, that is tonight's homework for tomorrow, especially with some of the Hyundais we're seeing out there are packed with a punch, much like this, the new Porsche Cayenne.
Yeah, and Porsche, as we all well know, Porsche were the first performance brand, and we've just come to a halt there. But Porsche, yes, we've got a small glimpse there of the Cayenne. Bedecked in this camouflage livery. It is amazing, really, that despite the fact it's got Cayenne written all over it, it's still quite difficult to see the final shape, the final design flourishes of this car, because, of course, it is a prototype at the moment. It hasn't officially been launched yet. You are getting your first glance at this car, as am I, as are all of us.
Yeah, and, you know, Porsche really laid down the benchmark when it came from coming a supercar, a sports car manufacturer to going into that SUV market, and have been really setting the benchmark ever since.
They have, and every single other performance brand has been following in their steps ever since.
Crosses the line up the hill in this brand new Porsche Cayenne, as it will make its way and park up right at the top of the hill, where there is a very nice drivers club, I can tell you that. From experience, we talk about SUVs.
Not again.
Sorry, I had to get it in again. I talk about SUVs. We go from Porsche to Bentley and the Bentley Bentayga Speed. Now, I've really long enjoyed the Bentley Bentayga, and they've taken it up another notch this time.
They really have. The Speed has always been the car that's sat right at the very top of the Bentayga range, but Bentley has seen to update the Bentayga model lineup recently, and of course that means the Speed has been tweaked and it's been polished for 2025. So the 6-litre W12 engine has been ripped out, and in its place has been put a 4-litre V8 twin-turbo engine, pushing out 641 brake horsepower as it squeals its way around the Morecambe Bend here. And it is amazing to think that this huge car has still got a top speed of 193 miles an hour, and it can dash from 0 to 62 miles an hour in a frankly unbelievable 3.4 seconds.
I didn't think he was getting it stopped for Morecambe at one point, but he did. Delivers increased power and performance with that eclipses even the W12 performance, the most dynamic chassis setup ever offered on a Bentayga as well, including for the first time the ability to generate on throttle slip angles as well. This is Bentley's pinnacle performance SUV, another new brand, but now under the Denza mark. We know BYD, this is their premium brand, the luxury division of BYD, and this is the Denza B5.
Yes, this is another brand that's being having its UK debut here at this weekend's Goodwood Festival of Speed. It is Denza. It is the premium offshoot of BYD. Now, BYD has made huge waves here in the UK over the last 12 months, have really caused a few upsets in the motoring landscape, and they're going to try and continue to do that with models like this. Denza, premium brand, B5, that's their new SUV plug-in hybrid. It's got that chunky, boxy styling, which is reminiscent of a few other cars. Plug-in hybrid, 677 brake horsepower.
Yeah, as that makes its way up the hill, screeching. It's an iconic comeback from the Honda Prelude, making a long-awaited return after a 23-year hiatus. We last saw, well, the last edition of a Prelude in 2001 with the 5th generation model, originally launched back in 1978, though, this style of car. And Honda very much bringing this back into life. Those subtle styling cues, a nod to the past generations, but with a thoroughly modern twist.
Yeah, it's lovely to see the return of the Prelude name. We're really seeing at the moment a real renaissance of and resurgence of model names in manufacturers' back catalogues. We've seen it with the Ford Capri, we've seen it with the Renault 5, and now we've got it with the Honda Prelude. So underneath, it is essentially a Honda Civic hybrid. So it's a 2-litre petrol engine with 2 electric motors pushing out around 181 brake horsepower. But more importantly, it has got some new technology. It's called the S Plus Shift gearbox. It's an eCVT, but they found a way of engineering some fake gears in it to really make the whole driving experience feel more involving.
Yeah, aligns with Honda's push towards electrification, as so many brands are being pushed into that through their road-going vehicle offering. Lamborghini and the Urus SE taking off from the start-finish line. Again, another exceptional car being produced by Lamborghini, the first hybrid plug-in version of this super SUV.
Yes, and Stuart Middleton is not hanging around in this car at all. But why would you when you've got 789 brake horsepower underneath your right foot? And that is courtesy of a 4-litre twin-turbo V8, which itself pushes out 611 horsepower. But there's also an electric motor thrown in as well. That pushes out 189. So yes, this is Lamborghini's first plug-in hybrid SUV. But for 2025, Lamborghini have also given this car a bit of a design update as well. New front end, a few interior tweaks as well.
Yep, tweaks on the top and underneath as well. That twin-turbo V8 engine re-engineered to work in optimal synergy with the electric powertrain that has been developed for this Urus SE. Now, this is something that is very exciting from Lunaz. This is a Range Rover classic, but not how you once knew them. So here it really is bringing well, the old classic standard Range Rover up to the modern day, passionately restored, but this is electric.
It is. Now, each car is 3D scanned, and a CAD model is created from that. It's then stripped back to the bare metal, restored and improved. Each car is tailored to its customers, and it really is just improving on what is seen as the original posh 4x4.
It really is. On the line as well. Again, another nod to the past from Eccentrica. The V12 lights up its rear tyres as it makes its way up the hill. A nod, of course, to the classic, the icon of a Lamborghini Diablo, but this is the Eccentrica V12.
Yes, now the Lamborghini Diablo in period was also always known to be a brute to drive, but this is easier. Now, Eccentrica have tried to make this car a little bit easier to live with. It's got things like traction control, would you believe it? But that said, though, deep at the heart of this car is still the original car's naturally aspirated 5.7-litre V12, but Eccentrica have decided to give it a small power increase, up to 550 horsepower, full of 21st century mod cons. We've got LED lights front and rear, a few little design cues to separate this car car from its the original Diablo. Just 19 are going to be made, and according to Eccentrica, more versions, more variants of this car are going to be coming along in the not too distant future.
That's really exciting. Totally re-engineered and updated with the latest technologies. It really fuses heritage with modernity for this improved driving experience. The Eccentrica V12 to the top of the hill. And how's about this for a sound? Just almost listen to this. Oh, the TWR Supercat. It looks great. It sounds great.
It is. It's the product of TWR Performance, which is a new firm founded by the son of Tom Walkinshaw Racing, who, of course, created wonderful racing versions of the original XJS, and this certainly looks the part as this car.
Oh, bottle that sound up and sell it, because that is just tremendous.
5.6 litre supercharged V12 engine, 660 horsepower, 730 newton meters of torque. It's got that analog charisma, but with the heritage as well. Final batch of the day then, and the first glances, the new bikes and the new classics, and it was the two wheels that got us started.
It was indeed. Grace doing a wonderful job taking the Royal Enfield up the hill there. Then we saw the Alpinista, the electrics, then we went back to the cars.
Yeah, BMW here as well, launching their latest collections, and Land Rover showing what they've got planned for Dakar, and BMW, while they have present cars, they're looking to the future as well. And there, a car that I can assure you is very quick up the hill, the MG EX4 Concept Mini 2, proving the way with their electrification.
Yes, and Rolls-Royce really pushing the new Ghost Series 2 on its door handles round Moulcombe Corner.
Elegance personified. Renault relying and leaning on their retro roots to reintroduce the brand new Renault 5 as Hyundai and their N Performance division celebrate 10 years with some incredible performance cars, while we saw the likes of new brands too and old favourites with new styles. The Aston Martin DBX S on display as it headed up the hill. Aston Martin's most powerful performance SUV, from a old favourite to new. The likes of Xiaomi here representing the Chinese brand market. But so much on offer for some brand new cars. Let's head to Ed.
Grace, an icon on an icon. How's the bike?
Thank you. Do you know, it's so good. So this is a Royal Enfield Shotgun 650, but it's a customised version. So Icon Motorsports have had their hand to it. None of the performance has been enhanced. It's all about the aesthetics. So it's really showing off the imagination, creativity, craftsmanship that goes into it. This is kind of a cafe racer come drag bike. So the rear swing arm's been adjusted to make the wheelbase a bit longer. So some of those corners felt a little bit dodgy. But, you know, the thrill of going up the Goodwood hill climb on something as striking as this has made my whole weekend. This is an absolute buzz.
I mean, you've been watching people go up the hill all weekend. It must be nice to finally actually go up.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. And like I say, to be with a strong British brand like Royal Enfield and on something that's so unique. So this is a completely one-off bike that's been designed. It has inspired a limited edition run that they've done that just has the same colourway, but none of the modifications that has been done to this bike. So to be one of the people, the lucky people that has ridden this bike up the hill is really special.
And bottom line, you looked cooler than Harry Benjamin when he came up the hill. Grace, thank you so much.
I'll take that. Thank you. Thanks, Ed.
Well, it's been hot, it's been sticky, but it's been an excellent day here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Alice, I think this one might go down in the history books as one of the best ever. That champions moment on the balcony, unbeatable.
Oh, it was just incredible, wasn't it? Seeing 7 champions up there, also the cars as well. Alan Prost driving in his famous car that he took to history, and actually could be one of the most dominant and successful Formula One cars in history. Potentially Nigel Mansell, Zach Brown, of course, there, and wow, look at that crowd. You don't get that at anywhere else but Goodwood, seeing that huge variety. And I think it's special to celebrate them, because these were drivers that risked their lives, certainly in the earlier periods, like Jackie Stewart, who of course he's really humble, he's pioneering for safety in our sport, so special that they got celebrated.
And Bernie Eccleston.
Of course, we can't forget Bernie, can we? He made the trip here to Goodwood, he's been so influential for helping Formula One, you know, as a character certainly, and has been a huge part of the development, the commercial side of Formula One, and making Formula One available to many fans across the world, and it's really helped grow the sport.
And it was also nice to see the Duke in there, who, of course, responsible for bringing this amazing thing together. Unrepeatable, I think. And of course, we had the shootout today. That's really hotting up, isn't it? That, for me, I get excited when I see this.
I mean, it's one of the fan favourites when you come to Goodwood. We've got all the balcony moments, but these cars are going up full chat all the way up the hill. We saw Sarah Bovey there. We've got Jake Hill in the Holden. We've got a whole host of pre-war cars, all up to modern day. Scott Speed really up against Romain Dumas, but of course it was Romain that just topped him in the final moments there, able to take that Ford Super Truck 151 miles an hour across the start-finish line there. Incredible.
Absolutely. Romain Dumas, the man to beat. He knows how to drive the sail. Scott Speed, though, will not want to be the bridesmaid again, but 6 cars under 50 seconds, including Jake Hill and Sarah Bovey, as you say. All to play for tomorrow. It's going to be really exciting. And as for tomorrow, well, it's going to be another packed day. Sadly, the last day of the festival this year, but lots to look forward to. We're going to kick off at 8:30 with First Glance, New Classics, and the road bikes. At 10:05, we've got the Supercar Run. And Batch 4 at 11 a.m. is the Teams and Champions, the ultimate F1 grid going up the hill. 12:20, the Red Arrows. Looking forward to that. Let's finish the morning.
One of my absolute favourites. They always put on a fantastic show, but so do they at the Gas Show. You can see all different time stunts and tricks there. 12:30 p.m. And of course, the fantastic Gordon Murray gets his special moment at the feature just outside Goodwood House at 1:15. And then F1 Teams and Champions. Once again, a whole host, over 100 Formula One cars we've seen go up the hill over the course of the weekend. That's at 2:15. Alan Prost, 4-time Formula One world champion, gets his balcony moment at 2:45. And we've not finished there. The shootout final, one of the fan favourites, as I've said. They'll be flying up the who's going to be the fastest. Romain Dumas so far. That's at 3:05 p.m. We've got the gas, back at the gas, the competition mountain bike best trick. I mean, these guys and girls, they are super brave. That's at 4:30 p.m. And then finally, rounding off the show, and I can't believe it, it's the end already. Batch 1 and Batch 2 demo rounds out our fantastic weekend, a fantastic 4 days here at the Festival of Speed at 5:55 p.m.
So much to look forward to. A bumper final day in store. For me, the highlights, the Professor, Alan Prost. First time at the Festival of Speed having his balcony moment tomorrow. And of course, the shootout final. It's not to be missed. Sadly, that's all from Alice and I and the rest of the team today. But tomorrow is not to be missed. We'll be back right here. Goodbye for now.